Summon Again by bokuboy. Chapters 1 till 50.
Summoned again? 001 It begins again. I was in the middle of moving a huge chunk of rock when a summoning circle started to form underneath me. I immediately took out my cell phone and hit the button. A message was sent to my accountant to liquefy all of the assets I had, including the company I had worked so hard to build, and everything was to be deposited into a high-interest and no-movement account. If it wasn't done as soon as possible, then he would suffer unimaginable horrors, as would his family, for the rest of their lives. I put the phone back into my inventory and waited for the ritual to complete. It finished forming and I felt the familiar feeling of being yanked out of one existence and shoved into another. I popped up beside a very beautiful woman that had long flowing blonde hair. I identified her and saw that she hadn't received her class yet. I hate waiting for this part. It always takes forever. I thought and looked around. I was in a space that wasn't space and two more people were there. A man and another woman. Neither of them had classes, either. I hope I'm not stuck with complete idiots this time. Welcome, travelers. A woman's voice filled the non-space. You have been chosen by blah blah blah. Come on. Hurry up. I've got things to do. I thought impatiently and managed to not sigh, cross my arms, or tap my foot as I waited for her to stop speaking and to give us our classes. The woman's voice paused and a glowing figure formed in the air in front of us. It seems one of you is actually eager for this to happen. I didn't even try to pretend that it wasn't me. I'm sorry that you picked up on my frustration, great goddess. I said and bowed deeply. I spoke sincerely and she had to feel that. The sooner we arrive on the imperiled world, the sooner we can start working towards saving it, as you have asked. She floated over to me. Shall I give you your class and send you there first? She asked, her voice full of disbelief, as if she thought I wasn't stupid enough to accept that offer. Little did she know that was exactly what I wanted. Thank you, goddess. I gladly accept your generous offer. I said and stood up straight to give her the best smile that I could muster. I knew time worked differently between the realms and she could have us here for months while she assigned the proper classes to everyone. Do you really want to die so quickly? She asked, incredulous. The other three people looked at me like I was crazy, too. Of course not. I just assumed that you grant classes based on our proficiency and give us a bit of money from the chosen world to buy equipment. I said, also completely truthful. Like you said earlier, I am eager to get there. You are an odd one. She said and held a hand out to me. Remain still while I grant you an appropriate class. Thank you. I said and used stillness to freeze myself in place. She either didn't notice or chose to ignore that I was perfectly still. Her energy poured into me in a familiar magic wave and I felt all my old abilities awaken. Like stacks of blocks that you needed to knock over to get at the next row, each level of my skills activated and more of her power flowed into me. Her eyes widened at the amount of her power that granting my class was using up and I saw doubt flicker in her eyes. I instantly reached out and grabbed her hand with both of mine. Just a bit more, sweetheart. You can feel it coming, can't you? I asked in my bedroom voice and her face flushed red as she blushed. Her power output doubled and I took in a huge breath as my depleted mana reserves were filled instantly and the final lock on my class clicked open. The goddess gasped when she saw what my class was and she tried to pull her hand away. I held on and bent over to place a kiss on the back of her hand and she blushed harder. Thank you, Goddess Gisandaya. I said when my auto-identifier told me her name and stats. I let her hand go. Please open the portal to the world you want me to save. Goddess Gisandaya was tempted to refuse, then she sighed and waved her hand. The portal opened and when she turned back to wave me through, I gave her a kiss on the lips for several seconds. She froze at the intimate contact, something she hadn't had in centuries because none of the gods and goddesses were interested in sex after millions of years. Just because you've felt it before, that doesn't mean it will feel any less wonderful the next time. I said to her, then I jumped through the portal. I didn't travel down a tunnel or felt like space was ripping apart when I did. I just instantly appeared on the world and saw that I was several hundred feet up from the ground, which made me laugh. I probably should have kissed her before she opened the portal. I checked my inventory and saw that all of the mythical things I had were no longer grayed out. I equipped my full set of enchanted mithril armor that had all previous requirements for wearing it removed. That had been one of my more brilliant moves on the last world I had been summoned to. It had cost a lot of gold to have it done and it was worth every single coin. I was only level 1 now and I wore a level 999 super heavy armor with all the stat bonuses and boosts that could be put onto it. This is going to be so much fun, I said as I flipped over just before I hit the ground. I had the special skill Featherfall, so I touched down as if I had been a feather that had fallen to the ground and not several hundred pounds of metal with 200 pounds of flesh inside. _______. Congratulations! You have earned an achievement, Plunge to My Death. This is granted to those that drop from a significant height that no one would ever expect you to survive, not even a goddess. This grants you bonus skills, Daredevil, gain experience from defying death, Reckless, risk everything for a thrill to gain experience. _______. Damn, there goes having too much fun until I level up with something big. I thought with a laugh. Those bonuses should stack nicely when I do something really fun. I had seen a town not far away when I was up so high, so I turned in that direction and started to walk. I was tempted to run, especially with my armor boosting me, but I didn't want to waste my first levels like that. I also didn't want to land inside the town, since that would have been a bit too much of a spectacle. I didn't want to give myself away so soon. An hour later, I walked into town. No guards came out to meet me and there didn't seem to be much of any kind of military. Actually, everyone there wore hoods that covered their heads and scarves that covered their faces. I concentrated on one and the info popped up. _______. Name, unpronounceable in common, it's just grunts and squeals. Species, Bovinus humanus. Class, livestock. Job, food. _______. What the hell? I thought in surprise. I checked several others and they were the same. I walked all through the town and every single one was the same. Men, women, and children. All of them were classed as livestock. I reached out to touch one and the female squealed in fright and took off running. I was shocked at her reaction, so I went back to the center of town, activated one of my armor's abilities, and spoke. If anyone can speak common, please tell me what's going on here. I said and my voice was spread out magically to everyone within 100 feet. Every single one of them squealed in fright and ran away. What the hell is going on? I asked loudly. No one answered. I shook my head and walked towards the edge of town. I noted the several people following me and didn't say anything to them. I kept walking and soon left the followers and the town behind. I tried a search spell and it was rebounded by something, which meant I was probably going to have to calibrate my armor for the local variant of mana, once I discovered what it was. It would auto-adjust in time if I wanted to wait, or as soon as I leveled up and added a point or two to the mana stat. Since I didn't want to waste my bonuses on a low level, I decided to let the armor do the calibration on its own. While I walked an unknown distance to the next town, I let my mind drift back to what life was like before. I wasn't always this eager for adventure. 002 back then it was scary. This is the story of the first time I had been summoned. I was sitting on a park bench and eating the hot dog I had bought for lunch. I was 18 years old, had just graduated high school, and was looking for my first job. It was the start of summer break and I only had a couple of months to make enough spending money for college. My parents already had my college money saved up, so I was relieved when they told me that. I swallowed the last of the hot dog with everything on it, then stood up. Suddenly, this glowing circle started to form under my feet. I thought it was a joke or something that one of my friends was playing on me. I looked around to see if someone was shining a flashlight or something on me, and I didn't see anyone. Worried that it might be something sinister, I tried to walk away from it and it followed me. I stared down at it and walked faster. It stayed with me and I started to run. A car honked its horn at me and I jumped out into the street. It screeched to a stop, barely missing me, and I ran across the street. Help! Somebody help me! I said loudly as I ran. Everyone ignored me. I ran to the corner and bumped into a guy. Help me! Sorry, bud. I don't want any of whatever you're selling. The man said as he pushed my hands off of him and walked away. I couldn't believe it. No one wanted to help. I turned down the next street and ran, yelling for help, and no one reacted. I turned down an alley, in the hopes that I could somehow lose whatever this damn glowing circle was, then it snapped into place and I was frozen in mid-stride. Urgh! I screamed in pain as I was essentially torn apart and disintegrated. After an unknown amount of time, I woke up on the floor. At least, I thought it was a floor. It was hard and smooth, whatever it was. All of my muscles ached and I sat up to rub them. Welcome, travelers. A man's voice said. I looked around to see who was speaking to me. It seemed like it was all around me and inside my head at the same time. I see some of you thought you could escape my summons. I didn't say anything and I felt a stabbing pain in my chest. Arg! You would be wise to remain still when teleporting or you will injure yourself. A man formed in front of me and his finger had poked my chest. I had to heal you. That was healing? I asked, incredulous. It felt like you tore my heart out. Ungrateful. The man said. The others are happy to be alive. The others weren't just running around screaming their heads off in fear. I said and rubbed my arm, then realized it didn't hurt anymore. I didn't admit that, though. You will stand in my presence. The man said. I was suddenly filled with energy and I stood up without telling my body to. It scared the shit out of me. Luckily, not literally. I was thankful for that. Better. He said and walked over to the other three people. I don't enjoy calling mortals for help, mainly because you never know what you're going to get. He looked at the nerdy girl with short brown hair and thick glasses. Imperfect. He said and flicked her glasses off. Hey! The girl yelled, then she screamed when the man stuck his fingers into her eyes and exploded her eyeballs. I am granting you divine sight. The man said and slowly pulled his fingers out of her skull. Instead of eyes, she now had two slightly glowing orbs that looked like effervescent pearls. Your mortal eyes lacked the basic requirements for your assigned task, so I replaced them. I didn't ask you to. The girl spat in his face. That fucking hurt. Pain is but a chemical reaction in your mind. The man said, then he grunted when the girl's knee slammed into his genitals. Pain is just in your mind. She said to him with a smile on her face. You dare strike. Her foot was next and she put a heck of a lot of effort into it. How does your mind feel now, asshole? The man dropped to his knees and used both of his hands to cup himself. I banish. Thanks for the divine sight. She said and stuck her hand into his mouth, held onto his jaw, then she pulled out the long hairpin from her hair and jammed it into his eye. Apparently, you are vulnerable in this spot. She plucked the eye out and then stepped on it. The man mumbled something and she laughed. It's just a chemical reaction in your mind. She said and plucked out his other eye. Oh, this one has some nice properties. She said and let his jaw go. You drool. She wiped her hand on his clothing and then looked at the eye. She turned it round, as if examining it, then she tossed it into her mouth and swallowed it. No, the man said and reached up towards her. Yes. The girl said with a smile. I've got a piece of your soul now. She said and looked up at the top of the room. What are the rest of you going to do about it? You still need to complete the mission. Another voice said into the room. You have to give us our classes. She said. This guy's too weak to do that now. There was a light chuckling and another man formed near us. We hope you remain this amusing. He said and held a hand out towards her. This should only take a few moments. The girl stood there and waited as she received her class. Chaos Berserker? What's that? You will receive all information when you appear on the target world. The man said and held a hand out to me. I felt his energy flow over me and I felt things inside of me open up and my mind was filled with all these different skills and abilities, most of which I had only read about in game systems. When the energy finished flowing through me, my mind couldn't grasp what my class was. I was apparently not strong or smart enough to see what it was yet. You will discover it in time. The man said and went to another guy and gave him his class, a magic enforcer, whatever that was. The last woman was in deep denial and wouldn't even look at us. I actually understood her position. When she tried to refuse, she was covered in a bright light, given her class against her will, then dropped to the floor. No, I don't want to do this. What you want is irrelevant. The man said and walked over to stand in front of the four of us. I just hope you complete it quickly. If you do, you will be sent back to your homes that much sooner. You'll send us back? The woman asked, her voice full of hope. Even if you fail, I'll still send you back. The man said. Learn fast. Fight hard. Persevere and win. That's it. I asked. No inspiring speech? No other encouragement? You won't believe it, anyway. The man said. Why waste even more of your time? He waved his hand and a portal opened under our feet. Good luck. At least you. Arg. I screamed as my body sunk down to the waist and seemed to want to tear itself apart. The others screamed, too. This may hurt. The man said to us with a smile as he helped the other man stand. Don't worry, brother. As soon as she dies, you'll get your soul back. Oh, shit. I thought, and then we completely disappeared into the portals. Asterisk. A year later, after some truly terrifying battles, she was dead. She had been crushed by a 100-foot-tall statue of, get this, the same man that she had plucked the eye from. We had found an ancient temple that was haunted by phantom beasts and we had to exterminate them. We did that, then Hannah had the bright idea to let her divine sight tell her what to do. Before I could stop her, she had started to ritual to resurrect the embodiment of the living God. The funny part? It had picked up her tiny little body, popped the head, arms, and legs off, then ate the torso. I thought the rest of us were going to die as well, then the living embodiment changed to pure stone. It couldn't support its own weight, so it crumbled and fell apart. The three of us had been far enough away that none of the debris fell on us. We went back to the quest giver and not only received the reward, we also received titles and achievements for slaying the old god. Also, we were allowed to keep all the treasure we had found inside that statue. The other guy retired and stopped adventuring with us after that. He had fallen in love with the crazy girl and without her, he had no reason to try to save the world, or go back where he came from. Neither I nor the other girl shared that view. We both wanted to get back to our lives as soon as possible. What I didn't tell them was that I had retrieved the parts of our companion. I wasn't sure what I could do with them, though. I just knew that I needed to keep them for some reason and they sat in my inventory for years. We worked hard, leveled ourselves up as much as we could, and we fought harder and harder enemies. Our skills, equipment, and our desire grew as we continued on what seemed like an endless campaign. At the 5-year mark, we received word that the guy had died when an old enemy discovered who he really was and disposed of him. Of course, we went back and took care of it. I also secretly retrieved the guy's body. Once again, I wasn't sure why I was keeping it, I just knew I needed it. I still didn't know what my class was. It wasn't until the 10-year mark that we finally maxed out our levels, our abilities, and reached the pinnacle of our classes. Well, she did. I still had no clue. I could fight with weapons, use magic, and even fight in hand to hand. No one we talked to could tell me what my class was, not even the people that were designed to tell those things. Regardless, we went to face the big bad guy. There were only 2 of us, despite canvassing the entire world for others to help fight. We made it to the lair where it was rumored he stayed. We walked in and there was no protection. No barriers stopped or delayed us. There were also no troops, underlings, or even servants. I thought that was odd, until we went to the main throne room. On the throne sat the man we had met when he had summoned us. "It took you long enough," the man said and stood up. "You're the main bad guy?" the woman with me asked, surprised. "No, I've suspended all of them into a pocket dimension," the man said. "I was just going to congratulate you on reaching this far, despite there not being 4 of you." "Oh, shit," I thought. "Yes, there's a specific reason there are supposed to be 4 of you. All 4 of you need to be present to complete the circumstances to finish off the bad guy as you call him," the man said. "Out of all the heroes I have brought here, only the 2 of you have ever reached this far." "What?" the woman with me asked. "I thought you said you would send us home when we finished." "Of course, and I will, when someone actually finishes," the man said. "No one has ever finished. That's the same as lying," she nearly yelled. "Well, just complete the task and see for yourself," the man said with a smile. "Good luck, and I'll try not to gloat too much as I watch you desperately try to win a fight that you can't win, thanks to your companion that hurt me," he said and then started to fade away. "Wait," I said. "How long is this pause?" "Another 60 seconds," the man said and completely disappeared. "Oh, God!" The woman with me sat down on the floor and started crying. "Don't give up," I said and turned away from her as I took out the head of the arrogant girl. "We're dead in 50 seconds," she responded. "No," I said and plucked out the 2 still effervescent pearls that were still in the eye sockets. I knew what to do to absorb their power and put one of them into my mouth. 003 Confrontation. I swallowed the first effervescent pearl eye and then my body froze as I finally unlocked my class. ______. Name, Damon. Race, Human, Enhanced. Class, Devourer. Job, Pawn. ______. Oh, my God. I thought as part of the divine sight power filled me. I saw my entire time on this world, all 10 years of it, and I knew that if I had tried to use my class before now, I would have consumed myself in the process. Now, I had the power, the skills, and the abilities to handle anything that I ate. So, I swallowed the other eye and let the full power fill me. I saw what had to be done and used a shrink spell to make her head small enough and ate it. I did the same with her arms and legs, then I took out the man's body. With no time left, I used my pulverize skill and crushed it into a ball, shrunk it, then ate it. The skills, powers, and abilities of both of my companions filled me. It was quite a rush, let me tell you. What did you just do?" the woman with me asked, horror on her face. "We needed all 4 of us for this battle," I said, and with divine sight, I saw her betray me and side with the bad guy, just so she could continue living. "I'm so sorry." "No," she yelled as the dimension shift undid itself and the enemy faded back into phase with us. "No," she yelled again and held her hands up in surrender because we were surrounded. I was instantly in front of her and used my sword to cut her head off. I caught it and shrunk it, then ate it. The enemy were stunned at the sight and didn't move to attack. I didn't thank them for it until I had crushed and consumed the last member of my party. Her skills, powers, and abilities filled me and merged with mine, making me the culmination of the requirements. All four of us were present. The room shook and a pentagram appeared behind the throne. A portal opened up and a generic man stepped out. He wore a commoner's outfit and a smile. "Thank you for setting me free," the man said. "I never thought my minions would have been able to bring all four of you." He stopped talking when he saw only me. "What? How? It doesn't matter," I said and lunged at him. His sword intercepted mine and I almost laughed at him. He had no idea what I was going to do to him. I tossed my sword to the side and he looked at me in disbelief, as did all of the bad guys around us. I reached out a hand to shake and he looked down at it. "What are you doing?" "Offering you a truce," I said. "Take my hand and all of this conflict can be over." "It's not a trick, is it?" he asked. I stored my massively enchanted mithril armor and kept my hand out. "Strike me down if you want. All I'm offering is my hand." He stared at me, then at my hand, then at me again. "If you trick me, you can refuse and we can fight, or we can join together." The thought must have pleased him, because he smiled. I saw with my divine sight that he believed he could convert me to be evil. I almost laughed again as he took my hand and shook it, then he tried to let it go. I held on and grinned. "Thank you for accepting my offer," I said and used my compression ability. He screamed as he tried to fight it and his body regenerated almost as fast as my ability could work. Almost. I had all four powerful beings and their abilities inside of me, and he was just one person. I overpowered him and he screamed and screamed as his body was compressed and squished down into a more manageable ball. I shrunk it and tossed it into my mouth. When his power became a part of me, I felt that all of the evil that was in the world was his. Minions, demons, and evil creatures, they were all parts of him that had been spawned at one time or another. Some were directly from him and others were generations away, but they were all still connected to him in some form or another. Now they were connected to me. "I'll be taking that power back, thank you," I said and activated the rescind blessing ability absorbing him had given me. Hundreds of beings around me screamed as their powers consumed them. Their oaths forced them to die for breaking their vows to protect their main power source and all of that power came back to me. I gained their skills as well, since that was my power when I consumed something. It took me 3 days to finally absorb all of the evil beings and creatures in the world and I didn't even have to move from where I stood. The only thing I regretted was that I was already max level on my class and all of the experience I gained from everything I had just killed was wasted. The skills I had gained on the other hand, more than made up for that. My Devourer class absorbed and combined similar skills, so I didn't have 10 versions of leap or 50 versions of dash or sprint. Thanks to that, my skill tree was fairly streamlined. The problem was, now that I was at max level, I didn't have any skill points to spend, nor did I have any way to gain more. All of the new skills I gained were at the basic level and I wouldn't be able to make them better. The best part about my class was that I could absorb the loot that my targets dropped. I didn't have to travel all around the world to gather up the treasure. I glanced at my gold coins and the total was in the billions. The number staggered me a little, since there was no way a single person should be able to gather that kind of wealth in a fantasy world. Of course, I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to be living too much longer anyways, not after that man told us what was going to happen if we weren't all here for the final battle. At that thought, everything seemed to freeze. I turned around to look back at the throne and wasn't surprised to see that he was there. The man raised his hands and gave me a slow clap. 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 "I can't believe you did it," he said and sat up straight. "That took guts to do what you did," he said, then he smiled. Literally. I didn't move or speak. He stood up and walked over to me. "I am happy that you succeeded." I held in my sigh, then decided to make myself a friend. Or at least, not an enemy. I was disgusted that I had to eat the woman that hurt you. I said, and his eyes flickered to look into mine. You can see that I did, even though I didn't hesitate. The man slowly nodded. I was appalled that she did what she did to you. I said. That was why I didn't use my skills to hide her when she ransacked your temple after I specifically warned her not to. The man tilted his head to the side. Is that why you let the other man retire? I nodded. I also didn't tell them that I had her body parts in my inventory. They would have killed you if they knew. The man said. It's more likely that they would have made me bury her and waste the opportunity she represented. The man smiled. Me? I nodded. I wasn't sure why I felt that I needed to keep her parts, until I thought about eventually meeting you again. I wanted to give you her remains. Then you ate them. Only after your words telling me what had to be done. I said with a shrug. It was stupid to do what I did, but it worked, and then I saw what you meant. The man nodded. It was fortunate that you gained your class at the most opportune moment. You didn't want me to? I asked, a little surprised. You are too dangerous. He said and walked a bit away, suspiciously out of my reach. I chuckled and held my hands up. I just sucked up close to 100,000 minions, creatures, and followers of the bad guy. I estimate about a week for my skills to finish coalescing into their proper derivatives. There's no way I could even attempt to try anything against you. Not that I would. You're my ticket home. The man slowly nodded, as if reluctant to admit that I was telling the truth. It was then that I realized he wanted me to attack, so he could kill me and justify it. I'd like to stay here for a couple of weeks to finish up my business here, then I'd like to be sent home. I said and bowed. Please. The man gave me a pointed look, as if telling me I was being unreasonable, then he sighed. There's no reason for me to send you back immediately. You can have a month. He said. You can enjoy your status as a hero that saved the world until then. Thank you. I said and stayed bowed. I didn't stand up straight until I saw his feet fade away. Once I was alone, I ran as fast as I could. I equipped my armor and activated the enchantments and bonuses for speed, then started to jump. My strides covered hundreds of feet each, and my feather fall skill let me touch the ground after each stride, as if I was a feather. I barely left a footprint in the dirt as I ran. The first thing I had to do was sell off a lot of the junk I had in inventory. After that, I had equipment upgrades and alterations I needed done. It was going to cost a lot to do them, assuming they could be done, and I only knew one place that had the best enchanters and magic manipulators in the country. The king's castle in the capital. I ran as fast as I could towards the nearest town that still had a teleportation circle active, the one I had used to get here in fact. I only had a month to get done what I hoped would work. It was a faint hope, but it was one that I wouldn't give up on unless it didn't pan out. Until then, I let my hope give me strength and ran faster. 004 plans in play. When I reached the town, the people were already celebrating. Having all of the evil in the world be sucked out and every bad influence die in 3 days, wasn't something that could be hidden or swept under the rug. Everyone would know about it. I used one of my concealing skills to hide my class, just in case, and it let me remain classless like I had always been. Hero. The mage that ran the teleportation circle yelled when he saw me. You did a wonderful job. You've removed all the evil from the world by killing the maester. Thank you so much. Of course, his words made dozens of people gather, and they all came over to thank me personally, especially the ones that had been hurt, tortured, and held captive by the bad guy's minions. Actually, I'd have to send word from the capital to have the local knights and troops travel to all the lairs and things that the bad guys used to make sure the people held there were released. I wouldn't have the time to do it myself. The thing was, the people who were maids and servants, either willingly or unwillingly, were in a sort of gray area. I would have to specify what to do with them, especially if they put up any kind of resistance. Stockholm Syndrome was a nasty thing for some people. Even with the source gone, they would never believe they were truly safe or rescued. I greeted all the people and accepted their measly gifts, just so they would leave me alone. When the last person left, I handed the things to the mage. "Make sure they get these things back," I said and put a hand on his shoulder as I activated my compulsion ability. "Don't keep anything for yourself as a fee for doing the task. Give the items back." The mage nodded and activated the teleportation circle for me. I tossed him a handful of gold coins and stepped into it. I felt like the world turned upside down and then turned right side up again. I was in the capital at the main fortress and stepped out of the circle. "Hero." The mage there greeted me as if I was an old friend. "You did a wonderful job. You've removed all the evil from the world by killing the maester. Thank you so much." I was pretty sure that he didn't coordinate that with the other mage and it was just coincidence that the words were identical. I greeted him back and left the large room. The troops were half drunk and were celebrating, even though it had been 3 days. Then again, I only just finished absorbing all the evil, so maybe they had only just started. I went down into the bottom floor of the fortress and looked for their blacksmith to start my plan. Once there, he was more than happy to help me. I told him about what I wanted and he said he might have it done in a month. I offered him 1,000 gold coins to put a rush on it and he said he would have everything done in a week. I left there and went to the Merchants Guild. They didn't pay the most for items, even the rare ones, but they would let me offload everything that I wanted to get rid of. They didn't complain when I asked for gold in exchange, since that was how they usually operated. Then I started to empty my inventory. "Stop! Stop!" the man I had been assigned said. "It appears you have a significant amount of collateral to offload. We need to go down to one of the secured rooms. Make sure it's a big one," I said and he gave me an odd look, then he nodded and took me underground and into what he thought was a ridiculously sized room. It was the size of a basketball court and I started at one end. He recorded everything as we made our way across the room and to his surprise, I pretty much filled it. "We can't cover this," the man admitted as he looked at the sheets and sheets of paper and a total appeared at the bottom. "I'll take trade for services at the Enchanters Guild, if they can do what I want," I said. "Done," the man yelled and clasped my hand. With my divine sight, I saw in my mind's eye that he was going to overcharge the Merchants Guild for those services and make a huge profit for them from my items. I shrugged mentally. I wasn't staying around to complain about it. He could have his fun. I left there and went to the Enchanters Guild. They had already received word that their services were to be provided to me and the bill would be sent to the Merchants Guild. I asked for a general meeting with the head of the guild, just so I could find out if what I wanted was possible. I met with the wizened old man and he assured me that he would attempt to do what I wanted, for an exorbitant fee. I reminded him that the Merchants Guild was taking care of it and he made a sour face. "Before you complain, they'll be paying you with actual gold from the sale of the items I left there. They just couldn't pay me for them directly, which meant I couldn't pay you directly with it." "Ah. I see," the wizened old man said and nodded. He knew all about money bottlenecks, especially because he had been enchanting on credit for decades. He wasn't happy about it, though. I took out an old book from inventory and the man jumped to his feet. "Where did you get an ancient tome of knowledge?" "This old thing?" I asked and shrugged. It was in an old temple on the other side of the world. He would be downright shocked at what someone could find after 10 years of adventuring. I didn't enlighten him. "By the heavens and the gods and goddesses above," the wizened old man said. May I hold it?" I placed the tome on the desk between us and his hands ran over the surface. It glowed at his touch and he snatched his hands back. Did I forget to mention that it was about enchanting? The wizened old man gave me a pointed stare for a full 60 seconds. "I assume this tells me how to succeed at what you want me to do, without having to experiment. Among other things," I said with a smile. Will you do it? I will do anything for this book. The wizened old man said, his eyes full of longing. His hands were almost cramped with the need to start reading the ancient passages of knowledge. Then I will leave this book in your care, until such time I remember that I left it here. I said. The wizened old man's eyes widened for a moment, then he laughed. A full-throated and loud laugh that didn't suit his body at all. Leave the things you want altered and I will see to them personally. The blacksmith in the fortress will be delivering things as well. I said and took off my super heavy mithril armor and the weapons and items I needed him to work on. He will have instructions on what to do with them. The wizened old man nodded and I left the Enchanters Guild feeling downright naked. I still had other armor and weapons on me, of course. I just didn't feel right equipping my old armor sets. They were so far below my skills and stats that it felt like taking a step backwards to wear them. Plus, they weren't mithril. I chuckled as I walked towards the king's castle. I was definitely spoiled. The upside of my armorless state was that I wasn't immediately recognized as a hero. At least, it was until I approached the castle gates. I had to present the royal seal ring that I wore around my neck. The guard saw it and rubbed some pitch on it, then stamped the sign-in sheet. As I walked away, he looked at the stamps that had previously visited and left the castle. I heard him catch his breath. Smart man to realize the difference. I thought and didn't turn around to tell him what had happened. When I had absorbed my companions, the 4 rings, each with a quarter of the castle seal, had merged and was now a single solid ring. I entered the castle and walked at a normal pace towards the main reception room. People were celebrating here, too. The maids were trying their best to keep things civil, but, even they were too happy about the evil being gone to curb the happy people in their care. I easily walked by everyone, since none of them recognized me out of my armor, and went to the main hall. The guards didn't stop me as I entered, unannounced, and walked through the lords and ladies having a large party. When I approached the main gathering of people, that consisted of the royal family, their wives and husbands, daughters and sons, nieces and nephews, and cousins galore, someone finally noticed me. Damon! The second princess exclaimed and the sounds around me died out. Years ago, after my group had saved her family from a rival country's bid to take over their country, we had counterattacked and killed off the other royal family. The countries had merged after that, with them at the head, and we were declared close family friends and she had been deeply in love with me. I saw with my divine sight that she would surrender herself to me, with her father's blessing no less, and I gave her as big of a happy smile as I could. I came here as soon as I could, just to see you. I said and took her into my arms. Damon, did you really? She asked, her face flushed red with happiness. Only the head of the Merchants Guild and Enchanters Guild kept me from visiting the castle an hour ago. I informed her and that flattered her immensely. That I had rushed meeting those 2 people for her made her very happy indeed. I would kiss you right now if it wouldn't cause a scandal. The princess whispered. What scandal? I asked and kissed her deeply. A few ohs and ahs came from the people around us, as did some applause. I broke the kiss and gave them formal bows and thanked them, which made them laugh. I took the princess by the hand and walked over to the king. Your Highness, I assume you know that all evil beings, creatures, minions, and monsters, not just the maester, have been removed from the world. I said. Yes, great hero. My mages have told me. The king said and his eyes went to his second daughter. I just hope you can find something else that is worthy of such a pursuit. I have, Your Highness. I really have. I said and the princess blushed deeply. The party carried on for the rest of the day and then into the night. The princess was not subtle at all as she led me to her own room and not my temporary room in the guest quarters. She wasn't a wallflower by any means, since royalty was meant to have dalliances occasionally to see who would be suitable as a match. Their version of sex was severely lacking, however. It was in and out, thank you for visiting, and see you later. None of the women on the planet had ever been with a man from Earth. The princess didn't know what to do with herself as I worked her over. She had never experienced anyone doing foreplay or teasing, or even kissing and licking anywhere except on her mouth and breasts. It was a bit sad if you thought about it. Well, it wasn't sad for her. Not anymore. 005 Enchanters Guild. After a week, the second princess was more in love with me than she ever was. When she entered a room, even wearing those big fancy dresses that hid most of her body, her hips swayed without her consciously doing it, and it drew everyone's attention. She also had a smile permanently plastered on her face. When she received news that one of her cousins had died in a justing accident, she cried and never lost the smile. "I'm so terribly sorry." She hugged her cousin, tears in her eyes, and she was still happy. "We will feel his loss for years to come." "Why are you smiling?" her cousin asked, almost with hatred on her face. "Even this tragedy can't hamper my happiness," the princess said and wiped at her eyes. "Love and happiness really does conquer all." "Are you mad?" her cousin asked. "This is a time for sadness." "I can't help it," the princess said. "If you knew what I am the hero." Ahem. Cough. "Please accept my deepest and sincerest apologies for the loss of your son," I said. "I think the princess needs some time alone to reflect on this properly." The grieving woman nodded and took me into a hug, which was kind of rare for a woman of nobility to do. "Thank you for looking out for her, even if you've made her so happy that she's not seeing things straight right now. Don't worry. When this finally hits her, she'll be even more devastated than you are," I said as she let me go. "I really will," the princess said, her wet face making her smile even more pronounced. "I loved Raman dearly. He was always kind and we even spent some alone time together," she said, then her face flushed red and she giggled. "It was nothing like alone time with Damon." The grieving woman opened her mouth to comment, then she gave me a look. It was a look that I had seen on several faces already, after they had talked to the princess. I wasn't sure what she had been telling people, but, even just that short phrase made the grieving woman push her grief aside enough to be curious about me. "Please excuse us," I said and took the princess' hand and led her away. "I thought we agreed that you wouldn't say anything." "Pillow promises don't count," the second princess said, then she giggled. Beatrice was enthralled when I showed her. "Showed her?" I asked and she giggled again. I tried to tell her and she didn't understand. The princess shrugged. Her manservant was more than willing to assist. It was my turn to open my mouth to comment, then I sighed and shook my head. I should have known that she wouldn't keep it to herself and it was my own fault for having as much fun as I did. Well, it didn't matter, since I was leaving in 3 weeks anyway. I just hoped that I wasn't approached by anyone to demonstrate my abilities. I left her with her older sister and went back to the main fortress and met with the blacksmith. I was just in time, because he had just finished loading up a cart with everything that I had wanted him to make. I rode with him and his 3 assistants over to the enchanting guild and when they saw me, they all bowed, thanked me, and ushered us directly into the elder enchanter's office. "Hero," the wizened old man said and stood up. "I am so very glad you have come to visit." "Oh? I take it you've completed the tasks already?" I asked. The old man laughed and waved to the side of the room. It had racks that held parts of my armor and the weapons and items I had wanted him to change the enchantments on. "The 3rd day. I did it on the 3rd day," the wizened old man said with a laugh. "I even took a day to test the techniques on a scrap piece of armor, and now the scrap is worth 100 gold. Haha. I'm glad you're enjoying unimaginable power so much," I said with a grin and he laughed again. "I assume these are the things you want altered?" he asked and I explained what I wanted, with the help of the blacksmith, since he had made the parts and knew what order to do them in to duplicate what I had on my real armor. I didn't need the full enchantments, since that wasn't what I was going for. It only had to look, feel, and appear to be my full mithril set. The same with the weapons. Is that all? The enchanter said and held a hand out to the real items and then held a hand out to the fake ones. Apprentice, you know the runes to use. Someone stepped into the room and quickly carved out runes onto the inside of the duplicate pieces. My real set started to glow as each rune was added to the fakes, then something like a rainbow came from them and hit the old wizened man's outstretched hand. He glowed for a moment, then the rainbow shot out his other hand and hit the card of fakes. Everything shook slightly, for nearly 10 minutes, then suddenly I had 2 full sets of duplicate armor, weapons, and items. Wow! I said and looked between them. That really was easy. The wizened old man laughed. As long as nothing damages the fakes, they will remain identical to the originals and appear to be direct copies. None of the enchantments are real, right? I asked. They are real on the originals. You can use the duplicates as if they were the originals, as long as you have the originals in your inventory. I laughed. That's absolutely perfect. Thank you. The wizened old man's face went from happy to sad. I suppose you want to reclaim the ancient tome. What tome? I asked and stored the originals and put them into my inventory, then I equipped every fake and felt the enchantments affect me. The old man gave me a skeptical look as I thanked the blacksmith and his apprentices. We both watched them leave with the empty cart. I'll be staying in the capital for another 3 weeks. I said to the old man. I'd tell you to copy out as much as you can. But, it won't let the knowledge be taken so easily. The wizened old man said. How many tries? 18. The old man said. Even magically imbued paper dissolves after a few minutes. I stood there for nearly 10 minutes in my powerful fake armor and waited. The old man stared at me the entire time and then he couldn't remain silent. Why are you standing there waiting? I'm giving the blacksmith time to get back to the fortress before I tell you the secret. What secret? He asked, genuinely curious. About how to copy the things out of the book. The wizened old man strode over to me and somehow, a dozen other people appeared around him. How much do you want? He asked. We will pay any price for the secret. Only having one copy of the book is a disgrace to all enchanters. One of the other men said. What if I asked for one of your daughters? I asked jokingly, just to see how much they would actually pay. 3 of the men raised their hands and the wizened old man squinted his eyes at me. Are you serious or are you gauging the depth of our commitment? The old man asked. The gauge part. I said. I can't marry anyone because I'm leaving. You said 3 weeks, correct? The old man asked and I nodded. Then you can have my granddaughter. Excuse me. She just turned 18 and hasn't been touched. The old man said. Lay with her, give her a child, marry her, do whatever you want with her. Except kill her. That would defeat the purpose of giving her to you. You're serious? The old man nodded. My married daughter is much too old for you, although, I suppose I could kill her husband if you prefer to lay with older women. I held up my hands in surrender. No, that's okay. The old man touched something on his wrist. Bring me Milland. Wait, she's here. I asked, surprised. I live on the top floor with the rest of my family. The wizened old man said. She will be right here. But, I stopped talking when the door opened and the prettiest young woman and her quite pretty mother came in. I was 10 years older than the daughter and by the looks of it, 15 or more years younger than the mother. She was still quite good looking and they didn't have a lot of beauty products to hide things like back on Earth. You're the great hero. The mother gasped when she saw me. Father, why didn't you say so? She asked and fluffed out her daughter's hair and tugged her simple dress to make it straighter than it was, then she smoothed it out and stood behind her daughter. I, and my family, would be deeply honored to have you take my daughter. I looked at the daughter in question and I saw hope, admiration, and not even a lick of denial or regret. You do realize that I'll be leaving soon? Yes, and I hope you will give me the chance to bear your child. The young woman said. Even if the child never grows up to be a hero, I will love them all the same. You're assuming it'll work, I said, and her face went red. Please try as many times as you can in the time we have left, she said, and her blush filled her face. I want to repay the Enchanters Guild for everything they've done for my family, and to repay you for saving us all. Without you, our entire world would have been doomed. I looked at the wizened old man and he nodded, so I looked back at what was supposed to be a joke. I guess I can't refuse the plea of such a beautiful woman. Oh, gods! The mother gasped and covered her mouth as tears came to her eyes. I'm so happy. The young woman stepped forward and looked up at me. Please love me as only a hero can. Of course, that brought the image of the second princess into my mind, since she had said practically the same thing before our first time. I felt a little guilty about doing this, then remembered how the royal family handled things like that. Do you have a bed nearby? I asked, and the mother let out an excited squeak. This way. This way. The mother said and ushered us towards the door. I never imagined you would want to stay in the guild to do it. This is such an honor. Hero. The wizened old man said, and I turned towards him. The secret. I walked over to him and thought about teasing him a little, then I smiled and took out a 2-foot by 1-foot piece of inch-thick steel. I set it down on the floor and the solid thump sound made the enchanters jump in surprise. This is a copy of the very first page of the book, I said, and the old man dropped to his knees and stared at it. The engravings were a little crude and the metal was a bit warped from the carving process. It needs to be an inch thick or the magic can't be contained. Believe me, I tried. This is the bare minimum for it to work. The metal slab is this size because the carvings in metal needed more room. This is, how did you even come up with it? The old man asked, awed at the solution. I pretty much tried everything else for about 5 years, I said with a chuckle, and the old man stared at me instead of the copied page. By the way, it will take the blacksmith a long time to make enough slabs to copy the entire book. About a year, actually. If he can get his hands on the metal, he will have it, the old man said, then he frowned. Wait, if you are leaving in 3 weeks, then the tome. What tome? I asked and walked over to the pair of pretty women that were waiting to take me to a bedchamber. I was apparently going to make the next generation of hero. I didn't notice the mother's wrist glowing or what the old man said to her. I only saw her jump a little and then a huge smile spread across her face. He gave her good news, or so she said, which I found later was actually me. The wizened old man didn't want to miss the opportunity of having 2 chances that a hero's child might be born to the Enchanters Guild. I could make up excuses and I could claim that I was tricked, ambushed, and assaulted, but I'll be damned if I didn't have the best time of my life. Unlike the princess, both women picked up the things I was doing to them like they had always done them, and they made sure that I was as happy as they were for teaching them such things. Of course, they promised on their lives that they would keep these secret rituals to the members of the guild and wouldn't spread them around. They knew how precious information was and how to keep it secret. To everyone's surprise, I ended up staying for an entire week. I needed to make sure they knew how to do things properly, after all. I would never know that after I left this world, they both would have sons bearing my name. After that, the mother and daughter pair used their new skills, and heightened sexiness from recently bearing children, to pretty much enslave the rest of the guild. The best part? The guild was more than happy to let them. They didn't care who ran the place, as long as they got to do their work. The wizened old man would die as the richest man on the planet less than 10 years later. 0061 Last hurrah! During the 3rd week, I pretty much just relaxed and didn't do anything except tour the capital and visited the places that I never had the time to while fighting for my life and trying to defeat the main bad guy. I went to the largest church on the continent first, the largest library next, and the largest brothel last. Despite the temptation, I did not show them any of the tricks I knew. I laid there and let them have their fun. Boy, oh boy, did they! Magical protection from diseases was a godsend, because it let people be completely free with their bodies. Not that they really knew what to do with them. I got to see, and use, so many different kinds of breasts and vaginas, that I was starting to be a bit of a snob about it. I didn't intend to be, though. If she had a bit too much extra skin on her labia or if it was discolored, I would finish quickly and move on. If her breasts were a little saggy or the nipples were an odd shape or color, I wouldn't play with them as much. You see? Snobbish. Luckily, they didn't notice. Like I said before, most people didn't do much more than straight sex and that was it. My behavior was not out of the norm for them, so my internal debates on their bodies and my preferences was all on me. Of course, I was super rich and world famous. When I dropped 100 gold coins into the main madam's hands and told her I was staying for a couple of days and that she and her girls should take care of me, by God she did. She shut the place down and I had the entire place, and the girls inside, all to myself. When I finally found the one I thought was the perfect one, I couldn't help myself and did everything I could with her. She was 25, which was only 3 years younger than me. She had shoulder-length black wavy hair, beautiful perky breasts with nipples I could suck on for days, and her vagina, it was damn near perfect. I say near, because I wasn't allowed to keep it. To her surprise, and the madam's, I offered to buy her outright. I offered a house and servants to take care of her, and more money than she would ever see in her lifetime. I even told her that I wasn't trying to save her from the life she chose or steal her from her work. I only wanted her to do it to have fun and not because she had to. You are leaving next week. She responded. What would I do with a big empty house that didn't have you in it? I sighed and reluctantly nodded. You refuse. Of course I do. You would only be wasting your money. She said and gave me a kiss. You are very sweet for thinking that you could buy me forever. I had a crazy thought to ask her to marry me, then she would have to accept my ridiculous offer, and she covered my mouth with a hand and laughed softly. Don't you dare spout that nonsense. She said with a huge smile. We wouldn't even have time to have the betrothal ceremony, let alone our wedding night, before you had to go. Why couldn't I have found you years ago? I asked. I know we only just met. I would love you for all your life, too. She whispered to me, then we slept together again. In fact, I left for several hours, then returned and spent another 200 gold and stayed there for another 4 days with just her. I only had 2 days left of my vacation, and I left her with a heavy heart and a promise to not use the things I showed her on anyone. If they discovered her new skills, they might do something bad to the brothel or the madam, just to keep her or steal her. I had dropped an eavesdropping spell on her, just to see what would happen when I left. It wouldn't last long, not without me staying nearby to keep it charged. He really does care about you. The madam said as I walked down the street and away from the brothel. He left this for you. She said and held up a wooden box. Is it even more gold? Shauna, the woman I fell in love with, asked with a disappointed voice. He thinks that just because he has money, I would do anything he wanted. Don't you dare disparage him. The madam admonished her. He's the hero. He saved this world. That doesn't give him the right to dictate what someone can and can't do with their own lives. Shauna said. Did you know that he taught me new things to do that will make all of our clientele have pleasures beyond all reasoning, and then made me promise to never use them? The madam sighed and I stopped walking. Yes, he did. You aren't going to keep that promise, are you? Of course not. I'll have half the city wanting to bed me and marry me, just like him. Shauna said with satisfaction. The madam sighed again. I tried to tell him to not invest in you, subtly of course. He didn't listen. She said and handed Shauna the wooden box. I hope with this, you'll realize your mistake of leading him on like you did. Shauna chuckled. I sincerely doubt there's anything in that box that. She opened it and gasped. And no, how did he? I never said. There are depths to him that someone as shallow as you will never delve, Shauna. The madam said. I am ordering you to never reveal the skills and techniques he showed you. Shauna gasped as she was covered in a white glow for a moment. No. Oh, yes. The madam said. You've forgotten that I am your patron. You've oathed to me, both by blood and by magic. Unlike him, that you think has money and can tell you to do anything he wanted, I actually can tell you to do anything I want. No please, Shauna whispered. The madam closed the box and took it from her. He tracked down the people that did those things to you and killed them for you. By the rotting of those 5 male parts, he did it when he left 4 days ago. And no, he didn't say. Shauna looked to where I had walked. Why would he? You believed him to be a fool. The madam said with a chuckle. He knew you did. Why else would he make such a ridiculous offer to buy you? Shauna didn't say anything in response. He spent 100 gold for the entire brothel for 3 days, until he found you. The madam said. Then he spent 200 gold for 4 days with just you. That's 50 gold a day. How much do you think he would have paid to buy you? She asked. Tell me. A fortune. A literal fortune. Shauna said against her will, because she didn't want to admit it. Yes. It's not that he has money and thinks he can do whatever he wants with it. It's that the money means nothing to him. He's been adventuring around the world for 10 years. How much money do you think he has? Did you even ask? No. I have contacts at the fortress, the Merchants Guild, and the Enchanters Guild. He sold off so many rare and unique items at the Merchants Guild that they couldn't pay him for them. And no. Shauna mumbled and shook her head. You know that they don't pay top coin for it, either. The madam said. He took trade-in skills from the Enchanters Guild and the Merchants Guild owes them thousands of gold coins. She almost laughed. Can you imagine talking to the heads of both guilds and working out a deal like that? Shauna shook her head. No, you can't see past your own selfish needs. The madam said and sighed. Just to make sure, I am ordering you to not teach the things he showed you to anyone else, or tell them about them, or suggest that you know things he specifically told you to never reveal. The white glow swirled around Shauna and she didn't say anything in protest. She knew how much she had underestimated the man that tried to profess his love for her, and she looked at the wooden box. I'll have these preserved for you, so you will always have the reminder that out of all the people that have seen you, heard about you, and learned your story, only one man stepped up and gave you the secret justice you so desperately wanted. The madam said. You have my permission to go and try to find him, if you so wish. Just be back by this evening. I am opening for normal clientele tonight. Shauna looked in my direction once more, shook her head, and went back inside. The madam turned to look at me, as if she could see me hiding behind the building, gave me a wave, and went inside herself. The eavesdropping spell was dispelled as soon as the door shut, and I had to chuckle. She's a smart woman, I thought, then I smiled. I had 2 days left and I didn't see why I couldn't thank her for everything she did for me all week. I walked back over to the brothel, and before I could knock, the door opened and the madam gave me a knowing smile. I believe you and I have some business to discuss. The madam said. I am honored that you would grant me your time. I said, and gave her the same bow I would for a member of the royal family. Oh, my. The madam whispered as she blushed. Please, come inside. I planned to. I said, and her blush deepened, knowing what I meant, and she led me inside to her private bed chamber. She was more than delighted to discuss her kind of business. When I left that night, I gave her 1,000 gold coins as a thank you. She tried to refuse, quite adamantly, and I reminded her that I was leaving and the currency couldn't be used where I was going. She accepted the money and walked me out, then bid me a fond farewell. It was genuine and I had the feeling that I would miss her a lot more than I would Shauna, even though I didn't know her name. I went back to the castle and stayed in the guest room I was assigned. Tomorrow was it. The last day. It was my last day on a world that I had spent 10 years fighting for. I wanted to go home. 007 unsummoned. I woke the next morning as if I hadn't slept all night. I equipped my fake armor, items, and weapons, then went to the door of my room. I opened it to see one of the maids waiting for me. The king has requested that you attend to him in the throne room. The maid said, then she took off running in the other direction. I watched her until she disappeared into another room. She must have thought I was going to attack her or something for delivering the message. I thought and walked in the direction the throne room was. I wonder why? I entered the throne room and saw the kingdom's best mages were just finishing up a ritual circle. What's this? I asked and walked over to it. Is that any way to address the king of the kingdom? The head of the king's guard said loudly to me and put his hand on the hilt of his sword. If I was talking to the king, no. I said. Draw that sword against me and you'll be eating it. You dare? The man popped the sword out an inch with his thumb to stop it from sticking and to make it an easier draw. I flashed over to stand in front of him, drew the sword and pulled his head back, then shoved it down through his mouth, his throat, and into his stomach. The man choked and gurgled on the sword that was now lodged in his throat. Everyone in the room froze at the sight of him dropping to his knees. He grunted and fell over onto the floor, his blood and other fluids gushed out onto the marble floor as he slowly died. I came here at the king's request. I said to the man and walked back over to the ritual circle. The guard offered me a fence first and I did warn him. Tell that to his wife and children. One of the other guards said. By the looks of this, I won't be doing anything except leaving this world. I said to him. You can tell his wife and his children that the hero, who saved everyone in the world, took offense from him drawing his sword on me. The guard closed his mouth and wasn't happy. Your Highness, I assume you have truth spells in place. I asked and the king didn't say anything and just looked at the head of the mages. Please step into the circle. The head mage said. No, I said. The king asked me here. Let him tell me what's going on. I said and turned to the king. So, Your Highness. Why did you ask me to come here? A divine being has asked us to send you home. The head of the mages said. Speak again and I'll remove your lying tongue from your head. I said without looking at him. Well, Your Highness. I'm waiting. The hero of this world is waiting for you to explain. It has come to our attention that you killed your companions. The king finally said. That's not what he told you, is it? I asked with a chuckle. He killed one, an old enemy killed another. During the last battle, the third surrendered to the enemy and betrayed me in this world. Everyone looked at me with disbelief. If the lie detection spells were still in effect, you would know that was the truth. I said and looked at the head mage. I suppose you removed them, because you all wanted to lie to me without being discovered. We didn't want you to discover the real reason we were sending you back. The head mage said. Please step into the circle and remove your armor, items, and weapons. Excuse me? Did you just say you wanted me to strip off in a room full of mages and the king's guard? I asked. You want me to leave myself completely defenseless after what just happened? The head mage's eyes went to the head guard and let out a sigh, then he looked back at me. The enchantments you have will interfere with the magic of the ritual. I can just store them and I started to say. No, they must be removed from your person. Their magic is too strong. Just to be clear, not only are you asking me to strip off and leave myself vulnerable, you're also asking me to give you several fortunes worth of armor, weapons, and items. Yes. The head mage said and couldn't stop the glint of greed in his eyes. No, I said. You must. The divine being didn't have any problems sending me here with all my stuff before. You didn't have all of that before. The head mage said. Now remove the items or they will be taken from you. Every guard in the room grabbed the hilts of their weapons. They weren't stupid enough to pop them for an easy draw, however. Your Highness, are you so petty that you've reduced your mages and guards into common thieves? I asked. I know what you did. The king said. If I had known before, you wouldn't have had my daughter. I chuckled. I still would have had her, just not with your blessing. The king's eyes flashed anger. You know what? All right. I'll hand my things over. I said and took off my helm, then crushed it in my gauntlet-covered hands and tossed the crumpled metal at the feet of the king. How much is that piece of scrap worth to you, Your Highness? Stop! The head mage said and started to mumble a spell. I took my sword out of inventory and swung it across the man's face in an instant. It sliced through one of his cheeks, cut half of his teeth, severed his tongue, then exited through his other cheek. Black. The head mage spit out the pieces of teeth, most of his tongue, and a lot of blood. It wasn't a fatal wound, though. Would anyone else like to try and stop me from destroying my own property? I asked everyone else. No one said anything, so I stored the sword and stripped off every piece of armor and crushed it, then tossed it at the king's feet. I ended the armor with the 2 gauntlets and crushed them with my bare hands, and that surprised everyone. I slipped off the rings I wore and crushed each one with just my fingers, to show them how strong I was without my enchanted armor. I did the same with my bracelets, a necklace, and even 2 amulets. I crushed them all and added them to the pile. I took out my large shield and bent it in half, stomped on it to dent it with my heel, then I took out my sword again. I've fought for this world for 10 years. I said and gripped both ends of the sword and started to bend it. My sword has dispatched countless beasts, evil beings, and has protected everyone. I tossed the now bent sword on the top of the pile. I hope you can find another use for it, since I've already taken care of everything else. The king looked at the pile of ruined and destroyed items and sighed. You have made your point. I don't think I have. I said and stepped into the circle. You see, I've removed all of the evil beings that were somehow connected to the maester. The remaining mages started to chant and I felt myself be frozen into place. What I didn't do, was remove the men that are just bad people. I said with a smile. But look, I'm being sent away and your bright and powerful hero that saved the world, is being sent away. Mana strings shot out of the circle and stabbed into me. I grunted at the pain and I felt my mana be drained away. I also felt my strength and my other powers be pulled out as well. What, do you think, is going to happen to you, now that your protector is gone? I asked the king, and his face showed me fear. I only have one bit of advice. I said as all my stats reduced back to what they had been when I was sent there. Hide your daughters. The ritual circle opened up under my feet and it sucked me down into it. 008 back home. It took me a minute to get my bearings. I stood in an alleyway and didn't recognize it. I was about to ask myself why the hell I appeared there instead of at home, then I suddenly remembered running down an alley when I was summoned. I sighed, because now I had to walk all the way home, assuming I couldn't grab a bus, then realized I didn't have any money. I was also still wearing the undercloth from my armor. I really wish I still had my inventory. I said, then I was completely shocked when my inventory popped up in front of me. Son of a bitch! I still have an inventory. I said loudly, then I scrolled through it to look at my armor. Ah, damn it! I said when I saw that the armor, the weapons, special boots, gauntlets, and pretty much anything that granted magical abilities was grayed out. I auto-sorted it to items I could still select and was surprised when a dozen different rings, amulets, necklaces, gloves, boots, bracers, greaves, and clothing was still available to me. Ha! Ha ha ha! Oh, boy! I said and equipped a basic suit. It still looked odd, considering it was from a medieval society and not like modern-day clothing. It was better than the cotton underlay that made me look like I was wearing a wet blanket. I chose the best basic boots I had, glad that the Merchants Guild didn't buy basic items, and I felt my intelligence and my strength increase slightly. I was very tempted to put on some of the other stat increase items, then decided that I didn't want to stand out too much by showing up at home wearing a fortune in gold and jewels. The first thing I did was leave the alleyway and walked back towards one of the city streets. Once there, it took me a few minutes of walking around to figure out where I was in relation to where I wanted to go. I had pretty much run in a random direction when I was summoned and I eventually made it back to the spot where I had sat to eat a hot dog. When I looked at the old and worn bench, my heart sank. "Oh, you fucking bastard!" I muttered under my breath. Now that I was back where I knew where to go, I went to the store that was nearby and stepped inside. I stopped at the rack of newspapers and looked at the date. Today was the date I had been taken, the problem was the year. Today was the anniversary of my summoning. The 10-year anniversary. No wonder you wanted us to finish the quest as quickly as possible. I said with a sigh and a few people gave me odd looks. All hail the alien overlords! I said, loudly. A woman jumped slightly, shook her head at me, and kept browsing. A guy smiled and the other customers ignored me. "Hey, if you're not going to buy anything, beat it," the man behind the counter said. I was just checking the year to make sure I was as screwed over as possible. I responded and he gave me a look that said he was a second away from calling the police to haul me away. "This is a stick-up." A guy wearing a ski mask came in. "Do people still say things like that?" I asked. "Shut up. Put up your hands. Hand over your money," the robber nearly shouted. It was then my divine sight kicked in. In less than a second, I saw the man shoot me when I didn't have any money, rob the place and shoot the owner, then he made a clean getaway. I don't think so, I thought when the vision ended. "Hey, I've got something better than money," I said, and with a sincere wish, willed a gold coin to appear in my hand. I felt the weight and smiled. "Look." The robber's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the shining gold coin. "Gimme." "Sure," I said and did the old distracting toss trick. I tossed the coin up into the air and both the man's eyes and the barrel of the gun followed it. I stepped forward and grabbed the gun with one hand and punched the guy in the jaw with the other. I blew out 3 of his teeth, knocked him out, and the gun slipped right out of the guy's hand as he slumped to the floor. I easily caught the coin in my free hand and pocketed it. "What an idiot," I said and put the gun on the counter. "You might want to call the police," I said to the stunned clerk behind the counter. "Hey? What?" He looked at me and was probably in shock. "Robber," I said and pointed to the masked man. "Cops." I pointed to the phone behind the register. The clerk didn't say anything and picked up the phone, dialed 911, and told the operator the situation. I was told to stay where I was and the cops would be there in half an hour. I asked for a cord or something and the clerk didn't have anything. I unlaced one of the robber's boots and used the lace to secure him. An hour later, a sport utility vehicle, or an SUV, screeched its tires in the street. 2 officers came out and ran into the store. "All right, everyone calm down. The police are here," one of them said, and I laughed, because no one was in hysterics and needed to calm down. He frowned at me and the 2 officers investigated the incident. "So, you think you're some kind of hero?" The officer that frowned at me earlier asked me when he finally got around to questioning me, even though I had been right there in front of him since he got there. "Think? No," I said. "What's with the funny clothes?" he asked and nodded at my suit. "Renaissance fair cosplay," I said as a cover. "I was walking around to make sure it doesn't rip." The clerk said you asked about the year. I chuckled and motioned at my clothes. What else was I going to ask? That actually earned me the loss of his frown, and he went back to a blank face. It was progress, anyway. What made you try to stop the robbery? The cop asked. I wasn't trying to stop the robbery, I admitted, and the clerk and the other officer looked over at me in surprise. He looked like he was going to shoot me. I didn't want to tell him that I didn't have any money in my costume pockets, so I distracted him with a subway token and punched him. The cop looked at my costume again and had to nod. I definitely didn't look like I had any money on me. Would you be willing to testify against him if charges are laid? Well, I haven't seen his face. I can't point to him in court and say, put the ski mask on him. Yep, that's him. The woman I had startled earlier let out a laugh. I gave her a smile and mouthed the words, I'm sorry, to her, and she nodded. This isn't a joking matter, the cop said. I know. I'm just telling you that until I see his face, all I can tell you is that he's an idiot for trying to rob the place with 6 witnesses. There's only 5 of you, the cop said. I pointed at the security camera. It's at the perfect angle and caught everything, if it's not fake. Damn it, I forgot the camera footage, the clerk said with a chuckle. The equipment's in the back room. I can give you a copy of it in a few minutes. That would be an enormous help, the other officer said, and the clerk left the counter. I'm going to need your name, address, and phone number, the one talking to me said. I had been ready for that question for a while. After 10 years of doing other things, it was surprisingly easy to remember my home phone number. I gave him my information and he told me that they might call me to give further evidence. I agreed and walked out of the store. I had been tempted to approach the woman and get her name and number, then a second of divine sight told me that was a mistake I would regret for about 18 years, then my daughter would find me after years of searching. I walked down the street and knew that I was walking the entire way back home. With no money and no way to promise money, I was walking. At least the boots were comfortable. Several hours later, I finally approached my street. It looked the same as when I left it and I went to my house. There were 2 cars in the driveway that I didn't recognize and I walked past them to the front door. I took out my house keys from my inventory and unlocked the door. I sighed in relief and stepped inside the house as I shut the door. Hello? I asked into the house and heard a woman's shriek come from the kitchen. I rushed forward and went into the kitchen to see my mother holding a steak knife up and ready to attack. Get out of my house, she yelled. Mom! Mom! I said and held my hands up in surrender. It's me, Mom, I said. I know I look 10 years older. No. No. You're dead. We buried you. My mother yelled and my father ran into the kitchen. What the hell's going on in here? He asked and looked at me with wide eyes. I'm calling the police. Dad, I said and waved at him with both hands. It's me, Damon. My son is dead. They recovered his mangled body in the river 9 years ago. Oh, shit. I thought and dropped my hands. Mom. Dad. It really is me. I'm not dead. Get out of this house right now, my dad said. What's all the yell? Oh my god. My sister yelled and ran over to me and jumped into the air. Damon. You're alive. I opened my arms and caught her as I gave her a warm hug. Jenny. I whispered. My sweet little sister. I put her down and she was almost as tall as me. I missed you so much. Oh, Damon. Jenny said, burst into tears, then grabbed onto me and held on tightly. Why did you die on me? Why? I loved you, you big stupid idiot, and you left me. I didn't have a choice, I said, and thanks to divine sight, decided to give the most believable story that I could. Nearly entire truth, except for the one twist about being in another world. I was kidnapped, taken somewhere I didn't know where I was, worked and fought to live for 10 years, then I earned my release and came back. It sounds like you were in prison," Jenny said through her tears. "Looking back at it all, I kind of was," I said and hugged her again. "It's so nice to be back. Everything has changed for this family," my dad said. Even though he believed my story, he couldn't get over the fact that I was still alive. He had buried me and grieved, and now I was back to dredge all of that up again. He wasn't sure if he was going to be able to handle it. "Don't worry, Dad. I've got a plan," I said and smiled at him. 009 An uncomfortable subject. "I hope you're not planning on doing something with your college money," my dad said, and I successfully held my sigh in. "After you died and we buried you, we reclaimed that money and put it into an account for your sister." I told them I didn't want it. Jenny said, "It's been sitting there and gathering interest for 9 years. You weren't old enough at the time to make those kinds of decisions," my dad said. "I was 8, thank you very much." Jenny pouted and didn't let me go. "I knew all about the world and you couldn't convince me otherwise." I had to laugh and Jenny turned her head to look up at me. "You need tissues," I said as I moved my hand to reach for the box, then it disappeared. Oops. My inventory still works just like I was gathering treasure. Hey, the box was there a minute ago," Jenny said as she turned to look. "You mean this box?" I asked and pulled it out for her. "Haha. Cool magic trick," Jenny said and took a couple of tissues and wiped at her eyes. "Oh, damn. There goes my mascara and most of my eyeliner. Since when did you start wearing makeup?" I asked, shocked. "Since I was 12. Jenny said with a grin. "I'm 18 now, brother." The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. "And no, please tell me you aren't dating." "I'm not, right now," Jenny said teasingly, and I sighed in defeat. "I knew you loved me, too." "Of course I love you, you're my little sister," I said. "No, you love me, Jenny said with a gleam in her eye. "I do not," I said, and my face flushed red. "You were only 8 and Ahoy," Jenny said. "I was only 8 and for some reason, my 18-year-old brother never had a girlfriend. Anytime I asked about it, you always said that you never needed one, because I was always willing to go everywhere you wanted to go." I clamped my mouth shut and didn't say anything, because that part was true. Jenny was always happy to go anywhere I wanted to go and I enjoyed having her along. It wasn't until I turned 15 and went on my first date that I realized what had happened. Jenny said, almost in an accusing tone. "Nothing happened," I said in my defense, and my face lost the redness. Jenny reached up and cupped the side of my face. "I know you believe that," she said, and let my face go. "Now that I'm 18 and can see what things were really like, I can tell you right now that you are full of shit." "Jenny!" our mother exclaimed. "It's all right, Mom," Jenny said without looking at her, and stared at me. "You knew I was standing in for a girlfriend, didn't you?" "No," I said, and she raised her hand to slap me. "Jenny, I didn't. I really didn't." Jenny lowered her hand and motioned for me to continue. "You said it yourself. I didn't have a girlfriend. I never had a girlfriend," I said. "I didn't know we were going on dates. I was just taking my cute little sister out to all these great places that I liked and we had a great time." I took her hand. "You had a great time, right?" "Yes," Jenny said, then she sighed. "You don't know how much teasing I got when guys took me to those places and I said that you took me there years ago and we did the same things." Our mother let out a gasp and I glared at her. "Mom!" I spat, and she jumped a little and looked at me. "I didn't kiss her or try to grope her." "She means holding hands and experiencing everything." Jenny nodded. "That was the only difference, Damon," she said, and I looked back into her eyes. You didn't kiss me or grope me. That was the only difference between dating other guys and dating my brother. I opened my mouth to respond and sighed instead. Jenny, I didn't. You've given me presents, bought me food, and talked to me like I was an equal, even though you were 10 years older than me. Jenny said with love in her voice. You know, none of the other guys have ever measured up to you. She said and my eyes widened. Jenny. Our dad exclaimed. Geez, Dad. I don't mean his wiener. Jenny said, her face red this time. I've never seen it. Thank God. Our mother whispered. I meant about how much I love him. Jenny said. I've tried. I've really tried to love someone else. You're too much for them to compete against. Jenny, you can't really mean. If you weren't my brother, Jenny started to say and both of our parents sputtered incoherently. Jenny. I said and she gave me a mischievous smile that I missed so much. We can never. No day. Jenny interrupted me. Dad would have a heart attack and Mom would die from shock. I might, too. I admitted. Jenny let her mischievous smile fade away. You feel the same way, don't you? She asked and reached up to dig her hands into the front of my shirt. Don't you dare lie to me, not after dying and coming back to life. Jenny, I know you've slept with other girls. I know you have. Jenny said. I won't hold that against you. Jenny. You don't love them, though. Jenny said and looked deep into my eyes. I didn't say anything and she shook me a little. Tell me that you don't love them. I almost did. I said and her eyes widened. It was close, very close. I whispered. Unfortunately, I found out what she was really like and had to leave before I could finish helping her. How would you? Jenny went quiet and then her eyes widened. You took revenge for her. How did you know? I can feel it. Jenny said and let my shirt go. I've always known you weren't really gone, it's been so long that I thought I was just, your ghost was haunting me, or I put my arms around her. It's because I never said goodbye, isn't it? Jenny nodded and relaxed into my arms. These clothes are really rough on my skin. I chuckled. It's all I could get a hold of. Where were you? Amish country or something? Jenny asked and leaned back. Definitely or something. I said with a smile. I suppose all of my stuff is gone. Pretty much. Jenny said. I was just a kid and I couldn't fight Mom and Dad to keep a lot. I reached up and ran my hand through her hair. Thank you for trying. Come on. Jenny stepped back and took my hand. It's all in a box at the back of my closet. I followed her and she took me to her room. I was tempted to look into the room that used to be mine, then decided I didn't want to know that badly. When Jenny's bedroom door shut behind me, I was suddenly pushed down onto the bed. Before I could react, Jenny was straddling my belly and had my shoulders pinned to the bed. I stared up at my sister in surprise and she smiled mischievously. You didn't answer my question. Jenny said and leaned down and touched her nose to mine. Tell me, big brother. Tell your little sister the truth. I had an instant view with divine sight and nearly everything I said would make my relationship with her, and our family, end in disaster, all except for one eventuality where I said 5 little magic words. I will always love you. I whispered to her. Jenny stared into my eyes and waited for me to keep talking. She waited for me to add a qualifier, like as a sister or platonically. I stayed quiet and after several seconds, her eyes widened and she moved back just enough that our noses were no longer touching. It's true. Jenny asked, her voice a little shaky. You love me. I stayed quiet and let her think about it on her own. I had to let her come to grips with it in her own way and didn't try to influence her at all. I knew that she had been half playing and teased our parents with it, then she started to believe and her mind remembered her heart being so invested in me that no one else existed for her. She had been very young at the time and getting to spend so much time with me had been the happiest she had ever been in her life. I didn't tell her that she had grown up into a beautiful young woman, or that her eyes were like pools of deep ocean water, or that her wavy black hair glistened like it had been kissed by moonlight. It was then that I realized how much Shauna looked like my sister. I hadn't made the connection before, because in my mind, my sister Jenny was still 8 years old and hadn't grown up yet. The young woman in front of me? She was pretty much everything I was looking for. Over the years after my official death, Jenny's devotion to me had faded almost completely away. She had been right, though. She never did give up on thinking I was still around. She was stubborn like that. Damon, I love you. Jenny whispered, her heart beating so fast and loud that we could both hear it. I always have. We can never show it. I said. But, in private, we. No, I said. Jenny's eyes darted from my eyes to my lips, then back to my eyes, then to my lips and back. She licked her lips and then bit them slightly, which plumped them up a little and made them flush with blood. Jenny. I said, a little sternly. Jenny sighed and moved off of me, then she stood up. Your stuff is over here. I followed her over to the closet and helped her rummage through the things she had to get the box. She looked almost exactly like you do now. Jenny caught her breath and her face flushed red as she blushed. She pulled the box out of the closet and waved at me to take it to the bed. I carried it over and put it down. In a rare attempt to stay away from me, she sat on the other side of the box. I could see and almost feel her conflicting emotions. I sat there and didn't open the taped box and she looked up from it and at me. I held my hand out to her and she took it without hesitation. We sat there for several minutes and just looked at each other. We both squeezed our hands at the same time, let go, then popped the tape off the box and opened it. It was time to look at the remains of my old life. 010 memories. There wasn't much of my life in the box. There was a baseball trophy from when I was a kid, 3 t-shirts that had my sister's favorite sayings on them, a pair of slightly worn-out jeans that I almost always wore when we went out, and half a dozen pictures that were still in the frames. Wow! I said and stared at the contents, or lack of contents. I'm sorry, Damon. Jenny said and I saw her regret. I was only a kid. I'm not blaming you, Jenny. I said. I'm just surprised that everything else in my life was just discarded, as if it meant nothing. That's not what happened. My mother said and we both looked up from the box to see her standing in the doorway. Neither of us had heard the door opening. It meant too much and I couldn't have it in the house. I just couldn't. I could see that she still didn't want to have the reminders in the house, namely me. It's all right, Mom. I'll be going soon. No. Jenny yelled. You are not leaving me again. I chuckled. I didn't say I was leaving, I said I was going. What's the difference? Jenny asked, suspiciously. I need to ask my dear little sister for some money and to help me go shopping. I knew you wanted the money. My father said from down the hallway. Yeah, Dad. I came back from the dead, just so I could borrow a few $100 from my sister that I'll pay back as soon as I get my feet under me. That's a likely story. My dad scoffed. Fuck you, too. I said. Damon. My mother yelled. Jenny gasped, then she laughed. I missed you so much. You won't anymore. I said and reached into my pocket and pulled out the solid gold coin. You can hold on to this until I can pay you back. Oh, my God. Jenny exclaimed and accepted the coin. That really is. Pretty much solid gold. I said and Jenny turned it over and over as she tried to read what it said. Good luck figuring that out. I said with a smile. What does it say? Jenny asked. In gold we trust. I joked and she smacked my shoulder. No, really. What does it say? 1 crown, King Lasham's kingdom, first minting, year 926. I said, honestly. Jenny gasped. It's treasure? Like hidden or sunken treasure? Something like that. How many of these do you have? Jenny asked, her eyes dancing. Oh? Now you're the one that wants my money. I asked and she smacked me again. Can you even sell something like this? Jenny asked. How much gold is in this, anyway? About 2 ounces. I said. Jenny's eyes almost popped out of her head. That's over $3,000 worth. She said loudly. My dad sputtered, and my mother gripped the doorway to stop from fainting. If you're reacting like that, I'm not going to tell you how many of them I have. I said. Jenny closed her hand over it and held it tightly to her chest. Damon. If I can figure out how to melt them down or figure out how to sell them as they are. Don't you dare try to commit a crime. My mother said. If some government or business actually owns them, you should turn them over. Mom. Jenny gasped. I swear on my sister's life that there's no person, place, government, or country on this planet that can trace this coin to them or can claim ownership of it, except me. I said, and both my mother and Jenny gasped. I looked at my sister. I said, your life, because it means much more to me than my own. Jenny blushed and made a decision. Wait right there. She put the gold coin in her jeans pocket and went to her closet. She used a little stepladder to get up to the top shelf and moved some things around to get at another box. It was of a similar size to the one with my things in it, and she came over to the bed with it. This is everything you ever gave me. Jenny said, and pushed my box over and put hers down. She opened it and inside really was everything I had ever given her. Stuffed toys, fake jewelry, Christmas and birthday presents, and even the wrappers from the chocolate bars and candy we shared on our dates. Jenny, I barely managed to stop myself from crying. You're a pack rat. I tried to joke and offset the emotions I was feeling, then I felt her hand touch the side of my face and I looked at her. Read my lips. Jenny said, and I looked at just her lips. Elephant shoes. It was my turn to gasp, because the words triggered in my memory all of the times that she had said the same thing to me. I had thought it was just one of her favorite sayings or something, because she kept saying it to me at odd times. It was only now when she told me the secret that I understood. All those times she said it, she was actually mouthing the words I love you. I told you that you were a big stupid idiot. Jenny said, her own eyes looked to be on the verge of tears. And clueless. Totally clueless. I couldn't do anything except nod in agreement. Elephants don't wear shoes. Our mother said, not understanding even a little bit. That's the point. Jenny said as she stared at me, then we both smiled. I stood up and closed up the box. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Yes, and my friends are going to be so jealous. Jenny said and took out a cell phone that was unlike anything I had seen before. She did swipes and pokes with her thumbs, then the phone was constantly emitting low beeps as she sent and received messages. Kathy said she'll pick us up in 10 minutes and Susan's tagging along, now that she knows you're coming. I just stood there, a little dumbfounded. But, aren't they? Don't worry about them. I've been talking about you like you've been around all this time. Jenny said. They thought I was crazy for the first little while, then they accepted it as who I was. I smiled at her words. Good friends, then. Jenny nodded and then shook her phone at me. You've been without proper technology for 10 years. She said with a particular gleam in her eyes. My friends and I are going to give you a crash course. Oh, God. I said with a sigh. I hope you don't mind wearing a girl's shirt. Jenny said and went to her closet. I can't be caught going outside with you looking like that. I'm cosplaying for a Renaissance fair. I said and she laughed. Did anyone actually believe that? Jenny asked and shook her head when I nodded. Adults. Hey, you're an adult. I said and she laughed again. Barely. Jenny said and came over with a baby blue shirt. Now strip and put this on. I looked at the shirt and then at her. Yes, I'll help you button it up, you wuss. Jenny said. Come on, come on. Kathy and Susan won't wait for us all day. Some friends. I said and unbuttoned the tunic I wore and tossed it on the bed, then popped the sleeve buttons on the undershirt and then unbuttoned the neck and the front. I pulled the shirt up and out of my trousers, shrugged it off of my arms and shoulders, then tossed it onto the bed. Jesus! Jenny whispered, her face red. What is it? I looked down at my abdomen. I had the healer remove the scars years ago. I hope they didn't come back. I said, because I hadn't checked in a while. I poked and prodded my slightly tanned and muscular abs and didn't see any of the old whitish scars. Geez, Jenny. You scared me. I thought I wasted my money. I said and reached for the baby blue shirt and put it on. I tried to button it and my fingers couldn't quite get it to work, because the buttons buttoned in the other direction. Jenny's hands moved mine out of the way and she buttoned each one slowly. Her face stayed red, even when she was done, then she smoothed her hands down my chest and my abs. After that, she folded up the sleeves instead of buttoning them. Don't tuck the shirt in. Jenny said and took my hand. Mom, we'll be back tonight. Mom just nodded as we walked by her and her face was red as well. I was going to ask her what was wrong, then saw my father's stern expression. I don't need to know that badly. I thought and we left the house. It was just in time, because a red convertible pulled over to the curb. Jenster. Hurry up. The stores are closing. The blonde girl on the passenger side said loudly as she jumped up and sat up on the top of the seat to wave. Get your fat ass back in the seat, Susie. I can't see. Kathy said and grabbed the top of Susan's pants and pulled. OOOP. Susan yelped and flopped down into the seat. Hey. My ass is just fine. It's going to be red if you don't stop standing on my nice leather. Hello, handsome. Kathy said and stared at me. Her brown hair was tied up in almost a bow, with a ribbon and everything, and she wore a nice skirt and a red blouse. That's my brother. Jenny said with a frown. You mean your long-dead brother that just miraculously came back to life? Kathy asked with a grin. You look fantastic for being dead all these years. Susan said as her eyes looked me over. I wasn't dead. I said. I was kidnapped and. Not now. Jenny said and pushed me over the side of the car and into the back seat. I caught myself and pulled my legs in, then sat up as Jenny hopped over the side and sat down next to me. Seat belts. Kathy said and slipped on a pair of sunglasses. We all buckled up and she stepped on the gas a second later with a squeal of tires. I need to stop at the bank first. Jenny said. Not a problem. It's on the way. Kathy waved over her shoulder, then she drove us back towards the city that I had spent several hours walking away from. 011 Shopping Surprises. I sat in stunned silence as three gorgeous young women strutted in front of me in modeled lingerie outfits. I had no idea how I ended up in this situation, either. One moment we were browsing through the men's section and they handed me several pairs of underwear that I needed, because I didn't want to go commando for the rest of my life. Then the three of them started giggling and I was unceremoniously dragged partway across the mall to my current position and told to sit still. My mind was still trying to cope with the fact that my little sister, someone that I loved very dearly and could never do anything with, looked so goddamn hot wearing a red bustier and a G-string. It set off her jet black wavy hair and her very slightly tanned skin perfectly. She knew she looked fantastic, too. I had to close my eyes when she and her friends did something called a twerk battle, then the three of them bent half over and started shaking their asses at me as they laughed and dared each other to do it more and to show off. I had never seen anything like it before and it was both scary and titillating. My sister, my sweet little sister, was titillating. Jesus Christ! I thought in exasperation and took several deep breaths to try and calm down. I thanked the goddess of decency that the shop clerk didn't suggest the more naughty things that they carried, with only lace and mesh covering certain parts, or in some cases where they just had holes. I guessed that they had to keep things not as lewd as they potentially could be. Damon! Jenny said about 30 seconds later, her voice soft and soothing. Is it over? I asked. Is it safe to open my eyes now? I heard 2 laughs and someone hush them, then I felt someone sit down across my lap. It's safe. Jenny whispered and I opened my eyes as she put her arms around my neck. Her thigh rested against my erection and she didn't try to move away or stopped pressing against it. I'm sorry for teasing you like that. It's my fault. Susan said and hopped up and down, as if that would get my attention quicker. It did, because the little lace bra she wore bounced with her breasts and it was very eye-catching. Stop that! Kathy said and put a hand on her shoulder. You're gonna pop out and flash the poor guy. That's okay. I have great nipples. Susan said proudly. They're my little rockets. Both Jenny and Kathy snorted and then laughed. Do I want to know what she means? I asked before I could stop myself. Kathy gasped and had just enough time to grab the curtain and pulled it over the open area behind me to block anyone else from seeing. Susan popped her lace bra off and arched her back. Prepping launch pads. She said and pinched her large puffy areolas and licked her thumbs, then she rubbed the tips of her breasts. Launching rockets. To my amazement, her nipples grew and only stopped when they were over an inch in length. They were also nearly the size of a nickel in circumference, which meant they were damn huge when compared to her breasts that were about the size of a grapefruit. Good Lord! I whispered. I knew you'd like them. Susan said as she grinned, then she was pretty much tackled by Kathy and forced to put her own bra back on and then her top. I do not want to get kicked out again. Kathy said and I looked at my sister. I don't want to talk about it. Jenny said with a sigh. This isn't going like I thought it would. How did you want it to go? I asked. You're dancing around. I assume it's dancing anyway, and you're half naked and shaking your... I closed my eyes for a second and looked into her eyes. If all you wanted was for me to tell you that you're sexy and beautiful, you didn't have to do all of this. Ah! Susan said. Give her a hug. I moved my arms and put them around her waist and gave her a hug. Now kiss. Susan said and hopped up and down. Susan! Kathy said loudly. What? They're brother and sister. Ahoy! Susan said. So? It's not like they're gonna have sex. What does kissing lead to? Kathy asked. More kissing. Susan said. Kathy opened her mouth to respond, then she shook her head. We need to get changed. She walked over to the change room. We've got a bit of time to keep shopping before the stores close. I wanna see them kiss. Susan said, almost in a pout. That's not going to happen. Kathy said and came back, then dragged her friend into the change room. I waited for a moment, then eased my hold on my sister. It really can't. I know. Jenny said. It's so wrong, and yet, just looking at you makes my heart race. She admitted and neither of us pointed out the fact that I was still erect and she was still sitting on my lap. We stayed sitting there and just looked at each other until Kathy and Susan came back out fully dressed and then Jenny took her turn in the change room. Go on over there. Kathy said and pointed to a men's clothing store that looked like it had some nice clothes. We've got to put these things back on the racks. Okay. I said and walked over to the store. I had a quick flash of divine sight and I had one of Susan's huge nipples in my mouth while she rode me, and Jenny came in. She flipped out at the both of us and Susan was no longer her longtime friend and I didn't see Jenny for a year. All right, I get it. Not Jenny's friends. I thought. At least I got to see them. I smiled. Those were some fantastic nipples. No, not nipples. Rockets. Fantastic rockets. Can I help you with anything? The female clerk asked as she approached me, and that took me out of my thoughts. I've only got a few $100s and need enough clothes to look professional and not destitute or homeless. I said, completely honestly. Homeless? She asked and looked at me from head to foot. You don't look homeless. Well, I have no idea where I'm sleeping tonight, or tomorrow, or next month. I said and looked at the pair of tough work pants that were only $40. It gave me the stirrings of an idea. I just came back from an extended time away and I'm pretty sure that my parents won't let me stay over. The woman smiled. You're a little old to be living with your parents. I wasn't 10 years ago when. Damon. Susan waved as she, Kathy, and my sister came over to the store. Have you decided if you want a piece of my sweet ass? Kathy smacked her friend on the back of the head. That's a definite no, you idiot. Ow. Susan rubbed her head. Why? I'm great in bed. Don't be stupid. Kathy said with a sigh. You're 18 and he's 28. So? Susan looked at her friend in confusion. I'll explain it later. Kathy said with a roll of her eyes and looked at me. Just ignore her. We do. I nodded and looked at my sister, who was staring at the clerk. Jenny? I think these are the best pants I can get in my price range. What do you think? Jenny gave me a thankful smile and took the pants, gave them a good once over, then nodded and handed them back. They should last about 2 months, if you are thinking about what I think you're thinking about. I chuckled. You already guessed what I want to do, right? If you can find a construction crew that'll take you on, yes. Jenny said and gave me a wicked smile. I really have missed you. I said and gave her a hug, then looked at the clerk. I need a similar shirt. They are right over there. The clerk pointed. I'd suggest a similar brand if you're looking for durability. I'd like to rely on your expertise. I said and kept an arm over my sister's shoulders. The clerk laughed. I think the woman under your arm has enough experience to offset mine. Maybe. Jenny said and laughed, too. I can keep you honest, anyway. Touché. The clerk said. Let's get this fine man properly outfitted for a construction job and hope for the best. Sounds good to me. Jenny responded. Both women had similar smiles as I was led over to the shirts. A hot debate followed about strict denim compared to a thicker cloth shirt, then they both agreed that I should try wearing both of them. Whatever one I eventually found more comfortable, that would be the one I would buy more of. I didn't argue and bought both shirts, the pants, and the clerk's recommended socks. She also suggested different boots and I told her that I had the boots part covered. Both the clerk and my sister looked at the boots I wore and laughed. You need proper work boots or they won't even allow you on the site to try out for the job. The clerk said. I'll give you something to let you have a one-time discount, as long as you tell everyone where you got the boots. She smiled. Oh, and probably wear a t-shirt with their logo under your shirt. You need to show your support. I'll be a walking advertisement. I said and the clerk, Jenny, Kathy, and Susan all nodded together. I let out a sigh and they all knew I would do it. I took the note from the clerk and we went over to the footwear store, presented the note, and the guy behind the counter took me right to the work boot section and showed me the most expensive pair they had. Nice try. Jenny said and pointed down the shelves. We want affordable and still get the discount. The guy gave her a mean look and I stepped in front of him. Look at my sister like that again and I'll kick your ass so hard that you'll be wondering why you can taste my toes. I growled at him and the color completely drained from his face. Damon. Jenny whispered as she tugged on my arm. I looked at her red face and could tell that she was both embarrassed and flattered. The guy gave us the best boots they had in an affordable price and then gave us the discount as well. Jenny paid the money and the four of us left the mall. I didn't get much of a wardrobe. I said. We can come back tomorrow, assuming your job search doesn't go well. Kathy said, and we all piled into the car. Jenny and I were in the back again and we drove out of the parking lot. Is it true that you don't have anywhere to stay tonight? I opened my mouth to say yes and Jenny cut me off. He's staying in my room and I'm not taking no for an answer. Jenny said and stared at me. Jenny, I can't expect Mom and Dad to let me. I didn't ask for your opinion. Or theirs. Jenny said, adamantly. You're coming home with me and that's that. Kiss him already. Susan exclaimed. Susan. Kathy yelled. Jesus, drop it. But, he's so hot. Susan said in a defeated tone. Jenny really wants to kiss him. I know she does. I looked at Jenny and she looked at me, her face once again red as she blushed. Jenny. The heart wants what the heart wants. Jenny said. You've kissed me before. You were 8. I said in paused speech. It's not the same. Wasn't it? Jenny asked and she looked into my eyes. I might have been a kid at the time, but, you still kissed me. I sighed. Jenny, please stop pushing. I'm not pushing. Jenny said and looked away from me. You're the one that's pushing. You're pushing me away. That's because if I stop trying to distancing myself, even for a second, I'll cross a line that neither of us or our family will survive. I thought and took her hand. I will always love you. I said the 5 magic words that seemed to ease her mind and for some reason, they managed to stop her from trying to take things too far between us. 012-1 Last night at home. Our dad was having a conniption, or a fit of rage and hysterics, while our mom was torn over arguing about me sleeping on the couch and not in my sister's bedroom. Jenny stood there and let them say whatever they wanted, while I stood there and winced every time our dad opened his mouth. The fake son and imposter accusations really made me feel like less than dirt, and then I felt my sister take my hand. It was then that I realized what was going on. My parents were trying their hardest to protect my little sister from me. I let my body relax and took a similar stance to my sister as I let everything they said just slide right off of me. They weren't as angry at me as I thought they were, once I listened to what they were saying and not how they were saying it. Namely, yelling and hollering, as if speaking louder would make us listen more attentively. I felt the arguments enter a lull and let my sister's hand go, then stepped forward and wrapped my arms around my mother to hug her. No. You, not my. I never told you how much I love you, Mom. I whispered to her as she tried to struggle and fight free. No. My son would never. I was young and stupid and I didn't appreciate everything you did for me. I said in a normal voice. I never really thanked you, either. No, my. Damon. Thank you, Mom. I said and eased my hold on her to look at her face. It was streaked with tears and her face was squished up to try and stop herself from crying. Now you've done it. Our dad said and pulled her away from me. Do you know how long our family struggled with your death after you were gone? Mom started to cry as Dad hugged her as tightly as I just did. I fought all these years to come back here. I said. I never thought you would think I was dead. It was the body that did it. Jenny said and I turned to look at her. It was bloated and a mangled mess. You saw it? I asked, shocked. It kind of looked like you. The hair matched and Jenny shook her head. No, that wasn't you. I refused to believe it then and I was right. It wasn't you and here you are. What about fingerprints and There wasn't much that the fish hadn't eaten. Our dad said. After however long the body had been in the water, they said that the DNA tests were inconclusive. I think I want it dug up and Mom let out a wail and that shut me up. You can stay here tonight, then I want you gone. My dad said. Whether you're my real son or not is immaterial. You're wrecking this family again by being here. I opened my mouth to tell him how unfair it was of him to not see my side, about not even being welcomed into my own home, and Jenny took my hand again. Damon, let's go to bed. I think tomorrow's going to be a long day. Jenny said. I sighed and nodded, then let her lead me back to her room. She left and came back with the clothes we had bought and put them by the door, then she closed it. I'm sorry that Mom and Dad are acting like they are. Jenny said, tears in her own eyes. I get it, Jenny. I really do. I said and took her into my arms. Their only concern is you, and I can't fault them for that. Jenny took a shaky breath and stared into my eyes. You're really back, right? You're not going to just up and disappear again, are you? Not if I have any say about it. I said and hugged her. I can't promise I'll be around too much, not with Dad's attitude. Jenny huffed. He's going to regret it when you start your own business and make tons of money. What makes you say that? I asked. It's what you said you were going to do when you graduated college. Jenny said. I believed you then and I believe you now. I was taken before I could go to college. I said. So what? Don't let something that happened 10 years ago stop you now. I couldn't argue against that, so I gave her another hug. If you weren't my sister, I'd kiss you. Just kiss, hey? Jenny asked with a laugh as I let her go. What did you do with my double? I don't want to talk about it. I quickly said and grabbed a pair of jogging pants and a t-shirt, then retreated to the bathroom. I took a very cold shower and drove the image of Shauna from my mind. She had been physically perfect and my ideal woman in that respect. If she had even a slightly nicer personality, I would have done everything I could to help her and to keep her happy, long after I was gone. With that thought, I realized what I had to do. I dried off and left the bathroom to see that Jenny was already under the blanket and had her back to me. Her jet black hair was tied up into a complicated hairdo to stop it from being matted or laid on, and I walked over to the bed. I took the pillow and reached for the blanket that was folded at the bottom of the bed. Don't you dare think about sleeping on the floor. Jenny said without turning around to look at me. Get in bed and have a good rest. We have to assault the government building tomorrow morning and you're going to need all your strength. You really do know what I want to do. I said and put the pillow back at the head of the bed, then stared at the blanket. I debated getting under it or sleeping on top, and Jenny let out a sigh. It's too chilly to sleep uncovered, stupid. Jenny said. Are you psychic or something? I asked and lifted the edge of the blanket, then slid in under it. I was perched on the end of the bed and I was in danger of falling on the floor. Yes, and I know you're going to move in your sleep and have a nice large lump on your head. I looked at the side of the bed and nothing was there to hit my head on. What would the lump be from? From my fist when I punch you for being so goddamn stupid. I let out a sigh and moved over to properly claim my side of the bed, which took me away from the falling area. Unfortunately, it took me right to the more dangerous area that contained my sister. I laid there, my muscles stiff, and my mind went over all the bad things that could possibly happen. I heard a sigh, one filled with exasperation, then Jenny lifted the blanket and rolled over to face me. Move your arm. Jenny commanded and I lifted my arm, unsure what she was going to do. She smiled and moved next to me, draped her arm across my abdomen and rested her head on my chest. Good night. I just stared at the top of her head with my arm up in the air. Put your arm down. Jenny said and closed her eyes. I did so and rested it on her shoulders. She took several deep breaths and I actually felt the tension in her body fade away. To my surprise, so did mine. I also didn't get a flash of divine sight and then I felt a wave of tiredness. Good night. I whispered and closed my eyes, too. Sleep took me and carried me all through the night and into the early morning. I would never admit that it was one of the best night's sleep I ever had in my life. It was suddenly morning and I actually regretted that I had to get up. I had a beautiful woman under my arm, had a great night's sleep, and I was back home. Home. I thought loudly as I remembered where I was, and the beautiful woman tucked under my arm was really my little sister. My 18-year-old and barely legal sister. In fact, she wasn't even allowed to drink in some states. My body tensed up and Jenny felt the change, which meant she had been awake for a while. "Good morning," Jenny said in a not sleepy voice, which confirmed my thought. She propped herself up on an elbow and looked into my eyes. "How did you sleep, you big lug?" It was okay," I said. "Ahoy," Jenny said with a smile that lit up her face. "You liked it, didn't you?" "No comment." Jenny laughed and sat up as she pushed the blanket off. I gasped when I saw the fancy little red negligee she wore. "What the hell are you wearing?" "What? This old thing?" Jenny asked and got out of the bed, then did a little twirl. "It's cute, right?" I honestly couldn't speak, because she had been cuddled up to me all night wearing the little slip of cloth and a pair of panties. "Yep, you liked it," Jenny said with satisfaction. "I've got to take a shower, so go ahead and get dressed in the work outfit we bought yesterday." I just laid there and didn't say anything. "Yo! Earth to Damon!" Jenny snapped her fingers to get my attention. "Get dressed," she said and picked up the bags we got from yesterday and tossed them onto me. Oof! I caught them and the boots just so happened to catch me in a delicate area. Ugh! Jenny laughed and grabbed her own clothes and disappeared into the bathroom. It took me 10 minutes to recover from essentially getting kicked in the balls with steel-toed boots, then I changed into the work outfit. I chose the thicker shirt and had everything buttoned up. I even had my stat boots on inside the slightly larger steel-toed boots and put on my fake leather jacket. "Looking good, brother," Jenny said as she came out of the bathroom wearing a black skirt and a red blouse that had ruffles around the armholes instead of sleeves. She left her hair up in that same complicated hairdo and had put on glittering gold earrings and tasteful makeup. She went to her closet and took out a pair of black high-heeled shoes, slipped them on, then she grabbed a suit jacket and put it on over her shoulders. I didn't recognize the handsome woman in front of me and stared at her with my mouth slightly open. "Jesus, close your mouth," Jenny said with a laugh as she passed by me and tapped under my chin with her fingers. "Come on, let's go." I closed my mouth and followed her out of the room and to the living room. We were up early and our parents were still in bed, so we left the house without eating breakfast and climbed into her car. "Do you have your old things?" Jenny asked as she hooked the seat belt. "Like your driver's license and social security card?" "Yeah," I said and motioned to my back pocket to pretend I was pulling it from there, then took my wallet out of inventory. "That should help," Jenny said and pulled out of the driveway and stepped on the gas. "It's going to be a pain getting you declared undead." "Undead?" I thought. "I guess I am." I let out a sigh. "I don't know if it's worth the trouble, to be honest. It'll be hard trying to live with no way to identify yourself." Jenny warned me. "You can't work officially for anyone, cash checks, use banks, or make money transactions, just to name a few things," she said. "You can still buy groceries and things, but, you saw the clerks. They still asked for phone numbers and addresses." I nodded. "It's just too bad I couldn't just adopt another identity and be arrested for identity theft." Jenny interrupted me. "That's a thing now?" I asked and she nodded. "It has to be official or completely off the grid," Jenny said. "You need money for the second option, just so people won't ask questions and you can buy everything you need to live." "I thought you were only 18. I asked her and she laughed. "I watched a lot of television while you were gone," Jenny said and her smile faded. "Damon, when you left." "I know. I said and held a hand out to her. I really did fight hard for the last 10 years to get back here. Now I'm going to do as much as I can to make up for not being here all that time. Jenny took my hand and gave it a squeeze, then held on as we drove towards the city. 013 Government Red Tape. We stopped and grabbed a fast food breakfast. It was surprisingly cheap and there was a lot in it. 2 eggs any way you wanted them, a sausage patty, 2 pieces of toast cut in half, and a small bag of hash browns. I did a quick calculation in my head with buying the items individually to make the breakfast, and I was pretty sure it was cheaper to buy the fast food meal. The sausage patties were the expensive items and blew away making them at home. That was from costs I knew 10 years ago. Now? I almost laughed. From now on, I was buying my breakfasts. It was just too good of a deal to pass up. We pulled into the government offices and a feeling of dread came over me. I knew this was going to be a pain in the ass. The red tape alone was going to make it a horrible experience. I also knew I would be spending a long time there today. I had a flash of divine sight and closed my eyes. I let it play out and nodded my head several times. Jenny was a dear and stayed silent as I sat there for several minutes and didn't move. She waited for me to open my eyes before she said anything. Do I want to know what you were doing? I was meditating over what to do today. I said and looked at her with a smile. Ahoy! Jenny said and stared at me. Come on, spill it. I was coming up with a way to try and make the process faster. You do realize that you can't threaten the government, right? Jenny asked and I chuckled. No, not threaten. I said and my smile grew. Jenny gasped. No. You can't. It's the fastest way. It's the fastest way to jail. Jenny exclaimed. You can't bribe the government, either. I was thinking more along the lines of a donation to our great nation's treasury. Damon. Jenny nearly yelled and I laughed. I'm ready to go in now. I said and got out of her car, locked her door, and walked towards the government building. Damon, wait. Jenny scrambled after me and caught up to me, even wearing high heels. Please, don't do this. I don't want you to go to jail. You just came back into my life and I don't want you to leave me all alone again. I came to a stop and turned to face her. My dear sweet little sister. I said and took her into my arms to hug her. I can't promise that I'll never leave again. Fate alone is going to make me have to leave at some point. I said, referring to my death, which I hope to have happened long before hers. I will do everything within my power to stay in your life for as long as I can. Jenny took several breaths and calmed herself. She couldn't go in there looking flustered. We should have gotten you a haircut yesterday. Oh, right. I'm so used to having it long that I forgot. I let her out of the hug and took out a hair tie, bent over and shook my long hair out, then added the tie and stood back up. I pulled the tie from the top of my head towards the back and now I had a perfect ponytail with my hair in the same shape as a cobra when it was agitated. Jenny stood there and stared at me with wide eyes and her mouth slightly open. Jesus, close your mouth. I joked as I repeated her words and tapped her chin. It's not funny when you do it. Jenny said with a smile. Let's go. I said and waved towards the entrance. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I certainly hope so. Jenny said and we went inside. We stood in line for only a few minutes when the next clerk was available. Next. I'm waiting for someone. I said and Jenny gave me a reproachful look. Trust me. I whispered. 2 more clerks came to the desk and started to work, then the one I saw walked over. I couldn't be seen as eager, that would be a complete derailment of my vision, so I remained stoic and unwavering. As soon as he sat down and asked for who was next, I walked over to him. What can I do for you today? The man asked. He was normal looking and he had short and styled hair. People at his work didn't know how much he enjoyed the drudgery that came with the job. He loved doing paperwork, and the harder the case the better. His silent joy of using the bureaucratic system gave him a sense of fulfillment that no other thing in his life ever could. "Hi, there. I'm dead and I want you to bring me back to life," I said, matter-of-factly. Jenny gasped and looked at the clerk to see his reaction to such an outrageous statement. The man sat there and stared at me. "When did you die?" "9 years ago. A body was found and falsely identified and then buried, along with the rest of my life," I said, and Jenny took a sharp breath and grabbed my hand. "I see," the man said, and I could see the wheels turning in his head. "You were nowhere to be found." I shook my head. "I was kidnapped the year before and taken away against my will. I only managed to come back yesterday." "Your family must be devastated." "Beyond belief," I said. "I was there barely a few hours and my father banished me." The man looked at my sister. "Your sister was hit the hardest by your death." "She really was," I said. "I didn't realize how hard until I came back." "You are both different people," the man said and looked at me. "Do you have anything to say?" If I thought becoming a different person legally would be better, I would have done that, I admitted, and Jenny gasped. "My very intelligent sister advised me against that and told me to come here to find you, instead." "Me?" the man asked, a little concerned. "An expert in dealing with all the bureaucracy," I said. "I desperately need your help and I have nowhere else to turn, except, you know, illegal means." "Damon!" Jenny gasped. The man sat there and didn't say anything for several minutes. I didn't move or say anything else. I couldn't. If anything at all disturbed him from his contemplation, he would refuse my plea. So, I waited. Right at the 6-minute mark, he pushed his chair back and stood up. "Go over to the door on the side," the man said, and walked away. I walked over to the door with Jenny and waited. "Damon, what was all that?" Jenny asked in a whisper. "I've never had an experience like that before. I knew I had to be completely honest, like you said. Lying wasn't going to get me anywhere. But, good lord, that... I don't understand how that worked," Jenny said, and her hand squeezed mine. "I mean, who would believe it? I thought we would be arguing over if you were really you or not." "Don't worry, that's coming," I said, and the door in front of me buzzed. I grabbed the handle and it opened. In front of me were 2 security guards and the man I had talked to. "This way," the man said, and walked down the hallway to the right. I followed with Jenny in tow and the 2 security men followed us. We entered a small room that I wasn't surprised looked like a police interrogation room. I had caught a glimpse of it before and sat down in the odd-shaped and yet comfortable chair. Jenny sat next to me and looked slightly nervous. "You don't mind us taking fingerprints, do you?" the man asked as one of the security men handed him a small ink pad and a piece of paper. "Of course not," I said. "Both hands, right? Just in case, yes," the man said, and he expertly dabbed my thumbs and fingertips, then helped me put each print into the appropriate spaces on the sheet. He handed me some tissues and I wiped off as much excess ink from my hands as I could. "I have my old driver's license and social security number, too," I said, and took out my wallet, and the man wrote out the information. He didn't take them from me, which was a good sign. He handed the ink pad and the sheet to the guard, along with my information to check, and he left with it. "I volunteer to give a DNA swab, too," I said, to everyone's surprise. "I don't think that's quite necessary at this stage," the man said. "It will save me having to come back and give it later, won't it?" I asked and looked at the remaining security man. He shrugged and left the room to get the item needed. "You seem quite willing to submit yourself to deep scrutiny," the man said, and looked at my sister. "Your sister seems much more nervous about you doing so." "That's because she's afraid that I'll turn out to be a fake," I said. "Damon," Jenny gasped. I'm sorry, you know it's true. I said. Just like Dad, you have a skeptical mind. You've been ignoring it for me, and I love you so much more because of that. Jenny closed her eyes and squeezed my hand harder. Does it matter to you if your brother is a fake or not? The man asked. Jenny took a deep breath and opened her eyes. No, she said and looked at me. It'll hurt beyond all imagining if he's not my brother that's come back from the dead, but, even if he's not my real brother, he's still my brother. You would accept a fake after only half a day and a night? I asked with a grin. You must really love me to delude yourself like that. Yes, I do. Jenny said, completely seriously. The guard came back and handed over a little test tube with a cotton swab that was inside of it on a slider. That's neat. I said. The man popped the top and slid up the cotton swab, then jammed it into my open mouth and poked me fairly hard in both cheeks. He soaked up as much saliva around my jaws as he could, then pulled it out of my mouth, slid the cotton swab down, closed the top, and applied the tape again. He handed it to the guard and stood up. I think we've sweated you enough. The man said. Most people trying to put one over on us would have cracked by now. I stood up and Jenny did, too. Let's go to my office while we wait for the results. There's no way you can have DNA analyzed that quickly, is there? I asked, genuinely surprised. I thought that took weeks and weeks to process. The man smiled slightly and walked ahead of us. We've got it down to 3 days, assuming there's nothing else in the pipeline. I thought the cell phone advances were amazing. I never thought, I sighed. Everything really has progressed a lot in 10 years, hasn't it? I asked Jenny. It really has. Jenny smiled. It's okay. I'll have you tech savvy by the end of the week. Having to rely on you for that makes me feel old, you know. I do. Jenny said with a chuckle and I sighed exaggeratedly for her to make her laugh. Here we are. The man said and opened the door. I stepped into the office and sat down in chairs that were identical to the ones in the interview room. I need you to tell me exactly what happened to cause this calamity with the government. The man said and sat down behind his desk. He hit several buttons on the keyboard and then folded his hands on the desk. I told him the exact same story I did to Jenny and my family the day before. Once again, I left out the crucial detail that I had been taken to another world. The man listened attentively and never moved or commented, until I was done. That's as an outrageous story as I've ever heard. The man said, to both Jenny's and my surprise. You show up after 10 years, wearing odd clothing, and have no actual proof of where you'd been or why. They said that they needed me. I said with a shrug. They didn't really give me a choice. Then they just let you go. The man said, his eyes squinted. I huffed a laugh. No, even then it was a fight. They also took everything that they thought was valuable from me and made sure that I was too weak to resist them. The next thing I knew, they threw me out and I was back on the same street that they had abducted me from. You didn't tell me that. Jenny exclaimed. I've been home how long? I asked her. When have we had a chance to talk? Just the two of us. Jenny opened her mouth to say last night, then she nodded. We are having a nice long talk after this. It was my turn to nod and we sat there and waited for the security guy to come back with my prints. Or at least, I assumed so. What actually happened was the man's computer beeped at him and he checked it. Your prints are clean. The man said and looked at Jenny and not me. They also match. Thank God. Jenny yelled and jumped on me to hug my neck so tightly that she had me in a headlock. Jen. I managed to say. Oh. I'm sorry. Jenny said and eased her hold on me. I'm just so happy. I couldn't tell. I said and rubbed my neck. The man smiled. We still should wait for the DNA, but I think we can get the preliminary paperwork out of the way and get the ball rolling to get you brought back to life. Thank you. Jenny said to him and then looked at me. Hi, big brother. It's nice to have you back in the land of the living. If you keep hugging me so tightly, I won't be living for very long. I joked. Yeah, just try and make me let you go. Jenny said with a smile. 014 Money Talks. For 6 hours, I sat there and answered questions. Not about my disappearance, though. It was about my life in general before I had been taken. I actually surprised myself by being able to answer a lot of them. A few were just ridiculous and I laughed, as did Jenny. Questions about the last thing I ate, a hot dog with the works, and who my grade 1 teacher was, Mrs. McKinnon. Of course, as soon as I said that, he asked me what all of my teachers were. I named more than half of them, including the principal of the grade school, and that kind of impressed him. Yes, he checked. Government employment records were child's play for the man and he easily accessed them, along with my own employment record. He didn't ask why I had been fired from my last after-school job, I didn't show up after my kidnapping, and asked about my duties instead. It was grueling and it was also worth the effort. I knew I was winning him over, and then came the very crucial question that I had been waiting for all day. Did you obtain anything of value while you were kidnapped for 10 years? The man asked. You said that they took everything that they believed was valuable from you, which means they didn't take what you thought was valuable. Jenny took in a sharp breath and looked at me with worry on her face. This was what I had told her about before we came in and she begged me to not do it. Do not bribe the government. It just wasn't done. Not legally, anyway. I knew you would catch that. I said and reached into my pocket. The security guard tensed up and the man held a hand up to stop him. I pretended to take a coin out of my pocket, which was actually from my inventory, and placed one of the gold crown coins on the desk. The man sat there and stared at it. I didn't move or say anything, and neither did anyone else. After 2 solid minutes of staring at it, he reached out to take it and stopped. Can I pick it up? Yes. I said. It's practically solid gold with only a touch of other metal to stop it from being soft. How do you know that? The man asked and picked up the coin. I bit it to see if it was fake, of course. Jenny stared at me like I was crazy to try and bite a coin, and I smiled at her. Did you know it's illegal to mint your own coins inside the borders of this country? I'll swear on any Bible or religious item you have that the coin wasn't minted here or in any country recognized by the United States government, past or present. Jenny gasped and the man's eyes took on a hard glint. Any gold found on our soil is rightfully the property of the government. The man said, a bit sternly. I didn't find it, dig for it, dove for it, or in any way procured it within the borders of this country. I responded. Jenny almost started crying. She managed to stop herself before she let her emotions get away from her. There weren't that many countries in the world that the United States didn't recognize as legitimate, and those countries were not nice places to be. Her hand gripped mine tightly. What does the writing say? The man asked. 1 crown, King Lasham's kingdom, first minting, year 926. I said. I had been tempted to joke like I had with Jenny, then decided that no humor would be appreciated when dealing with a government official when it came to money. Especially about what they would consider fake money. How many of these do you have? The man asked and turned the coin over in his hands. I refused to answer on the grounds that I am currently a dead citizen and it can be confiscated without penalties. The man had a frown for a moment, then he went back to his normal face. You have my word that nothing you show me will be taken from you or out of this office, without you present. I had to smile at the wording. You could lock me up and keep me with it. The man gave me a stern look for a second, then smiled. Fair enough. I'll tell you something that I don't normally tell people and you show me some of what you have. I nodded and the man turned the computer screen to show me the body heat outlines of myself and my sister. Son of a bitch. I said and laughed. What is it? Jenny asked. If my brain is working and I remember the idea properly, it's technically a lie detector that runs on body heat. Correct. It's not infallible, just like the pulse regulation version, but both work on the same concept. When someone's lying, their heart speeds up for a second and a corresponding amount of body heat will increase in certain areas. The man said and turned his computer monitor back around. So, show me some of the coins you have. Do you like magic? I asked and held a hand out for the coin. The man raised his eyebrows. You told me to show you some of what I can do. I said and he nodded as he handed me the coin. I closed my hand and put it into inventory, then opened my hand to show it was gone. I closed my hand and had it return, then I turned my hand over and clapped the coin onto the desk. I raised my hand and dropped a new coin as I did to make a stack of 10. I spread them out into a neat circle, then did the same thing with each coin and raised my hand above each, dropping a coin to make a stack of 10. The man, the security guy, and Jenny stared in rapt attention as I left 10 stacks of 10, or 100 coins, on the desk. Each one was worth about $3 grand, so the neat circular stack was worth a whopping $300,000. Oh, my God! Jenny whispered. That's only some of what you have. The man said, his face completely blank. I took one of the coins and handed it to him. Go ahead and have it tested, tracked, researched, and whatever else you want to do with it. I said and the man took it. His eyes never left the stacks, though. Let me just remove this distraction. I said and cupped my hands above the stacks, then I dropped my hands as if the stacks weren't there. I stored the money, and my hands slapped the table. The security guy and Jenny jumped at the sound. The man just stared at the spot. How the hell did you do that? Jenny asked. No comment. I said. I wanted to say magic, but I kind of knew that was a lie. It was my inventory, a God-given ability, and I was sure it wasn't magic. Or quite magic. In any case, I didn't want to take the chance it would come out as a lie. Can you do that trick with anything else? The man asked. If it's small enough to fit in my hand? Sure. I said. The man took out a box of paper clips and handed them to me. I opened the box and took out a handful, took my time tucking them into my closed fist so that they couldn't be seen, then opened my hand to show that they were gone. I closed my hand and opened it to show one paper clip, made it disappear, then made a stack. They didn't stack well, so I stopped at 5, spread the 5 out and made small piles on them. I slapped my hands on the stacks as I stored them and slapped the desk. I cupped my hands together after that and took the paper clips from inventory, then dumped the paper clips onto the desk. Jesus! The security guy said. My hands are a little sweaty, so you probably can't use those paper clips for actual paper now. I said. They'll probably rust after a little while, too. The man just sat there and didn't say anything. He stared at me and I stared right back. I knew he was wondering what else I could do with the trick and I didn't bother offering to do it again. Please wait here. The man said and nodded to the security guy, then he left the office. That was amazing. Jenny said. Where did you learn to do that? I've picked up a few odd tricks and skills while I was away. I shrugged. You have to tell me all about them. Jenny said. No. I said with a chuckle. Damon. Jenny frowned at me. You have to let me keep some secrets, Jenny. I said and she scowled. I am not telling you some of the things I had to go through to get back to you. Damon. Jenny said in a mean voice. No, Jenny. There are just some things that I can't tell you, just like there are things you've been through that you won't tell me. I said. I'm not the same man I was when I was taken and you are definitely not the little sister I left behind. We've both grown up. Jenny said in a normal tone, then she took my hand. I can handle whatever you did, Damon. I can. I have to laugh. I don't want to handle it on my own, let alone let you. You can trust me. Jenny said. I know I can. I said and turned her hand over and rubbed the back of it. I might, one day, be able to tell you everything. Jenny scoffed. You don't mean. I mean everything I can without grossing you out or disgusting you. I said and then smiled. Like when I visited a madam that ran a brothel. No. No, no, no. Jenny pulled her hand back and covered her ears. No. My brother would never. 10 years, Jenny. I've been gone for 10 years from the people I loved. I said. Jenny sighed and uncovered her ears. You're right. I guess I don't want to know some things. I nodded and held a hand out to her. Jenny looked at it and I could see her wondering what I had done with it. That and more. I said with a grin and wiggled my fingers. Damon! Jenny exclaimed and blushed deeply. The guard let out a bark of laughter, caught himself, and coughed to cover it up. Excuse me. He said and stepped out of the room, then started laughing before the door even closed. 10 minutes later, the man handling my case came back with another man that looked very stern and like his expression never changed from that position. He also had several things in his hands that looked like jeweler equipment. The 2 security guards came in as well. Please show this gentleman your trick and stop before you slap the table. The man handling my case said and waved for the second man to sit at the desk. I did the trick again, to everyone's fascination, and didn't slap them when I had 10 stacks of 10 coins. I didn't stop there, though. I knew the man was there to examine the validity of the coins and if any of them were fakes, so I moved each of the 10 stacks out and spread them into their own circular patterns and then added 10 coins on each of those, which made a wonderfully large display of 1,000 glittering gold coins. The grand total, just over $3 million. Jesus Christ! One of the security guards said loudly. I need my whole department. The stern man said and left the office at a fast walk before anyone could stop him. Good Lord, Damon! Jenny said with a sigh. They are never going to let us leave. I winked at her and sat back in the chair as I crossed my arms. All I had to do now was wait. 015 money blinds. The stern man came back with 5 other people. It was a mix of men and women and they all had similar equipment. Jenny and I had to move to the side of the room with the man handling my case as the examiners entered, then one of them let out an excited squeal. To my surprise, it was one of the men. That is not what I think it is. The man in question said in a high-pitched and excited voice. He bounced a little on the balls of his feet and looked from the stern man to the gold. Grab a pile and get to work. The stern man said. I.e. The man said and practically pushed the others out of the way, grabbed one of the round stacks, and pulled it to the side of the table. He sat down in my vacated chair and barely managed to keep the coins from falling over in his excitement. I told you not to bring him. A woman said and sat down in Jenny's chair. He's too excitable when he sees new coins. He's the best at coin recognition. The stern man said and sat down behind the desk. He pulled over one of the stacks and began examining them. The guards brought in more chairs for everyone and the examiners all sat around the desk and began working. How long does something like this take? I whispered to the man handling my case. I've never had someone make 3 million in solid gold appear out of nowhere, so I have no idea. Mr. Graham said. Were you planning to do this the whole time? Not at all. I said. I was only going to do the 1 stack of 10 coins to impress you, then realized it wasn't enough for you to take seriously. So you did the round stack? Mr. Graham said. I nodded. When you brought in the expert, I knew he wanted to see if they were all gold and not just replicas or fool's gold, so you made sure he had a large enough of a sample size. Mr. Graham nodded. I see. I think you do. I said and he looked at me. You remembered what I said about the possibility of needing to use illegal means. I did, and that is not something my government can condone or approve of. Mr. Graham said. Bringing one of these coins to a pawn shop to pawn or sell, would be a strain on the economy. What? Really? I asked and he nodded. Can you tell me why? Our currency used to be held to the gold standard. We had gold worth a set amount of money, printed that much money to represent it, and that became the basis for our economy. There was never any currency above and beyond what we could physically represent with gold. Used to be. I said, catching the key phrase. Now? The dollar bill is actually based on trust. People trust that a little piece of paper, well, a fibrous representation of paper, is actually worth what's printed on it. They exchange goods and services for that trust, knowing that when presented, that little piece of paper is worth what they believe it is worth. Oh, wow! Jenny whispered. It gets better. Mr. Graham said. People used to buy gold and keep it stashed away. Now they buy dollar bills and stash them. But, then that means gold prices fluctuate quite a lot, depending on the demand. It can rise or fall by hundreds of dollars in a given month. How much does the dollar fluctuate? Mr. Graham asked. It doesn't. Jenny said. Exactly. A dollar is worth a dollar. If we still had a gold standard, then a dollar could be worth anywhere from a dime to $10, on average, and it would change every day. That means I might need to pay more to get the coin back from a pawn shop, assuming I didn't sell it outright. They would never give anywhere near the actual value. Mr. Graham said. They are in the business to make money. If you sold it, they would turn it over into ready cash instantly. Because a dollar is always worth a dollar and they could lose money if they kept it. I said. Mr. Graham nodded. I can't even imagine the mess you would have caused if you had tried to smelt it into gold bars and tried to sell it. Jenny chuckled and the man looked at her. Our mother warned him to not commit any crimes. Your mother is a smart woman. Mr. Graham said and Jenny nodded. I can't tell where these are from. One of the women said. What was the writing on it again? I walked over and pointed to each section. 1 crown. King Lasham's kingdom. First minting. Year 926. You can read this? The woman asked, shocked. I can read and write it. I said and took a piece of paper from the notepad on the desk, then used a pen to write out the same thing with the English translation underneath. I even added arrows to indicate what words were what. Everyone at the table had stopped what they were doing and stared at me and the paper. Perhaps a word with the cryptology department might be in order. Mr. Graham said. It's one guy in a cubicle. The woman who asked about the translation said. You would have to go to the capital to find an actual department. He would still like to see it. One of the others said and she shrugged. It took them half an hour to check all of the coins. They even took random scrapings from several coins in different spots to test that it was actually gold. To my satisfaction, they were all in agreement that the gold was actually real and the coins, wherever they were from, were authentic. They were also minted from the same mold, which made them identical. Thank you. Mr. Graham said and I stepped forward to gather them up. I'm sorry. I can't let you leave the building with these coins. The stern man said as he stood and stopped me from touching the stacks of coins. This much gold being let out onto the streets would destroy the local economy. I chuckled. There's no way anyone would accept a gold coin as currency or give me what they are actually worth. That's neither here nor there. The stern man said. You have over $3 million in actual gold. If word of it gets out that there is gold in the country that's not stored in the Federal Reserve. I believe he understands the gravity of the situation. Mr. Graham said. We can have him sign documents that state he can't use them as currency or sell them. The stern man shook his head. Even that is fallible. I can't in good conscience. What if I stored my gold in the Federal Reserve? I asked and Jenny caught her breath. A private citizen can't put gold in. At the moment, I'm legally dead. I said, and the new people in the room gasped. The man who squealed in delight at the gold coins before, squealed in fright this time. What can we do with that knowledge? I asked. The stern man exchanged looks with Mr. Graham and had to reluctantly nod. I believe that, as a person that does not currently have the inalienable rights provided to all citizens of this great country of ours, it would be advisable for someone of your status to invest in the country you want to become a member of. Is 3 million in gold enough of an investment? I asked and waved at the desk that was practically covered in gold coins that had been spread out. That is, I'd like to get some monetary benefits if I invest a significant amount of gold to add to the treasury. We will still need time to trace the currency back to a possible source, if it exists. The stern man said. I'm going to be in legal limbo for a couple of weeks at least. I said and glanced at Mr. Graham, who nodded. Until I can have my status restored, you can investigate all you want. However, I assume whatever investment I make needs to be done within that time frame. That would be wise. The stern man said and looked at the table. I will need to arrange a secure transportation method for this treasure trove of new gold. As long as it's all there. I said, and the excitable man's face flushed red. 1,001 coins should be there, if you include the one I submitted for more extensive testing. I looked at my sister. What was gold selling for this morning? $1,553.20. Jenny responded without looking it up. I chuckled. I'll knock off the 20 cents, so that's $3.1 million. It's also about 130 pounds. The excitable man said. Where did you get it? I earned every single one. I said. The man gave me a look that said he wanted to know exactly how I had earned it. I had a flash of divine sight and saw him on his knees with a gold coin balanced on his forehead with his mouth wide open and ready for me, because he wanted to earn the coin. I physically slapped myself on both cheeks and shook my head to get rid of the vision, because that was not the kind of earning I meant. I'll donate one to each member of your department for doing an outstanding job, and for not lying and claiming that they were fake, just so you could keep them without compensating me. We would never, the woman started to say, then she understood what I meant. Oh. Yes, I suppose that would have been a smart way to confiscate them. I took out a gold coin and gave it to her first, then handed one to each of the other 4 examiners. You earned this, I said as I gave the last one to the excitable man. His eyes flicked from my face to my crotch and back again. I shook my head slightly and he shrugged slightly in return. Whew! I thought in relief and looked at the stern man. If you have to damage the first one too much to check the metal content, I should give you another one. I took out another and gave it to him. This could be seen as a blatant bribe. The stern man said. Bribing you gets me nothing. I said, and he gave me an odd look. I didn't ask for anything, did I? The stern man lost the look and nodded. Assuming everything is okay so far, where can I get a loan against my initial investment? I asked. Initial? Mr. Graham and the stern man asked at the same time. You don't think this is all the gold I have, do you? I waved at the table. You said you wanted me to show you some of what I could do. For God's sake, Damon. Shut up. Jenny exclaimed and I winced. Mr. Graham, if you would be so kind as to recommend a federal bank where 3 million in gold can be levied against a sizable loan. Mr. Graham looked from my sister to me. I do have some connections with the local branch of the federal bank. Would storing the gold there be agreeable until proper transportation can be acquired? Jenny asked. How much more of an investment can you provide? The stern man asked. Jenny glared at me for opening my big mouth and I sighed. Triple it. I said in a defeated tone. Phew. Jenny said and rubbed her temples. You are a big, stupid idiot. I'm sorry. I said and slumped my shoulders. Everyone in the room felt bad about it, since I had just given up over $9.3 million, even the stern man and Mr. Graham looked dejected. I'll have these packed up and sent over with you, the stern man said and waved to the guards. You are to make sure he deposits the gold into the bank properly. Yes, sir. Both guards said. Then Jenny and I watched as 1,000 gold coins were counted and bagged up. I didn't offer to store them, either. I knew that they wouldn't like their gold disappearing again. The guards took the gold and escorted Jenny and myself out of the building and to the federal bank that was only a couple of streets over. I was watched carefully and the coins were counted out as I deposited 2,000 of them into a large metal container. They were counted, as were the 1,000 the guards had brought, then the container was sealed up and stored in the vault. A surprisingly pretty blonde woman in a business suit led us from the vault and across the bank to her office. I believe you would like to open an account in our illustrious bank, she said to Jenny and completely ignored me. I believe that you are quite correct, Jenny said, her eyes gleaming and her voice full of satisfaction. I sat there and watched as Jenny was the one that received a $500,000, non-repayable loan, that was guaranteed by the federal government, as long as it was used to benefit the country. Don't worry. The money is definitely going to benefit the country, Jenny said with a wicked grin. 016 Initial purchase. Having access to $500,000 was as wonderful as it sounds, for my little sister. For me? I was pretty much dragged around by my nose and told to watch and listen. I was ordered not to speak as she took me apartment shopping. Not little dinky apartments, either. No, these were upscale high-end apartments with views of half of the city. Jenny was in her element as she spoke eloquently to the various owners, then she decided that renting wasn't going to be good enough when one of the owners mentioned selling the place. I managed to hold in my sigh as she called a local real estate agent. I pointed to her watch and she glanced at the time to see that it was close to 5 o'clock, or quitting time. For this kind of money, she's going to spend all night helping us, Jenny said as the phone was picked up and she switched to the speaker option so I could hear. Jackson Reality. How can I help you? A woman's slightly happy voice said. Oh, hello, Jenny said. I know this is short notice and I'm sure that you're busy. Not at all, the woman said. I'm more than happy to help all night if needed. Jenny smiled at me and I shook my head. Great, she said. I'm looking to buy a nice apartment or condo or even a nice house, depending on the size and the location. At the moment, I have 3 apartments on the Upper West Side, a condo downtown, and there were shuffling paper sounds. 6 houses all over. Only 2 of them are a significant size. At least 2,000 square feet? Jenny asked, her eyes dancing. 1 house, 2 apartments. The condo is only 1,800. The woman responded. We might want to look at it anyway, Jenny said. Can we start there first? Of course, the woman said. I can come and pick you up or we can meet there. Jenny thought about it. I think we'll take the pickup option, she said, a bit tired of driving. Can you meet us at the shopping mall on Pico? We'll park down by the west entrance and we'll wait for you there. That's fine. What's your name and what do you look like? My name's Jenny Smith and I'll be the black-haired goddess standing next to a big lummox, Jenny said and burst out laughing. Hey! I exclaimed and the woman on the phone laughed, too. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The woman said. See you then, Jenny said and hung up. That wasn't nice. I frowned. Jenny reached up and pat the top of my head. I thought I told you to be quiet. That was before when we weren't alone, I responded. Do you want a coffee or something? Jenny asked, ignoring me. Maybe we should get some for the real estate agent, too. Jenny, I started to say and she took my hand. You know, having both technological and monetary control over my big brother is a huge emotional power boost to my ego. Jenny said with a huge grin. I couldn't help but laugh. What's it like having $500,000 at your fingertips, anyway? Jenny's grin turned wicked. I want to withdraw a few $1,000s in $1 bills, dump it on a big bed, and roll around in it. Somebody's been watching too many movies. I said and thought about actually letting her do that. Of course, I would do her one better and use $20 bills instead. I mean, who wants their sister to roll around in the cheapest denomination? I sure didn't. We got coffee and tea, just in case, and waited by the west entrance of the mall. A nice car pulled up a couple of minutes later and came to a stop. The door opened and she gave me a full look from head to toe, just like Jenny's friend Kathy did. You must be Jenny, the woman said and looked at my sister with a big smile. How did you guess? Jenny asked with a laugh and walked over to the car. I'm Lisa. Lisa Welch. Lisa said and shook Jenny's hand. Coffee or tea? Jenny asked and pointed to me holding the tray. Coffee, please. Lisa said and took one. Thank you. Long day? Jenny asked and the three of us got in the car. Unbelievably. Lisa chuckled and took a sip of coffee. The car pulled away from the entrance and took off like a shot. Jenny almost whooped in laughter. Lisa grinned at her. She's got some pep in her. Yeah. Jenny said happily. They shared small talk as we drove downtown towards the condo area and we all finished our coffees. The traffic was kind of cooperating, so it didn't take us very long to get to the right address. Oh, this is nice. Jenny said as we parked in the driveway. Wait until you see inside. Lisa said. I personally love the granite countertops. Not marble? Jenny asked. Too easy to scratch and mark up. Granite is much more durable for regular wear and tear. I didn't know that. Jenny said as Lisa opened the door for us. Most people don't care enough to ask about the specifics. Lisa said with a chuckle. Some even think that as long as it looks expensive, it'll last longer. Jenny chuckled, too. She had proof that wasn't true in the box of my old presents at home. Some of the most valuable things she owned were cheap when they were bought and had lasted for more than 10 years. I normally stay outside and let the clients walk through on their own. Lisa said and stepped aside. I'd rather you come in and explain things for us when we have questions. Jenny said. Are you sure? I don't want to influence. Not coming in will do that. Jenny said and waved her to go in first. Lisa looked at me and I smiled. Jenny's in charge. I said and she nodded. Lisa took us in and pointed out everything, explained what it was made of, then showed us the backyard. It has a pool. Jenny said and almost jumped for joy. I sighed. You're not supposed to show the real estate agent that you're excited. Who cares? It has a pool. Jenny exclaimed. I turned to Lisa. How much is this place? What? Lisa looked at me. I thought you wanted to look at. Do the other places have a pool? I asked. No, but the house has a huge backyard and we don't need to see anything else. I said and cut her off. How much? Lisa looked at Jenny and saw how happy she was. It's just under $700,000. We'll take it. Jenny said from the other side of the patio doors as she slipped off her high-heeled shoe and splashed it through the water. The price is a little excessive. I'm sure there's some room for negotiation, I started to say to Lisa. I said. We will take it. Jenny turned to face me through the doors and glared. I sighed. We'll take it. Wonderful. Lisa said with a huge smile. I'll have the contract drawn up in an hour and we'll submit the offer to the owner. I had a flash of divine sight and Lisa and I spent a wonderful 3 months together. We kept it hidden from my sister and then we go our separate ways when I buy an office building that was 2 streets over, 6 months from now. She retires from the real estate business on the commissions from both properties. She meets her future husband in Florida and they have 3 kids and a dog. That was too much of a good thing, for the both of us, so I turned to Lisa. Make it an even 700,000 and tell them we'll pass on the home inspection. I said, and Lisa gave me wide eyes. Oh, and I'll pay the early move-in fee and 10 years of condo fees in advance. Lisa stared at me as if I was a gift from God and I smiled at her. My clients are going to love you. They aren't the only ones. I said suggestively and she let a huge smile grow on her face. Are you really a big lummox? Lisa whispered the question. I glanced down at myself and then at her face. I smiled back and she blushed in reaction. I'll call them and tell them the offer. Lisa said and walked across the place and stepped out the front door. I turned to my sister and gave her 2 thumbs up. Yes. Jenny yelled and actually did jump up and down with excitement. I had to turn away, just so I wouldn't see my sister's wonderfully perfect breasts bouncing under her top. I did not need that kind of stimulation. Nope, I did not. An hour later, my sister signed the papers, because I wasn't a legal citizen and couldn't sign them myself. So, essentially, my sister bought a condo that I was going to be living in alone. Or so I thought. I can't wait to show my friends our new place. Jenny almost yelled. Well, fuck. I thought with a sigh and my sister hugged me. Don't worry, bro. They won't be staying over too often. Jenny said and let me go. That's not really what I'm worried about. I thought and didn't say anything to her. If she knew the potential trouble I could get into with both of her friends staying over all the time, she would disown them immediately, like I saw in my vision. I need to be very careful from now on. I can't wait to shop for new bikinis. Jenny said. Kathy and Sarah are going to love it here, too. I rubbed my face in frustration and stayed silent. Thanks to divine sight, there was nothing I could possibly say to avoid the situation. I accepted it for what it was, an unending bout of temptation, and I resolved to never give in. Your kids are going to be beautiful. Lisa whispered to me as Jenny did a little happy dance. She's my sister. I whispered back. Lisa looked surprised for a moment, then she smiled. I hesitated for only a moment, then I asked her out to dinner. She accepted. 017 getting sorted out. To my surprise, it only took 3 weeks for Mr. Graham to sort out my legal status. I thought that was amazing, considering all of the undoing that had to be done on a death from so long ago. He told me it was because it was so long ago that it was relatively easier for him to do it. They couldn't validate my license, since that had expired. My social security number was active once again and all related documents like my birth certificate were valid. I discreetly told Mr. Graham to leave the headstone and body where it was, because digging up someone they couldn't identify was only a waste of time and money. What I did do, was buy a new headstone and had it marked as John Doe and where he was found. Perhaps someone would see it and know that their lost loved one might be buried there. I had to stay in a hotel for that time, since the condo sale had to be delayed for a month for the occupants to finish moving out. The bank happily extended the loan to make it an even $1 million to cover it in expenses, thanks to the $9 million in collateral they still held for the government. Of course, they got most of that money back with the sale of the condo, since it was owned by people who used their bank. It was a great time for all concerned, especially me. Now that I was a legal citizen again, I was allowed to own property, buy a car, and get my license again. Thankfully, I was only renewing my license and I wasn't a new driver getting my license. I passed on the first try, to my sister's chagrin. It had taken her 2 tries and she had barely passed when she did it. How did you remember so much about it? Jenny asked me. I shrugged, because I didn't want to admit that I could read the handbook from my inventory. You didn't even study. Jenny exclaimed. Some things just stick with you. I joked and she smacked my shoulder. Come on, we're going shopping. Jenny said and pointed to my new car that she had driven here. You're driving. That's good, because I was driving anyway. I said and climbed in. Just because you're alive again, doesn't mean I can't keep bossing you around. Jenny said. You do realize I was acting like that for the government's benefit, right? I asked. No, you did it because you love me. Jenny countered and leaned over to rest her head on my shoulder. Plus, I have all the money. That means I'm the boss. I knew I acted too well. I said with a chuckle. Was it really an act? Jenny asked and lifted her head to look at me. Was I really sad to donate 9 million in gold to the government and only got $1 million in return? Yes. I said and drove out of the parking lot. I only had the paper license and the real one would come in the mail in a couple weeks. Was I sad that you decided, without talking to me first, that we were going to be living together? Yes. Don't be such a big baby. Jenny said. I saw a way to get out of the house before I had to earn enough money to get a place of my own, so I took it. She said, a little proudly. Tell me that you wouldn't have done the same, considering how they've been treating you. I opened my mouth to speak, then sighed instead. Maybe when I get a job. Dad's dead set against you hurting Mom again. Jenny said, then she sighed, too. I really hate to say this. She looked at me and reached over to touch the side of my face. They think you really did die back then. Their son did. The man that came back isn't the son they buried. I know. I said. I'm 10 years older, a little world-weary, and cynical beyond all measure. Jenny chuckled and let my face go. When you get your feet under you, they'll reconsider getting to know the new you. The DNA matched, you know. I said and came to a stop at a traffic light. Right down to the last adenine. That doesn't matter. I'd love you even if you were Frankenstein's monster. Ahoy! I said and pulled away at the light and drove down the street. I think the grayish dead skin might be a bit of a turn-off, not to mention a few conspicuous scars. Don't forget the huge bolts in your neck for recharging. Jenny laughed and poked my neck. Bzzzt. Ha ha ha. I'm tying to drive here. I don't care. Jenny said with a knowing smile. I'm the boss and you need to park soon. Did you see a store you want to go in? I asked and started looking for a parking space. Nope. I need to tinkle and I can't hold it much longer. I sped up to make her laugh, then I slipped my car into a spot that it barely fit into. I don't want to know how you did that. Jenny said and hopped out. Okay, where? Oh. Coffee shop. She took off at a jog. I laughed and followed her. I entered the door just as she passed the counter. A latte with extra foam. Jenny said loudly. I gave him his allowance and he's paying. The surprised woman behind the counter looked at me. Make that too, please. I said and took out some of the allowance my sister had given me and paid for the lattes. She did it as a joke the first time and I had laughed, then each day she gave me the same amount and told me to spend it wisely. It was getting on my nerves for a week and I thought I would tell her to stop, then saw the happy gleam in her eyes. I had a flash of divine sight at the time and we were sitting at the table at the condo a month from now. She reminisced about us going on dates when she was younger, with me giving her an allowance so she could buy things on her own, and I understood what she was doing. Now, I take the money when she offers it and I thank her for being so generous. Jenny came out and I handed her one, then we sat down and chatted about where I should apply first. We'll check out that construction site down by the reservoir first. Jenny said. They should take one look at you and hire you for grunt work right away. Geez, thanks. I said and rolled my eyes. You're big and muscular, Damon. Jenny said. Everyone that looks at you thinks you work in construction. You don't. A young woman asked as she brought over another latte. Not yet. I said as she put the latte in front of me. What's that for? That lady over there sent it, she said and pointed. I turned to look and saw a statuesque blonde woman with a white faux fur jacket. She waved at me and I waved back, then had a flash of divine sight, and as far as I could see, it was an orgy. It took me a second to count 7 sets of limbs, not necessarily all female. I had to slap my face on both sides to stop the vision. It was going to be a very pleasurable experience and I had to really consider if I was going to accept. Let's go, Jenny said and stood as she took my hand. But, I stood up and she dragged me away from the offered latte. Let's go, Jenny repeated and ignored the woman as she dragged me by and out the door. I'm sorry, I said and waved to her. The woman smiled and winked at me. We hopped in the car and drove around, did some shopping, which made my sister very happy, and then we went down to the construction site. Now that I had a license and was alive, I could work and get myself back into the government system. I had to pay taxes to keep my legal citizenship and I needed to work for that. To my surprise, Jenny was right. I had barely stepped out of the car when the foreman saw me. Pick up that steel girder, he said immediately, and I walked over to it, inched it up to get a good grip, then I walked it to an almost upright position with one end still on the ground. I stopped, rested it on my shoulder and held on, then stepped backward. The beam leaned back and balanced on my shoulder perfectly. I walked over to the foreman. Where do you want it? The man laughed. Right back where you got it. Oh, I said and carefully turned around and went back where it was. I reversed my move and put it right back on the ground, with barely any effort. You're hired, the foreman said. Step into my office and we can get the paperwork out of the way. Where's your office? I asked and looked around. See where I'm standing? That's my office, the foreman said and laughed. What's your name? Damon Smith. Smith? Really? He asked, concerned. I've got a birth certificate, social security number, and a driver's license that says so, I said and then smiled. All recently approved by the federal government. The foreman laughed. All right, he said and filled out the paperwork right there as I told him my information and showed him the proof. He wrote everything down. You'll be starting at the bottom with the lowest wage. Grunt work, I asked. Grunt work, the foreman said and nodded. Great, I said and smiled. When can I start? Tomorrow morning at 7, he said. Hard hats are in the trailer, as are the harnesses and safety equipment. He looked at my boots. You've got good taste. I've had a few people come here with expensive boots, not realizing that boots need to be functional and not just safe. I nodded. See you bright and early. Don't be late, the foreman warned. You only get one chance, and if you blow it, you'll never work in construction again. Don't worry, sir. I'm going to work so hard that I'm going to own this company in 5 months, I said. The foreman laughed. Now that's drive, that'll get you places, he said and waved to us as we drove away. 018 First night. It was our first night in the condo and Jenny was more than a little excited. It was her first night living alone, well, away from our parents, and her enthusiasm couldn't be contained. She pretty much dragged me around to a few stores to buy the essentials we would need. We stopped at a restaurant to eat and she tried to tip more than was necessary. I reached out and took her hand with the money in it. Jenny, stop. What? Jenny looked at me in confusion. What was the condition on the loan? I asked. To use it to benefit the country, Jenny said. So, giving an excessive tip isn't helping the country? Jenny looked at my hand and frowned a little. I can spend it however I want. No, you can't, I said. It's my money. No, it's my money that you are in charge of. They gave me the loan, Jenny countered. Which you spent on a condo that we didn't have enough money for, I said. The bank extended the loan, only because most of the money came right back to them. In reality, we only got about $200,000 as a loan on a $9 million in gold deposit. Jenny frowned at me. Well, if you hadn't been so stupid to tell them you had so much. I did that on purpose, I said, and she caught her breath. Why? Jenny asked, shocked. Why would you give them so much gold for nothing? It wasn't for nothing. I was essentially buying my life back. But, Jenny looked at our clasped hands. 9 million. It could have taken months, maybe even half a year, to get all the paperwork cleared away. I said, recalling the flashes of divine sight that I had before going into the government building. I could have been living on the streets while I waited for permission to get my life back. Damon, I would never let you live like that. Jenny said as she turned her hand over and gave me the money. I took out a good tip for the meal and handed her back the money. No, you keep it. Jenny said and tried to give it back. It's your money. She reluctantly admitted and held it out to me. I shook my head. I think we both need to take a class at the college on proper money management. Jenny took a deep breath and let it out. I haven't been that bad at it, have I? I had to smile at that. How many bathing suits do you have now? Only 6. Jenny exclaimed, then she blushed a little. I bought Kathy's and Sarah's, too. Then I think before we do any more reckless spending, we need to learn how to manage it better. You bought a car. Jenny said as we stood. It's economical, easy on gas, and the repairs are cheap because it's a common car. I said. I might have splurged on the leather seats, though. And the stereo system. Jenny said. And the tires. I sighed. Like I said, we need help. You have to work in the morning. Jenny said as we left the restaurant. I'll find out what my work day is like and then we can head to the college to see what they have to offer. I said, and we climbed into my car. We drove for several minutes before Jenny spoke. You're not getting any of that gold back, are you? Jenny asked. Not one coin of it. I said. In fact, I suspect it's already been sent to the US Mint for reclamation. For what? Jenny asked. They'll either remint them as US coins or they will smelt them into bars and add them to the Federal Reserve. I said. If they're smart, it's already got the best gold content, so they can just melt and pour. No mixing needed. That won't make many bars, will it? Well, if an ingot is about 26 pounds and I gave them 3 times 130 pounds of coins, or 390, that's about 15 gold ingots. Give or take a sliver or two. Jenny thought about it. 9 million divided by 15, so that's 600,000 a gold ingot. I nodded. In essence, we got to use 2 bars and they kept 13, free and clear. Jenny let out a sigh. I can't believe you did that. She said. Even speeding up the process, was it worth it? By itself? Absolutely not. I said. What? Jenny yelled in surprise. There was a very specific reason why I did what I did and we should be getting it in the mail tomorrow morning. At my place? Jenny asked with a smile. At our place. I corrected. It's my legal residence. My driver's license says so. Jenny chuckled. So what is it? It's in my name, so do not open it. I said. It contains official documents that I need. I thought you had everything to get your life back. Jenny asked, a little confused. I did. Now I'm going to try improving it. What? How? Jenny asked. I'm in your life now. What needs improving? I chuckled. Ah, my dear sweet little sister. There's more to life than having a place to call home. Not much more. Jenny said. You better not be thinking of buying a woman. I burst out laughing. Now you're speaking nonsense. Hey, they still have mail-order brides. Jenny said and crossed her arms. I thought you meant a prostitute. I gave her a smile and pulled into the driveway of our home. I will never acknowledge that you've visited a brothel, no matter how many times you mention it. Jenny said and stepped out of the car and grabbed the several large bags of sleep clothes, sheets, blankets, pillows, and toiletries. Let me take something, I said as I opened the front door to the practically empty condo. You're never getting through the door with that many big fluffy bags in your hands. Just watch me. Jenny grinned at me and then I watched as she proved me wrong and pushed and pulled all the bags through without letting them go. You're lucky the rooms are the same size, she said and tossed 2 of the large bags into my room. I'd be arm wrestling you for the master bedroom. You're assuming I'd lose? I asked. You better lose, Jenny said with a laugh and took the other bags into her room. She had things in them that I did not want to see. She came out 10 minutes later and handed me a practically empty bag. Gee, thanks, I said and took the bag. We have to go to Mom and Dad's on the weekend, Jenny said. I want to pack up my things and. You're staying here for the long haul, are you? I asked, teasingly. I'm going to college next year and having somewhere nearby is going to absolutely rock, Jenny said. I can't believe you convinced Dad to let you take a year off. Once I told him I was taking care of you, he practically yelled at me to go with you, Jenny said with a grin. Jesus, Jenny. I shook my head. He might try to get the college money back from you. He can't. It's my account and he's not a CO signer or on the approval slip, Jenny said. I knew that much about security when we set up the account and transferred your old college money into it. I'm glad, I said and tossed the bag with my jogging pants, t-shirt, and toiletries into my room. Once I get a few things going and work for a bit, things are definitely going to change. For the better? Jenny asked me. Definitely for the better, I said. Good night. Good night, Jenny said and watched me go into my room. My door has a lock, I said loudly and laughed when I heard her curse. I went to the bed and made it up quickly, changed out of my clothes and into jogging pants, then climbed into bed. I was tempted to shower tonight, but I didn't know what it was going to be like sleeping in a new place. I could sweat, freeze, be too comfortable, or not comfortable enough. In almost every case, I would need a shower in the morning. I set the alarm on the nightstand for extra early and pulled the blanket up to my chest. I took in a deep breath and let it out, then closed my eyes. Sleep somehow evaded me. I knew this, because half an hour later, I was wide awake when there was a knock on my bedroom door. Damon? Are you awake? Jenny asked, tentatively. Yes, I responded. I can't sleep. I took another deep breath and let it out. It's open. In only a few seconds, Jenny was somehow through the door, on my bed with her own blanket, and had it tucked up to her neck with her head on my pillow. Thanks. I chuckled and shook my head at her. I hope you don't expect to do this every night. Not every night, Jenny said with a grin. Kathy and Sarah are staying over on Friday. Oh, joy. I sighed and closed my eyes. Hey. Jenny slapped my shoulder. I said that out loud. I'm sorry, I said and kept my eyes closed. You're supposed to say you're sorry that you said it. Are you sure? I asked with a smile. Damon, Jenny said in a lower-pitched voice, which meant she wasn't joking around. I will always love you. I said the magic phrase and she went quiet, then I felt her cuddle close, even with 2 blankets between us. Good night, Jenny whispered. Good night. I whispered back, then fell right to sleep. The alarm went off the next morning and Jenny groaned in my ear. Ugh. Shut it off. I opened my eyes to see that she had mostly stayed under her own blanket and only had an arm across my chest. I rolled over, away from her, and hit the alarm. I had spent 10 years sleeping in a hostile environment, so I was instantly awake. I got up and grabbed my change of work clothes and went to the bathroom. I showered quickly and efficiently, dried off, and dressed. With a few exceptions. I slipped small bracers on my forearms, put a necklace on, then added small greaves to my calves. I had to leave the rings off, because I needed to wear gloves, and I slipped on the small stat boots I had. Once I was adorned properly, I dressed in the work pants that easily fit over the boots and the greaves, the shirt fit over the bracers, gloves, and necklace. Each item gave me boosts to my intelligence, my speed, my strength, and my dexterity. I was sure I couldn't get away with wearing any kind of cloth helmet, though. They looked too much like an aviator's hat and I knew the other workers would make fun of me if I showed up looking like that. So, I was as equipped as I was going to be. I left the bathroom and Jenny was sitting up in the bed and stared at me. "What is it?" I asked. "You forgot your hair again," Jenny said. "Huh?" I said and went back into the bathroom. I took out a hair tie, did the same trick with bending over and setting it in place, then stood back up and pulled it down. "Remind me to get a haircut." "No," Jenny said, and I walked out of the bathroom to look at her. Women love men with long hair and confidence. I thought about arguing, then smiled. "Just for that, you can take the girls out for breakfast and they can hang out here for the day." "Thank you for your permission," Jenny said, a bit sarcastically. "Don't worry, Jenny. Things are going to get so much better so quickly that you won't know what's going on." "How do you know that?" Jenny asked. "I can see the futura," I said and wiggled my fingers at her. Jenny laughed and threw a pillow at me. "Have fun at work." "I will," I said and tossed the pillow back. "See you tonight," I said and left. 019 Work related. I sent a quick message to the foreman and asked how many guys were working today, besides me and himself. He responded with 6, so I bought 8 breakfasts and large coffees to go. When I showed up at work with the large bags of food, nearly everyone laughed. "No one likes a suck-up, newbie," one of the guys jokingly said as he accepted the free breakfast and a coffee. "If I was going to suck up, I would have cut the sausage patty up for your tender little mouth," I responded. It was deathly quiet for a second, then everyone burst out laughing, even the foreman. "Welcome to the club," the guy said and raised the coffee in a toast. "Thanks," I said and did the same, then we all quickly ate and got to work. Grunt work was exactly what I had to do. I was the designated gopher for the day, so whatever anyone wanted, it was my job to go and get it. They got me once by telling me they needed blinker fluid for the forklift and sent me to the hardware store. The blonde girl at the customer service counter laughed her ass off when I asked her about it. "I guess you're the new guy on the construction crew down by the reservoir?" she asked. "Apparently, I'm the gullible one," I said with a laugh. It was a good joke. "Say, do you want to get back at them a bit?" she asked with an evil grin. "I'm in." I agreed immediately and she laughed again. "Come with me," she said and we went into the back room. To my surprise, she picked up a small empty lighter fluid can and filled it with water from the tap and pulled the top closed. She went to the computer and did up a completely fake and legitimate looking store label, printed it off and carefully stuck it onto the can over the old logo, then used a plastic suction and sealing machine to cover it in plastic. It looked like a real product called blinker fluid and she did up a price label for it. $60? I asked and started laughing at the $59.99 price. "Ahoy!" She smiled and then printed off a test price receipt for me, circled how much I paid, plus tax, and handed it to me. "This is fantastic," I said, very happy with the deception. "I could kiss you." There's nothing stopping you, she said with the same evil grin she had before. I had a quick flash of divine sight and it showed us only having sex once, right there in the back room, and no consequences like disease or pregnancy. I reached over to the door handle and clicked the lock. Her evil smile became a genuine one, and then we were rolling around on the floor and making out like lovesick teenagers that had never had sex before. Then we did. It was fan-fucking-tastic. We can never do this again, the blonde girl said as she tried to catch her breath. Can I at least come back to the store? I asked and sat up. It's the closest one to the site. She laughed. I'm not banning you from the store. Just from my sweet coochie. I gave her wide eyes and looked down at it. All right, I won't argue the sweet part. You better fucking not. She laughed again and sat up, too. This was fun, really fun. She reached up and touched my cheek. But, I think things like this won't last. Burning hot and fast, right? I asked and she nodded. I'd rather leave us here at the high point, rather than either of us getting tired or bored later, she said. I hope you understand. I copied her and touched her cheek, then I kissed her. Yes, I understand. I'm glad, she said. Now get out and show those joking bastards you're not to be messed with. You mean mess with you? I said and stood up, pulled my pants and underwear up, then helped her stand. You're brilliant. Don't be spreading the truth about me, now, she said and handed me the things. Good luck. Thank you, I said pointedly, meaning more than the item she made for me, and she gave me that evil smile. I chuckled and left the back room and the store, hopped into my car, and drove back to the construction site. Their reaction was absolutely priceless. They argued over it actually being real, even the foreman. They had been hazing new guys for years with the old trick about buying something that didn't exist, and it was the first time that someone had come back with a real product. Some argued that maybe after all the times they sent people to look for it, someone actually invented it. I had a really hard time holding my laughter in as they argued back and forth. They took turns shaking it to hear and feel if there was anything actually inside. When the foreman came over to me with the money to pay for it, I lost it and laughed my ass off, just like the blonde girl at the store did. It took me several minutes to explain that it wasn't real, and then I showed them that it was just water in an old lighter fluid can. We all laughed after that. All right, we'll quit the hazing, one of the guys said. That was just too good of a comeback to keep going. Right, guys? A cheer came from everyone, and then a few of them pat me on the back. Now get to work, the foreman said, and we all did until lunchtime. The others took out packed lunches and sat down, even the foreman. Several of the guys offered to share and I thanked them and politely refused. I'll remember to bring something tomorrow, I said, and sat there and waited. I take it you don't leave, because it saves time. Bingo, one of the guys said. We get paid for the job and not by the hour. If we work hard, we can finish up long before the scheduled date and get an early completion bonus. You're kidding, I asked, and he shook his head. I break up the allotted money for workers and divide it up into pays every 2 weeks, the foreman said. I had to think about that. How can you hire new people? I asked, confused. The foreman chuckled. More people, more hands, more work gets done sooner. Yeah. We might get less from the initial amount with more people, but the bonuses are awesome, one of the guys offered. It all works out in the end. The only downside is no overtime, the foreman said. We can stay and work as long as we want, we just don't get paid extra for the extra time. Because it's paid by job and not hours, I said, starting to understand. You all go home at a reasonable hour for your families. You got it, another guy said, and finished eating. Come on. I'll show you how to mix cement the right way. You buy it that way. Haha. Several of the guys said and everyone laughed. That's right. He stood and pointed to the cement truck that had a spinning back. I'll show you how to handle the beast, what to do to offload it, and how to clean it. More grunt work? I asked and he laughed. Nope. You're an official part of the crew now. It's just work. He said and slapped my back with a smile. I'll still run errands if you guys need me to. I offered. I like driving my car. That made everyone laugh. You're going to do great here, kid. The foreman said. Okay, boys. Back to work. We all did our jobs. I learned a lot the very first day. We worked until 6 o'clock, just past normal supper time, then we all left to go home. They were a great bunch of guys and as far as I could determine, there were no fights, animosity, or even hard feelings. Divine sight didn't flash once, so I knew everything was going to be good for a while. I sent a text to Jenny to see if she wanted me to get supper on the way home. She responded that she had it ready for me and that I needed to get home as soon as possible. I sighed and drove home, parked and saw that Kathy's car was there with Jenny's. I blocked Jenny's in and went inside. Surprise! 3 shrill women's voices yelled when I stepped into the condo. To my surprise, it was now fully furnished. It was in a style that I actually liked, so I couldn't get angry over it. It's a housewarming party. Woohoo! Susan exclaimed and jumped up and down. Her rockets were already deployed from their launch pads under her thin top, which meant she wasn't wearing a bra. I grew hard right away, because I remembered how good they tasted from the flash of divine sight I had over a month ago. You'll stop drooling eventually. Kathy said with a laugh and came over to me to give me a hug. You'll get used to seeing her massive pokies soon. I hope so. I said in relief. No, wait. I meant. I don't want. Kathy and Susan laughed and Jenny shook her head as she came over to me. Happy new house. Jenny said and gave me a hug. Thanks for not complaining too much about me staying here. It's your place, too. I said and she looked at my face. Yes, really. My turn. Susan pulled Jenny away and jumped on me to hug me. Bear hug. Kathy laughed at us and Jenny tried to pry her off. It didn't work, because she wasn't letting go until she wanted to let go. I felt Susan's nipples digging through my work shirt and I had to admit that it actually felt pretty nice. I pushed that thought aside and gave her a brief hug back. Thank you for the hug. I said graciously and she let me go. We've got supper ready. Jenny said and gave me a look. I took her into another hug and whispered. I promise to never have sex with Susan, even with her amazing space nipples. Jenny chuckled for a moment, then she thought about what I said. Hey, wait a minute. I let her go and took Kathy's hand. Tell me all about your day. Kathy smiled a beautiful smile that just lit up her face. I said he. Jenny yelled. I grinned at Kathy, who laughed and led me over to the table, with Susan right behind us. You are not going to believe the great food they had at, Kathy started to say as she served me some of the food they had made for the party. You guys! Jenny exclaimed and came over to us. I winked at her and she huffed, then we all sat down and enjoyed eating the very first meal in the new house. It turned out that I didn't really mind having her friends over after all. 020 improvised. This came in the mail for you. Jenny said and handed me a thick envelope that didn't look like it had been tampered with. Thank you for exercising restraint. I said to her with a tooth-bearing smile. Hardy har har. Jenny said and crossed her arms. We stopped her. Kathy said with a laugh. Like, holding her back and keeping her hands off of it. I had to laugh at that and put the letter aside. You better open that right this minute. Jenny said and pointed at it. I've been waiting all goddamn day to see what it is. Kathy, Susan, and I laughed. All right, calm down. I said and waved my hands around and clapped them together, then pulled a small dagger from inventory. "That's so cool!" Susan yelled. Kathy and Jenny just stared at the deadly weapon. I picked up the letter and the dagger sliced through the envelope's top as if it wasn't there. I flipped the dagger over in my hand and slapped the table as I stored it. Kathy and Jenny jumped a little and Susan laughed. "Do it again," Susan said, excitedly. "No, wait." She rummaged through her pockets. "Here. Use my phone." I chuckled and did some hand-waving over it, then slapped the table as I stored it. Wait. Where did it go?" Susan lifted my hands, looked up my sleeves, then she patted my chest and slid her hands down. She grabbed my crotch pretty firmly and smiled, then she checked my pockets. She tapped my legs and I lifted them to show that it wasn't under them. "You're looking in the wrong place," I said. "Where is it, then?" Susan asked. "Jenny, don't get mad at me," I said and reached for Susan's backside. "Don't you dare grab her ass!" Jenny exclaimed and I smiled and slapped it. "Ah!" Susan gasped. "Hey, hold on." She reached back and pulled her phone out of her back pocket. "How the hell did you do that?" "Magic," I said and easily lied. "I just chose that location when depositing it from my inventory." I picked up the open envelope and slid out several sheets of paper. "This is great," I said and read them. The coin's official content results of 99.98% gold, their legitimacy proven by the government, and the address for the company that buys, sells, and maintains the U.S. Mint's coinage and procurement of new gold and assets from businesses. Jenny just stared at me and wasn't sure what I needed with those things, then her eyes widened. I folded the letters up and pretended to tuck them into my pocket as I stored them into inventory. Now I just have to work my ass off, buy the company I'm working for, then I can really get things rolling. "You're not ambitious or anything," Kathy said, slightly impressed at my plans. "You ain't seen nothing yet," I said with a smile. "I've made you girls suffer enough with my dirty work clothes. I'm getting a shower and I'll change into something better." "Me, too," Susan said and put her hand up. Jenny put a hand over the other girl's face to hold her back. "Run." I jogged to my room with a laugh and locked the door. I didn't strip off my clothes this time. I stored them into inventory, as well as my equipment into their own slots, and set them to different hot activations. I chose the option there to clean everything for a silver coin and walked over to the bathroom. I took a quick shower and dried off, then went to the closet. I held my hand out and stored the dress pants and shirt, then equipped them. I walked over to the door and unlocked it, stepped out, and was met by 3 surprised faces. "That was fast," Kathy said. Once again I could hear the impressed tone in her voice. "I didn't want to keep such fine women waiting," I said. Susan giggled, Kathy gave me a bright smile, and Jenny rolled her eyes. "I hope this is okay to go out to the bar," I said as I walked over to them. "Bar?" the 3 of them asked as one. "I thought this was a party," I said with a chuckle. "Aren't we going dancing?" "Dancing!" Susan yelled and hugged me. "Yes. Let's go do that, guys. I wanted us to stay in tonight," Jenny said. "We still can," I said and Susan let me go. "All of us, I mean." "Really?" Jenny and Susan asked at the same time and Kathy looked at my face to see if I was joking. "We've only got one spare bedroom, though. I hope 2 of you don't mind sharing." "I call dibs on sharing Damon's bed," Susan said immediately and Kathy laughed. "Definitely no," Kathy said. "He meant either share the spare bed or with Jenny." "Ah," Susan said with a pout. "I wanted to see if he's a good cuddler." "Over my," Jenny started to say and I had a flash of divine sight. I saw Susan taking her keys when they were out drinking, then she totaled the car and killed Jenny, Kathy, and surprisingly, the blonde clerk from the hardware store. Susan had lived and I consoled her as I consoled myself, which broke my word to never sleep with her. Dea him. Jenny stopped when I lunged forward and covered her mouth with my hand. Don't ever say something like that. I warned her. Jenny looked at me in confusion. You're just asking for your trouble, I said and moved my hand from her mouth, then I hugged her and whispered in her ear. Never, ever let Susan drive. Jenny gave me an odd look for a moment, then she nodded. Thank you. I whispered and let her out of the hug. Whose car are we taking? Kathy's. Susan said. We always get priority parking and free drinks. Kathy chuckled and grabbed her purse and her keys. All right, come on you lush. Yes. Susan said and hopped and skipped towards the front door. We are going to have so much fun. Jenny and I followed them out the door, locked up, and climbed into Kathy's car. We drove for only 10 minutes and we stopped at a bar. It looked pretty crowded, even this early, and Kathy parked in a reserved spot. She hung up a placard on her rear view mirror that was from the bar and I chuckled. She's a member of the Preferred Client Club. Jenny said as an explanation as we got out of the car. It was a gift from my dad. Kathy said. He said that I needed to get out and meet some nice men. And men he approved of. Jenny clarified. They are not necessarily the same thing. I nodded understanding and followed the women into the entryway where the girls were stopped and checked for ID. Kathy showed her club ID as well. The man nodded, gave her a welcoming smile, and ushered us through. I had never danced so much in my entire life. Susan was a demon on the dance floor and could dance to anything, anything at all. Slow, fast, heavy metal, slam rock, and disco. I almost thought I was having a stroke from all of the different song styles coming out of the DJ booth. Jenny, Kathy, Susan, and half a dozen other girls that they knew from the club, kept me going for half the night. I spent quite a bit on drinks and not surprisingly, not for myself. I had work in the morning and I wasn't sure the amulet I could wear for a clear head would work, even though it wasn't grayed out and I could wear it. I didn't want to take the chance I would still be physically drunk and be clumsy while having a perfectly clear mind. That would really suck. At 1 in the morning, I finally convinced Jenny, Susan, and Kathy to come home with me. The three of them had red faces when I had asked and they clung to me pretty tightly as I led each of them out to Kathy's car. I knew they thought I meant something totally different than what I meant, actually going home, and I didn't correct them. It made them cooperate and that was what I needed right then. I drove the car back to the condo and parked, then did the same thing. I started with Jenny first and led her inside. Her face was bright red from embarrassment as I took her into her room. Damon, we shouldn't, Jenny said, barely above a whisper. SHH I said and took her into a hug. Jenny held onto me for a minute and then she let go. I'll get changed, and then, we can, talk about. I'll be back after I get Kathy and Susan into the house. Jenny nodded and started to undress. I pretty much ran out of the room, shut the door, and sighed in relief. I went out to the car and took Susan next. She held on and her face was bright red, too. I tried to lead her to the spare room and she stumbled and gripped my arm. I reluctantly took her to my room and she didn't say anything as I gave her one of my shirts to wear and told her to get changed and to wait for me in bed. Susan kicked off her shoes and stood on her toes to give me a quick kiss. Hurry back. I'll try. I said and left my room, then went out to get Kathy. You saved the best for last. Kathy said as she got out of the car and clung to my arm as if it was a lifeline. I did. I admitted. To my surprise, I didn't have a flash of divine sight, which meant nothing was going to happen between us. I love Jenny too much to fuck her brother, no matter how handsome and charming you are. Kathy said. I know. I said and she looked at me in surprise. Why else do you think I said you were the best? Kathy beamed a smile at me and it lit up her whole face. I really like seeing that smile, I said and led her into the condo. You would really like to see my ass, too, Kathy said, then her face burned a deep red. I chuckled a little and stopped in front of Jenny's door, then I turned her to face me. Thank you for being my sister's friend. I took her into a hug and gave her a long and lingering kiss. When I broke it, her eyes were wide with surprise. I opened Jenny's door and led her inside, only to see that Jenny was half undressed and sound asleep on the bed. Good night, I whispered to Kathy as I sat her down beside Jenny. Good night, my fantasy man. Kathy gave me a hint of a smile, then she reached up and touched my face. Once more. Of course, I said and gave her another lingering kiss. I left her there and went to the spare room. I was glad that I had stored a few clothing sets, just in case, and changed for bed instantly and went to sleep. I was up and gone the next morning, long before Jenny and her friends woke up, and bought breakfasts and coffees for everyone at work. You're really trying too hard, you know, one of the guys said and laughed. Thanks. Just look at it as getting some of your money back from my pay, I said and a few people laughed. You're going to do this every morning, aren't you? The foreman asked as he accepted a breakfast and a coffee. Yep, I said with a big grin. He laughed and waved for us all to sit and eat. I worked every day, even Saturdays and Sundays, despite the foreman saying that it wasn't necessary. I didn't tell him that with all the stat boosts my equipment gave me, I was actually trying to keep myself at a reasonable pace. I had to fight the urge to do things myself and had to let the experts do it and only helped them when I could. I also didn't want to let my completely unfair inventory be overly used in case I got caught. Jenny, Kathy, and Susan never mentioned what happened after the bar that night. I wasn't sure if they were embarrassed, pissed off, or glad that nothing actually happened. As far as I could tell, there was an even mix of all three emotions. I never mentioned it either and I didn't get any more divine sight flashes concerning Susan, so I had to call that a win, even if Jenny gave me a mean look every now and then. I made many trips to the hardware store and I actually got to know the blonde clerk really well. Her name was Diane and she was a single mom with a 6-year-old little girl, who was just as cute as Diane was beautiful. We actually became really good friends and never had sex again. In fact, there wasn't even any sexual tension. What we had done, and that was that. Diane admitted that she didn't do one-night stands and she also didn't date, because she was a dedicated mother and wanted to raise her daughter right. The father had been a complete ass by the time their relationship had crumbled away to bitterness and it had turned her off the whole dating scene. She deeply regretted not cutting it off much sooner and now she doesn't waste her time. I was completely fine with that and I never asked her out or tried to do anything even remotely sexually suggestive. We still joked and carried on like good friends do and she even came over to the condo a few times. Diane and Jenny hit it off right away and Kathy and Susan were right there along with her. Diane's daughter was the cutest little copy of her mother and she had an infectious laugh that I couldn't help but try to get her to do, whenever she showed up at the store after getting dropped off from school or when she was over at the condo with her mom. I actually privately thanked the manager for letting her keep her daughter there in the back office for the hour until she got off of work. She's the best damn worker I have, the manager said with a smile. I'd bend over backwards to keep her happy and on the payroll. Raises? I asked in a whisper. 2 in 2 months. The manager smiled. Don't worry, I know how to take care of my people. I'm very glad to hear that, I said, because I didn't get a flash of divine sight and knew that Diane was going to be just fine for a long time. 021 improvements. Over the next 3 months, Lisa the real estate agent and I had a great secret time together. Sneaking around so that my sister didn't find out made it that much more fun. We broke up amicably when my job at work picked up. The best part was the breakup sex was pretty freaking hot. I think we both put in a lot of extra effort, because we knew it was going to be the last time. I even had to equip a few stat items, just to keep my stamina up. I was doing tasks on the job site all on my own now. To say the foreman and the other guys were impressed with my performance was a severe understatement. I did so well, in fact, then the foreman started including me in his business meetings with the current client, that took place wherever he was standing at the time they showed up. The clients were happy to have the meeting so quickly to discuss the project and not happy with the circumstances of where the meeting was. I resolved to change that in 2 months when I bought the business. A basic trailer with an extravagant interior would be best for things like quick meetings. Jenny and I started attending an evening class on money management and learned a lot. Both business and professional money management was covered and we both enjoyed learning about them. The information was definitely going to come in handy, especially when I continued my plans. I discreetly used the business that bought and sold minted coins several times a month, just for some extra spending cash. I didn't want the government freaking out that I was dumping hundreds of coins every time I visited the business, so I only sold 10 at a time. Once the paperwork and government approval were registered and confirmed after my first visit, I became a valued customer and received nearly the full value of the gold content, minus commissions. By the time 2 more months had passed, I had cashed in enough to put in a bid on the business where I worked. To my surprise, the owner was eager to sell and unloaded everything onto me. I realized then that it was a complete mess from mismanagement and started looking for a business manager. Thanks to divine sight and a week of frustration, I stumbled across a man that had been let go from his previous job. It was due to budget cuts and not because he was doing it wrong, like his lack of recommendations implied. He sat across from me inside the brand new meeting trailer and he was a bit odd at the decor. I hired him immediately and without an interview, which shocked him. Neither of us has the time to waste with nonsense, Craig. I need your help and I need it now. I said. But, what about? I'll pay you your previous salary plus 10%, a company car, and if I can swing it, an apartment in the building I'm planning on buying downtown in a month. Jesus. Craig said and looked at me with wide eyes. Yeah. Okay. He said and held a hand out to shake. Thank you for the opportunity. You say that now. I smiled an evil smile as I shook his hand, then I handed him everything the old business owner had given me. Fix this. Craig laughed. You know I need your input and you can't just dump it all on me. I know. I said. I'll take a day off and we can go over everything tomorrow. Sounds good. Craig said. I'll look over this tonight and I'll try to have a plan for you tomorrow. Wonderful. I said. Now get out. I've got to get back to work. What? Craig looked at my work outfit as if he just noticed. This is a working man's company. I said and stood. I'm just kidding about getting out. You can stay here and work until I can get an actual office set up for the business. Oh. All right. Thanks. I pat him on the shoulder and left. Hey, new boss. One of the guys waved. We've got a problem with the cement truck. Wonderful. I said sarcastically and jogged over to him. And so it went. A month later, I met with Lisa, the real estate agent in the meeting trailer, and good lord, did she look hot, and a little pregnant. Oh ho! I exclaimed as she walked over to hug me. Who's the lucky guy? Lisa blushed and held up her hand with a nice diamond ring on her finger. My high school crush. Well, damn. There goes my conniving plan to woo you back into my bed with another massive commission. I joked. That was not how that happened, you ass. Lisa said in a stern voice, then she laughed. How have you been the last 3 months? Too damn busy to get laid. I said and waved for her to sit. How far along are you? Almost 8 weeks. Lisa said. What are you carrying, twins? I asked, because the bulge was too big for a single baby this soon. I am. Lisa smiled. A boy and a girl, so we're both ecstatic. He wanted the boy. I asked with a matching smile. Ex-football player. Lisa said with a chuckle and I nodded in understanding. So, what is it you're looking for this time? I told her the specs of what I needed, offices for the business, common areas, apartments, and several other things and amenities like parking and a gym either nearby or on the premises. Lisa wrote it all down and then took out her cell phone. I have a few contacts in the business district as well as one in the downtown core. She said and found someone's number. I hope she's not busy. She won't be. I thought and waited. Sandy. Hi. Lisa said, a bit enthusiastically. Yes, it has been a while. She paused. Of course I've been busy. She said and chuckled. I even got knocked up. I heard the screech from her phone and I was 5 feet away. Jesus, calm down. Lisa laughed. Yes, yes. We can have lunch. Uh-huh. Yes. I called for another reason. Okay. She hung up the phone. She'll call me back on her private line. I nodded. She seemed a little bit happy that you're pregnant. Only a little. Lisa laughed. Her phone rang and she answered it. Hi. Yes. Here's what my client is looking for. She said and then gave Sandy the list I gave her. All right, I'll wait. She put the phone down on the small table between us. She's looking through the listings she has and she'll be a few minutes. Not a problem. I get to sit here and watch you glow. I said. Lisa chuckled and blushed a little. Thanks for trying to make me feel better about getting big so soon. She rubbed her belly. You can stop with all the unnecessary flirting. I stood up and walked around the little table and sat beside her. I took the hand she was rubbing her belly with. I don't think it's unnecessary. I said and kissed her hand. The very first thing I thought when you came in through the door was that you looked goddamn hot. And no, Lisa's face flushed to a deep red. Damon. I'm not making a pass at you or anything. I said and then smiled. Can I rub your belly? Lisa chuckled and nodded, so I let her hand go and reached down for her belly. I placed my hand on it, gentle as can be, then I made slow circular movements and touched every bit of bulge through her top. If I was making a pass at you, I would ask to touch your soft and supple skin directly. I whispered and leaned down. Your mommy loves you both very much. Lisa took in a deep breath and let it out, which made her belly rise and fall as well. I sat up straight and removed my hand. Don't for 1 second think that you're not desirable, just because you're becoming a mother. I said and let her see the determination in my eyes. If you weren't engaged to be married, I'd bend you over this chair right now. Lisa took in a sharp breath and there was a squeak and a matching breath sound from her cell phone. Lisa? I found 3 listings. Sandy said and you could almost hear the guilt in her voice. I picked up the phone and handed it to Lisa, then walked around the little table to sit across from her. Lisa gave me a longing look as she spoke. That's great. What are the addresses? She copied them down and Sandy agreed to meet us. We left the construction site and Lisa drove. She didn't mention my very successful pass at her and I neglected to mention that I didn't have a flash of divine sight that told me I couldn't do it. That meant I could have bent her over the chair and had my way with her, and no one would have ever found out about it or caused any real ramifications to what I had seen before. I didn't want to push my luck, however. We stopped at a very nice building near the downtown and got out, then Lisa waved. I turned to look where she was waving and the blackest black woman I had ever seen waved back. I couldn't make out her facial features until she was 15 feet away and I saw that she was absolutely striking. A sharp nose, slightly plump cheekbones, and brilliant hazel eyes that easily caught me staring at her. Sandy hugged Lisa, rubbed her belly a little to make her laugh, then she turned to face me. You must be Damon. She said and held a hand out to me. I had a flash of divine sight and it was a tangled mess. There were possible fights, money arguments, several different versions of our first time together, happy and blissful vacations at the same time and in different places, and then kids, no kids, one kid, adoptions, and abortions, some of which were mine. The happy times of quiet mornings was a common theme, at least. I closed my eyes for a moment, took a breath and let it out, then I opened my eyes and took her hand. We both gasped as an electric shock went through us and I saw what the problem with my divine sight was. Sandy was a seer. She didn't know she was and she had impeccable instincts that she always followed. If she had a feeling that she needed to do something, she did it and didn't question it. Ever. I think the normal term for that was flighty. I also knew that I could never, ever have a relationship with her. She had been touched by a goddess for some unknown reason and because of my divine sight, technically I had been touched by a god, too. We were not compatible in the least. I let her hand go and smiled awkwardly, as did she. I was pretty sure that she had the same feeling that we couldn't even be friends, let alone lovers. Shall we go inside and look at the place? Sandy asked Lisa, because she couldn't quite look at me. Lisa was confused by the exchange, nodded, and the three of us went inside. I knew this wasn't my building and went with it anyway. I couldn't just say which one I wanted, because that would jack up the price to a point that I wouldn't buy it, just on principle, so I had to go through all the motions and rigmarole of looking at everything first and then deciding on which one I wanted to bid on. 022 clearing the air. And this is the penthouse suite. Sandy said as she opened the door. She avoided my gaze as much as I avoided hers and Lisa could tell we were uncomfortable with each other. She couldn't ask either of us about it while the three of us were together, so she kept quiet as we entered the living room. What of you? I said, which was prophetic, because just then Sandy's high-heeled shoe snagged the rug, made her stumble and wave her arms, and I kid you not, she flopped over a cushioned soft armchair that hiked her skirt up and exposed her very nice ass in a thong as she bent over and caught herself. I also saw her womanhood. It was wet and practically dripping, as if begging me to taste it. I had a flash of divine sight and I saw myself knelt there licking her, saw myself pounding her from behind like I had imagined doing to Lisa, saw myself just using my fingers, saw myself slapping her ass, saw myself rubbing it gently, and also saw myself carefully pulling her up to stand and kissing her as I pulled her skirt down for her. It all happened at the same time, as if I was watching 10 different movies at the same time and overlaid on each other. I reached out to the wall to steady myself and looked away from the sight, hoping the visions would stop if I wasn't looking at something so tempting. Sandy, are you okay? Lisa asked and she was the one to help her stand and pulled her skirt down to cover her. I'm fine. Sandy looked over at me and she trembled a little. I took a deep breath and let it out, because that one look gave me another flash of divine sight and I saw her getting pregnant from what could have happened. I also saw her hate my guts and saw her love me with all her heart. It was goddamn confusing and I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around her. Maybe we should do this another day. Lisa suggested. No, it's either now or never. Sandy and I said together, then we both laughed nervously. I'd like to look at all the options before I make a decision. I said. Yes, let's keep looking. Sandy said. I'll show you the bathroom next. She definitely needs to check on herself. I thought and wondered if she had a spare pair of underwear in her purse. If she's not careful, she's going to leave little drops everywhere. I followed her and Lisa and it was an okay bathroom. It wasn't something I would have picked for the penthouse suite. Lisa, you look a little flushed. I said and took her hand. Why don't you and Sandy get freshened up while I go check on the balcony and the bedrooms? Okay. Lisa said and I left the two women in the bathroom and shut the door. I went to the bedroom and gave it a cursory glance, then went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. I took several deep breaths and I was glad I didn't get another flash of divine sight. Nothing was going to happen in this building, so I relaxed and waited for a few minutes. I went back inside the suite and walked over to the bathroom. I reached for the door handle and had another flash of divine sight. Lisa convinced me to sleep with her one last time and blindfolded me, then Sandy came in and we had sex. It was different and I felt it, freaked out, and then suddenly Lisa didn't convince me and nothing happened. No, she did, and then her husband found out and it wrecked their marriage, Sandy consoling her and apologizing for making her do it one more time. Then it was Sandy with Lisa's fiancé and us walking in on them after a friendly lunch date. Jesus Christ! I cursed in my head and stumbled back from the door and walked towards the penthouse door. I had a sudden flash of not buying any building and came to a stop. Fuck! I thought and stood still as the visions faded. All right. Get a grip. I thought to myself. Damage control. I turned towards the bathroom. Girls? Is everything all right in there? Yes. Lisa said nervously, and that made me nervous. I opened the door and Sandy was on her knees with her ear pressed against Lisa's bare belly and was lovingly caressing the little bump. What are you doing? I asked in an accusing tone, since I felt like that was what the scene needed. I'm listening to their heartbeats. Sandy said. It's like a pair of hummingbirds. Yeah. I said and looked at Lisa. I'd like to see the next building sometime today. Yes, okay. Lisa said. Sandy, we should go. In a minute. Sandy said and started to hum. I had a flash of divine sight and that song was always bad. 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 I cupped my hands and slapped them together as hard as I could. The very loud clap echoed in the bathroom and startled the both of them. Up. Now. I spat at Sandy, who looked at me with an angry expression. I'm fully prepared to walk away from this deal if you don't stop disrespecting someone who is supposed to be your friend. I wasn't disrespecting her. Sandy said. You have her half naked in a strange bathroom and you're humming a voodoo hymn song to her unborn children. I said, my voice getting louder with each word. VVV voodoo? Lisa asked, quite scared. It's not voodoo. My grandmother was a voodoo priestess, wasn't she? I asked and Sandy didn't say anything. Just because she sung songs to you as a child, it doesn't mean they aren't voodoo. You don't know anything about my family. Sandy said and stood up. Lisa quickly buttoned up her skirt and pulled her top down to cover her belly. I don't ever want to know anything about your family. I said and had a flash of divine sight. She went to her family and they cast a bad luck curse on me and my family for disparaging them. Then it was a death curse and Mom died. Then it was Dad instead. Then it was Jenny. Then it was Mom and Jenny. The funny thing was, it was never me in any of the death visions, and that meant it was focused on hurting me specifically. If you think I've called you or your family down for dealing in black magic, I apologize. I said no such thing. I only said that I don't want to know your family. They could be very nice people and it doesn't matter to me in the least. I don't know you and I don't want to get to know you, and I'm not being mean or vindictive as I say that. I paused for a brief moment to let that sink in. I have a business deal to complete and that's all. This isn't a social occasion and we're not friends. In fact, we can never be friends, and I believe you know that. The divine sight visions faded away and didn't repeat or come back, which meant that I had dodged the proverbial bullet. Hopefully. I would need to keep vigilant and possibly take steps to avert what I saw. Then I will show you the other two buildings. Sandy said, her angry face becoming passive. Lisa can contact me and let me know when you decide on which one you would like, or none at all. That would be great. I said and held a hand out to Lisa, who took my hand and gave it a squeeze. Even if you don't believe in voodoo yourself, that doesn't mean it doesn't have power. We followed Sandy out of the building and she said she would meet us at the next address. We agreed, and as soon as we were in the car, Lisa almost broke down into tears. Damon? What was all of that? Voodoo? Priestess? Magic songs. I reached out to her and took her hand, kissed it, and then leaned in and gave her a kiss. I held it for several seconds and then broke it. I meant to give you this as an engagement present, I said, and took out the small amulet that gave you a clear mind. It's been blessed to give you a clear mind and nothing will impede it. I slipped it over her neck and Lisa took in a sharp breath as it came into effect. Damon, this is worth a lot of money, I said, and she stared at me. Yeah, I could sell it and make a fortune, but I would rather you have it and let it protect you and your children. Lisa gave me a knowing look and then she took a breath and let it out. I'm going to cancel my lunch plans with Sandy. That, my good friend, would be a wise thing to do. Friend, hey. Lisa gave me another knowing look. Hey, just because I want to make sweet and passionate love to you, doesn't mean I'm not your friend. Sweet? Lisa raised her eyebrows at me. I rolled my eyes. Fine. I want to jam my meat stick so far into the buns in your oven that you'll have no choice but to have triplets. Lisa gave me a surprised look for a second, then she laughed and tried to speak at the same time. That's not funny. I'm pretty sure my snickety snake can squirt its venom all over you, I said, a bit proudly. It's poison, though. Lisa kept laughing and shook her head. You're saying no? I asked and she nodded. Ah, damn it. Lisa reached out and touched the side of my face. I love my fiancé. I can honestly say that he is a very lucky man, I said, and turned my head to kiss the palm of her hand. I know the two of you are going to build a very good life together. Lisa nodded and took her hand back and started the car. I just want you to know that even when you're as big as a beach ball, I still want to bend you over that chair in my office. Lisa turned her head and stared at me with wide eyes. What? You really would do that? Lisa asked, surprised. I'd hurt the little ones if you faced me, I said, completely honestly. I'll miss sucking on your nipples, though. I won't deprive the kids of nourishment. Lisa reached over and instead of grabbing my hand like I thought she would, her hand slid down and touched me to feel my erection. Jesus, you really would. What part of you look goddamn hot didn't you understand? I asked with a grin. Lisa chuckled and let me go, then shifted the car into drive. Why did we break up again? I couldn't give you the time and love you deserved, I said, once again honestly. I told you I've been too busy to get laid, and that's with Jenny's friends staying over pretty much every night. You're not stupid enough to do them that young, Lisa said, and then glared at me for a second. Tell me you're not that stupid. I stuck my tongue out at her and she laughed. You're an ass, Lisa said, and insulted me. You've got a sweet ass, I said, and complimented her. It's like 10 pounds heavier, Lisa responded as she drove down the street. I stand by my observations, I said, a little smugly. I'd need 4 hands to grab you appropriately, you know. 2 on the ass and 2 on the breasts, just so I could get the whole experience. I joked and gave her chest a searching look. You're a D cup now, right? How did you know I went up a full cup size? Lisa glanced at me and saw where I was looking. Yeah, you're definitely an ass, I laughed. Good God, I miss having you around. Me, too, Lisa said, and was quiet for a moment. Damon, if this deal goes through. Yeah, I know, I said, and reached over to take her hand. You do what's best for your family and so will I. Thank you. Lisa lifted my hand and kissed it. I'm so glad you understand, she said, and let my hand go. I was quiet for a minute and then looked at her. Friends can still fuck, can't they? I asked and made her laugh. 023 Final purchase. Sandy showed Lisa and I the next building and it was my building. I didn't let anything show, however. I pretended everything was new and I hadn't seen it before, made disparaging comments about the building at appropriate moments when asked, and we moved on. The last building was the worst of the three, but it was in a prime location and was also the most expensive. I pretended to like some of the things and pointed out the flaws, then we left and went our separate ways. Lisa drove me back to the construction site. You didn't like any of them. I sighed and did my best to feign resignation. I need to pick one, so maybe I should get your opinion. Mine? Lisa asked. You're getting the commission for the sale, right? No, for the purchase. Sandy gets the commission for the sale. Lisa corrected. Oh. Then don't pick the expensive one. I said and she laughed. That leaves two. Lisa said and went quiet as she thought about it. I'll say right now that I don't want the first building because of what happened. I said and she nodded. That means you're stuck with the second one. Lisa said. Are you okay with settling like this? I have to be. I need the room for offices, the extra apartments for employees, and the amenities, even if we have to pay for parking next door. I said in a slightly defeated tone. I don't suppose the parking structure is for sale. Lisa gave me a look, then she looked at the road. I'll make a few discreet calls and see who owns it. Thanks. I said. What are your thoughts on the price of the building I'm so happy to try and buy? Lisa chuckled. I'll get the inspector's report and I'll pound the owner with violations that are going to cost a fortune to fix. Wonderful. I said and smiled at her. Less upfront cost will definitely let me fix the place up. You're going all out on it, aren't you? Lisa asked. If given the chance, yes. I said. If my guess is right, I'm going to have a lot of people that will want to live there because it's so fucking awesome. Lisa laughed. You're cursing a bit too much, you know. Yeah, but it makes you laugh. I said and she laughed again. Lisa came to a stop at the construction site and gave me a longing look. You know, if I'm really horny, I would like nothing more than to fix that for you. I leaned over to give her a quick kiss. You already told me that love your future husband, though. I said with a smile and she nodded. What if I just want to talk? Lisa asked and waggled her eyebrows at me. It was my turn to laugh as I remembered her making chewing sounds as she pretended her lower mouth gobbled me up the last time we had sex. That was the best. I said and gave her another kiss. The absolute best. It was. Lisa said and smiled wistfully. I'll do up the proper papers and get things rolling. Thank you. I said and climbed out of the car, then pat the fender as she drove away. Hey, boss. The foreman said and I walked over to him. Did you have fun? I smiled. She's engaged. Uh-huh. The foreman smiled. The question hasn't changed. I smiled back and slapped him on the shoulder. Get back to work. I said and the both of us did. Lisa was my champion and slayed the evil old owner of the building I wanted. She knocked several million from the price, which just happened to be the same amount she would be getting from the sale, and I couldn't have been happier with her. I had Jenny show up and had her as the primary owner of the building. That shocked both her and Lisa, since they both thought it was going to be my building. Lisa also found out who owned the parking place next door and they sold it to me for a reasonable price. Of course, it came with the small crew of parking attendants and the whole salary thing as well. I had Craig add it to his workload for the building and he barely even glanced at it. Hey, guess what? There's like a dozen apartments free in the building. I said. Do you know how much it's going to cost in rent there? Craig asked. Yeah, nothing. I said. I might not be able to afford to move. Craig stopped talking and stared at me. What did you say? I told you I'd get you a company car and an apartment at the new building. I said. Are you paying anything for the car? Well, no. Gas. Company card. Craig said. Food. Ditto. Salary. Ridiculous. Is that good ridiculous or bad ridiculous? I asked and he chuckled. Okay, good ridiculous. I said. I told you that you're doing me a favor here and I look after my people. Craig nodded and his cell phone rang. The decorating company is requesting an emergency meeting. I chuckled. I bet Lisa just handed them the inspector's report. No doubt. Craig said. Are you free right now? I'm standing here, aren't I? I asked and he laughed. You're spending too much time with the foreman. Craig said and told them to come right over. You know they are going to request a construction crew. Surprise, surprise, I seem to own the perfect company. I said with a grin. And so it went. We split the workers between 2 job sites and the work didn't slow down or became harder with less people, because I was taking up the slack and doing a lot of the extra work after hours and on the weekends. With no one around, I could be a whirlwind of activity and do several jobs at once. Having an inventory that let me store pretty much everything, made construction a breeze, especially when you didn't need tools and just used strong hands to do things. Of course, I also called a mandatory break and gave everyone a week off. A few of the guys protested, until I said that they were still getting their standard 2-week pays. I was cheered for that and everyone enjoyed their time off. I didn't. I had discreetly acquired several nice Japanese samurai swords, real ones, and they were razor sharp. I followed the details of my visions to track down Sandy's family. I used my divine sight like a guide and did my best to dispatch each and every member of the extended family, starting with the grandmother. To my surprise, she hadn't been expecting me and didn't know who I was. I apologized that her granddaughter had sent me and then took her head. Thanks to divine sight, I knew what to do to make sure that the karma of her life of voodoo was cycled back onto her and not transferred onto me. I destroyed her altar, her ritual blood hookah, and I burned the place to the ground in a specific ritual. The rest of the family followed in her wake. None of them knew me and I was grateful that Sandy's seer blood hadn't been carried over into anyone else. I didn't get any mixed or mangled visions as I took care of them all. I felt bad about the children, at first. Those divine sight flashes told me what they would do if they grew up, especially without family and vengeance on their minds, and I dispatched them, too. The Japanese swords were worth their weight in gold for the job. I left there, free and clear, and no trace of what I did was left. In order to cover up my crimes, I set fire to the local area's forest and called in the warning an hour after I left. By then, the gasoline I had spread all over had the fire well out of control and all they could do was evacuate. No one else died. When I arrived at Sandy's house, I had a dozen different flashes of how the encounter was going to unfold. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, let it out, then stepped out of my car. I picked up the small bag and carried it to Sandy's front door. I did my best to ignore the visions as they kept playing and changing with each step I took. I couldn't falter now, not after all the hard work I had done, so I rang her doorbell. The door opened and a very surprised Sandy stood there. Her mouth was frozen in the open position, her face filled with surprise, and I handed her the bag. Her expression didn't change as she took the bag and opened it. No. Sandy said and reached in to take out the still beating heart of her grandmother. Her debt is yours now. I said and took a samurai sword out of inventory and sliced it right through the grandmother's heart and shoved the blade into Sandy's heart. A pulse of sickly yellow energy passed through the blade from one heart into another, then both the heart and the blade turned to dust and faded away. Karma's a bitch. I said and walked away. I had no flashes of divine sight as I walked back to my car. I climbed in and looked back at Sandy. She was no longer the striking black woman that she used to be. All of the old woman's debt was sucked into her and her body grew old and decrepit. Her black hair turned grey and then white, grew several feet in length, then she dropped to her knees as her strength left her. Sandy cried out as her knees shattered like glass and she fell to the ground. Her arms crumbled when she tried to catch herself and then her screams cut off as she landed face down and her head deformed from the impact. Her body twitched and shivered as she laid there and died. I sat there and watched it all as I burned the image of it into my memory. I needed to remember what happened to anyone who crossed my family. I didn't care if you came after me, since I was fair game. Going after my sister? Nope. That is never, ever happening. I put the car into gear and drove off, sure that no one was ever going to pin a murder, or series of murders, on me. The murder weapon and all evidence was so much dust, as was the motive. Who was going to believe that they all died because I had a vision that they were going to cast a curse on me? That's right. No one. 024, everything in place. Once I had all of the major purchases done, I started making life better for my family. My father refused at first, even knowing I owned a successful construction company and that I had pretty much given my sister the condo for her and her friends to use for college. Jenny refused at first, mainly because she actually enjoyed living with her big brother, even though I only really slept there at night. I moved into the penthouse suite in the new building after fixing everything that was wrong with the place. The first thing I did was make a hidden room for myself to work in. It was quite easy to make a false wall and no one would ever know about it. It was also my space and it was written into the building's contract that it was my apartment forever and no one was to be rented the space, even if I disappeared for another 10 years. Jenny wasn't really happy about that clause, mainly because it implied that I was going to leave again. I had warned her several times that it was always possible, since there was nothing I could do if I was kidnapped again. She accepted my decision, albeit reluctantly, and she promised that she would wait for as long as it took for me to come back. I will always love you. I said the magic words that I hadn't said in a while and she couldn't stop her smile as she gave me a hug. I love you too, you big lummox. Jenny said. 6 months later, my company finished constructing the building we had been commissioned to do. It was almost 6 months before the completion date and the bonuses were half again what we were paid to build it. The workers were ecstatic and the foreman thanked me for saving the company from bankruptcy. He had been digging into the old owner's exploits when he could and he knew they were living on borrowed time. He just didn't have any way of doing anything about it. When I stood there on our last day and handed them checks for 6 figures, each guy hugged me tightly and thanked me profusely. Of course, I told them that if anything ever happened to me, I would be selling the business. They were shocked to hear this, then I pointed to the foreman. He'll be the CEO and you guys will all be partners. I said. There was dead silence for about 10 seconds, then they all cheered. I'm glad you're all so happy that I might disappear again someday. I joked and they all clapped me on the back, apologized, then grabbed the foreman and took off to the closest bar to celebrate. Luckily, the foreman had listened to me and watched what I was doing, so he knew that meeting clients inside an expensive trailer definitely made a better impression, rather than being a constant presence on the job site and that anything could interrupt their meeting. The very next day, I had 3 contracts to bid on and I had to gather the guys back up to discuss it with them. A lot of them were confused and wondered why I was bothering them with it, then I laughed. They didn't care where they worked, just that it was work and they got paid. It didn't matter what they were building. I looked at the foreman and he shrugged. The old owner never consulted them on things like this. We finally decided on bidding on the smallest building to build and it was accepted immediately. We had a month off to relax before we would need to start and I was sure the guys liked that more than the huge paycheck they had just received. With an entire month off, I now had the free time to start my work in my secret workshop. As a construction business owner, I had access to industrial materials and could order what I wanted. I ordered something I needed to try, just to see if it would work. The next day, 10 slabs of steel the exact size and requirements I needed were delivered and I stored them and took them into my workroom. The room was huge and filled with every kind of tool you could think of and any metal working machine I could get my hands on. I didn't have any restrictions on the things I could do, now that I wasn't on a world that had restrictions on such things, like cross-job specializations, and I got to work. I took out the very first page of the enchantment tome and placed it next to one of the blank sheets of steel I had ordered. With modern tools and the knowledge on how to copy it, I had a very easy time duplicating all of the words, etchings of diagrams, and instructions. When I was done and put the last dot on the bottom of the page and finished the last sentence, it glowed blue for a moment. To my delight, it didn't shatter. I had thought about trying different metals and making the pages smaller, then shook my head. I would have no way to duplicate it again if I made it smaller. That wasn't what I was trying to do, anyway. No, what I had just confirmed was that enchanting could be duplicated here on Earth. The inherent magic of the symbols infusing into the metal page told me so. I knew I couldn't do anything outrageous, because all of my weapons and armor were still grayed out in my inventory. However, trinkets and amulets could be made. The amulet I gave Lisa proved that it really did work and still held some power. I didn't know the extent or how long the effect would last, though. I had no flash of divine sight about it not working, so I took that as a good sign. I took out the page with the same enchantment that gave a clear head called Clarity. It had the details of the size and shape of it, the metal content, and what had to be written on the underlay and then plated over. I had already ordered the base metal, 100 laser-cut steel hexagons 2 inches across, and a small forge for melting gold. I was taking an awful chance doing something like this, then remembered to equip all of my stat equipment. I included the rings and bracelets this time instead of the gloves, too. I was sure I needed all the help I could get. I followed the instructions and made the first engravings, like the instructions said, and carefully carved out the proper symbols and shapes. It was grueling work and took nearly 15 minutes. It didn't glow when I was done carving, though. It had to be sealed in gold for that to work. I donned my thick industrial gloves that fit over my rings and used the tongs to take out the small crucible from the forge, then eased the molten gold into the carving. I was working on a granite bench, so there was no danger of it catching fire if I spilled the gold. I used a metal working tool to rub the gold into all the little grooves, then added more gold to make a nice flat surface. It was going to take time to cool, so I put the nearly 3/4 full crucible back into the forge. Before long, the gold set and then it glowed blue for several moments. The amulet formed completely and the heat dissipated instantly. I reached out and picked it up, felt the heft, and added a simple gold chain. I hung it over my neck and took a deep breath as my head cleared. I immediately remembered that I had completely forgotten to make a large metal base with the proper safety enchantment to absorb any errant magical energy that might escape the enchantment process of whatever I was working on. My hands shook at the thought of shattering the table, wrecking the forge, and possibly spilling the gold over myself. Or having the thing explode. That could have been bad. I quickly checked the table and relaxed when I didn't see any stress cracks. How could I have been so stupid? I asked myself and shook my head, then took out one of the steel slabs I had and quickly added the proper protections for enchanting from the proper page of the tome, let it glow for several moments, then added it to my enchantment setup. The best thing about using modern technology? Easy duplication. Once I knew it worked, instead of having to hand carve every single enchantment by hand, I instead made a metal stamp. It took 10 times as long, because the stamping material was titanium and designed for impact, and I was using tools that I wasn't really familiar with. The internet was a wonderful thing and I learned what I needed to. When it was done, I was very happy with the result, because it was an exact copy of what I wanted. I added it to the press and put in one of the hexagon steel pieces. I pulled the lever and the pneumatic hammer slammed down and I laughed. It released the now stamped amulet, and then I realized something. Oh, for fuck's sake! It's backwards! I exclaimed as I picked up the amulet. Instead of the immaculate copy I expected, it was reversed. I couldn't use it, either. I sighed and used one of the metal chopping machines to cut it up, tossed it, then pulled the stamp out of the machine. I put it to the grinder and cleared off all of my hard work, eventually. Titanium was a bitch to work with. Luckily, it was a thick stamp and it wasn't wasted. I got back to work, using a mirror to copy the reverse image instead of the normal one. After another long-ass amount of time, I finished it. I hadn't rushed, either. If there was one thing you didn't want to do, it was make a mistake on an enchantment. I checked it, double-checked it, then had a neat idea. I grabbed a pencil and rubbed the carbon tip over the embossed surface, then held it to a piece of paper. It was perfect. I added the stamp back to the machine, adjusted it for the proper height of the ground down stamp, then added another hexagon steel piece. I pulled the lever and the satisfying thump told me it was successful. It released the now stamped amulet and I looked at it. I nodded and rested it on the steel safety barrier on the table, then retrieved the crucible. I added the bit of gold to fill in all the indentations, used the tool to spread it out, then added more gold to fill it in. I stepped away to let it cool and put the crucible back into the forge and waited. After a short wait, there was a soft blue glow as the gold layer settled and the amulet finished forming. I waited a bit longer to see if it was going to explode, and nothing happened. I stepped close and saw the steel safety barrier glowed slightly. Whew! I thought and picked up the completed amulet. The barrier had absorbed the extra energy and now I just had to test it. I added a gold chain to it and took off the one I was wearing. I was instantly drowsy and braced my arms on the table. What time is it? I thought, sluggishly. I saw the clock on the wall and it was 4 in the morning. I had been at it all day and most of the night. It took me a minute to remember what I was doing and then I hung the new amulet on my neck. I took in a sharp breath as my head cleared instantly. In fact, it seemed to be a bit stronger. I looked at the stamp and wondered why that was, then I understood. I had made a copy of the design and the writing, an exact copy. When it stamped the amulet, it pushed everything out and deformed the metal just a little bit more. That meant more gold went into the carving and when the magic settled, there was a little bit more to it than just carving it would give. I thought about shaving it down a little, then shook my head. The danger of making a mistake was too great to start messing around with it like that. I checked the crucible and it was half full, so I could get 2 more amulets done without having to melt more gold. I decided that was better, because I didn't have the time right now to make more. I stamped 2 more amulets, added the gold needed and used it up, shut down the forge, then left my secret room. I went to my lavish bedroom that the decorating people had done for free, because I had given them the contract for redoing the entire inside of the building. I stored my clothes and stat boost equipment, equipped my jogging pants, and climbed into bed. I stored the stamped clarity amulet and let sleep claim me. I hoped that I didn't sleep too long, because there were other enchantments I wanted to try. The thing was, clarity didn't give you a fantastic memory, just clear thinking. I would soon discover that I had forgotten to set my alarm. 025 Fond Memories. I woke up with a groan and sat up. I had a splitting headache and I wasn't sure if it was from forcing myself to stay up so long or from the fumes from melting gold. I had the air exchanger on and that should have taken care of most of it, but it could still be smelled. I got out of bed and stood up as I thought about putting the amulet back on. It wouldn't do anything for my headache, it would just clear the sleepy fog I was still in. I need coffee. I grumbled out loud and left my bedroom. I walked down the little hallway as I scratched my butt cheek where my underwear had dug in and left a mark while I slept. Oh, my God! A shrill voice yelled when I passed the living room and I froze solid for a moment. I slowly turned to look and saw Jenny with an angry face, Kathy with a contemplative one, Susan with a "I want that" expression, Lisa with a regretful look, and Diane with an appreciative look with her hand over her daughter's eyes. What are you all doing here? I asked. I think someone forgot the little celebration party we had planned for Lisa. Diane said. We were just about to send Jenny in after you, since she's the safest one out of all of us. That's what you think? I thought. If you don't get showered and dressed in 10 minutes, we have to leave without you. Jenny said. I looked down at the old jogging pants, which were the only things I had on. I need coffee. I'll get it. Susan said and ran by me, slapped my butt as she passed, then she shook her head. You wore underwear to bed. Shower. Now. Jenny said and pointed. All right, geez. I turned around and walked quickly from the room. I ducked back into my bedroom and pulled off my clothes, then caught my reflection in the mirror. If I didn't know any better, that looked like a bit of lipstick. I rubbed my fingertip on it and it came off. I couldn't tell what shade of red it was, though. I stepped into the shower and used nearly the whole 10 minutes. I dried off and equipped a shirt and dress pants, a clarity amulet and a few pieces of hidden equipment for some extra stats, then went back out to the living room. That's better. Jenny said and Susan handed me a cup of coffee. I put something extra in it, just for you. Susan whispered. I pretended to take a sip, because I was pretty sure I shouldn't drink whatever it was that she had put in it. Thank you. Anytime. Susan said and beamed a smile at me. Yeah, definitely not drinking it. I thought and pretended to take another sip. Come on, everyone. Let's go. Jenny said and everyone stood up. Hi, Uncle Damon. Diane's daughter Crystal said and waved to me. Who is that? I can't tell. I said and put my cup down as I pretended to look around for her. She's so small I can't see her. Crystal giggled and ran over to me. There she is. I said and scooped her up into my arms. How's my little princess? Crystal wrapped her little arms around my neck and for the next few minutes while we all left the apartment and went down in the elevator, she told me everything that had happened since the last time I saw her. It was just a constant stream of words and I had to hold in my laughter as it went on and on. We left the elevator and walked over to the main conference hall and inside was everyone that had been invited to the party. Surprise! A bunch of people said as Lisa went in first. Ah! Thank you, everyone. Lisa said loudly and the endless greetings and small talk began. To my surprise, Crystal didn't want to be let down and kept hold of my neck. I looked at Diane and she gave me a sympathetic smile, a kiss on the cheek, and abandoned me to go mingle. Thanks. I said to her back and she waved nonchalantly at me. I chuckled and then spent the next 2 hours entertaining her daughter with magic tricks by storing things into inventory and taking them out again. I had to admit I was a little reckless when I started popping the neat swan napkins away from tables and placed them on random people's heads that were within my range of about 10 feet. Crystal laughed and laughed as some people noticed and took them off in confusion, while some had no clue and walked around with them on. Even the people around them would keep the secret and would wink or wave at us when the other people weren't looking. It was difficult to not do more than that, because her laugh was so great to hear. There were speeches by a few people, accolades heaped onto their best real estate agent, and then fond farewells and promises to keep in touch. After that, it was the best buffet that money could buy and everyone raved about the food. Diane finally pried Crystal off of me and they sat down to have something to eat. Soon, Lisa and her fiancé came over to whisper to me. Damon, this. I don't even want to know how much all of this cost, do I? I wiggled my finger for her to come closer and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Oh. It looks like you just paid for it all. Lisa gave me a stern look and her fiancé laughed. I'm tempted to steal a kiss if it'll get me a party like this. He said and held a hand out. You don't know how grateful I am that you gave up on such a great woman. I smiled and shook his hand. Believe me, I kick myself for being so stupid every time I see her smiling when she talks about you. He laughed. I can't imagine ever breaking up with her. She's just too great to pass up, you know. I am standing right here. Lisa said and that made me and her fiancé laugh. Sorry, honey. He said and gave her a kiss. I'll let you talk to your ex for a bit while I go assault the lobster tray. Lisa shook her head as he left us alone. He's far too trusting of you. I chuckled. Who was the one that led a group of people into my living room to wait for me and didn't call first? I plead the fifth. Lisa said smugly, and it was my turn to shake my head. Are you sure you want me to give the spare key to Jenny? She already has one as the official building owner. She has access to one from the building manager, she doesn't necessarily have one she can use. Lisa gave me an odd look. You love her, don't you? I plead the fifth. I said with a smile. Hey, can I rub your beach ball? Lisa laughed and waved at it. She had gotten a lot bigger and I gently touched it. We were in public, so I couldn't caress it like I wanted to. I'm going to miss doing this, I said, barely above a whisper. Touching my belly? Lisa asked, a little confused. No, having a friend like you around, I said and moved my hand. I took hers and kissed the back of it. We had a great time together and I'm going to cherish it in my memory until I'm old and grey, I said and saw her face start to turn sad. I'll also always remember the last time we had sex. Good Lord, that was fun. Lisa's sad face became a happy one. You want that to be our last memory together? I wish. I offered to take you to the airport, remember? You know you don't have to, Lisa said and reached up to touch the amulet. You've been taking it off at night, haven't you? I asked and she nodded. I can't sleep with it on and I need my sleep, Lisa said. Make sure you hire a nice nanny to help you, I said and looked at her husband. A nice older lady, just so temptation won't strike a soon-to-be potentially dry penis. Lisa laughed and smacked my arm. Don't be vulgar. I assume you talked to the doctor about it, I asked. Yes, and he said that as long as we're careful. You know he loves your bump as much as I do, I said and she nodded. Don't be afraid to say no if you're tender or don't feel up to it. Lisa's face went serious. Actually, I get the feeling that he'll be the one having to turn me down. I gave her a skeptical look and she lost the serious face as she grinned. Right. He won't ever say no if I ask. Damn right, I said and waved to him. He's going to stick by you for the rest of your life. I turned to look at her. Just like you are going to stick by him. I will, Lisa said, determined to make the best home life for her family. Then you better save him, I pointed. If he keeps sucking up that melted butter, I'll have to call an ambulance. Lisa laughed and touched my arm, gave it a squeeze, and walked over to her fiancé. I don't know how you can do that, Jenny said as she walked over to me. What's that? I asked, feigning ignorance. Being friends with your ex-girlfriends. I gave her a searching look and she shook her head. You thought you were so clever while trying to sneak around on me. Jenny smiled. The two of you were so obvious that it was hard for me to not laugh every time you went back to work to go meet her. I opened my mouth to respond and sighed. I didn't realize you knew. Right from the start, Jenny said. Susan was only a little angry that Lisa got to you first. Susan hasn't, and won't ever, get to me, I said. Jenny looked into my eyes and nodded. Besides, I slept with Diane first. You what? Jenny yelled and drew everyone's attention. It's good to know that my little sister doesn't know everything, I said with a smirk and walked over to Diane's table and sat down. Crystal crawled right up onto my lap and pointed to the two people that still had napkins on their heads. We both laughed. A week later was the wedding and everyone and their dogs attended. It was a huge event and everyone had a great time. I paid for that, too. I didn't want them starting their new lives off in a new place after such a huge expense. The next day, we were all inside a stretch limo as we went to the airport. Lisa had laughed at the joke when I showed up to pick her up in it, then she realized I was serious. She sat in stunned silence as her husband played with everything inside. Everyone talked and all Lisa did was stare at me from across the passenger compartment. We pulled up to the passenger drop-off area and to her surprise, we all got out and helped them bring all of their luggage into the airport. We went with them to the check-in counter and over to the security station, then it was time for the tear-filled goodbyes. Everyone took their turn giving them well wishes and saying good luck, then it came down to me and Lisa. I held my hand out for her to shake. Good luck. Lisa glared at the hand and I laughed. Just kidding. I said and took her into a hug, careful of her bump, and whispered. I left you something special in your pocket, so wait until you're up in the air to see what it is. Lisa let me go to reach for it and stopped. I let her go as well and stepped back. Don't forget to call if you need anything. Lisa nodded and her husband took her hand. Goodbye, she said and looked at us all. Goodbye, everyone. We stood there and watched them go through security, then waved as our friend left us to make a new life for herself and her family. Asterisk. Lisa sat in an aisle seat and waited for the plane to take off before she reached into her pocket. She didn't find anything and started to search frantically, because he hadn't told her which pocket it was in. She never could figure out his magic tricks. Her hand touched a velvet cloth bag in her inside jacket pocket and pulled it out. What's that? Her husband asked. It's something from Damon. Lisa said and pulled the drawstring. She gasped when she saw what was inside. What is it? Her husband asked. He was a little nervous about what it could be, because her old lover was rich and didn't mind flaunting it. At least he's not an asshole about it. He thought and then saw his wife dump out 5 gold pendants on chains and a piece of paper. Lisa opened the note and held back her tears. Dear Lisa, please accept these humble gifts as a sign of my love for you and your family. I want nothing more than to keep you all safe, so these blessed pendants will keep you safe in my stead. Well, damn. That's pretty classy. Her husband said, impressed. Hold on. Why are there 5? Lisa shrugged and folded the note and saw a bit of writing on it. She gave one of the pendants to her husband and while he put it on, she turned the note around and didn't show it to her husband. You're going to need the 5th one about a year from now, because your husband can't keep his hands off of you or resist your advances. You're just too damn hot. Lisa smiled and folded the note to hide the extra words and put on her pendant. She felt a warm fuzzy feeling settle into her bones and turned to look at the man she loved and whispered. Do you want to join the Mile High Club? Her husband looked surprised for a moment, then he let a huge smile spread across his face. The two of them scrambled out of their seats and made their way to the closest bathroom. Sorry. Pregnant woman coming through. Bathroom. Sorry. Her husband said and everyone had sympathetic faces as Lisa waddled down the aisle behind him. The two of them ducked into the bathroom and locked the door. 026 Progress. Jenny's birthday party was only a private affair and only friends and family were invited. Or, I should say, her friends and family. My father and I were the only 2 men in the condo. Needless to say, we stood off to the side, pretty much jammed into a corner to look as inconspicuous as possible, with bottles of beer in our hands. I still don't understand why you came back. My father said out of the blue. What? I looked at him in surprise. 10 years. He said and kept looking at Jenny having the time of her life. You knew it had been 10 years and came back anyway. I had to, Dad. I said and he winced a little. I am not calling you by your name. He sighed. Your mother's been wreck, you know. Having her dead son walking around, bribing her with gifts, corrupting our only daughter. I'm not bribing, I took a deep breath and let it out. Just so you know, I'm forcing her to go to college. My father looked surprised when he finally deemed me worthy to look at. You don't realize how rich she is, do you? I asked and his face went back to being neutral. She owns this condo officially, because she bought it from me with the salary she earns, Dad, from working in the downtown building as the manager. She hasn't been working there long enough for There are 30 apartments and 8 businesses paying rent for office space. The fees they pay for maintenance go right to her. She handles the plumbers, the contractors, the painters, the decorators, and everything else involved when they want or need something. I said. Made a hole in the wall? Call Jenny. Toilet clogged? Call Jenny. Need an emergency babysitter? Call Jenny. Babysitter? He asked. Diane lives there now. I said. It had been Jenny's idea to offer her an apartment, for free, so she could save all her money for Crystal's education. I agreed and we both spent a whole month, trying to convince Diane that she needed to live there. It wasn't until we agreed that she still had to pay the maintenance fees that she relented and gave in to our begging. Diane had no idea how much the actual fees were, so we gave her a ridiculous price to pay and she knew she had been suckered. Luckily, she laughed and Crystal had been ecstatic that she was moving into the same building with her Uncle Damon. Neither Diane nor Jenny knew that I had an account with $1 million in it for Crystal. I would surprise her at her birthday party next month with it, knowing full well that Diane was going to beat me silly for spoiling her daughter. The stable full of ponies I rented for the party doesn't count. Nope, it doesn't. My father looked back over at Jenny. She was only my little girl a little while ago and now she's a woman that owns a multi-million-dollar building. When I came back, I thought she was still the cute little sister that I had left behind. I said. I guess we were both wrong. We still can't accept your money. Dad said. It's earned and not from the coins Mom thinks I stole. I said and he sighed. Everything you've done has been because of those coins. Clothes, cars, the construction business, the building downtown, even this party. He said and took a drink of beer. All from your gold. I knew you would see it that way. I said and he gave me a stern look. I'm not going to bitch at you over it, Dad. He shook his head and looked back at the party. I'll only say one thing. Go ahead. I can't stop you. You're right. I thought and smiled. Look in the mailbox on your anniversary. What for? He asked and kept looking at Jenny and Mom. You'll know it when you see it. I said cryptically. Dad huffed and fell silent. I kept my word and didn't say anything else until Jenny was presented with the cake and we all sang the traditional song. I don't think I had ever seen her so happy. By the look on my father's face, neither had he. It was the perfect end to a perfect day. A month later Diane actually did slap me multiple times, and all over, for giving her daughter $1 million for her birthday. I managed to say that she couldn't access it herself until she was 18 and she relaxed. I then handed her the account info that had $1 million in it for her, too. I don't think I've ever been punched so hard by a woman before. I really need to be more careful who I give my strength enchanted amulets to. Crystal laughed her cute little butt off. A month after that, I watched Dad retrieve the mail. He didn't even wait to go inside to flip through the letters and caught one from an insurance company. He stared at it, as if he wasn't sure what it was, then he opened it. He dropped the other mail and walked into the house. I carefully walked over and stored the mail he had dropped and then carefully placed it on the floor just inside the door. I heard my mother's excited shout and quickly retreated. I couldn't be caught near there, because they would automatically associate it with me. I mean, it was me that arranged it. I just didn't want them to know I did, so I climbed into Diane's borrowed car and drove off. Jenny had been invited to their anniversary dinner party and had reluctantly accepted. She had been tempted to bring me along to dare them to say anything to me and I politely declined. I wanted my parents happy on their special day, not sad. She should be just as surprised when she learns that the insurance company paid back 30 years of insurance premiums and the balance of their account in a single lump sum. I had hired a few people to dig into my death, discreetly of course, and discovered that the insurance company had refused to pay the accidental death policy, claiming that the inconclusive DNA wasn't enough proof that it was me. They didn't deny that it was an accident, though. I really thought that was wrong of them. so I bought the company. I made them go back and redo the case, except that a death really did happen, since there was a body, and told them to pay the policy off and return their original payments plus interest for screwing them over for nearly 10 years. They did it, reluctantly. I would have to wait for the transaction to go through before selling the company. I didn't really want to be involved with insurance. It was too chancy and underhanded, in my opinion. I knew it was a weird way to help them get closure, by confirming that their son really died 10 years ago. I had hoped, and with divine sight, knew that it would help them move on and accept that I was a different person and the things I did didn't affect the memory of who their son used to be. Jenny wasn't happy with my decision, but she accepted that it needed to happen. Life went on. After a ton of research, I eventually figured out that I could buy a jeweler's engraving tool. That wasn't all. There were kits for different heads and even electronic versions. I went way overboard and bought one of everything, just so I could try it out. Let me tell you, being able to use something the size of a fat marker to engrave into pendants was a damn sight easier than trying to carve it with large bladed tools. The stamper was stored and pushed aside as I bought crates of blank pendants. It was a damn sight cheaper than what I had been using. When I did my very first one, a simple clarity enchantment on a tiny 1-inch round pendant, I only had to add a single drop of gold to cover the back and fill in the engraving. I stepped well away from the granite table and waited. Since there was almost no gold, it took only a few minutes to cool. I saw it glow, fairly brightly, and then it settled and I walked over to look at it. The steel protective plate had absorbed a massive amount of over-enchantment, and the enchantment held. Hoo! I said and put the wafer-thin and completely blank pendant on a chain. I stored mine and slipped it on over my neck. It took a moment for it to kick in. The smaller area made it only a little less effective, then it settled in. My mind cleared right up and I smiled. After my first success, I got to work. All of my little pendants needed updating. With the little tool and the tiny head, I could carve into practically everything. I thought about buying a smaller stamping machine to use, then realized the thin pendants would deform too much and the indents would easily be seen on the other side. I wasn't sure if they would work while damaged like that, so I abandoned the idea. Of course, I immediately looked at the rings I had on my fingers. I knew for a fact that they were made larger, given their enchantments, and shrunk down. It was the only way to have them resized to fit any user. They needed room to expand and retract. Now that I had a tool small enough to engrave directly onto the ring's surface, I had to play with it. I bought a case of straight band wedding rings, all size 12. The company I bought them from laughed at me on the phone and said I was crazy for wanting to do all that resizing to get them to smaller sizes. I didn't tell them that I wasn't cutting them up to make them smaller like a ring maker would. Nope. I wasn't doing it the traditional way. I had the enchanter's legendary tome that told me what to engrave into it to let them resize on their own. Of course, since it was a curved surface, my normal melt gold and pour it on wasn't going to work, unless I made a mold to create the flat surface. That forced another round of online research and a lot more purchases. My workroom became more cluttered as I kept buying things to try, fail at, then buy something else to try. It took me a long time to get it to work, considering I was working in the days at the construction site and only had my evenings free to play. It took a lot longer than I thought it should have to finally get it to work. When it did, though, oh boy. The feeling of satisfaction was something that I had felt only once before. No, I can't think of that now. I thought and pushed it out of my mind. I sat there at my granite workbench and the steel protective plate hadn't even twitched with over-enchantment. The perfectly smooth golden ring glowed with a light blue intensity that told me the enchantment held. The book had wanted a ring nearly a foot across for it to work, and I did it on one barely an inch and a half across. The glow faded and I picked up the ring, thought about savoring the moment for as long as I could, then slipped it onto my hand. The ring decreased in size to fit snugly against my skin and I felt strength and vitality flow through me. I made a fist and used the ring's inherent identify spell that I had meticulously carved into it. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Ring of Ever Strength. Item, Ring, Straight Band. Enchantments, Strength plus 20, Vitality plus 20, Identify, Spell usage, once per hour. Quality, High. Durability, 40/40. Enchanter, Unknown, Novice. Underscore 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 underscore. I was a little insulted at the novice crack, then laughed. I wasn't an enchanter at all, so having my very first work of this type be acknowledged by the identify spell, even as a novice, was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. 027 An enchanting break. The very next thing I did with my brand spanking new enchanted ring was store it. I opened my inventory and sorted it by newest item, hopeful as hell that it wouldn't be locked like the other magic things I had. To my utter relief, it wasn't grayed out, even though it had an inherent spell and the stats it contained were above the apparent plus 10 cap the other items had as a restriction. Maybe it's because I made it here? I asked myself, then immediately thought that if I had it inventory in another world, then it would probably be grayed out. Oh, well. It's still worth it. I immediately got to work making more rings. I was going to look like I was wearing brass knuckles if I made 8 of them, then chuckled. I had plenty of spells that the book could let me enchant into the items and cutting it down to only 8 was laughable. It took a crapload of time to carve them, though. I chose the basics that a single ring could easily hold, because I had no mana and the spells needed to run on the enchantment. Air, Detect, Fire, Ice, Light, Lightning, Minor Healing, and Shield. They were the lowest of the low spells and barely required a spit of mana to cast them. That was both good and bad. Good because they could be cast multiple times, usually once per hour. Bad because they barely did anything when compared to mana-boosted spells. For example, the basic minor healing spell could heal 4 to 8 points of damage, or in simple terms, cuts and abrasions. A mana-boosted spell, or a fully leveled spell, could do 10 times that for the same mana cost and for the same time period. The full spell could heal bone fractures and cure minor diseases, which would be awesome to do. Don't get me started on the higher level healing and major healing spells. Those things are goddamn miracles. Shattered bones? No problem. Healing will fix you right up. What's that? You have cancer and you're going to die in 6 months? Missing limbs? Hey, don't worry. Major healing can take care of it. How long to do it, you ask? Hold still for a minute. There, all done. God. Damn. Miracles. If I had some way to gather mana here, I would have something made in less than a week to handle the enchantment and I would be all over the place and visiting hospitals to heal the sick. I mean, who wouldn't, right? I couldn't do it with my own skills, though. They were locked before I was sent back and everything has been grayed out. I dream almost every night about what my life would be like here if I still had all my skills. I've been kicking myself mentally for not putting up more of a fight when they bound my magic and took all my mana before sending me back here. Not that I could have done much about it, anyway. The god that had summoned me was actually afraid of me. Well, my class. He had to make sure I couldn't do any harm, I guess. I had to smile at that, because I had made a god nervous, just by existing. Over the next week, I made all 8 rings. I kept the designs identical to the Identify ring, with plus 20 to both my strength and vitality, and just changed the spell. I had been tempted to try a double engraving for the spell and leave off the rest of the enchantment, then remembered that I couldn't mess around with it like that. The book specifically said to do it exactly or there would be consequences. Not could be, would be. Yeah, not messing around is fine with me. One thing I did try was using multiple pendants enchanted with plus 5 strength on the same chain. I crossed my fingers and put the chain around my neck, then sighed. Only one enchantment was in effect. I wasn't going to give up, though. The next thing I tried was welding them together with a spacer in between. That way, they were not touching and touching at the same time. I put it on and sighed. Only one enchantment was in effect. What about alternating effects? I asked myself and hung a strength pendant and a vitality pendant together, letting them touch directly, and put it on. Yes. I have both buffs. I put on another strength one on the other side of the vitality and nothing. Not willing to give up on the idea of stacking enchantments, I welded a strength pendant to a vitality pendant. It still worked, so I welded another strength one onto the other side of the vitality one. No effect. Come on, Damon. Think. What do I do? If similar enchantments can't lay together and can't be separated and welded together, what can you do with them? I sat there and waited as I thought about it. It was a perplexing puzzle. I tried adding a third pendant enchanted with clarity and all three effects worked. So, stacking different enchantments worked. The small pendants would start to get really thick after welding them together if I add too many different ones, which meant I couldn't do it that way and still have them be effective. I knew I was missing a critical piece of the puzzle and I looked through every single engraved steel sheet that I had and there was nothing about compounding the same enchantments onto the same item. It couldn't be done, not with the information in the tome. I sighed and put everything away and went to bed. I had to think about it for a while and not think about it at the same time. I knew I could come up with something if I just gave myself enough time. I went to work during the day and relaxed during the evening. Sometimes Jenny would come over, either alone or with Kathy and Susan. We would watch movies and television while we joked and carried on. I also did my best to fend off Susan's blatant and fairly childish attempts at seduction. Of course, I never ate or drank anything she handed to me. I wasn't that stupid. Although, I would sometimes fall asleep after a long day at work and would wake up with the three of them cuddled up to me. I never got angry about it, since they looked pretty cute while asleep. Luckily, I didn't find any more lipstick on my face when I checked the mirror, so at least whoever did that was either being more discreet or they had stopped. Either way, I was none the wiser of who did it that first time and divine sight never showed me a flash of anything. Diane would pop by randomly to give me a home-cooked dinner and Crystal would pretty much demand my magic tricks. She loved them so much and I liked hearing her excited laugh, so I always did my best to entertain her. I'd wear her out quickly and tuck her into my bed for a nap and Diane and I would relax in the living room on the couch. You know, if I wasn't still married to Jerk Face, I'd ask you to marry me. Diane said to me one day. Whoa, what? I looked at her in surprise. Diane chuckled. You're one of the best friends I have, guy or no, and you don't try to pressure me for sex or even imply that you want anything from me except friendship. That wouldn't be much of a marriage, would it? Just friends? I asked. It would be the best. Diane said. Mom always said to marry your best friend. Wow, really? I asked and she nodded. You treat Crystal like she was your own daughter and she adores you as much as I do. Diane said. I don't really see a downside to being your wife. I lifted my arm and she snuggled in close, so I could hug her. I hope you know that it's your wifely duties to love, honor, and obey your husband. Diane huffed and glared at me. Did you just say obey? I was kidnapped and was missing for 10 years. I have no clue what you fancy modern women think is appropriate. I said in a smug voice and she laughed and laughed. After a few minutes, she calmed down and her face went very serious. He won't sign the papers and he said if I push it, he'll fight me for custody. Diane said. We sat there in silence for a while and watched television. Do you want me to handle it? I finally asked. Diane took a breath and looked at me. Do you mean? Whatever you want to happen, I'll do it. I said, matter-of-factly. Diane stared into my eyes and whatever she saw there, let her make her decision. No. No, he's still her father, no matter how wonderful of a replacement you would be. I didn't tell her she was being naive or that I didn't quite mean killing him. She knew what I meant and could guess the other things I could have done to him, like buying him off or shipping him off to another country. I kept staring at her and she stared back. Diane leaned close and gave me a tender kiss. Thank you. My door is always open. If you need anything at all, I leaned close and gave her another kiss. I'll do everything I can for Crystal. Diane couldn't help but laugh. How can you make me laugh after, you said? What did I say? I asked with a sly smile. Diane stopped and thought about it. Sneaky devil. We spent the next hour just talking about normal things, like Crystal having fun at her new school and enjoying making friends. It was great to hear, even when she asked me to stand in for her estranged husband at parent show-off day. She laughed when I called it that. It was actually career day and I agreed immediately, to her surprise. A week later, I was standing at the front of Crystal's classroom that was packed from wall to wall with caring parents and their 7-year-old kids. I was dressed in my work clothes, safety hat, harness, and tool belt. The tools all had plastic caps to ease the danger of any child trying to grab them and hurting themselves. I explained what I did for a living and nearly every kid turned to stare at Crystal. He can do magic. I swear. Crystal said and she looked at me, her eyes glittering on the verge of tears, because she didn't want to be called a liar. Show them. Show them your magic. Well, since I was a sucker for her laugh and Diane had an apologetic look on her face, I couldn't refuse. All right, I'll do it, on one condition. I have to make you all swear to the same secrecy promise that Crystal swore to never tell anyone. After a second, every child heartily agreed and every parent laughed. Okay. What should I start with? I asked. The money trick. Several of them said and I nodded. Here it is, a normal $5 bill. I said and flicked my hand to make one appear. Oh. Some of the kids said. It's real, by the way. A whole $5. I turned it around and snapped it to show it was a real bill. I crumpled it up and rolled it around between my hands to make it into a ball, showed them, then tossed it into my mouth. I made a show of chewing on it, even though I had already stored it and showed them my empty hands. I made a loud swallowing sound and a few of the kids gasped. Do not try this at home. I am an expert idiot. I mean magician. I'm a magician and no one should do what I do. I said and a lot of the parents laughed again. Okay, I can feel it. Oh, it's going down, down. Oh. I quickly unbuttoned the bottom of my shirt to reveal my belly button. Nothing in my hands. I showed them again and put one over my belly button and took out the wadded bill. I think it's, I dug my fingertip into my slightly cupped hand. I can feel it. All of the kids sat forward and waited impatiently. Oh, yes, almost, I hooked the corner of the bill and pulled. Ah! There it is. Yay! The kids yelled and a few parents applauded. I held up the bill and waved it around, then I pretended to hiccup. Uh-oh. I think I pulled too hard and something else is coming out. No. Some of the girls gasped. I might need help. I said in a plea. Who wants to help? Me. Crystal said and jumped to her feet. I put the $5 bill down on the teacher's desk and showed my empty hands again, then cupped one over my belly button. Quick! Dig around and see if you can find it. Okay. Crystal said and stuck her finger into my partially cupped hand. I put another $5 bill in there. Can you get it? Crystal smiled as she hooked it and yanked it out. I got it. Yay! The other kids yelled. Oh! I think there's more. Keep pulling. Crystal laughed and kept digging out $5 bills until there was a small stack of them. Whew! That was close, I said and pat my belly. Thank you, Crystal. You're welcome, Crystal said happily and looked at the stack of money. Do you think there's enough to buy an ice cream for everyone after school? I asked her and she nodded. I picked up the stack and handed it to her. She took it and crumpled it into one hand, gave me a hug, and walked over to Diane. I saw a lot of approval on the parents' faces and a couple of the single moms gave me sexy smiles. Now, for my next trick, I said and everyone paid attention. My normal speech about hard work in construction had become a magic show for a bunch of kids and their parents. Not surprisingly, no one complained. The ice cream after class was delicious, too. I received the adoration of the kids, 3 phone numbers from the single mothers looking for dates, and 10 inquiries about performing at birthday parties. All things considered, it was a good day. 028 settled in. On a lark, I actually incorporated myself, just to see if that would give me the qualifications to store gold in the US Treasury or in the Federal Reserve Bank. It didn't work. I actually made Mr. Graham laugh when I called to complain about it and he told me I would have to be an internationally recognized organization or my own country for it to happen. They still have my 9 million in gold, too. Oh, well. I knew I wasn't getting it back anyway. I bought a very large safety deposit box at the bank and filled it with coins. I had purchased coin collector cases for storage and they were designed to fit into safety deposit boxes. It was perfect. If my calculations were right, there was about $100 million worth of gold in there. The numbers in my inventory barely moved. Mr. Graham was right, though. I would destroy the economy if I cashed in anything more than I already had. Of course, I had completed 2 large construction jobs on government buildings and paid through the nose in taxes. I had to keep up my end of the bargain by improving the country. At one point, I had a flash of divine sight that made me send a set of 4 clarity pendants to the White House as a gift to the president and his family. Anonymously, of course. I did not want them tracking me down and forcing me to make them for everyone in the government. What a mess that would be. I included a note about what they did and being blessed and all, and the dangers of wearing it all the time. It took 2 months before I caught a glimpse of him and his wife wearing them, which meant they had passed all the security tests finally. I assumed he gave the other 2 to his kids, but I wasn't going to bet on that. I haven't had another flash of divine sight, so whatever gave it to me before had worked out or I was too late. Either way, I would never know. I finally had a brainstorm about putting multiple enchantments together. It was actually twofold. One was the rings I always wore. They were constantly touching and never interfered with each other, which got me thinking. It told me there had to be no over-enchantment effect when making the item for them to compound. The second was it needed something to contain the over-enchantment and stop them from interfering with each other. Only then would similar effects occur at the same time. Of course, making the damn things thick enough to hold a full enchantment without leaking added a significant amount to the weight of base metal and it wasn't practical. The same went for trying to add the safety enchantment to the intervening metal pieces. Thick steel pieces enchanted to catch the overflow between small gold pendants looked ridiculous and made them almost quadruple in thickness. It was not a viable solution at all. Then I stumbled upon something that I had been using at work for a long time for minor repairs. Epoxy resin. The 2-part compound was phenomenal and created hard and durable surfaces. It also completely covered anything you put it on with a clear surface, unless you added color to it. Needless to say, I started experimenting. I was between jobs at the moment and the guys were getting richer and richer from all the early completion bonuses we were getting. We took 3 whole months off this time, mainly because it was during the holidays, and everyone enjoyed it. I had even been invited to Christmas dinner by my parents. It was an actual invitation and I wasn't being dragged along by Jenny. I printed up a fake adoption certificate, dated for that night, and put Damon 2 as my first name. During a lull in the party while everyone was relaxing, I took my mother aside and gave it to her. Her eyes watered as she stared at the official-looking document, and I thanked her for inviting me into her home after so long. I hadn't stepped foot inside the house since the day after I had come back. Mom put the document aside and reached up to pull me down into a hug. She squeezed my neck tightly and cried as she continuously whispered, "My sweet little boy." Things got better between us after that night. I was invited over for dinner whenever Jenny was, too. When spring rolled around, we even had a weekend camping trip where everyone was invited. I was the life of the party with my instant fire-starting tricks and magic show. No one questioned why I wore 8 gold rings on my hands, either. I supposed they thought it was a bit eccentric of me. The best part was when Crystal had fallen while playing with the other children. She cried and cried in her mother's arms until I went over to her and Diane handed her over to me. I took her over to a park bench, slightly out of sight, and sat down with her on my lap. "Let me see your boo-boo," I said to her, and she looked afraid for a moment. "You know I can do magic, right?" I asked, and she nodded. "Well, if someone gives me a kiss on the cheek, maybe, just maybe, if she loves me enough, I can magic the hurt away." Crystal's eyes nearly bulged out of her head as she stared at me. "I love you lots, Uncle Damon." I smiled at her. "Then kiss away," I said as I gave her a hug and pressed my index finger's ring to her thigh, just above her badly scraped and bloody knee. Crystal pressed her face hard into my cheek and gave me a kiss while I used the once-an-hour minor healing spell. The ring glowed blue and took nearly 10 seconds to work. Luckily, she held the kiss and didn't see the glow. "I think it worked," I whispered, and Crystal stopped kissing me and looked down at her still bloody knee. Tears came to her eyes again and I chuckled. "That's just what's left." I took out a tissue box from inventory and popped it onto her lap. She chuckled at the sudden appearance and I pulled a couple of them out. "Now, I just have to spit on it." "You," Crystal said loudly and then giggled. "Okay, okay. Magic water." "Yes," Crystal said and held her leg out so I wouldn't get any on my lap or her shoes. I used the water enchantment on my pinky ring finger and a small stream of it came out and rinsed her knee off. I used the tissues and wiped at the blood and there was nothing underneath it. "There, see? It's all better." "Yay!" Crystal said, kissed my cheek again, and hopped off to go run after the other children again. I immediately switched out both used rings for new ones, wiped off the wet tears Crystal had left on my cheek, and went back over to the gathering after storing the tissues. "Thank you so much, Damon," Diane said. "It pretty much breaks my heart when she hurts herself like that." "Is it the tears or the wailing that does it?" I asked with a smile. "Both," Diane said and leaned against me, so I put my arm around her shoulders. "What did you say to her?" "I told her I would magic the pain away for a kiss on the cheek." "That worked?" Diane asked with a chuckle. "Apparently. It's too bad you can't fix everything like that," Diane said. "I'd need bigger kisses," I responded, and she laughed. After that trip, my life settled down into a routine and I was quite happy. My days were filled with working, sleeping, visiting with friends and family, experimenting, enchanting, and wondering how the hell I was going to get multiple enchantments to work. It took months and months of failed experiments for me to finally find the bleed point between similar pendant enchantments where they wouldn't interfere with each other. It was an inch. A whole goddamn inch. A 1-inch round pendant would have to become a 1-inch cube to have 2 strength enchantments on it and have them both work. Any closer and only one would work. I had no idea why that was, at least until I tried making the pendants smaller. The over-enchantment lit up the safety steel plate almost completely and the strength of +2 the small square granted me was pitiful. I tried making a cube an inch apart and the damn thing didn't work. It wasn't until I made it 4 inches apart that I had a successful +4. "Son of a goddamn bitch!" I exclaimed. The smaller the item, the farther away the bleed on the enchantment and the more overlap it has. I shook my head at the revelation. No wonder there's no enchantments on chainmail shirts. The links would have to be about 6 inches apart to hold the enchantment. I sat back and looked at nearly a year's worth of experimentation. All my grand ideas to enchant smaller for both concealment and stacking were blown out of the water. I could make them bigger and lessen the distance, but then the things would be huge and would stand out like a bright flashlight in the dark. I looked at the normal pendants and the cube they would have to be, which gave me 3 sides for different enchantments. Or at least, it could. I remembered that different enchantments could touch and their bleed over didn't affect each other. I smiled as I gathered up enough pendants to make a stack an inch high. I didn't need an empty cube between them and could fill the space with other enchantments. The pendants were only 1 millimeter in thickness, slightly more with the bit of gold covering it, so let's say 1.2 millimeters. Since 1 millimeter is about 1/32 of an inch, that meant I could fit about 27 pendants into a 1-inch cube. I used a microcaliper to confirm this and I sat there, slightly stunned. I can have 27 enchantments inside a 1-inch cube pendant? I thought in surprise. Jesus, I have to try it. I searched through the tome of enchantment and picked as many small enchantments as I could find. All the stat boosts, ability boosts, and individual abilities like clarity that could be put on pendants, I marked down and recorded into a list, just so I wouldn't make a mistake. The last thing I needed was to get halfway through the stack and repeat an enchantment and ruin everything. It was the most ambitious experiment I would ever attempt, and just as I touched the top pendant of the stack to start engraving, my alarm went off. I was just getting into the mood, I said, and sat back from my granite workbench. I looked at the clock and sighed. It was midnight and I had work in the morning, so I stood up and stored everything that I had taken out of my inventory. I started to walk away from the bench and suddenly had a flash of divine sight. It showed me standing in a pile of rubble and a familiar glowing circle under my feet. I hit the emergency button on my cell phone and then disappeared. I was going to be summoned tomorrow morning while I was at work. Well, fuck, I said. 029 saying see you later. The first thing I did was store all of my work, the cases of blank pendants, rings, and my engraving equipment. I did this in case the gold I had in my inventory wouldn't be accepted wherever I was going. I would need a quick source of income, and creating basic enchantments would get me a huge amount of capital fairly quickly. I thought about ransacking my refrigerator and cupboards and remembered that I didn't have a lot of food in the apartment, which was because Diane made a lot of meals and shared them with me. Since I wasn't sure where I was going, I also didn't know what the food situation was going to be like. I abandoned taking anything else unnecessary and went to my closet. I dropped off all of the clothes I had in my inventory and filled it. The things that wouldn't fit in the closet, I tossed onto the bed. There was a huge mound of it and I shook my head. I had gotten so used to storing everything that I had stopped paying attention to what I was doing. I kept a basic outfit for myself, so I would at least have something to wear when I came back, besides what I was already wearing. I took out all the electronic remotes for the television, stereo, cable box, and movie player and left them on the dresser. I went to the kitchen and started to drop off the bowls and plates I had stored absently and filled the cupboards. Good Lord, I've been lazy, I thought, and shook my head. As an afterthought, I took a set of dishes with me, just in case. After that, I went to the bathroom and emptied the closet of the towels, hand towels, face cloths, and a dozen packs of toilet paper, boxes of tissues, and packs of paper towels. I already had my toothbrush and toothpaste stored and various other toiletries, then dumped out the electric items. Anything that needed to be plugged in, I got rid of. I hadn't had the time to figure out if I could run anything with a tiny lightning enchantment. I went back into my secret room and took out the large cardboard box I had in there that was filled with the medieval clothing I owned. I picked out a basic outfit and stored it. It was always good to be prepared. I strode out of the room, sealed it, and took out a ring. Bind. I said, and the fake wall glowed and I felt the magic wrap around it and seal it closed. I left my apartment and locked the door. I hopped into the elevator and went down to Diane's floor. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to do this. I stood in front of her door, midnight, and I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was going to cry and beg me not to go. I took out another ring and touched the door. Open. The door unlocked and popped open and I went inside and shut the door. I walked through her apartment, careful of the toys strewn about, and went to her bedroom. I activated the silence ring and crept inside and went over to the bed. Diane was laying on her side and had a pillow clutched in her arms. I knelt beside the bed and looked at her face. She looked so peaceful like that and I didn't want to disturb her. I shouldn't do this, I thought, then reached out and touched her face as I deactivated the silence ring. Diane, I whispered and pet her face. Damon, no, we can't. Crystal is in the next room. Diane whispered. Diane, I have to go. I said a little louder. No, wait until Crystal's older. Then, she decides, we can be together. I knelt there, surprised by her words. She's been keeping me at a distance because she's afraid that Crystal will choose her dad over me when she's older? I pushed that aside and leaned in close. Diane, I said in a normal voice. Ah. Diane gasped and stared at me. Damon? Why are you in my bedroom? Long story short, the people that kidnapped me before are after me again. I said as a simple explanation. I'm going to do my best to come back as soon as I can. Diane finally realized what I was saying. No. She sat up and wrapped her arms around my neck as she started crying. No, don't leave. Please. Please, oh, please. I put my arms around her and held her as she pleaded and begged for me to stay. I want to stay and I don't want to go anywhere. I never did. I said and rubbed her back. Her little t-shirt was so thin that she could have been naked. It didn't make any difference to what I could feel. Unfortunately, I can't fight this, not like I want to. I have to go and do what they want. Damon. Diane eased her hold on me and her pain-filled face hurt my heart. Run. Go away. Maybe if you. I tried that the first time and I almost died. I said and she gasped. You never said. Why would I burden you with that? I asked and stroked her messy hair. You had a hard enough time dealing with me being kidnapped. Diane took 2 quick intakes of breath and let a shuddering sigh out. I love you. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear you. I asked and put a hand to my ear. Diane chuckled and pretended to slap my hand, then more tears came from her eyes. I love you, too. I said and gave her a kiss. I won't even joke that I love Crystal more. Diane smiled and wiped at her face. That would be okay. She said and moved her hands to the sides of my neck and held me tenderly and rubbed her thumbs on my jawline. I don't mind her having a higher priority in your heart. I smiled back. I want you to tell her that I have to go on a magical journey, okay? Damon, she won't believe. Yes, she will. I said and took out a gold ring identical to the ones I wore. I want you to give her this and tell her that I'll be back to get it. Damon, no, you. Diane looked down at my hands and saw that I still wore 8 rings. How many of these do you have? Only a few hundred. It should be enough to give one to every girl I have to say goodbye to. I said with a toothy grin. Diane chuckled and pretended to slap me again. I know for a fact the only girls you've seen the last little while are your friends. I'm only saying goodbye to you and Jenny. I said. If anyone asks, I'm taking a sabbatical for a while. Do you know how long? I shook my head. I could luck out and be back in a week, with no one the wiser. Or another 10 years. Diane said as her tears came back. Ha, no. I smiled and wiped at her face. I'm going to kick ass and I'll be back as quickly as possible. Diane took a deep breath and let it out. You really have to go. Unfortunately, yes. I stood up. I don't even have time to make love to you. Diane smiled. You're not touching this exquisite body again until we're married. Which you can't do. I smiled back. Unfortunately. Diane said and stood up as well, then she wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me like her life depended on it. It lasted for several minutes, then she broke the kiss and let me go. You get your ass back here as soon as you can. It's all I am going to strive for. I said. You better go before I lose my resolve. Diane said. I gave her another kiss. I am so sorry that I have to hurt you like this. I said and kissed her again. Please, don't let it get to you. I will be back. I walked over to her bedroom door. Damon. Diane asked and I turned to look at her. What do I tell Crystal this ring is for? Tell her it's the magic kiss boo boo fixer ring. Diane covered her mouth to stifle her laugh. What the hell kind of name is that? One she'll recognize. I said and opened her door. Damon, how did you get into my apartment? Diane asked. Nothing could keep me away from you. I said and shut the door. I had a flash of divine sight and saw her breaking down into tears and fall into a depression that she wouldn't be able to fight her way out of. She tries to get a divorce, loses custody because of her depressed state, and Crystal ends up hating her for abandoning her. I opened the door and saw her on the verge of tears again. Will you marry me someday? I asked and she caught her breath. I walked over to her and knelt. I took out one of my failed experiments trying to enchant a diamond ring. No matter what spell or effect I tried to put into it, all it did was make the diamond glow. It looked damn pretty when active, though. Oh, my god! Diane whispered as she looked at the huge diamond. That band will never fit on my finger. I chuckled. I can do magic, remember? Diane opened her mouth to tell me to stop being silly, then she smiled. I don't know why I don't expect you to act your age. If you accept, you have to be okay with me spreading my seed around to hundreds of women. Diane made a fist and pretended to punch my chin. I can't really tell you not to do what you need to do. I promise to keep it in my pants until my balls are blue. I said and held up my hand in the Boy Scout salute. Diane laughed and held her hand out for the ring. Close your eyes. I said and she did. I slipped it onto her ring finger on the opposite hand and it shrank down to fit her perfectly. To my surprise, the diamond did not. It made the thing look huge on her small hand. Say ray of light and open your eyes. Ray of light. Diane said and opened her eyes. The diamond lit up like it was powered by electricity and the facets danced around the semi-dark room. Oh, God! She said and stared at it. It only lasts about 10 seconds and then, I started to say and the ring turned off. There it goes. You need to wait an hour for it to do it again. Damon, this. Proof of a promise to be kept someday. I stood up and looked into her eyes. No matter how long I'm gone, this will always be with you to remind you that I will be back. Diane hugged me and gave me another kiss. Thank you. I ran my hands through her hair and slid them down to touch her breasts through the t-shirt. She took in a deep breath and pressed them into my hands. You aren't supposed to do that. Diane said and kept looking into my eyes. I gave them a light squeeze. You didn't say stop. I gave her another kiss, then walked away. I didn't get another flash of divine sight, which meant I had averted a potential disaster of my causing. Just in case, I peeked back into the room and saw Diane sitting on the bed and staring at the huge diamond on her hand. Ray of light. Diane whispered. I smiled and left her apartment, locked it, then rode the elevator down to the ground floor. I walked next door where the residents of the building had free parking, climbed into my economic car that had great gas mileage, and drove over to the condo. I had one more person to tell that I needed to leave. I parked in the driveway and saw a car I hadn't seen before. Jenny's car was gone and I assumed she must have bought a new one. I went to the front door and unlocked it, went inside, and quietly shut the door. I saw her bedroom light was on and walked over to the door. "Jenny, I need to talk to." I opened the door and saw a man's backside as he thrust himself into. My mind shut off. I stepped back out and slammed the door so loud that it sounded like a gunshot. I ignored the muffled scream as I ran across the living room, using my full stats, and slammed the front door twice as hard. I heard the wood splinter and ignored it as I got in the car in under 5 seconds. I gunned the engine and squealed the tires as I sped down the street. I did not want to see that. I did not. No. No, no, no. No. Fucking no. I yelled in my head to try and get that image out of my mind. It didn't work. In fact, it seemed to etch itself even deeper because I was trying to get rid of it. Oh, God. Oh, God. My mind raced and I was starting to panic. I immediately switched out a ring and touched my chest and cast calmness on myself. Serene nothingness filled my mind and I relaxed. I let it flow through me, knowing it was fake and wouldn't last very long. I didn't care. She's my sister. Seeing her like that, doing that. I shook my head and switched rings before the spell ended and cast it again. She's a grown woman. I can't let her having sex bother me so much. I took out a focus pendant and put it on over the clarity one I wore. My mind snapped into focus and smiled. I know that Diane would tell Jenny I was gone, so I didn't have to worry about it. I never should have gone over without calling first, anyway. It wasn't something to say over the phone or even text, because you never knew who was listening, but I should have given her a heads up and maybe she would have gotten him hidden or asked him to leave. In any case, I was the one that was wrong. I took out my cell phone and told the guys on my work crew to take the day off tomorrow. We were months ahead on the schedule and they had plenty of time to finish the building without me there to help. Of course, I had all goddamn night to do as much as I could to get them even more ahead. I took out a fog ring and smiled. No one will even see me, I thought, and drove off into the night. Asterisk. Jenny woke up with a start when she heard the door slam to her old room. A second later she heard another slam and it was louder and sounded like splintered wood. She got out of her brother's old bed and walked over to his bedroom door. Even though she had switched rooms months ago, she still thought of it as Damon's room. It was also why she could always fall asleep, because it was his bed. Jenny opened the door and stepped out into the living room. "What the hell is going on out here?" "I was going to ask you that," Kathy said as she stepped out of Janet's old room with a sheet wrapped around her. Behind her was her boyfriend that bore a striking resemblance to Damon's physique. His face and hair were completely different, however, and Jenny didn't find him attractive at all. She also couldn't see what Kathy saw in him. "I just heard 2 bangs that woke me up," Jenny said and looked around. She didn't see anything, so she walked over to the light switch. Or tried to. "Ow ow ow," she hissed as she stepped on what felt like a splinter of wood. "Are you okay?" Kathy asked. "I don't know," Jenny said as she limped the rest of the way across the room and turned on the living room light. Kathy gasped and pointed at the floor. Jenny looked down at the living room floor and saw a perfect set of footprints had dug into the hardwood floors as if they were walking in sand and had torn up the wood. They went from Kathy's room and all the way over to the front door, which was half broken, the door handle was crushed, and splinters were everywhere. The 3 people stood there and stared at the mangled wood. They had no clue what had happened or what to do next. 0:30 last-minute preparation. I was driving down the street and my eye just happened to catch sight of a grocery store. It was open 24/7 and I laughed as I skidded into the parking lot. Why hadn't I thought of this before? I asked myself and left my car as I walked through the doors that opened for me. I didn't bother looking at the shelves and went right down to the back storeroom. "Hi, there. I want to buy groceries by the pallet," I said to the surprised stock clerk. The guy stared at me and didn't say anything. "Look, I don't want to bother with buying individual buns of bread. How much is a whole pallet?" The guy still didn't say anything and didn't move, either. I sighed. "Where's the manager?" "Office," the guy said and pointed. I walked by him and over to where he pointed. "You can't be back here," the guy said. "If you were more helpful I wouldn't be back here," I said and knocked on the office door. "Hi, sorry to bother you," I said and the slightly overweight woman stared at me. "I want to buy food by the pallet and the guy out front is an idiot." The woman chuckled for a moment and then her face went serious. "Are you for real? I'm rich and I don't have a lot of time," I said and her eyebrows rose. "Please show me what you have and I'll buy it bulk. You do realize that we don't normally do that?" The woman said. "I don't care if you charge me the full price. I'm in a hurry and need supplies." She stood up and walked over to me. "What do you need?" "Toilet paper and paper towels for one. Cereal, milk, bread, porridge, sugar, spices, cookies, anything you got," I said. "I doubt I'll get fresh meat without going to the meat counter, though. Why don't you go to one of the big box stores?" The woman asked and led me over to the storage area. "They sell this stuff over the counter. I don't have the time to wait for them to open in the morning," I said, honestly. "I need it now or I won't have anything to eat where I'm going." "You want to buy tons of food for wherever you're going?" she asked, a little incredulous. "I don't know how long I'll be gone. With God as my witness, I want modern food when I get there. I'm going to charge you for the pallets." "I don't care," I said and she gave me an inquisitive look. "I'd buy the whole store if given the chance." The woman saw my resolve and brought me over to the large pallets with items stored on them. "Let me record them and we'll see how much they come up for." I nodded and followed her around. She wrote down the items I wanted and as we walked around, I stored the pallets. They were a single item in my inventory and to my surprise, multiples of the same item stacked into the same slot. I quickly ran back and stored everything the store had. I pretty much cleared out their back storeroom. I'm not evil, though. I intended to pay for it all. I counted in my head what I took and when we were back at the storage area's entrance, I told her. "You're going to want to order everything back in," I said and tapped the clipboard she had and recited the pallets I took. I was not going to be stuck eating poisonous basilisk meat or boar entrails, jerky made from God knows what, or endless soups and stews that were tasteless and chewy. Nope, never again. From now on, I was going to eat like a king. No, better than a king. I even took crates of candies, gum, chocolate, and potato chips. They would keep forever in my inventory and would only start aging when I took them out, which I would only do when I was going to eat them, so, practically endless food as long as I didn't go overboard with it. The stock manager gave me a shocked look when she glanced back and saw most of her stock was gone. What did you? Did I mention I'm an amateur magician?" I asked with my best smile. She stared for another moment, then she shook her head. "Is that all?" "Hell, no," I said. "I need meat. Lots and lots of meat. Oh, and alcohol. I didn't see any back here." The woman blinked her eyes for a moment. "We store both in another back room." "Then please, lead the way," I said and bowed, as if she was royalty. She looked surprised for a moment, then she chuckled and walked away. I followed her to another part of the store and I whistled when I saw the crates of whiskey, vodka, rum, and wine. Beside them were pallets filled with beers of multiple flavors. "Good Lord!" I exclaimed as we walked around and she marked what ones I took. I could kiss you. I'm married. She said and pointedly ignored the things disappearing behind her. Are you sure? The last woman I said that to had the time of her life right after. I said, teasingly. Sure she did. The woman said, uninterested. Muscles and brawn don't do anything for me. I gave her the most exaggerated look of disbelief I could and she laughed. Come on, smart ass. The butcher section is over this way. She said and led me out of the storeroom and we went to the meat counter. I knew you looked when I turned around. I joked and she laughed again as she shook her head. Hey, Jeff. This weirdo wants a ton of meat. The stock manager said. I've got a dozen half cows out back and 2 already sectioned and ready to be put out. Jeff said and turned to look at us. Are you having a big barbecue or something? Or something? I said with a smile. How quickly can you do up the stuff you got in the back? All of it? Jeff asked, surprised. Yeah. Paper wrapping will do. No need to waste your time with foam and plastic wrap. Is he serious? Jeff asked the stock clerk. Completely. The woman said. He might even offer to kiss you if you amaze him. Jeff barked a laugh. Keep your lips to yourself. He said to me. I'll need, well. The cuts don't have to be precise as if you're putting them out for sale. I only need it sectioned for cooking. I clarified. Well, shit. Jeff said and thought about it. Maybe 4 hours. Great, man. Thanks. I said and looked at the stock clerk. Can I pay for it all now and have the meat shipped over when it's done? Are you actually rich or something else? She asked. Or something. I said with a smile and stored the meat the man had just cut up and wrapped. All right, come on. I need to take this to the front office to get it all calculated, anyway. The woman said and led me out of there and over to the office. After a brief talk to the young woman there, she started calculating everything. Make sure you put in a bit extra for depleting the store's stock. I said. I'm sorry about that. Both women gave me odd looks for a moment, looked at each other, then got back to work. It didn't take as long as I thought it would to calculate everything up. I didn't even blink when she gave me the ridiculously high bill. Since she didn't want anyone else to handle it, the stock manager led me out of the office and over to one of the checkouts. Will this be cash or charge? The clerk asked and looked down to see me put nothing on the small conveyor belt. Debit. I said and took out the card as the stock manager gave the bill to the clerk. Jesus Christ! The girl said when she saw the total. You bought out the whole store. Pretty much. I said and she rang it in. I used the card and both women were very surprised that it went through with no troubles. I have an unlimited draw limit. They both looked at me with wide eyes. The bank held 9 million in gold coins for me at one point. I said and they kept staring. Well, I need to get to work, so thank you for humoring a smart ass. I held a hand out to the stock manager. She couldn't help her laugh and took my hand to shake it. I'm surprised you didn't try to hug me. Am I allowed? I asked and pulled her into a brief hug and let her go. Never mind. You're pushing your luck. The woman said with a smile on her face. Oh. That reminds me. I said and did some fancy hand movements, then made a gold pendant on a chain appear. Thank you for your help. What? She started to say as I hung it on her neck. She felt a warm feeling fill her for a moment. What was that? A good luck charm. I said and left her standing beside the checkout counter. I left the store and climbed into my car and drove to the current construction site. Once there, I used the fog ring and covered the outer area to block anyone from seeing me. Since it was night and cool out, the spell would end and the fog would stick around and not get burned off by the sun. I stored tons of steel I-beams, cases of rivets, braces and tools, and got to work. I bet people are going to be shocked in the morning. I thought with a laugh as I carefully used my stats and built the framework of floor after floor. With everything on me, I didn't have to make trips back down the service elevator or use the crane to lift the beams to each floor as I built it. I made it up to the 15th floor, having built the framework of 10 floors, and stopped to have a break and a snack. I took out a pallet of soda pop and a pallet of potato chips, took one of each out, and stored them again. I sat there, my feet dangling off the side of the building, and looked out over the city. The fog had spread out, which meant I would need to cast it again. I saw a delivery truck pull into the construction lot and the headlights landed on the meeting trailer where I had left the lights on. I went to stand up to go down in the elevator and my foot slipped on the edge of the floor. My stats didn't mean diddly squat as I flailed my arms and toppled over the side of the building. I didn't even scream as I plummeted down all 15 stories, sure that I was going to die when I hit. Then I remembered my vision. I was going to be summoned and thought about what would save me. Feather fall. I said and felt the skill activate just as I was about to hit the ground. I slowed right down and landed like a feather on my back. I was panting heavily, both terrified of almost dying and relieved that I hadn't died. The delivery truck honked the horn and I sat up. I chuckled at my stupidity for sitting on the edge of a building and walked over to the truck. This is a weird place for a meat delivery, the driver said as he got out and led me around to the back. Company party, I said and he nodded. Do you need a hand with all of that? He asked and pointed to 24 large plastic crates that were filled with cuts of meat. No, thanks, I said. There's some refreshments in the trailer if you want to help yourself. Hey, thanks, the driver said and went over to the meeting trailer and opened the door. Holy shit! I laughed, because everyone that sees the inside is always shocked the first time. I quickly stored the crates and shut and secured the door. I stood there and waited for about 10 minutes, then went into the meeting trailer. Done already? He asked, halfway through a sandwich and a bottle of soda. I put it all in the storage trailer, I said and sat down across from him and picked up an apple to eat. Thanks for bringing it out so late, or early. I needed it for tomorrow morning. Is it true you bought out the store? The guy asked, curious. Pretty much, I said and chewed. I just wish I had thought of it before. Doing everything last minute was kind of a pain in the ass. I hear that, the guy said and finished his sandwich. He drank the rest of the soda and stood up. Thanks for the snack. You can have another if you want, I offered. I need to get back to the store. The shelves aren't going to stock themselves. Good luck with that, I said with a grin. He looked surprised for a second, then we both laughed. 031 back to the grind. I worked for the rest of the night, got the building up to the 30th floor, then went down to the ground and started clearing away a lot of the rubble from around the job site. The summoning circle appeared and I disappeared, just like I saw in my vision. I saw my 3 new companions, encountered a goddess, and stepped through the portal. Now here I was, on whatever world it was that had humanoid livestock living in villages and not on farms or anything. Or maybe I'm on a farm and the villages are just them living together peacefully. Whatever was going on, about 8 hours had passed and dusk had arrived while I walked along the dirt road and reminisced about everything that happened. I approached the next town cautiously. I couldn't use any real skills, because I didn't want to gain experience or levels before I found something big enough for me to use the daredevil and reckless boosts on. Sneaking into town was not going to give me anything worthwhile. I saw someone and wasn't surprised that they wore a hooded cloak and had their face covered with a scarf. Auto-identify brought up the thing's basic information. Name, unpronounceable in common, it's just growls and meows. Species, Carnivora humanus. Class, Predator/Hunter. Job, Pet. Oh, shit. I thought and used stillness to freeze myself in place. I remained that way until the cloaked figure moved off. I cancelled the effect and used my armor's search spell and it came back with 87 hits. A map popped up in my vision and showed the town from the top down. There were 1 or 2 people. I mean beings, in each of the structures, signified by red dots. Hostiles. 10 more were walking around in singles, like on patrol, and a bunch of them were in the central part of the village with 3 in the middle. As I watched, those 3 darted around and bounced off of the ones around them, then one disappeared. I thought about just walking away. I really did, for about a second. I knew this was a mistake and I did it anyway. I activated my armor's stealth spell and moved the search spell off to the side. I made my way to the central part and used the search spell to avoid the patrols. I reached the middle of the village and saw that they all wore hooded cloaks and had their faces covered, all except the 3 in the middle. Well, 2 now. One was lying in the dirt in a pool of blood. The other 2 had their hoods down and the scarves that hid their faces had been removed. Name, unpronounceable in common, it's just growls and squeaks. Species, Rodentia humanus. Class, vermin. Job, pest. I couldn't get my brain to work properly as I saw human-sized rats. The huge teeth, the large solid black eyes, and the dark brown fur, contrasted with their human-like bodies. It gave them the appearance of humanity while also scaring the beasts out of me. It was one thing to see monsters and fight them, it was another to have them standing and walking around while talking. I assumed they talked, because they were squeaking and growling while the cloaked figures that surrounded them hissed, spit, and growled back. One of the giant rats lunged towards a cloaked figure, who flipped up the cloak and a large clawed hand swiped at the rat's face. The rat let out an anguished squeak as the claws raked across the side of its face and dug into one of its eyes. There was a sickening pop and the rat fell backwards, a paw over the leaking mess that was its eye socket. The cloaked figure held up its prize, the rat's eye skewered on its claw, and the crowd cheered. MRO. I heard it come from directly behind me and felt something nudge my back. In my stupidity, I had completely ignored the search spell still running that showed me the patrols. One of them was right behind me and I sighed. I put up my hands to show that I wasn't armed, hopeful that in whatever society I had stumbled across, it meant the same thing. Hiss, meow. The thing said and poked me twice. I took that as walk, idiot, and started to walk. It didn't say anything else and followed me, so I had guessed right. I approached the group around the rats and the one behind me made some kind of huffing cough. The group split apart to make an opening like he had spit acid on them and I walked through the opening. The crowd settled down and the rats stared at me as I was led into the group. Meow. Mrow. Hiss. Meow. The one behind me said and the crowd growled, hissed, then made all kinds of cat sounds. The 2 rats stared at me and I walked over to them. Looks like I've been lumped in with you guys. I said. Everyone fell silent at my words and they all looked at me with surprise. What? Can you understand common? I asked and they didn't speak. I activated my armor's amplify ability and spoke. Can someone please tell me where I am and what's going on? I asked and everyone within 100 feet of me heard me as if I was standing right next to them. Ran. Nearly all of them screamed in fright and jumped a few feet in the air. I deactivated the amplify ability and laughed because I had scared them. My search spell showed a red dot in a building not far away as it walked to the door. To my surprise, an 8-foot-tall cloaked figure came out. Note to self, downside of topical spell does not denote height. I thought as the crowd parted for the thing. It walked over to me and just stood there. I thought it wasn't going to do anything, then it pulled the hood down. Mro. Meow meow. Someone off to the side said, clearly concerned. Meow. The thing in front of me said with a rolling growl and everyone shut up. It unraveled the scarf over its face and pulled it off. Phew me. I whispered as I looked up at a giant saber-toothed tiger. It was snow white with black stripes, like a normal tiger, except that it had huge foot-long fangs sticking down out of its mouth. It pulled off the large gloves it wore and revealed huge articulated paws. They were a cross between a human hand and an actual paw, which meant he had the best of both worlds between beast and man. Mrrrro! He growled and leaned over me as his claws slid out of his hands. I don't want to fight, I said and held my armored hands up in surrender. MROW! He yelled and lunged for me. Damn it! I darted to the side as he landed on all fours where I was. I had no time to dawdle and rolled to the other side as his large clawed hand tried to dig out my spine where I stood. He let out a low growl and poised himself to jump. Oh, come on! Down, kitty! I said to no effect and waited. As soon as he tensed his muscles, I rolled forward and under him as he leapt. His eyes were wide as he watched me easily avoid him, then he landed and turned around as he stood. Marrow! He held a hand out and someone tossed him what looked like a steel bar. He gripped it tightly and it glowed for a moment, then it shrank and became a huge broadsword. There was no way I could avoid both him and the sword, so I sighed and stood up. I gave up all pretense of trying to flee and collecting a huge bonus for Daredevil and Reckless. All right, kitty cat. You asked for this, I said and took out my enchanted sword in my left hand. It glowed with unearthly light as I activated all of its enchantments. It hummed in my hand, eager to be used again, and I smiled as I activated all the enchantments on my armor as well. It glowed blue, which showed significantly in the evening's darkness, and the crowd reacted to it. The 8-foot-tall man-tiger took a fighting stance, then he charged and swung his broadsword at me. I stepped aside and turned around as I used a backhand swing to bring my left hand around into a right-hand swing, cut through the broadsword, the cat's arm, his chest, and the other arm. My right hand caught him before he fell on top of me as his arms fell to the ground, severed. I pushed him away and his legs didn't work. He fell backwards and hit the ground and his upper torso separated from the rest of him. He tried to take several breaths to get air and all he did was open his mouth. His lungs and heart were about a foot away from him and everyone stared at him as he slowly suffocated to death. All of the beings around me howled into the night. Yeah, I don't think so, I said as they prepared to attack. Severing blades. My armor glowed bright blue and I touched the sword to it. With something to copy, the spell made thousands of magical duplicates, all only 6 inches in length, then in an instant shot them out in a perfect circle. Every single red dot that had been standing in the middle of the village was now erased from my search spell, except for the 2 rats beside me. They had been crouched down and watched the whole match in fear. Encounter over. Congratulations! You have defeated Vulgaris of the Chaudita as a level 1 combatant without any fighting abilities. You faced death and mocked it. Bonuses for Daredevil and Reckless apply. Good job! Experience earned, 7,295, x1. Daredevil bonus, 2,000. Reckless bonus, 3,000. First kill bonus, 1,500. You have defeated a group of Chaudita, 55, as a level 1 combatant without any fighting abilities. They were not as fierce or as fearsome as Vulgaris. Experience earned, 1,325, x55. Multiple kill bonus, each 500 for 10, 1,000 for 20, 2,000 for 30, 3,000 for 40, 4,000 for 50. Grand total, 491,670 experience points. Total levels gained, 26. Stat points available for distribution, 260. Skills unlocked, 0, none are locked. Skill points available, 130. What the hell is up with those numbers? I asked and looked at the pop-up closely and did the math in my head. The goddamn group kill bonuses stacked. I was worried about the Daredevil and Reckless bonuses and they were piddly in comparison. I didn't bother allocating my points yet, since I needed to go over what certain skills needed and what I needed to do to use them properly. I guess you're free to go, I said to the two rats. One of them squeaked at me. I pointed to my helm, shook my head, and walked over to the big cat. I cut off his head and then looted the body, storing both the loot and the body. I was very tempted to consume it, to make his abilities my own, then remembered that I had to be full level the last time it was safe to use my ability. I sighed and walked around to the rest of the beings and looted them for their weapons, money that was very different than the gold I had accumulated on the other world, and anything else valuable. I mean, I wasn't going to just leave it all lay there unclaimed. That would be a waste. 032 Cleaning up. When I was nearly done looting and storing the bodies, one of the rats squeaked at me and pointed. I took out a crossbow and turned to look down the street at the patrol that was walking across it. I aimed and pulled the trigger, a bolt on a weightless rope flew across the distance instantly. It stuck into the being and covered it in a blue glow. Before it could react, I grabbed the rope and pulled. Meow. The being howled as it flew through the air towards me, also weightless. I took out my sword and held it out in front of me, then watched as it was impaled and came to a stop at the hilt of the sword. It died and I received 1375 experience. The other patrols must be taught to ignore loud sounds or something, because none of them diverted from their areas. Either that, or they are concentrating so much that they can't be distracted. I thought to myself and looted the body and stored it. I looked at my one-use crossbow and sighed. This thing is a pain in the ass to ravel back up again. I stored it to do later and stored my sword as well. I finished the last few bodies in the clearing and walked over to the rats. Squeak. Grr, squeak squeak. The one with two eyes said. Yeah, thanks. I said and looked at the other one. It still had a hand over its eye, so I reached for him. I wasn't as repulsed by them as I was when I first saw them, and I wondered if it was an effect of the world as I adjusted to it or if it was being surrounded by puddles of blood and the battle that had eased my worry. Squeak. The other said and blocked me. Relax. I held both hands up, then pointed to his eye and at his friend. Squeak. It asked, clearly confused. Yeah, squeak. Whatever the hell that means. I said and very slowly reached over and put my armored hand on the rat's head. I concentrated on the minor healing ring I still wore and cast the spell, except I used my armor to power it and not its own enchantment. The rat's head glowed and there was a slopping sound for a few seconds. Squeak. The rat said in surprise and moved its hand and looked at the other rat with two eyes. There, see. I let it go and waved at it. No more boo-boo. Squeak. The other one said and knelt. Grr. Squeak. It waved a hand in front of it and saw the eye tracking. Squeak. Squeak, squeak 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 squeak. SHH. It's just unrestricted minor healing. It's not that big of a deal. I said, walked over to the closest building that the big cat had come from, and it still had a red dot inside. Meow. The being chained to the wall asked. Please tell me you speak common. I said as I walked over to it. Mro? Meow, grr, marrow. I stopped next to it and realized something. It was female. The clothes she wore hid her figure almost perfectly, and now that I was listening, the voice sounded more feminine and wasn't so rough. I reached for her and she hopped back. Meow. That was definitely, don't touch me. I said and reached past her to the chains touching the wall. I thought about impressing her with my skills by crushing the chains, then chuckled at my stupidity for having that thought. Unlock. I said, using the ring I still wore. Her chains popped open and jumped away from her as if they had to get away. Meow. She exclaimed. Yeah, you're welcome. I said and looked around. The place was pretty lavish, so I looted everything and she didn't move to stop me. I even took some horribly looking rusted weapons, guessing who they belonged to. Before I left, I decided to impress her anyway. I hope he wasn't your mate or anything. I said and took out the saber-toothed tiger man's severed head. Marrow. Meow, meow ro meow. Yeah, I killed him and he's quite dead. I said and pet the top of the head. I might even mount it. It's pretty cool looking, isn't it? I turned it and looked into the glazed eyes. Now I need a taxidermist. I chuckled and stored it and walked out the door. I looked to see the two rats were still hunkered down in the middle of town. I assumed to hide from the patrols, so I went to the next building. Two beings immediately attacked and I killed them, gaining the experience, loot, and their bodies. I was really glad they stacked and didn't take up a slot each. I wasn't really sure why I was taking them, then I remembered all the bonuses I had gained when I absorbed all of those evil creatures on the last world. I just hoped it was possible to do it again here, otherwise, I was wasting my time. I killed the last of the roaming patrols and found 3 more females in the buildings, who were quite impassive as I dispatched the males with them. I unlocked their chains and they gave me confused looks, until I showed them the severed head of the saber-tooth. They reacted the same as the first one I had freed, which wasn't a surprise, really. I walked back towards the center of town. Why are you still here? I asked the 2 rat men and made shooing motions with my hands. Squeak. Squeak squeak, grr, squeak. I have no clue what you're saying. I said. One of them pointed behind me at the 4 cats. I know. I said. My search spell told me so. It would end when I left the village, though. It was an area-specific spell and not a rolling one, which meant that I couldn't cast it and walk more than the spell's distance away. It would end and I would have to cast it again. Squeak. One of the rats asked. I can't stop them from following me. I said. I won't attack non-combatants. Squeak. Squeak, grr, squeak squeak. Hiss. The 4 female cat people behind me hissed as one and the rat shut up. Well, that worked. I said and turned to look at the cats. I pointed to my eye. Walk. I did a walking motion with my fingers across my armored hand. That way. I pointed down the road. Mro. The one I had found in the big cat's building said. Meow. She turned to the other 3, then a quick snarling and hissing argument happened. The next thing I knew, I had her on my arm, 1 cat woman in front, and 2 behind. Do I even want to ask? I asked her. She put her arm around mine and easily intertwined her articulated paws with my armored fingers. Oh. I said. Okay, I get it. Hierarchy. Meow. She said softly with an undercurrent of a little purr. I did not realize that I was someone who liked cats until that moment, because whatever she was purring, it went right through me and down my spine. To my surprise, it also gave me an erection. Oh, damn! I whispered and her purr was interrupted as she meowed happily. I immediately realized that I hadn't rejected her, which probably meant she thought her bid for me had been accepted. Definitely. Oh, damn. I said. Mro. She said and the one in front nodded and started walking where I wanted to go. I was urged to follow and started walking, too. Oh, before I forget. I took out the weapons and tossed them to the rats. Good luck. The rats just stared at us as we walked away. Well, they'll figure it out. I said and walked to the edge of the village. We were like taking a leisurely stroll and I needed to get to the next village quickly. I had a mystery to figure out and to find out what the hell I was supposed to do to save the world. Maybe I should have stayed and listened to the goddess? I looked at the 4 cat people around me and wondered if I did the right thing by slaughtering them all. The cat women didn't seem to be too bothered by it, at least. Of course, they were chained up and restrained, so they were probably just grateful to be free. I looked at them again and I couldn't see their faces, not that I could determine what they might be feeling if I could see their faces. Assuming they had actual cat faces like the big guy. I held in my sigh and I hoped that whatever the next village held, wouldn't automatically try to have me killed. As soon as we left the outskirts of the village, my search spell ended. I walked a little faster and they kept pace. I walked even faster and they kept pace. I chuckled and the one holding my hand let out a happy meow. I had a quick flash of divine sight and saw us running happily. That was it. No fight, no ambush, no anything else. It was just us running. All right. Let's run. I said and ran. They easily kept pace, which was great, because we could cover a large amount of ground if this was our traveling speed. I wasn't going as fast as I could, either. I knew there was no way they could keep up if I went all out, thanks to the vision, and maintained a fun pace for everyone. The cat woman beside me purred loudly and gripped my armored hand tightly. Asterisk. Squeak. One of the rats said. Squeak, squeak squeak, grr. The other said. Squeak, squeak. The first said and picked up the old and rusted weapons. He handed the other one his share, then the two of them crept out of the village. They saw the armored being, whatever it was, disappear into the distance. They crept along the ground almost soundlessly as they approached the hidden burrow that was nestled inside the roots of a tree. When they opened it, it was filled with other rats. Squeak. The scout whispered. Squeak. Grr squeak squeak squeak. One of the others responded. Squeak squeak. The scout said and pointed down the road, then it stepped back and 100 rats poured out of the burrow. It was attached to a tunnel they had dug to assault the village. Now that everyone was dead and it was empty, the rats claimed it for their own. The scouts were sent back to the colony to tell them the good news. Soon, several hundred rats would be living there and giving birth to help populate their forces. The buildings were huge and there was a lot to forage in the area, which would make it the perfect breeding pit. The scouts were given high squeaks as praise, choice of their own females, and then positions inside the new village. Their contribution to the colony was recognized and respected. Their words of warning about the powerful armored stranger that spoke the language of the gods were laughed off as a good story. They moved off with their fellow settlers and exchanged low squeaks, then promised each other to stay vigilant. 033 The next encounter. We approached the outskirts of the next village and the cat woman in front slowed down and held a paw hand out to stop us. She waved us to the side of the road as we crept into the trees. Meow. She whispered and looked at the one still holding my hand. Bro, meow marrow. Bro. She nodded and the other one turned and crept off into the underbrush. I immediately cast the search spell and it only covered the closest part of the village and the part of the forest I was in. I watched the cat woman's now green dot creep up to the tree-line. She stayed there and waited as a red dot moved along the tree-line, then the two dots banged into each other a couple times. A moment later, the green dot and the red dot came over to us. Meow. The cat woman said and tossed another wrapped being at our feet. Meow, mew meow. I tuned her out, since I couldn't understand her anyway and knelt as I let go of the paw hand I held. I pulled down the hood and started to unwrap the face. Meow. The one that held my hand said and put a paw hand on mine. Bro. I have to look and see. I said and unwrapped the face. My auto-identifier didn't show me anything, which was really odd, considering how powerful it was, which meant whatever this thing was had immunity to the spell effect or they automatically countered the spell. If they did either of those things, then trying to find anything out about them was going to be very difficult. When I finished removing the scarf, I sat back on my heels. It was a raccoon. It had the deep-set eyes, the built-in black criminal mask on the face, and the black nose on a short muzzle. I quickly checked it for things and found thieves' tools, rope, a small dagger, a little bit of money and a shiny round ruby that was about an inch across. Of course humanoid raccoons are thieves and can't be identified. I whispered and almost laughed. Hiss, meow. The one beside me said and her claws slid out as she knelt to reach for the throat. Wait. I said and put an armored hand on hers to stop her. I don't know if we have to kill him. Meow. She looked at me. Meow, hiss. Okay, hissing is bad. I said and looked down at the thing. I regret killing all those cat people, even though it had to be done. I grabbed the cloak of the raccoon creature and stood up with it. It was only about 4 feet tall, about the same as the rats, so I easily walked with it out onto the road. The 4 cat women hissed and followed me. They looked defensive and I held a hand out for the one that had taken my hand earlier. Meow. She said and took my hand, then the other 3 walked behind us. I walked towards the village and cast the search spell as soon as I crossed into the outer part of the village. The whole thing popped up and I saw that there were a lot more red dots than there were in the cat village. Almost double, in fact. I kept walking and held the unconscious raccoon in front of me. A few of them noticed and let out shaking mutters and took off at a run. This wasn't the impression that I wanted to give. I thought as word quickly spread and the other raccoons, at least, I assumed it was other raccoons, gathered in the center of town to wait for us. The cat women with me kept emitting a low hiss as they were easily outnumbered by all the enemies around us. I had a different opinion about it, actually. The search spell gave red dots the default for people unknown and assumed hostile. It wasn't until I rescued the cat women that they changed to green, even if one of them was flickering red occasionally. That just meant she was on the fence about trusting me, so I had to do something to fix that. I activated my armor's amplify ability and spoke. Greetings. I come bearing no ill towards you and yours. I held up the unconscious raccoon and hisses and growls responded to me. It's all right. I said in a soothing tone and cast minor healing on him. He woke up immediately and I put him down. He took off running and disappeared into the crowd. See? I held my hands up and showed no weapons. I didn't hurt him and almost as one, they all hunkered down and growled. Damn it! I said and took out my sword, activated both the sword and my armor's enchantments, then hugged the 4 female cats close. Severing blades. I touched the sword to my armor and repeated the same attack. Thousands of 6-inch long swords formed around us in a circle and shot out instantly. MROW. The female cats yelled loudly as one, then they heard all of the raccoons die. I let the cats go and looked around. All of the red dots around us were gone. The village was now devoid of all occupants from a single attack. _______. You have defeated a group of Crass-Idans, 174, as a level 26 combatant without any fighting abilities or points assigned to skills or stats. Experience earned, 865, x174, 150,510. Multiple kill bonus, 500 for 10, 5,000, 1,000 for 20, 20,000, 1,500 for 30, 45,000, 2,000 for 40, 80,000, 2,500 for 50, 125,000, 3,000 for 60, 180,000, 3,500 for 70, 245,000, 4,000 for 80, 320,000, 4,500 for 90, 405,000, 5,000 for 100, 500,000, 6,000 for 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 5,880,000. Grand total, 7,955,510 experience points. _______. Total levels gained, 38. Stat points available for distribution, 380 plus 260 unspent equals 640. Skills unlocked, 0, none are locked. Skill points available, 140 plus 130 unspent equals 270. _______. I stood there, completely stunned. Jesus fucking Christ! I thought in shock and couldn't comprehend gaining so many levels so easily. The stacking bonuses were actually reduced, I assumed because I was a much higher level than the first time it happened at level 1, and it was still a massive amount. It was even giving me totals now for each one. Just for fun, I identified myself. _____. Name, Damon. Race, human, enhanced. Class, Devourer, unused, level 64. Job, pawn. _____. I wonder why it doesn't add my last name? I asked myself as I tried to come to grips with gaining 64 levels in a single day and only from 2 encounters. It had taken me years on the last world to get this high and I worked my ass off to do it. This was absolutely ridiculous. I thought, then I had a bad thought. A very, very bad thought. I wanted to find another village before I assigned any points, just to see if I could keep the bonuses going. I started doing the math in my head and stopped my smile before I figured out that I would only need 3 or 4 more large groups like this to get me to level 99, assuming that was the top of the level cap. It had been on the last world and I was using that as a guide. If it wasn't the cap, then I was going to keep my points unspent, just in case. While I stood there, the 4 cat women walked around and looted the bodies. They treated them roughly and I did my best to not shout at them. I also didn't really think there were a lot of skills that I could absorb from a thief class, since I already had the skills from the last party I had been a part of. It had been a subclass for the man and he was level 70 at the time of his death. His skills were also maxed with his points, so I was sure I couldn't improve them. Maybe I really should have stayed and talked to the goddess. I thought as the cat women brought me over the loot. I chuckled as they handed over 100 packs of thieves' tools, nearly 400 small and normal daggers, piles of what I assumed was money, and to my surprise, lots of magical belts that granted bonuses to thieving skills and sneaking. I took everything and held out a set of daggers, a belt, and a handful of money to the one that had taken my hand. Meow. She asked and I held them close. You can have these. I said and put everything in her hands. Bro. She said and put the belt on. She purred a little and then put the daggers into spots on the belt, then took the money. Marrow meow. I hope that's thank you. I said and held the same thing out to the next cat woman. She hesitated for only a moment, didn't speak, and then did the same thing. I did it for the other 2 and the one that was flickering between green and red blinked less frequently. I took out one of the swords the cat people had and the 4 of them took a step back. It's all right. I said and turned the sword around and held the hilt out towards the first cat. You can have this, too. I wanted to see their faces, just so I could confirm if they were fully cat people like the tiger had been, but I decided that now was not the time to ask one of them to remove their face covering. She reached out and carefully took hold of the hilt. Meow. I let the sword go and showed her how to hook it to her belt. It's yours now. I touched the hilt and then touched the spot just below her neck at the top of her sternum. It's yours. Marrow. She asked. Yeah, I'm probably confusing you. I'm sorry. I said and thought about trying to touch her face through the scarf she had over it. I handed a sword out to the next cat woman and she didn't hesitate at all as she took it and hooked it to her belt. The next one did the same and the last one held it in her hand. Her green dot went red as she seriously thought attacking me was a good idea. Go ahead. I said and held my hands up and away from her. I won't stop you if you want to leave. Growling, the one who had held my hand growled. Hiss. The other 2 said. The last one let out something like a sigh and hooked the sword to her belt and her icon went green. I smiled at her, even though she couldn't see it through the full helm I wore. I stepped close to her and slowly put my hands on the sides of her face. Thank you. I said and she didn't pull away. I rubbed my hands up and down a little as a test and she purred. Meow. The one that had held my hand before exclaimed. Ah, do you feel left out? I asked and did the same to her. She purred and I chuckled as the other 2 stepped close. I did each of them and the 4 of them were lightly purring when I was done. I think I better collect the bodies anyway, just to get them out of the way. I said and waved my hand to make all of the ones within 10 feet of us disappear. The cats jumped slightly, then they purred louder. Just give me a minute, I said and ran around the middle of the village as I stored them all. Miro, the one who had held my hand, said, almost sexily. I was pretty sure I was putting my own interpretation onto her speech, though. It's getting late, so maybe we should look for a nice bed. Mro, she asked. Bed, I said and put my hands into a pray gesture, put it beside my head, then mimed laying down. The 4 cat women just stared at me. Okay, I suck at charades, I said and held a hand out to her. She took it and I led her over to the biggest structure. Inside were several large rooms that were filled with, well, everything. The raccoons weren't thieves that didn't steal anything, apparently. I led her into one of the rooms that had a big bed. I did the same sleeping mime motion and pointed to the bed. She started purring immediately and climbed onto the bed. She assumed the proper position for what she thought I wanted. She was on her hands and knees and she wiggled her ass at me as her purring increased. I heard several scraping sounds and turned to look as the other 3 cat women carried extra bedding and things into the room, set it up around the other bed, then laid down to watch. Well, damn, I thought and wondered what the hell I was going to do. 034 A humble request. I really wish I had a translation spell or something to talk to you, I said, then I felt a divine presence create an entrance to my consciousness as time stopped. There wasn't a bright light, even though my mind wanted to say that there was one shining down on me right now. It sure as hell felt like one was on me, like an ant under a magnifying glass, actually. You're still alive? Well, I lost that bet. A woman's voice said into my head, whom I assumed to be the goddess Jasindaya. I suppose you're having trouble understanding the locals, are you? I guess I was a bit too hasty for my own good, I thought to her, sincerely hoping she could hear me. Of course I can hear your thoughts with a connection like this. I'm a goddess and you are one of my 4 chosen heroes. Goddess Jasindaya said, a little peeved. If you had stayed around after receiving your class, I could have explained everything and given you the extra skills needed for you to fulfill the mission you were summoned for. I sighed and let her feel my repentance. I'm sorry that I was too eager to get to work for you. I have family and friends waiting for me to go back. Like I told you before, the sooner I get this done, the sooner I can be sent back. I felt her scrutiny for a second and she sighed as well. I suppose I was eager to be rid of you as well, considering the way you acted. Goddess Jasindaya said. I haven't had anyone desire to leave my presence in ages. My mind immediately had a fantasy of staying with her and showing her how fun sex could be, even when repeated. Mortals. Goddess Jasindaya lamented. Do you just want the language conversion ability or do you want to hear about the plight of this world? I actually had to think about that. Are you really going to say no, after I'm offering an explanation to you again? Goddess Jasindaya asked and I had to agree that it was a good idea. Impatience is not a desirable trait in a person. I opened my mouth to speak, then remembered that she could read my thoughts, so I gave her my entire relationship with Diane. I would normally hold things like that back, but, this time I needed for her to understand that I had plenty of patience. I was also full of eagerness. Very well. I understand. Goddess Jasindaya said. I will make some allowances for you, just for that. Did you send the others to the same place you dropped me? I asked, curious. Of course not. I didn't want them to die as a level 1 in the middle of the beast-infected areas. Goddess Jasindaya said. They are safely ensconced at the palace of the King of Men and are training under their best warriors and magic users to level up to a good level before embarking on the journey. Wow, I really should have kissed you first. I thought and showed her in my head that I had done it in the wrong order. I am not sure it would have made that big of a difference? I heard the hesitation there. I thought with a smile. Do you want the skills and cautions I want to convey to you or not? Yes, please. I am very grateful that you still want to help such an impertinent person as myself. I thought and gave her a regal bow in my head and let her feel my sincerity. Why couldn't you have acted like that before? Goddess Jasandaya asked, and I felt that she was being rhetorical and didn't answer. Remain still while I give you the required skills you need to survive. I used stillness and let her power wash over me. Underscore. Bonus skill granted, language conversion, infallible. Your ear will hear in your native language and those around you will hear their language in return when you speak. Bonus skill granted, uninfectable, beast strains. You cannot be infected by the spell or by interaction with the beast races and people that have been infected. Scratches, fluid transfer, blood, saliva, etc., and deep wounds cannot cause you to catch the infection or become one of them. This does not stop you from being harmed, only from being infected. Underscore. I stopped myself from cursing, because the cat woman in front of me was frozen still and her invitation was still right there for me to take. Imagine what could have happened if I had done something and caught whatever it was she had? Beast cat venereal disease? Cat herpes? You would have fallen ill for several weeks, possibly a month. If you lived, you could have become a carrier for the spell infection or morphed into one of them. Goddess Jasandaya said. Although, if you are infected by one, it doesn't mean that you'll become one of that particular race. It's dependent on your own proclivities and disposition as well as the means of transfer and infection. My mind reeled over the mess I could have been in, all because I had been too eager and the goddess had been annoyed at me. I was surprised you were still alive, so you shouldn't have to worry about being infected. I could have been sent back home with it. I thought in surprise. That wouldn't have been possible. Goddess Jasandaya said. Oh, thank God. I mean goddess. I thought in relief. I would have either left you here or killed you. Your choice, of course. I stood there, my stillness still in effect, and I couldn't wrap my mind around never going home. That's why I offered the death option. Most cannot accept having to stay permanently. Goddess Jasandaya said. Now I'll fill you in on the situation and you can start working towards solving my problem. I did my best to clear my mind and listened as she told me all about how 100 years ago, something had breached the barrier around the world. No one noticed at first, then one day a patrol was sent out to investigate. They never returned. Another was sent a month later and they found a village that was full of beasts. The patrol tried to kill them all and only a few of the patrol lived to escape. They went back to the capital of the nation and fell deathly ill. Several died, but not before passing on the infection. It spread easily, since some of the patrol were only carriers and didn't change. Shared food and utensils let it spread quickly and soon a good portion of the population were infected and it spread further. This went on for years as the nearby nations declared the land a plague and closed all borders. It wasn't until the mages of several nations raised the magic walls of earth and stone that the lands had been segregated physically and anyone leaving the lands were immediately killed. The downside was that there were still millions of people still living inside the walls that hadn't been infected. All waterways were also blocked, so no ships with infected could be allowed to leave. Decades of research and expeditions into the lands have proven useless to either find the cause or the cure. The expeditions were one-way trips, unless you wanted the death sentence of coming back. Small towns popped up on either side of the walls where the expeditions decided to stay when not allowed back with the data they gathered. They relayed the information with magic through a dummy proxy, in case the magic itself caused the spread of the infection, and that was how things had been for the last 20 years. I spent several minutes thinking about all that information. Why do they all cover their faces? It has become sort of taboo to know what strain of the infection you have. Goddess Jasandaya said. It also protects those that are not completely infected and are only carriers. With their identities concealed, you don't know who is actually infected or the extent. You would know that as soon as they speak. I thought. An outsider would, yes. The spell, or infection, grants the same language bonus. I frowned. Then how would there be any conflicts? The speech patterns and mannerisms, of course. You grow up in a certain area, you adopt the local tongue and their way of speaking and acting. It is very easy to find anyone that doesn't conform to the local way of doing things. I guess height differences would make a difference, too. I thought. Also state of clothing and the way the wrap is around the face. It's all distinctive in its own way. Goddess Gisandaya said. Also, there are rivalries between the same strains, or beast people as you think of them. Not all of them get along or live together. In fact, some actively hunt the others to make themselves and their group stronger. I completely understood that reasoning, especially since I assumed the females I had rescued were from another clan of cat people. At least, I hoped they were. If that was how they treated all of their females, well, I wasn't as sorry as I used to be for killing them all. I am granting you a map spell as well, considering there is no way for you to tell where you are right now. You could be wandering around for years before you found your way to the wall. Will the other three be waiting for me there? I asked. Of course not. They need to be trained up just as much as you do. Goddess Gisandaya said. Make your way to the western wall. It is near the kingdom of man and their research station has the latest information that you will need to search for the cause and possibly the cure. I thought about it as a spell appeared in my consciousness. Can my armor cast it instead? I don't have any points in my mana and can't cast spells on my own yet. I heard a sigh as the spell stayed in my consciousness and the spell duplicated into the abilities that my armor had. Thank you very, very much. Is there anything I can do to thank you? Goddess Gisandaya was quiet for several moments before she spoke. You actually want to thank me, after I've tried to kill you. I didn't die. I thought back and smiled. So, a temple or something. Sacrificial deaths in your name? You're serious? Goddess Gisandaya asked in disbelief. Sure. I mean, you didn't have to answer my plea for help at all. I could have given into my lust, that I've been very, very good at keeping in check for a long time, and I would have been infected. That would have ruined my life. I thought. I would have been pissed if you had waited to tell me until after I had done something, though. Then, if you would be so kind, please take the maiden before you, in my name. Goddess Gisandaya said. I have not had a virgin gift in over a millennium. You just want to see me have sex with a magically altered species to test if the skill actually works. I thought, teasingly. Well, yes. I admit that it hadn't been tested before. How many heroes have you brought here? Only 8 others. 4 have perished, either by battle or by their own choice. Goddess Gisandaya said. Some couldn't accept that they could actually complete the mission without one of their members and 2 of the others had the false impression that they had to die to allow others to be summoned. I laughed at that. They didn't even ask you about it, did they? No, and they were good heroes, too. Goddess Gisandaya said, sadly. Well, don't worry. I do not have either of those mindsets. I'll do everything I can to complete this, even if I have to do it all alone. I thought and let her feel my determination. Thank you, Damon. Goddess Gisandaya said. Please accept the carnivores offer in my name. I looked at the offer in front of me. Can I talk to her first or at least look at her face? You do not need to see her face to know that she desires the being that slayed her captor, whom she believed to be unbeatable. Goddess Gisandaya said. Do as you promised and give me her maidenhood. Yes, Goddess Gisandaya. I thought in acceptance and time resumed as the bright non-light disappeared and no longer shined on me. At least, I had assumed time stopped for everyone. It seemed to stop for me, anyway. Perhaps the whole conversation with the goddess only happened within a second? I shrugged. Either way, I had something in front of me that both my erection and the goddess wanted. Who was I to deny the request of a goddess? 035 Her first time. I reached for the cat woman's ass and rubbed it with my armored hands. Row. The cat woman said, which surprised me. I was supposed to hear what she said in my own language, then I held in my laugh. I did hear what she said, which was an inarticulate cat pleasure sound. I stored my gauntlets and the cat women beside the bed sat up straight and stared at me. They didn't say anything, though. I moved my hands around to the front of her waist and undid her pants, then moved my hands to her hips and pulled. A little stub of a tail popped out and she wiggled her ass a bit more, so I stopped pulling. I leaned in close and looked at the 4-inch stub that looked like it had been hacked off with a jagged blade and touched it with my fingers. No, don't touch my shame. The cat woman said, her voice full of sadness. He's actually touching it. One of the others whispered. Does he not understand what it means to have our tails docked? Another asked, just as quietly. I slid my hand to the spot just in front of the tail on her lower back and scratched her there. Mrow. She yelled and her hands and feel gripped the bed covering and tore into it. Okay, no doing that during sex while facing her. Got it. I thought and stopped. The stranger knows some things. The third one whispered. Please, hurry. The cat woman in front of me said. My armor legs and waist were pretty much one piece, so I stored the lower half of my armor and left on my boots, arms, chest, and helm. I would respect their culture to not reveal my face unless necessary. I stored the cotton underlay in my underwear, which I could equip in full again in an instant, and my erection stood out. The 3 cat women observing started purring at the sight of it. I smiled inside my helm and pulled the cat woman's pants down to her knees. I was both surprised and delighted when I saw that her fur was only covering half of her ass. The bare spot started just under her tail and went in a perfect triangle shape that curved down to the tops of her thighs. I had to assume it was the same on the front to leave her bottom bare, because she definitely looked like she had the right woman parts in front of me. It confirmed for me that they were transformed humans into beasts and not beasts becoming humans, because it would look quite a bit different if she was a full cat. I was relieved as I reached for her and her purr doubled as I touched her to confirm my thoughts. I found all the right parts in the right spots, and the fur around her tail puffed right out. Oh, please, hurry. It burns, savior. Make it burn for you. I moved forward and touched myself to her burning hot flesh. It seemed a lot hotter than anything I had ever touched before, so she might literally mean she was burning up and needed me to take her. I rubbed the tip over her and her purring intensified. I take this maidenhood in goddess Jacindaya's name. I said and all 4 cat women froze in shock. Please accept this first blood as tribute. I said and shoved myself all the way in. Mrow. The cat woman yelled and tried to struggle. I held on and stayed inside. Please relax. The pain will ease soon. She stilled and turned her head to look at me. I understood you. When you presented yourself to me, I asked Goddess Jacindaya for a blessing. She granted me the ability to hear and talk to you. I said. No, I mean I can't hear the language of the gods from you anymore. She said, almost frantically. My claim for you was based on being the first to. I imagined that I was speaking to another human. How is this? Can you understand me now? She visibly relaxed. You can still speak it. I stopped imaging. I'm still speaking it, you just hear your own language. When we reach my village, please speak as the gods do and do not speak to anyone. She said. We will handle everything. I turned my head and the 3 women beside the bed nodded. All right, I'll let you handle it. Thank you, savior. She said and braced herself. The soreness has eased. Please continue. I eased myself out and saw a little bit of blood. Are you sure? Yes. She said, so I slid back in. He doesn't have any barbs. One of them whispered. He's not trying to impregnate her, so it shouldn't matter. Another said. It's like playing with one of the youths before they claimed their first kill, then they become men and grow barbs. How old are the youths when you do that? I asked, not really into the sex, because the Catwoman wasn't reacting like a normal woman would. They aren't allowed out of the village to hunt alone until they are in their 18th turn. One of them said. Then they become a viable male for mating. What about the women? I asked. Some, like us, never leave the village. Another said. I am in my 28th turn. 30th. The third said. 21st. The first one said. I rubbed my hands on the lower back of the one I was having pretty boring sex with. How old are you? 25th. She said. I had hoped that my first mating would have been special. I held in my sigh and stopped moving my hips. Give me a moment. I said and pulled all the way out. I wiped myself off and turned away from them, then searched through my inventory for the several packs of condoms that I never got around to using. I found them and looked at the one that I had bought as a joke for Lisa when we were dating. She laughed and laughed at the thing, because it was called the Tickler and was covered in little nubs. She swore I was never getting that thing anywhere near her sensitive parts, even as a joke, and I had stored it and forgotten about it, as well as the condoms, since after we broke up I didn't have sex. I took it out and applied it to my waning erection and grew hard again. I rubbed my thumb over the surface and the hard nubs gave me a weird sensation, so I could only imagine what this was going to feel like for the Catwoman. Is something wrong? One of them asked. No, I was just fixing my youth problem. I said and turned back. MROW. The three observing exclaimed in surprise. I didn't just have the few barbs a male normally had on his penis, it was literally covered in them. I hope you're ready for this. I said and rubbed the nub tip against her. What did you? Mrow. She yelled as I slid inside and all those little nubs rubbed all of her insides at the same time. Her body writhed and her hands tore up the bedding as I slowly slid back out and back in. Her purr made her vibrate so hard that I could feel it and the feeling went right down my spine and my erection became so hard that it hurt. I felt the need to come as quickly as possible, so I gave up on being nice and gentle for her first time and rammed myself as hard and as fast as I could into her. The three observers were on their hands and knees and were purring as I pounded their companion, who was quite literally going crazy as she trembled, shook, and came over and over. She growled and purred and shouted as I slammed myself inside of her and she gripped me so tightly that I thought the nubbed condom was going to tear her up and make her bleed. All it did was make her react more. She yelled as she came and dropped her head to the bed, her body and her energy spent. I pulled out and stored the condom, because I absolutely needed to save it, then I came all over her ass and her womanhood. I had been saving it up for a while, so there was a lot of it and it was pretty damn thick. It also wasn't the nice pearly white it used to be, which meant that a lot of the little guys in there had expired a while ago. I sat back onto the bed, my stamina down to almost nothing after that burst of energy, and I looked at the huge mess I had made. The three Catwomen purred even louder at the sight, then I was suddenly watching the three of them take off their scarves and lick every little bit of it off of her. I caught sight of their long tongues and saw all of the little barbs on them as they licked up everything, even licking the one I just had sex with between her legs. They lapped everything up, then licked everything again to make sure they got it all. No wonder normal sex wasn't working for her. She's probably desensitized to anything that's not rough. I thought. If she gets licked regularly by tongues like that. I stopped thinking about it when one of the Catwomen turned to look at me. I finally got to see their faces and was shocked to see that they had human faces, for the most part. It was a woman's normal face, with lips, eyes, and a human nose, and she also had short whiskers, bushier eyebrows, and patches of fur on the sides of their cheeks. If I remembered my cat anatomy correctly, they had scent glands there and the fur helped disperse their pheromones. Their hair was a mix of fur and human-like hair, too. Some of my expulsions had splashed onto me as well and she bent down to lick my thigh. It tickled and I had a hard time not laughing at it. The other two saw what she was doing and let out a short meow of surprise, then they turned and started licking my other thigh. I couldn't stop my laugh this time and they traced the dribbles up to my softening erection. "No, don't lick it," I said when one went to do just that. "Savior's favorite," she said, and the one I had just had sex with turned around. She had her scarf off already and she looked half asleep. "He is saving it for you." Her purr started again and she crawled over to me as the others moved to the side. "Your tongue will tear my, oh, Jesus," I thought as she licked me. I had never felt anything like it before and I grew hard for her, which made it a lot easier for her to lick me. She took full advantage of that and by the time she finished cleaning up the mess, I was ready to burst again. I grabbed it with my hand and jerked on myself, then came again. I splashed it on her face and I turned towards the others and gave them some, too. They all purred loudly and another round of cleaning happened, including them cleaning each other's faces and kissing. That was a little surprising, until I saw them French kissing and they were competing in cleaning each other's teeth. I laid back on the bedding, pretty much exhausted and spent. I used minor healing and felt the damage on my penis from her tongue fade away. I equipped my full set of armor, just in case, and my favorite cuddled into my side. I'm actually surprised they all didn't try to have a go at me. I thought, quite stupidly. They knew just as much as I did that I couldn't go another round like that. Not right away, anyway. The other three cat women took subservient positions and cuddled my legs. I didn't know why I knew that, though. I spent some silver to clean the condom, marked it onto its own hot to equip it, and closed my eyes. I definitely needed to sleep after all of that. My thoughts drifted off as I thought about different sex positions, then remembered their articulated paw hands and their 3-inch claws that could tear me to shreds. Yeah, it was going to be doggy style from now on. 036 A complication. I was woken up when something banged against my armor. I opened my eyes and my favorite cat woman had her face covered and her hood up and was punching my chest. "Wake up! Wake up!" she said. "We're being attacked." "I'm awake," I said. I must have been more tired than I thought if she had to resort to that to wake me. "Where are they?" "Never mind." I sat up and looked at my still running search spell. I really loved my armor. "Let's go." We ran out of the building and over to the far side of the village. The three cat women were hacking apart a pile of 2-foot-tall somethings. When I was close enough, my auto-identifier told me what they were. ________. Name, unpronounceable in common, it's just grunts and squeals. Species, Taxodini humanus. Class, workers/carrier. Job, deliveries. ________. One of their severed heads was on the ground and I saw that it looked like a badger. "Everyone stop!" I commanded with my armor and the three cat women froze still as did the dozen badgers still scattered around their feet. "What's going on? These nasty little things were stealing your loot and running off with it," one of them said, angrily. "No. Hired. Hired to carry," one of the small badgers said. His face was uncovered and he was apparently the leader of the group. "Hired by the thieves," another cat woman said and pointed her sword. "Drop it, now." "No. Paid. We complete delivery," he said, and they hugged the things they held close to their chests. "Paid by who?" I asked. "Not your business," he responded. "Savior killed all of the thieves, so their things are his," the third cat woman said. "Drop them or die." "Not thieves' things. Owned by Melanie. Paid for and taking to her." I almost laughed as he told her who owned them right after refusing to tell me. "How much of it does she own?" "She own all," The badger said. All of what? I asked and he looked confused. What you have in your hands, the contents of one building, the whole village, the country, or what? Yes. The badger said. Melanie owns all. I sectioned off a part of my inventory and held a hand out and took everything the badgers had in their hands and their pockets. They started freaking out when the bodies of their friends disappeared as well. Easy, now, I said and walked over to them as I used the map spell. It gave me a good portion of the parts I had crossed already and stitched together the search spells I had previously cast. It even added the details. It also showed me what direction I was facing, which was westward, the direction I needed to go. I see you've come from the west. Is Melanie in that direction? Not your business. The badger exclaimed. Give stuff back now. I'll carry the stuff to her. I said, hoping to placate the little creatures. I need to finish looting the place before we leave, though. I'll be right back. We follow. The badger said loudly and stopped when my favorite held her sword down at his throat. How about just you follow me and watch while your friends and mine can stay here? The badger looked at the cat women. No kill. Please don't kill them. I said and reached for the closest one and rubbed the side of her face. I'll be right back. I rubbed each of their faces and the four of them purred. The badger stepped around the blade and followed me as I went to each building and stored everything. Your job, thief? He asked, curious. No, my job is pawn. I said and he looked at me with incredulity clearly written on his little badger face. I was sent by a goddess to help this world. I clarified. You, pawn of gods. The badger whispered. You not speak like them. I concentrated on talking to a human while I stored the loot. Is that better? The badger nearly jumped out of his clothes with fright. It's all right. I said to him and he relaxed as he heard his own language. She blessed me with understanding languages. We went to every building and I stored everything. I pretty much stripped the place and we went back over to where the others were. Lead the way. I said to the badger with me and he quickly covered his face with his scarf and pulled up his hood, as did the others, then they ran. The little things are fast. I thought and took my favorite's hand, then ran after them. As we moved along the road, the map spell kept populating a small amount, so I kept casting search and helped it along. Getting a fully updated map as I ran was pretty great. My village is 2 villages away. My favorite said. I had asked her name and it was just meow, growls, and hisses. Apparently, personal names didn't translate well, just like inarticulate moans, groans, and yells didn't. I chuckled in my head at hearing yell or moan if the spell did work at that depth. Of course, I'd be hearing the words breath, breathing, panting, laugh, and every other inarticulate sound as words, and wouldn't that be annoying as hell? We quickly approached the next village and I saw that it was surrounded by thick wooden walls. We slowed down and the badgers exchanged words with the beings at the gates. Their clothing was a lot better than any I have seen before and I wondered why. We agreed that you get passage, not those things. One of the beings shouted. Metal man carry things. The badger responded, completely reasonable, unlike when he had argued with me or the cat women. They could slaughter us all and there would be nothing we could do about it. Wait here, please. I whispered to the cat women and walked forward. When I was close enough, my auto-identifier kicked in and I grinned at the description. Underscore. Name, unpronounceable in common, it's just bleats, BAA, rumbles and snorts. Species, Aries humanus. Class, producers. Job, livestock. Underscore. They're sheep. I thought and held my hands up to show that I didn't have a weapon. Excuse me. BAAA. The being jumped at being scared and froze stiff, then it fell over in a faint and the arms and legs stuck straight out. I burst out laughing at the sight and the other guard froze and fell over in a faint, too. I kept laughing and the badgers didn't move or say anything until I calmed down and stopped. What was that? The lead badger asked. I was laughing. I said. The laughter of the gods. The badgers all said as one. I knelt down and thought about removing the thing's elaborate face covering, then just tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, I'm sorry about startling you. You can get up now. I promise not to do anything to your people, unless they attack me or the people with me. The covered head moved and turned to look at me. You promise? Sure. I said and held a hand out to help him up. In fact, I'd like to buy some of those fancy clothes and maybe some face coverings. For yourself? He asked, confused. No, for the women with me. I said and 4 little shouts of surprise came from them. Do you have? No, of course you have. He said and turned to tap on the large wooden door behind him. We moved back and the whole thing turned on a pivot that was halfway up the wall and the bottom half flipped up to allow entry. It was reinforced behind the door with another wall and angled braces with only a small spot for exit and entry in the middle, despite the door being nearly 10 feet wide. It was as secure of a secure door that you could possibly have. If you are not on your best behavior, you will be asked to leave. He warned me. I'm sure the little guys want to get through your settlement as quickly as possible. I said. I intend to look around and see what you have, however. We go quickly. The head badger said. Does your mistress expect you back so soon? I asked and he didn't respond. I didn't think so. I said and reached down to pat his shoulder. Let's stop and get something to eat. I haven't eaten since I got here. We just got here. The badger said. I chuckled. I meant here on this world, not here at this village. He didn't respond with words and just nodded. I'm tempted to just wander around, but I'm not that stupid. I turned to the sheep guard. Do you want to send along a guide to keep an eye on us? That is a great idea. He turned towards the building just inside the door and let out a bleat and a snort. To my surprise, a well-dressed woman, with her toned body clearly defined by her well-tailored clothing, came out of the building. It almost looked like a uniform. It was a deep red and burgundy mix with bright red piping along the legs and arms. Her stylish cloak fluttered behind her and the much fancier face covering she wore made her stand out from everyone around her. _______. Name, none. Species, Aries humanus, sheep. Class, Free Martin. Job, Enforcer. _______. It added the sheep name to the info. I thought, surprised again. I looked at the badgers and then at the cat women. The words badger and feline/cat were added to their info as well. Free Martin, escort these interlopers and show them only the parts that are allowed by the tup. Are you ordering me? She asked and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. No, the metal man suggested an escort. He said and took a step back. I am merely agreeing that having you along to watch them is a great idea. She snorted and let the hilt go. You fainted again, didn't you? He didn't say anything and walked back outside. I loathe incapable men. She said and her covered head looked at me. You appear capable, at least. It's the armor. I said and tapped my chest. I'm just as squishy inside as everyone else. She let out a short bleat. I would love to have armor instead of this. She waved at herself. I took the opportunity to give her a full look and I liked what I saw. Your clothing fits you well. She let out a snort. I sincerely doubt that you would be sufficient enough in bed to satisfy me. 4 swords were out and instantly pointed at her chest. You know not of what you speak. My favorite said in a growl. I think she was posturing. I said and put my armored hands on the swords and moved them away from the sheep. May I ask what a free martin is? I was born as a twin to a male and am unable to birth young. I must compete as a male or be driven out. She said and didn't seem saddened by that or thought she had been given a bad hand in life. I knew better, however. I stepped forward and very carefully put my arms around her to whisper in her ear. I am very sorry that you had to do that. I leaned my helm against her hood and held her for several moments before I let her go. No one around us said anything and she stood there as if she didn't know what to do next. Please escort my entourage and myself through the settlement to purchase clothing, face coverings, and anything else you think your people can make money from. Of course. She said and waved towards the nearest building about 50 feet away. The place on the right is the tannery and past that is the shearer. I'd ask you to lead the way, but that would defeat the purpose of coming along. I said and she nodded. I walked ahead and the badgers and cat women came with me, with the Free Martin following us to make sure we didn't do anything that she or the tup wouldn't approve of. 037 Some purchases. No matter what world I was on, what the goods were or who I was with, shopping was still shopping. Even our guide had gotten into the act as the four cats excitedly chittered over something that caught their eye. They all got new bags at the tannery for their things. The quality was much higher than the ones they had. The shearer had several lambs, actual teenagers in fact, having their wool sheared off. One of them shivered with pleasure as she was shaved, soaking through her underwear. I had to leave because I had gotten an erection from seeing it. I also didn't want to keep staring. I mean, it was okay in their society to look, especially with her being out on display like that, but I felt guilty that anyone looking at her would know that she was getting off by being treated roughly and clean-shaven. She was old enough by their laws to mate and have children, which was why she was being shaved. I just knew that it wasn't something an outsider like myself should be seeing. Plus, her perky white breasts, all 6 of them a perfect hand size, had large pink nipples and were kind of driving me crazy. I wanted to suck on all of them, just to see if it was that much different than normal breasts. My eyes had immediately gone to our guide and her pretty much human form. Yes, I have them. She said as we walked to the next approved building, a clothing store. Mine aren't quite so prominent, nor are they as useful. Why not? I asked. I cannot have children. They won't grow or produce milk, making them superfluous. She responded. I opened my mouth to say that there were several other things that could be done with them, the first of which was attracting males, then we entered the clothing store and I was distracted. Even the badgers were excited by the wares they carried. We spent a good half an hour picking through everything. I bought several outfits for the cats and they put them into their new bags while happily purring. We moved on to a footwear building and I decided to not ask what kind of leather it was. The best part was that they had custom boot makers there. They were actually excited about making boots designed for the cat people and examined their feet. After another half an hour of measurements, discussions about functionality and wear and tear, it took them half an hour to make a pair of boots that would allow better traction and the deployment of claws when fighting. One pair of boots cost the same as all of the outfits and the bags I had bought earlier. I paid without question and ordered 3 more to be made immediately. Now that they knew it worked, they easily copied the original pattern and made 3 more pairs. Where can we buy an outfit like yours? I asked the Free Martin. You cannot. She said and didn't volunteer anything else. Is it something only you can wear or? My mother made it for me. She said. She won't make another for anyone but me. I didn't ask any more questions and she brought us to the face covering place. Once again, the cat women were purring and making pleasure noises as they tried all the different fabrics and felt everything. They adored the patterns and designs that would make them stand out. It took them a while to decide what ones they wanted and brought over 1 each for me to buy for them. You're not limited to 1. I said and they let out chitters and purrs, gave me quick hugs, then went back to shopping. You are spoiling them. The Free Martin said. A little. I said and watched the 4 cats excitedly choose several more face coverings each. I assume you have a great leather worker around here somewhere, besides your mother, that is. She nodded. You will be buying new leathers for all 4 of them. I think so. I want them all to be comfortable and protected, while not losing the ability to move. You are not just looking for aesthetics? She asked, surprised. If I did, I'd be begging you to take me to see your mother. I said and reached out and rubbed my armored hand over her sleeve. I really do like the look of your outfit. I couldn't tell what kind of look she was giving me, just that she was. I stopped rubbing her arm and waited for the cats to finish. I bought whatever they brought over and they carefully put them into their bags. The badgers bought several of them, too. They had only chosen one at first, then copied the cats when I said they could have more than one. The free martin led us to a leather worker and the 4 cats vibrated at the sets of full leather garb available. This time I am going to limit you to 1 each. I said and the 4 of them turned to look at me. We can have 1. My favorite asked. Like I told the free martin, I want you protected and still able to move, so your current cloth outfits are sorely lacking. My favorite walked right over to me and rested her forehead against my helm. I want to see your face tonight when you take me again. A hush fell over everyone at her words. You know I'm not one of you. I whispered. Yes, and I want to see you. She said with a growl and a purr. I'll have to tie your hands so you can't rip me apart. I said and she put her arms around me and purred louder. I didn't mean that as a turn on. I thought with a little bit of surprise as her purr went down my spine and my erection came back. I look forward to it. She whispered and went over to the closest leather armor outfit. I need fittings. Yes, miss. A well-dressed figure said and came over to her, her face covered just like everyone else. She took the outfit from where it hung and led the Catwoman into the back. The other 3 also chose nice armor and were led to the back by other attendants. Are you sure you would rather metal armor to leather? I asked the free martin. I could challenge the tup for leadership of the settlement if I had armor. I chuckled and she turned to look at me. Are you sure that's all you'd need? I asked. I still couldn't see her expression, but I could tell it was full of consternation. If he's who I think he is, metal armor alone isn't going to let you win. The free martin sighed. I just want to change our society so that others like me can be left alone and still stay with the herd without having to fight for dominance. I understand. I said and I felt her eyes bore into me. Yes, really. Where I come from, there are others that are similar to you and they fight for a place of their own as well, while still wanting to stay with the rest of society. Being separate and together is a very difficult balance to achieve. The free martin said. The problem is that they all see you as separate. Being accepted and changing people's minds is the difficult part. I said and she didn't say anything in response. We both stood there and waited while the 4 Catwomen were fitted with dark leather armors. They came out and I had to admit that they looked extremely deadly, especially with the new hooded cloaks and the fancy face coverings. The swords and daggers on their hips seemed superfluous. Damn, you look sexy. I said as they sashayed around in front of me. Have I made you hard? One of them asked and her pawed hand touched the crotch of my armor. You can't feel anything that way. I chuckled. You'll have to wait until later. She purred in response and walked over to the others. Would you like to pay now? A very short female sheep asked me. Can I ask how old you are first? I knelt and held a hand out to her. I'll be having my 8th turn in a few days. She said and took the hand, then she didn't know what to do with it. I couldn't see her face, just as she couldn't see mine, but I imagined that she was very cute and shook her hand. How about I give you a little treat to eat and then you can lead me over to the counter to pay? Okay. She yelled and everyone in the store laughed, even the free martin. I took out the partially eaten bag of potato chips I had stored and opened it up for her. Everyone in the store froze at the sight of the crinkly bag and I took out a large potato chip for her. It's a sliced potato that's been cooked, so you don't have to worry that it might have meat in it. The sheep girl very slowly reached for it. It's brittle, so it might break. It tastes really good even when broken, though, I said, and she took it. I sometimes crush them to make them easier to eat, too. She stared at it and didn't know what to do. I chuckled. Here. I gave her the bag to hold in her other hand. Take me over to the counter and you can go in the back to take off your face covering and eat them. She nodded and walked me over to the counter. We all stood there and watched her go into the back. After a moment, a startled bleat was heard and then loud crunching sounds. I'd say she likes it, I said to the being behind the counter. How much? She stuttered as she said the price, and I was sure that if she was showing her face, it would be flushed red. She must think that buying 4 sets of leather armor is expensive. I thought and easily paid the fee with the money I had gathered as loot. She stared at the pile of money on the counter as if she didn't know what to do with it all. I chuckled and waved at the cat women to leave, and just as the free Martin and I went to the door, the little sheep girl came out with the chip bag. The others gasped, because her face was still uncovered. I knelt down and she stopped in front of me. I was right. She's damn cute, I thought, and looked at her white face and plump rosy cheeks. Her hair wasn't hair at all and was just a mass of cottony fluffiness on the top of her head. She had a human nose, even though the bottom of it was slightly rounded and black. Her lips were covered in salt and chip crumbs and her ears flicked around as if listening constantly for threats around her. Do you, have any more? She asked, her whole face going red in embarrassment. Well, I'm not really supposed to show people what I can do, I whispered to her. But, you're just too cute to say no to. The one behind the counter gasped again. Watch, I said, and did some fancy hand waving, then stuck my hand out to make a whole pallet of boxes of potato chips appear. The attendants let out yells of surprise and froze still, then fainted. I held in my laugh and looked at the little girl. She didn't freeze or faint and stared at the bags and bags of delicious food and drooled. I reached into the opening I had made to get that bag out and pulled out another one. Try to take your time with this one, all right, I said, and gave it to her. She took it reverently and then had a look of confusion on her face. It opens like this, I said, and pulled on the top. The bag opened and she took in a deep breath through her nose. She shivered, took another deep breath, then shivered again. I think I just discovered a highly addictive drug for sheep, I thought with a chuckle. Potato chips. The attendants recovered when there were no more frightening things happening and stood up. Most people eat them one at a time, and sometimes they share them with friends and family, I said, and she looked at me and then at the one behind the counter. It's all right. That one's yours. I'll give them their own. The little lamb nodded her head and took out a chip, then ate it with a dozen tiny bites, as if she was chewing on thick grass. No wonder her lips are covered in crumbs, I thought with a laugh, and pet her head. Go on out back, in case anyone else comes in and sees. Okay, she said and started walking away. She stopped and came back to me and hugged me. Thanks, Metal Man. You're quite welcome, little lamb, I said, and she let me go and went into the back room. I grabbed enough bags of chips for everyone and walked over to the counter. I'm sorry for scaring you with my trick, I said, and opened each bag and gave it to them. Every one of them did the same thing as the child and took in deep breaths through their noses. Enjoy, I said, and walked away. They didn't even notice that the huge pallet was no longer there in the middle of their store. 038 I'll buy that. You are lucky that I don't startle easily, the free Martin said to me as we walked behind the badgers and cat women. You would have to answer to the tub if I had fainted, I chuckled. I assume you're taking us to the tub after we stop at the blacksmith. Yes. He will want to see you, she said. Not you, I asked, teasingly. He has no real use for me, she said. Is it your lack of large horns to headbutt with that pisses him off? I asked, and she took in a sharp breath. How do you know that? She asked and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. We have rams and sheep in my world. I said. I'm not going to profess excessive knowledge of your social system. I just know that males butt heads from a young age to practice, then when they are of age, they fight for real to prove who is stronger. The Free Martin moved her hand and nodded. It was a lot easier when I was younger to compete. Now, their horns could fracture my skull if I tried to challenge anyone. Which is another reason why you want metal armor. I said, and she nodded again. You do know that they can still severely hurt you, since their skulls are so much thicker than yours. I do. It also means their brains are smaller. I said. She let out a bleat of laughter and a snort, then she backhanded my shoulder and my armor let out a clang. That wasn't funny. Yes, it was. I said with a laugh. Did you hurt your hand? No, she said and tried to hide it behind the edge of her cloak. I reached out and took her hand, felt her try to take it back, and used minor healing on her. She took in a deep breath and let it out at the eased pain. The glow of the spell was quick and ended barely before it began. You're a magic user? She asked, surprised. Enchanted item. I said, truthfully. The tup would buy it from you or kill you for it. She said. I suggest you don't tell him you have it. You would just offer to buy it, wouldn't you? I asked and she nodded. You see? Bigger brains help. She let out another bleat of laughter and then caught herself and tried to swipe at me. I was still holding her hand and easily stopped her. You can let my hand go now. And let you hit me? I don't think so. I said, and we entered the small blacksmith shop. There was almost nothing on display or hanging on the walls. I think you're not getting much metal. We're too far away from the mountains to mine. The blacksmith said. His face was uncovered, unlike tradition dictated, and he took a large drink from his mug of ale. He sat on a barrel of ale, and by the sounds of his hooves tapping the side of it as he swung his feet, it was nearly empty. His forge was cold and he sat in the far corner of the room. We buy what we can from groups that pass by. Wow, that's horrible. I said, and he nodded. How much do you pay? Why? Do you have some ore that you picked up on the mountain pass? He asked as he perked right up. No, we're actually going that way. I said. Oh. He slumped back down and took another drink. I'm not paying for something beforehand. I'll never see you again. I didn't say that I didn't have anything for sale. I said, and took out the split metal rod that the big cat used to convert into a broadsword. I had a bundle of them from his bedroom, too. Metal. The sheep bleated happily and ran over to me. I was nearly a foot taller than him, even with his horns. Oh, nice quality. It's a shame that it's in pieces. Just forge them together if you want to fix it. I said, and he snorted. That'll just weaken the blade. He said. You're better off making 2 smaller blades with this. So, how much will you pay? I asked. I don't want to overpay, since I don't know what it'll do when I reheat it. Will a full-size one loosen your tongue? I asked and took one out. The short ram's eyes glistened at the full-size metal bar. All right, that I can definitely use. I chuckled and we haggled over a good price. I knew that he didn't have a lot of money, considering the shocked reactions to me buying 4 sets of leather armor, so I sold him that one and gave him the split pieces. You're too generous, metal man. The short ram said. Not really. I said and took out the 8 remaining ones that the big cat had owned. The ram bleated in surprise and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't buy them all. I turned to the cat women. Do you see anything you like? I didn't see any pack animals. One of them said and poked at the horse harness to make it jingle. They aren't for sale. The Free Martin said. We're too fast for them, Anyway, I said and looked at the badgers. What about you? Is there anything here you want? We just deliver. The head badger said. I see a lot of small swords on the rack over there. They should be about your size. Can't fight. I chuckled. It doesn't matter if you can fight. If someone tries to rob you, there's 12 short swords you carry and that should stop people from trying anything. If not, you draw them and point the sharp end at the enemy. The badgers talked back and forth for several moments. We will take 12 of them. I nodded and turned back to the short ram. How about a trade? Done. The ram bleated and grabbed the pile of rods from me with abnormal strength and ran over to his forge. It's been weeks since I had something to do. I waved at the badgers and they took a short sword each, then wondered what to do with them. A quick backtrack to the leather workers for belts and scabbards, I think. We went back there and they all had their face coverings removed as they ate the chips just like the lamb had. It took them several minutes to even look up from what they were doing. Their lips were covered in salt and crumbs, too. Oh! The one behind the counter exclaimed and scrambled to cover her face. It's all right. You're just as cute as your daughter. The sheep let out a bleat of happiness and her face flushed red as she blushed. We just need a dozen small belts and scabbards for 12 short swords. I said and she pointed across the shop. Ah, thanks. The badgers quickly grabbed 12 belts and scabbards, then the cat women took pity on them and helped them thread the belt through the scabbard and put them on their waist. They added the short swords and if my imagination wasn't playing tricks on me, the badgers stood a little bit straighter. I paid for them and the sheep behind the counter thanked me, as did the others. Hi, metal man. The lamb said from the doorway to the back room and waved. Her face was still uncovered, so I waved back. I waited until I was stepping out the door to turn back around and slipped off my helm. It was nice meeting you. I said and winked at her, put my helm back on, and left. I heard the bleats of surprise and the sound of people hitting the floor. I laughed, because seeing my face made them faint. Bye, pretty metal man. The lamb said from the doorway. I waved back and saw that she had draped a scarf over her head, which meant she was smart enough to not expose herself in public. Bye, little lamb. I waved and caught up with the others. What did you do? The free martin asked. Yes, I heard the thumps. I'll tell you if you promise to not tell the tup until I leave. I said and she nodded. I took off my helm. She let out a snort. You shocked that poor little lamb? Not in the least. I chuckled. Her mother and the others? Bam! On the floor. She let out a short bleat of laughter. We walked on to a designated building built of stone and wood. The two large rams only had their faces covered and not the massive horns they had. I guess a hood that large would look a bit ridiculous. I thought and we were ushered inside. To my surprise, a short ram with small horns sat on a throne made of bone. His hoofed feet didn't even touch the floor. I see you've had some fun in my settlement. The lamb said. It's not yours yet. I said when my auto-identifier told me that he was the tup's son. The lamb frowned and looked like he was going to get angry. I think your dad is going to want to sit down, so you better move. I said as I saw a large red dot on my search/map spell approaching from another room. The lamb let out a bleat of surprise and jumped off of the throne. He took off running past us and out of the room. I hope my son didn't annoy you, metal man. A giant ram about 9 feet tall said as he came into the room. His face was uncovered and he walked over to the bone throne and sat down. It had looked huge with the lamb sitting in it and now it looked like a normal chair. I like kids and I give them a lot of leeway. I said and saw the free martin bend over slightly. The tup waved his hand at her and she stood up straight. He is a bit full of himself right now. He is young and will learn to conduct himself properly. I assumed as much. I said and nodded. The tup pointed to the free martin. I did not take them to restricted areas. She said. I hope you weren't too disappointed at the blacksmith's. The tup said to me. We did some business and he has some nice metal rods now. I said, and the tup smiled. I don't suppose you would quest to the mountains to get ore for me? The tup asked. I would do it just for the experience, but my destination is quite a ways away from here. I said. What if? The tup looked at the free martin. You will not tell anyone else I told you this. I swear I will take the secret to my grave, or to yours. The free martin said. Jesus Christ! I whispered the curse at her audacity to tell him, to his face, that she wanted him dead. What I didn't expect was that my words were what made everyone freeze still. What did you just say? The tup asked, his ears focused solely on me. I cursed, apparently in my own language. I said. I forgot that names don't translate well. Your own language? The tup asked and rubbed the tuft of hair on his chin. That means my decision to tell you this is appropriate. He smiled and put both hands on the arms of his chair. There is a dragon hiding in the mountains. I stood there and thought about it. Whatever he thought my reaction was going to be, I didn't meet it. I wonder what level it is. No one has lived to return and tell me. The tup said and took out a large sack from his cloak. Here's is 50 rock gems. He said and tossed them to me. I can give you another 50 when you return. I opened the bag and it was filled with rubies, diamonds, and emeralds. I knew they were pretty much useless for enchanting and could only be used for decoration. Wow, did you really think that I'd go if you gave me your garbage? I asked. The tup stared at me for several moments, then he bleated a laugh. I should have known you wouldn't be so easily fooled. You've got bags and bags of these things, don't you? I asked and he nodded. I looked at them and sighed. All right. I'll take them all off your hands. Junior. Bring in the garbage. The little lamb from before dragged in 4 large sacks of what they called rock gems. He left and came back in with 3 more. We are not a wealthy settlement. The tup said. What else do you want? I'll take on the task of getting your ore and facing the dragon on one condition. I said. Name it. The tup leaned forward, anticipating what I would say. Give me the free martin. I said. Done. The tup said with a grin. The free martin let out a bleat of surprise and fainted, her arms and legs sticking straight out as she fell to the floor with a thump. She told me that she wasn't easily startled. I said, and the tup and his son laughed. 039 Meet the Mother. It took a good 5 minutes before the free martin woke up. She got to her feet and grabbed the hilt of her sword. You can't just give me away. She exclaimed to the tup. I'm sure your new tup would disagree. The tup said and nodded to me. No, he isn't the leader of a herd. She said, her voice less confident. I see 4 solid members and 12 potential converts. The tup said. Do you require more? But, my family. I give you permission to ask them to accompany you, but, they are my herd and it is only alone until the metal man comes back. I am your herd, too. The tup gave her a very stern glare. You have never thought of yourself a part of this herd. That's your fault. The free martin said. I had to compete with the males because I can't have kids. I can't have a normal life as a you and I can't survive as a guard or soldier. Exactly. The tup said. You have been put into an unfair situation all of your life and you blame everyone for it. You have no female friends to bond with and you scare the normal rams. Not because you can't compete, it's because you would kill them for disrespecting you. The free martin didn't say anything in response. The metal man actually wants you to be in his herd. Is that so bad? The tup asked. He obviously knows what you are like and he wants you anyway. Is that not something you've always wanted? He asked and didn't wait for a response. You may take a fast horse, loaded with enough supplies for the journey to the mountain. I have enough for her, I said, and they both looked at me. What about miners and picks and things? I will have a small caravan set to leave within an hour. The tub said. Can it be 2 hours? My companions and I need to eat, I said. The tub looked at me sternly. We cannot feed so many with no notice. I'm feeding them, so that's fine, I said. I just need a place to cook. Is there an inn or something? The tub pointed at the Free Martin. She sighed. I believe that my mother's place will be sufficient. 2 hours. The caravan will leave the west end of the settlement then. If anything happens to them if you aren't there, then we will have words. The tub said. Good luck and quick travels. I waved my hand and stored the 7 large sacks of gems in the small sack I had in my hand, then the Free Martin led us from the throne room. I can't believe you did that to me, she exclaimed without stopping or even turning to look at me. He was going to kill you, you know, I said, and that made her stop and look at me. You threatened him in front of non-herd members. It was either exile with me or death. She didn't show me her face, and yet, I could still see indecision on her face. No, I won't tell you how I know that. Maybe someday, I said and waved forward. I'd like to meet your mother now. She let out another sigh and turned as she walked away. We followed her and she led us to a place a little bit away from the main road and the shops. It was a modest little stone and wood house that had slightly larger proportions than a normal house would. I assumed it was because the rams were ridiculously large and muscular, and I was proven right as a large ram that was about 7 feet tall came out through the door. Sister, I'm not going to ask why you are bringing the strangers to our home, the ram said. Go on patrol or something, the Free Martin said and waved him out of the way. We have guests for a meal right now. I'm not invited, he asked, and you could hear the smile on his face, even though it was covered. I need half an hour to prepare it, I said, and he turned and looked at me. You? He asked, surprised. I'm sure your mother will help me, unless your father is around, I said. He was killed in a dominance fight, the ram said and stood up straighter. The only better way is by fighting for a woman, I responded, and he nodded. I will patrol, he said and walked by us. The Free Martin watched him leave, then she sighed. Wait here, she said and went inside. I put a foot on the door and held it open as I listened to the important conversation to come. Asterisk. Mother, the Free Martin said. Ah, my beautiful daughter, her mother said and gave her a hug. You can take off the covering while at home. You know that we are to have guests, the Free Martin said. Oh? Who? The metal man and his herd, the Free Martin said, reluctantly. We don't have anywhere near the supplies for. He wants to cook and has his own supplies. What? Really? She asked and walked around her daughter. Your face covering, the Free Martin said and caught her arm. Oh, he won't mind, she said. Mother, the tub told me to bring him here. The woman sighed. I suppose it's only proper if it's for the herd. That's not what I meant, the Free Martin said. He also. Did he deny another challenge? Her mother asked with a bleat of laughter as she put on her face covering. Worse, the Free Martin said. He accepted? She asked, surprised. No, even worse than that. Her mother took a sharp breath in and let out a huff. Exile. He gave me to the metal man, the Free Martin said. Is he a proper ram? Her mother asked. Mother. Ah, you haven't seen his face yet, she said. Let's go meet him. He's not who you think he is, the Free Martin said. He's not a ram? She asked, a little confused. No, I don't know what he is. It might be difficult to mate with someone if you don't know what he is, Mother! The Free Martin yelled. What? You don't have to worry about getting pregnant, unlike your brother's chosen mate. She's with child. The Free Martin asked. That's what he was here to tell me. Her mother said. He'll be moving out at the end of the month when the builders finish his house over by the wall. I don't know what to say. It will be the first time I'll have the house to myself. Mother, with brother gone, there won't be anyone to defend your right to this house. The Free Martin said. What are you going to do? I'll take care of it. A man's voice said from beside them. They turned around to look for him and he wasn't there. I'm still outside. I'm using a skill to talk to you. You were listening. The Free Martin said. I was, since you are now mine. The voice said and her mother let out a little bleat of pleasure. I'll tell the tup that anyone who wants to claim this house and the land that is your mother's, they will have to fight me. Her mother let out a louder bleat of pleasure. I think he is a proper ram. Mother, he doesn't have any horns. The Free Martin said. Neither do you, dear. She said. I must meet him in person right now. The Free Martin let her arm go and the two of them came out of the house. Asterisk. I remembered the bow the Free Martin gave to the tup and did it to her mother. It's an honor to meet you, Gisela. The mother let out a bleat of surprise. I'm not a tup. Stop that. She said and waved at me to make me stop, just as the tup did to stop the Free Martin. Wait a moment, how do you know my name? It's a skill I have. I said and stood up straight. You really are a metal man. Gisela said and looked at my armor. I'm not a high enough level yet to not wear it, even if it wasn't taboo to walk around with my face uncovered. I said with a chuckle. I asked your daughter about her outfit and she said you only make them for her. That is true. Gisela said. I wanted her to stand out from the others. Then I won't ask you to break your word to her. I said. Would you mind if I used your kitchen for a little while? I need to feed my entourage. Gisela looked at the four leather-clad catwomen with the fancy face coverings and expensive capes, then she looked at all the short badgers. I don't see any packs with enough food for them. I'm carrying it. I said and motioned to the house. May I enter? I doubt my meager kitchen will be of much use to you. Gisela said and waved me inside. I don't know where everyone will sit when we're done cooking. We'll have a picnic. I said and she let out a bleat of surprise. What did you just say? She asked as we entered the kitchen. I'll lay out blankets and we'll all sit down and relax as we enjoy the meal outside in the yard. I said. No, you, spoke they. Can you tell me why everyone knows the language of the gods and why no one can speak it? I asked. I suppose I could. Do you eat meat? I asked. No, she said. Then I'll make extra salad and greens for you. I said and took out a pallet with fresh produce on it. Oh. Gisela said and stared at it. You're a magic user. It's just storage, actually. I said and tore open the top and grabbed several cabbages, carrots, lettuce, tomatoes, and a few other things to make a giant bowl of salad. Please, don't be offended by this. I said and took out a very large wrapped package of meat. Where I come from, we grow animals for meat. It's already butchered. She said as I unwrapped several of them and used my fire ring to start up her stove. How? Last-minute preparations. I said. I was lucky enough to find, I was about to say grocery store and stopped, because they didn't have a word for that in their language. I paid a lot for it, too. I can imagine. Gisela said and watched as I tossed several choice cuts of meat into a large pan. Now the fun part. I said and went to her large counter and started peeling the carrots. What are you doing? She asked, almost scandalized. It's all right. Just watch. I said and she stood there, entranced, as I made a very large bowl of salad. 040 dinner and a promise. While I cooked, Gisela gave me the story about the legend of the gods. From time immemorial, the world had been visited by people sent from the gods. Their skills and purposes were as ranged as the kinds of people that were sent. Some were sent to enlighten the people on the gods themselves, some were sent to teach and to give knowledge, and some were sent to convert the people. The last one was the most damaging. It was one such person that when they arrived, they changed the people physically. It was only one or two at first, then it was a whole patrol and then an entire village. No one knew what god had sent the first one and no one has come forward to take the blame. It was a disaster and all of the other nations came together against them and corralled the converted people where they lived. The bad part was that there was no escape. To stay was to become a beast, to leave was death. Everyone stayed. Everyone was also taught. They were taught the sounds of what the odd language of the gods was, even though they had lost the ability to speak it. It was to keep everyone wary of any new godlings that would be sent. Would they change the world for the better or make everything worse? Only time would tell. Since then, more godlings had come and had tried to help, some giving up their lives, others pledging to do what they could to help. Most of them didn't realize that the converted beasts didn't need or want their help. The people were who they were now and they had lived for 100 years that way. Did they really think tups would give up their herds and settlements? That the great cats would give up their clans? No, they wouldn't. The godlings didn't ask, however. They fought and bled and worked their hardest to fix things that didn't need to be fixed. So, the people keep the knowledge alive and remain vigilant to this day, until the next godling appears. Okay, that was a little different from what I was told. I said and asked her for plates or something to serve food in. She pointed to a cupboard and it was full of wooden carved dishes. I filled them all with both meat and salad. I even made some coleslaw. I asked if her son and his mate would be coming and she nodded, so I filled 4 large bowls with the garden salad, added some Italian salad dressing, then put some coleslaw onto small plates for them. I assume it was a god that told you their version. Gisela said. A goddess, actually. I said and stored everything. They think this world is broken and needs to be fixed. She shook her head. What it needs is a way to stop the spread of the infection. I said and waved her out of the kitchen and we went out to the front yard. I'll do my best to try and find it. Gisela laughed. The kingdom of men found that decades ago. It's called the encompassing wall. Simple and effective, except for leaving everyone that didn't want to be converted inside. I said. It's been 100 years. Most people that have been infected back then are dead. I gave her a surprised look, even though she couldn't see it, and she laughed again as if she knew. Most were middle-aged then and their children of various ages. All new births were beasts. After 100 years, even the original children have passed on. I don't want to know how old you are, do I? I asked. Despite the temptation you represent, you have claimed my daughter as your own. The most I could be is an occasional bed warmer. Gisela said. Mother. The Free Martin yelled and everyone laughed. It's all right. I said and took out bundles of blankets. I spread them out and I had everyone sit down. They all looked at me oddly, until I took out the first plate with only slightly cooked meat and salad on it. I gave the first plate to my favorite cat woman and she purred at the smell of it. I handed out 3 more to the other cats, then served the badgers. I came over to the blanket with the Free Martin and her mother and saw the ram and another woman approach. Perfect timing. I said and took out a large bowl for Gisela and a plate of coleslaw, then gave the same to the Free Martin. Her brother sat down with a thump and I gave him one as well. What is this? He asked and took a smell. Just something I prepared for your mother and sister. I said and gave his mate a bowl as well. I hope you like it. Thank you. She said and sat down. It smells, what is that smell? Just a bit of sauce to make the flavor of the greens a little better. I said and they sat there and stared at it. I'd ask you to trust me and try it, but I'd rather the free martin take a bite and tell you how good it is. Everyone looked over at me and didn't start eating. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. I forgot about the face coverings. I said, and Gisela bleated a laugh. Hold on. I said, and used my ice ring and used my armor to power it. Instead of a small burst of ice shards, I created an 8-foot tall ice wall on the edge of the property to block off the outside. I thought you said you weren't a magic user. Gisela and the free martin exclaimed. It's an enchanted item, actually. I said. The wall should last about an hour if I don't renew it. Everyone looked at the wall and then at each other. Hey, it's all right. You don't have to take the coverings off completely. You just have to lift it up enough to eat. I said and sat down near my 4 cat women. I'll even turn around and keep my face hidden. That is very nice of you. Gisela said and looked at her children, who nodded. I turned around and switched my helm for a face covering, then lifted it to eat as I cut into the meat. Oh, yeah. That's good. I said and chewed on the medium rare steak. That's so juicy, it should be illegal. There were chuckles around me and then growls and tearing meat sounds. I had given the cats much larger meat portions with very small salads, figuring since they were carnivores, they would want more meat, the bloodier the better. The badgers I gave smaller pieces of meat and equal-sized salads. Everyone tore into the food as if it was the best thing they had ever tasted. Even the ram let out happy bleats as he ate, which amused his mate, and she bleated happily as she ate. I didn't turn to look, though. If they wanted to stay private, that was their business. I could easily hear everything, though. More. The ram said. There's a big bowl in the kitchen. Gisela said, and he ran inside the house. Bring it out for us. There was a loud snort and a bleat and she laughed. Daughter. The free martin sighed and went in after her brother. No. I claim that as man of the house. The brother pleaded and both his mate and his mother laughed. Man. The free martin said as she came out and gave her mother, her sister-in-law, and herself some more, then she held the large bowl out to the side. A second later, it was out of her hands and the ram had his head buried in it, in clear view of everyone. I think he likes it. Gisela said with a laugh. Food, of the gods. The ram said and munched and crunched everything that was in the bowl. I turned away from him and finished eating, so that when he finished, he wouldn't have embarrassed himself by revealing his face in public. I just thought it was funny that he was fine with stuffing his face in front of me. We all finished and covered our faces again, even the ram, and I gathered the dishes up. I paid silver to clean them and took them out to show Gisela, so she wouldn't wash them again. Thank you, metal man. Gisela said. I put the dishes back in her kitchen cupboards. We need to head over to the caravan. I said and held a hand out to the free martin. I can stand on my own. The free martin said. I know. I said and wagged my armored hand at her. She sighed and took it, then I pulled her up quickly to make her bleat in surprise and caught her in my arms. Stealing a hug works better if I'm not wearing armor, though. You, the free martin shook her head and let me go. Remove the wall. In a minute. I said and held a hand out to her mother. Gisela bleated a laugh and took my hand with both of hers. I pulled and she hopped up into my arms. Now I regret needing to wear my armor. Gisela laughed and let me go. You'll be coming back with the ore soon, won't you? That depends on how fast it can be dug out of the mine. I said and held a hand out to my favorite cat. You're not worried about, the free martin stopped and looked at her brother and mother. Other things like creatures and monsters. Savior has no such worries. My favorite cat said as she hopped up without me pulling and hugged me tightly. He can defeat any foe. Any number of foes. The other three said as they stood. I let the cat woman go and walked over to the wall. I used the fire ring and touched the ice wall, which quickly melted it from the inside as I directed the fire that way. I stood there and each badger thanked me for the food as they passed. The cat women went next, purred as they thanked me, then I turned to store the blankets. Fast travels. Gisela said and pat the chest of my armor. You just want to show off that pretty face when I get back. I teased and she bleated a laugh. Are you sure you don't want to come along? If I leave, I might lose claim of the land immediately. Gisela said. I'll talk to the tup about that and about challenges. I said and turned to the brother. I have work. The ram said. I nodded and held a hand out to the free marten. You're not holding my hand the entire trip. She said and took it. No, just long enough to show that you're mine. I said and bowed to her mother. Until we return. Stop that. She said and waved me away. I chuckled and led the free marten after the others. We had a caravan to join and protect, after a quick stop in the main building to talk to the tup. I can't stop the challenges. The tup said from his throne. I didn't ask you to. I said. Just delay them until I return. Are you claiming the mother as well? The tup asked, a little surprised. That's acceptable under herd law, but it's unusual for a mate to take the whole family from their herd. No, I'm fighting for Gisela to keep her place in the herd. I said. Well, I suppose it's not unheard of. The tup said. I just need to know if it's to the death or not. I said. The tup gave me a stern glare. Are you unwilling to kill? I barked a laugh. No, I was just wondering if you wanted them to stay alive. The tup smiled. If you can kill them with your bare hands, it's fine. Ah, no weapons. I said and he nodded. Armor's fine, right? Yes, since it's defensive in nature. Great. I'll see you when we get back. I said and we left his throne room. We joined up with the caravan and I wasn't surprised to see the badgers had piled into one of the empty carts that would be filled with ore. Several rams were there as guards with 6 rams as miners and 3 as loaders. There were 4 carts and the cat women had claimed the front one as my position of leadership. I almost laughed at that description, then helped the free marten up onto the cart and climbed in myself. The caravan started when the barrier and the door opened and the drivers took us at a walking pace out through the opening. Once free of the enclosure, they slapped the reins and the horses ran. We were on our way to the mountains. 041, The Mountains Part 1. I had been right and the cat women and I could have run faster than the horses pulling carts. It was unfortunate, or fortunate depending on how you looked at it, that we had the free marten and the 12 badgers along. It was one of the reasons why I asked about miners and things, since I had no clue how to mine. I did have my detect ring, though. I knew I could probably find something if I went. I just didn't know how to extract it safely. It took us about 6 hours to reach the bottom of the closest mountain and the caravan pulled off the road and stopped. I didn't ask why they were waiting here, since that was a stupid question. Ladies, please wait here with the caravan. I have some exploring to do. We can help. My favorite cat woman said. I'm sure you could. I said and touched the side of her covered face and rubbed it. I won't risk you being hurt in an ambush or an errant fire-breathing attack. She purred and nodded. I looked at the free marten. Protect them as if they were your family. You know I hate my brother, right? I chuckled. You'd still kill for him if he asked you to. She didn't respond and I walked to the back of the cart and hopped off. The ram guards were there waiting for me. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. I said and cast search. It updated the map and it gave me a few red dots scattered several hundred feet away. There's something in that direction about 70 paces away, 120 paces that way, and 180 paces that way. I said and pointed. They could be little creatures or tall ones. I can't tell. What do you want us to do about it? One of the guards asked. Be watchful. If they approach, be careful and protect the caravan. If you're feeling lucky, you could even send one of you out to investigate. We only protect our own. The guard said. Then keep an eye out in case something comes near. I said and walked around the cart. We don't take orders from you. One of the others said. I stopped walking and went back. Are you challenging me? You are not a ram. The guard said. The tup agreed I can fight as long as it's without weapons. I said. The guard handed his sword and other small blades to one of the others and made fists. Then yes, I challenge you to a fight of dominance. Accepted. I jumped at him and head-butted him right in the face. There was a clang of metal as my helm connected with his forehead and the ram dropped to the ground, unconscious. There was complete silence from everyone. The other guards, the 6 miners, the 3 ore loaders, the 12 badgers, the 4 cat women, and the free marten all stood there in shock and looked down at the ram on the ground. When he wakes up, send him on a 30-foot wide patrol around the caravan. I said and bent down to touch his head. Assuming he can walk. I used the minor healing ring and his forehead glowed, which meant I had broken something. If not, load him into a cart and I'll see what else I can do to heal him when I get back. Yes, Metal Man. The other guards said and bowed slightly. I waved it away in the same manner as the tup and the free marten's mother had. I stood up and continued on up the road. I started to jog, then run. When I was out of sight of the caravan, I cast search again and used the detect ring looking for the dragon. Only a few little red dots appeared, nothing that could be the size of a dragon, and I ran at full speed. I continuously cast both search and detect until I was over most of the mountain and near the far side. A huge red dot appeared in almost my position, so the first thing I did was look up. I didn't see anything, so that meant it was below me. I changed my detect spell to look for cave entrances or large empty spaces, and to my surprise, it updated my map with a cave. I followed it along until I was nearly a quarter mile away from the large red dot and found a giant round boulder that was about 20 feet across and it was half embedded into the ground. Are you kidding me? I asked and looked at it. The damn thing was smooth as a ball, which was a dead giveaway that it wasn't natural. It was also wedged into the cave opening that I needed to get into. I sighed and looked at the slope below me. If I dislodged the thing, it would travel for miles down the side of the mountain. There was only one solution. I stored it. I quickly stumbled into the entrance and then put it back. I had never stored a single object that huge or that heavy before and I actually felt the mental strain it had caused. I sat down and leaned against the wall to let myself recover. The thing hadn't been heavy, since my inventory negated the weight. What caused me distress was my mind trying to wrap itself around having something so massive inside my storage space. It had surprised me, because I didn't think I could damage myself like that. I mean, it was unlimited extraplanar storage and I had a lot of heavy and large things in it. I had pallets of food, steel beams, boxes of rivets, bags of cement, and even some of the large pieces of rubble I was clearing away from the job site in storage. This was the first time I felt the strain and it had to be because of the mass of the thing. It took me nearly 20 minutes for my mind to clear. I tried using minor healing and it hadn't done a thing for it. That was understandable, since it only healed physical injuries. I stood up and used my light ring, powered by my armor of course, and chose area. A 30-foot area lit up and another 60 feet was filled with diffused light. I was going to use beam and decided that being my own light was good enough and it lit up everything around me and not just in front. I followed my map and easily dispatched the small cave creatures that had shown up on the search spell. Focused lightning was awesome in enclosed spaces as all the damage went right into the creature. I didn't gain much experience from them, though. I had been tempted to gather them all together to take them all out at once, then decided against it. I wanted to see what kind of massive bonuses a dragon would get me. I still hadn't spent any points on skills or stats, so I was very squishy inside my armor. I also couldn't use any of my class skills, not without dying, and I didn't want to take the chance with it that I might not die. I hadn't had a flash of divine sight that told me I was wrong to be cautious, so I was going to stay cautious. I dimmed my light as I approached the large cavern that had the giant red dot in it. I thought about cutting it off completely and relying solely on the detect and search spells, then discarded that idea. It made me an easy target to see and it let me see into the pitch darkness. It was a distinct trade-off for my safety, mainly because my search spell didn't tell me how deep or high anything was. I eased myself close to the opening of the cave and peeked inside, only to not see anything. I couldn't even see the ground. Damn it! I thought. With my luck, it's a huge goddamn pit and the dragon is on the other side. I picked up a rock and cancelled the light spell I was using and cast light on the rock. It lit up like a 1000-watt light bulb and I tossed it out into the darkness. I watched it soar through the air, then it went down, and down, and down some more. It took nearly 10 seconds before it hit the bottom and bounced, damaging the rock and sending it careening into the opposite wall. I had seen a glint of gold before that, though. At least it's not bottomless. I thought and took out my roped crossbow. I cast a very low-level light and took my time with revealing it all up properly, then I cast light on the rope. I tied the end off and secured it, then I aimed the crossbow to the side of where the red dot was. I fired and the rope shot across the distance and hit something. I sighed when the rope went slack and dropped down. It took me several minutes to pull it up and then another 10 to wrap it back up. I was literally shooting in the dark, since I couldn't see across the chasm. I had been tempted to use a bow and cast light on the arrows, except that I didn't have many of them and I knew that they wouldn't stick into stone or rock. I would just be wasting ammo and time with no guarantee that I would see anything on the other side, even if it did stick. So, I kept shooting the rope. It took me 8 tries before it snagged onto something. When it did, the rope light lit up a good portion of the dark cave. I didn't want to waste this opportunity, so I held my hand out and cast ice on the rope. It quickly traveled over the small surface and gained purchase on both sides of the chasm. I poured my armor's mana into the spell and directed it to widen into a nice walkway. It wasn't perfect, since there was no such spell to make an ice walkway, so I had just used ice wall on its side and directed extra ice for the ends. It wasn't going to last long after I tried to cross it, unless I kept casting ice on it. I couldn't do that while on it, though. It was jagged and not smooth at all, which meant that I was going to have a very dangerous time, unless I used fire and touched the wall with it and directed it all along the top of the walkway. Without missing a beat, I sent another quick blast of ice to freeze the now melted surface. This is going to be both reckless and dangerous, I thought, took several steps back, then ran and dove to put my chest onto the walkway and held my arms out and down to try and keep myself on the thing. The metal of my armor was almost as slick as the ice, so I slid across the thing with almost no friction. I picked up speed and tried to use my feet on the sides of the walkway to slow myself down. It didn't work. I ducked my head and crossed my arms in front of my helm just before I slammed into the rock wall with a loud clang of metal. Just like the stone at the bottom, I hit so hard that I bounced, flipped over and careened off of the wall, and landed on the ledge that the rope had snagged onto. I tumbled and started to fall off of it, so I used feather fall and grabbed onto the ledge. My momentum was cancelled as my armored hands dug into the rock ledge and I softly landed against it and hung there for several moments. Okay, that was close, I thought and pulled myself up. I turned and looked at the ice walkway that was already starting to crumble. Definitely close. I turned around and cast a low-level light on my armor, hoping beyond hope that I hadn't made too much noise, despite the echo of the hit still reverberating off of the walls. What greeted me was an enormous dragon as it glared at me. Shiny, the dragon said, and the growl reverberated off the walls. Mine. Oh, shit, I said and thought about running, then remembered there was literally nowhere to run, except forward. I did that, to its surprise, and I jumped into its nest. I ducked under its belly and ran around it to the back. Okay, what do I do? I asked myself as it started to turn. I had a crazy idea and hopped onto its tail and started to climb. The damn thing was huge and my armored hands had no problems using the scales as handholds and my boots gained purchase. Where shiny? The dragon growled and looked behind itself and I cancelled my light spell. It turned around again to keep looking for me, not knowing that I was crawling up its back. From what I can remember about dragons, their scales are magic resistant and extremely tough. I thought. Even their underbellies have limited exposure and weak spots, so what do I do? The dragon looked over the side of the ledge. Shiny fall? It asked, then it ducked slightly. No. I'm on your back. I said, just a little too late. The dragon jumped from the ledge and smashed through the ice walkway like it was nothing. It snapped the rope as well and the both of us plummeted down into the dark depths of the chasm. 042 The Mountains Part 2. I had 10 seconds to act before we hit bottom, so I scrambled as quickly as I could up to the dragon's head. I'm sorry about this, I said and took out my sword, activated all the enchantments on it and my armor, making both glow, then I shoved the blade deep into the dragon's right eye. Ruhuhuo. The dragon yelled in pain. I held the hilt and gently kicked off as I activated my lightning ring and boosted it with my armor's power. I'm really sorry, I said and channeled everything into the sword. The entire chasm lit up and I let the hilt go. The lightning still arced to the sword as it acted like a conductor and all that power went right into the dragon's brain. Both eyeballs burst as the dragon convulsed. I could easily see the bottom now and just before I hit, I activated Featherfall. The dragon was too focused on my attack to deploy its wings, so it hit the ground at nearly terminal velocity. Since the thing was gigantic, it weighed a lot and had a lot of mass, which meant when it hit without slowing itself down like I had, its slightly softer underbelly was pretty much crushed. I was very glad that I had worn my full suit of armor, because I was in front of the mouth as a lot of the dragon's guts and blood spewed out and slammed into me. I was pushed back against the wall of the chasm until it stopped and it left me covered from head to toe in gore as I stood in a giant pool of mulched dragon insides. Luckily, one of the enchantments was the magic equivalent of no sticking, so all that blood and gore slid right off. Eventually, I had to jump up and down a couple of times to get some of the smaller chunks to dislodge and fall to the ground. I ended the lightning attack and activated my light ring to light up the area. I walked over to the dragon's head, pulled out the sword, and flicked it to get the residue off of it and stored it. _______. Congratulations! You have defeated the legendary dragon of the Tell Mountains as a level 64 combatant without any fighting abilities. You faced death and mocked it, even though you don't have any points in stats or skills. Extra bonuses for Daredevil and Reckless apply. Good job! Experience earned, 8,950,435, x1. Daredevil bonus, x3 26,851,305. Reckless bonus, x2 17,900,870. First legendary kill bonus, 5 million. Grand total, 58,702,610 experience points. _______. You have proven that the Daredevil and Reckless skills are insufficient for the way you throw yourself into danger and they have been combined into singular skill, Battle Crazy. You live for battle and gain experience bonuses every time you fight, for any reason or in any capacity. Grants skills Blood Frenzy, Strength skill, Multiple opponent combat, Agility skill, You are nothing to me, Charisma/Intimidation skill. _______. Total levels gained, 35. Stat points available for distribution, 350 plus 640 unspent equals 990. Skills unlocked, 0, none are locked. Skill points available, 175 plus 270 unspent equals 445. ________. Congratulations! You have reached the level cap of 99. Devourer class specific skills are now safe to use without repercussion. Experience overload bonus. Extra experience gained can be converted to stat points or skill points at the cost of 1000 experience for 1 point. Unspent experience, 11,256,899. Current point potential, 11,256. _______. Jesus fucking Christ! I yelled at the pop-ups in front of me. That can't be real. It can't. I walked around and my armored boots squelched in the dragon's guts. On the last world, once I reached the level cap, that was it. All other experience I gained was wasted. I couldn't store them and it didn't let me gain extra stat points or skill points, which was why I was so limited at the end. I hadn't formed my question into a prayer or thought about the goddess Jasandaya while asking it, so I didn't really expect an answer. I shook my head at the ridiculousness of the situation. One dragon? I thought in disbelief. If I had met it first, I think I would have reached level 99 right away, especially since I was level 1 at the time. I looked at the slightly deflated corpse of the thing and wondered what I was going to do with it. I was going to need proof that I killed it, so I needed to take the head. I got to work and used my sword to pry up the scales on the dragon's neck and then took my time sawing the head off. It took a while. Just because it was dead, it didn't stop the body from resisting both physical and magical attacks. I didn't spend any points to make myself stronger, either. My 8 rings gave me plus 120 strength, which meant the cap was pretty high, probably the same as my armor at 999. The math didn't work for a balance, which meant I would normally have to divide the points up and focus on the stats I used the most. With the experience overload conversion, I had a very hard decision to make. Did I make them all stat points, all skill points, split them evenly or skew them one way or the other? Do I focus on skills and leave my stats, or do I ignore the skills and pump my stats up? I had 15 stats to level up, which was insane, since each supposedly needed 999, which was 14,985 points. With my current potential and my actual points, I only had 12,246. Which sucks. The worst part, I had tons of skills that were currently at level 1. I knew they would only take 99, just like my level, so I could potentially level 123 skills to max, assuming they were able to level. It was quite the mess, especially since if I left myself with no stats or skills, the bonuses and experience I gained would be much better than if I tried pumping myself up. If I stayed the way I was, I could never remove my armor, not without severely risking myself like I had when having sex with the cat woman. I sighed at my squishy normal body, because reinforcing myself now would hamper my experience gains and slow my progress down to a crawl. I held out my hands. Protection. I moved my left hand. Potential. I moved my right hand. I pretended they were scales and moved them up and down as I thought over the risk and reward system that I had almost no experience with. I quickly glanced at my basic status and the stats were the same ones that I had at level 1, and then I looked at the long list of skills that were also still level 1. My hands moved up and down for several minutes as I debated. Fuck it. I said and dropped my right hand of potential and held up the left for protection. I'll add 500 to each of my stats and then use the rest of the points to distribute across all of my skills. I stored the severed head and sat down on the dragon's body as I started to add the stat points. I knew I was limiting myself and my growth, because I would only gain minimal experience from now on with my stats so high. I couldn't justify staying in danger of being hurt, though. I looked at my status before I confirmed permanently what I was doing. What was funny was that it didn't show me the enchantment bonuses from my armor or rings, only my own personal stats and powers. _______. Damon, level 99, status. Body. Strength. 600. Reflexes. 600. Recovery. Plus 530. Agility. Plus 550. Resilience. Plus 570. Dexterity. Plus 550. Mind. Intelligence. 600. Charisma. 600. Alertness. Plus 540. Intuition. Plus 525. Wisdom. Plus 560. Willpower. Plus 575. Magic. Mana. 600. Offensive. Plus 590. Defensive. Plus 510. I looked them over and I debated the need for them to be evened out as I second-guessed my choice to put 500 points into each of them. I cursed at myself for my indecision and chose to accept the current layout as official and spent 7,500 points of my 12,246 and it left 4,746 for me to spread over my skills. Since I didn't want to cut myself off from being able to add points if I gained new skills, I only added 45 points into the 80 skills I had, which cost me 3,600 points. It left me with 1,146 points for new skills and I was very happy for that, because any more experience I gained, I could save for stat points. With all my decisions made and my course set, I stood up and looked at the dragon's body. I thought about just storing it and possibly having something made from it or selling it. With my personal stats so high, I would have no trouble storing it. I looked over the mess it had made and then realized that I was standing on a pile of gold. Yeah, all right. Decision made. I said and touched the dragon's body. I used my now level 45 compression skill and it sucked up all the expelled guts and blood as the dragon's headless corpse was squeezed into a round ball in only a few seconds. It was surprisingly close to the size of the stone that blocked the entrance to the cave system. I used my level 45 shrink skill to reduce it in size to something I could fit inside my mouth, then I used my Devourer class special ability and ate it. It didn't have the capacity to level, which meant it had always been at full power. I felt a little lightheaded as my body consumed everything that the dragon was. I stumbled and sat down as all of the loot and things it had gathered and owned were pulled into my inventory. I had to cast calmness and clarity on myself to stop from passing out as the dragon's skills and abilities folded into my own. My body shook as some of my base stats jumped up a considerable amount. Even with the two spells helping me, my mind reeled as my body adjusted to consuming a legendary creature. I hadn't eaten anything like it before, so my experience with these things was sorely lacking. I developed a splitting headache and held my head as I bent over to try and mitigate the side effects of the process. I cast several spells and nothing worked, not even major healing. Whatever was wrong with me was all mental damage and I would have to suffer through it. Or not. My clarity and calmness spells suddenly cut off. It felt like the headache filled every part of my brain and I couldn't take it anymore as I fell unconscious. Asterisk. He has been gone too long. The Free Martin said several hours later. He is the savior. One of the cat women said. He will return when he is done. Done with what? He was only supposed to scout for the dragon. The Free Martin said. The cat women looked at each other and then back at her. Scout. The favorite cat woman asked. Did you not see him? Did you not listen to him? I don't know what you mean. The Free Martin said. He was going to look for it so he could kill it. The favorite said. He won't be back until he accomplishes that task. How do you know that? The Free Martin asked. He killed Fangtooth and everyone else in the rogue clan that kidnapped us. She said. Then he wiped out a coon village of thieves in an instant. In an instant. The Free Martin whispered and the cats nodded. He claimed me in the leader's bed surrounded by loot. The favorite said. It was glorious. He changed his birth machine from a smooth shaft to barbs. One of the others said. Not just the ones on the end to make us prepared, either. They were all over. The Free Martin didn't say anything in response. Do not worry, he is not part of our clan. The favorite said. Although, I hope he will become one. He would make a very fine king. One of the others said, and the 4 cat women lightly purred. We would have many kittens for him. Litters and litters of them. The favorite said, and her purring grew loud. Perhaps if I still had my tail, he would bless me. I don't think our lack of a tail bothers him. One of them said. We could ask. Another said. No. If he says it does, we would be shamed by him as we will be when we return to the village. The last one said. We will stay quiet about it and not bother him. The others nodded in agreement. The Free Martin looked over at the closest mountain and wondered what the metal man was doing right then. She imagined a long and drawn-out battle, the 2 competitors looking for weaknesses in the other, then they charge and butt heads. They circle around and size each other up, hoping to catch the other off guard, then they charge in for the kill. She felt her body react to the imagined fight and hoped that her new tup was strong enough to live after the dragon defeated him. She would hate to go back to the herd and tell them that she had lost him to the dragon and needed to return. She imagined the look on her mother's face if she had to tell her that the metal man who promised to defend her land was dead. No, he's alive. He has to be. The Free Martin thought and sat in the cart as she waited for him to return. She wasn't sure why she was starting to feel desperate to have him back by her side. Asterisk. Ugh. I groaned as I opened my eyes and looked up at the thick darkness of the chasm I was currently at the bottom of. My headache wasn't as bad now and I had no clue how long I was out. My body was stiff and I sat up. The chasm was completely empty, so all that glittering gold I had seen before was all in my inventory. When I checked it, I also had a few 100 tons of metal ore. What the F? I stopped myself before I cursed at the absurd amount and what kinds it was. Gold, silver, iron, copper, nickel, lead, aluminum, zinc, platinum, and tin were in their own slots and there was a lot of it. Iron had the most with copper right behind it. Gold and aluminum were behind that and silver was a very close fifth. I shook my head at it, because of what it represented. The dragon apparently owned the mountain, or possibly all the mountains in the area. When I absorbed it and its assets were automatically looted by my ability to absorb it, all of the metal ore it owned was funneled right into my inventory. I didn't have to mine it or even go looking for it. I increased the intensity of the light I was emitting and looked at the chasm wall to see large veins of ore missing from it. Oh, crap! I said and looked up, only to see 60 feet of illuminated rock face that was starting to crumble and another 60 feet past that was dimly lit and I could still see it crumbling. A low rumble started above me and I quickly ran around until I found a relatively clear rock surface. I jumped as high as I could and dug my armored hands into the rock face and climbed as fast as I could. 10 seconds of falling meant that I had a very long way to climb. The chasm I was in was rumbling louder as all the spaces inside the rock that the ore used to be in started to collapse. On the plus side, I was a hell of a lot stronger and faster than I was before. I climbed up the side of the chasm as fast as I had run using just my armor. A large chunk of rock popped out of the side of the chasm and slid out, then it dropped down towards me. I activated the enchantments on the armor and pulled myself in close to the rock face and held on. The chunk hit the side and tumbled a little faster, struck the wall just above where my hands were and the edge slammed into the top of my helm. The clang of metal was very loud and hurt my ears, as well as having 100 tons or so of rock compressing my neck. The rock flipped over and dropped down into the darkness and I cast a major healing spell on myself. The pain eased on my neck and I continued to climb as rock, dirt, and debris rolled down past me and the rumbling sounds picked up. Luckily, there were no more large pieces to endanger me from above and I kept climbing. I passed by the spot where the large chunk of rock had come from and saw it had a large empty spot behind it, which meant the ore had been holding the thing in place. I looked around and saw similar spots were scattered all over the rock face and was glad that I had started climbing when I did. If I had stayed at the bottom, I would have been crushed and probably buried. Being strong and having armor could only do so much when part of a mountain fell on top of you. I kept climbing and the rumbling seemed to settle down as I neared the top of the chasm. I felt relief that the ore was down much lower and I wasn't in as much danger now. Thankfully, I was on the right side of the chasm and pulled myself up into the cave entrance. I laid down to catch my breath and to let my stamina recover, and it did so in under 60 seconds. I felt fine and sat up, not understanding how I could recover from that long of a climb so quickly, that is until I looked at my status again. _______. Damon, level 99, status. Body. Strength. 999. Reflexes. 600. Recovery. Plus, 999. Agility. Plus, 550. Resilience. Plus, 999. Dexterity. Plus, 550. Mind. Intelligence. 800. Charisma. 800. Alertness. Plus, 740. Intuition. Plus, 725. Wisdom. Plus, 760. Willpower. Plus, 775. Magic. Mana. 999. Offensive. Plus, 999. Defensive. Plus, 999. Jesus fucking Christ. I yelled at the massive stat boosts and sat there as I stared at the results of absorbing a legendary dragon. 043 Aftermath. After I sat there for a good 10 minutes and cursed at myself for not waiting until after I ate the dragon before allocating my points, I realized that if I hadn't boosted my intelligence and wisdom, I probably wouldn't have been able to survive sucking up hundreds of tons of ore as well as all of the dragon's treasure. I had the same type of trouble with the large round stone at the cave entrance. At the time, it was a bit too much for my mind to handle. After I had allocated my points, I knew I could easily handle it, which was why the dragon compressing together reminded me of that stone. If it had been just the dragon I absorbed, I was sure that I wouldn't have suffered any mental strain. It was sucking up everything it owned that had screwed my brains out. I chuckled at that thought. Yeah, dragon. You got me back. I looked over the side of the chasm and shook my head at the memory of plunging into it. I also wondered what the bottom looked like now with all that collapsed rubble in it. I stood up and walked over to where I had secured the crossbow and sighed. When the dragon had snapped the rope, a lot of the stress had been applied to the crossbow holding it. It was splintered and useless, which meant I needed to buy another one, assuming they even had that kind of technology or someone that could enchant it. I picked up the thing and none of the enchantments had survived. I shrugged and tossed it into the chasm, just in case someone came by and might find it if I left it there. As I walked back through the partially collapsed cave system and avoided the debris, I looked at the pop-ups I had missed while I was unconscious. Your skill Devour, unique, has absorbed a similar skill called Swallow It Whole, legendary. Devour has been upgraded to Devour It Whole, mythical. You no longer need to compress or shrink what you want to consume. It will dissolve and be absorbed in a single step. Your skill Elemental Resistance, common, has been upgraded to Elemental Resistance, legendary. You no longer feel the difference between extreme cold and extreme heat, unless you choose to. Your body treats every day as if it is a nice summer's day, even in the dead of winter. You can no longer suffer frostbite or be burned in normal fire. Magical Fire Resistance, 75%. Your Regeneration, uncommon, skill has been upgraded to Regeneration, legendary. Most wounds, non-magical, will heal almost immediately. Magical wounds will vary. Lost limbs will regrow on their own in a day, unless healed. Warning, severed heads will not regrow lost bodies. Underscore 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 underscore. Your body aspect, strength and both related abilities, recovery and resilience, have been maxed. You have reached the pinnacle of the enhanced human species in this, and only others of similar ability can compare to you. Plus 1000 skill points that can only be spent on strength-based skills and abilities. Your magic aspect, mana and both related abilities, offensive and defensive, have been maxed. You have reached the pinnacle of the enhanced human species in this, and only others of similar ability can compare to you. Plus 1000 skill points that can only be spent on magic-based skills and abilities. Underscore 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 underscore. You have gained the legendary skill Stomp It, Strength, Magic. Depending on the amount of mana you wish to spend and the level of the skill, an area around you will be crushed as if stepped on by a dragon. Higher levels allow more steps and more mana makes them bigger. You have gained the legendary skill Breath of Flame, Magic. Distance, 100 feet. Cone of effect, 45 degrees. Can be boosted to 90 degrees and 200 feet for triple the mana cost. You have gained the legendary skill Enchanted Sleep, Recovery. When resting, it restores your body and negates all negative status effects. Recovery time, 60 seconds. You have gained the skill Trample, Strength. All large creatures have this skill. Anyone in your way while running will be trampled, it's your decision to avoid them or not. Underscore 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 underscore. Skills suspended, requirements not met or redundant. Magical Flight, Magic, Strength, Reflexes, Agility, Dexterity. You can soar through the air like a bird of prey. Needs, Wings. Magic Claws, Magic, Strength. Your magic enhanced claws can rend and tear armor easily. Needs, Morph ability / claw generation. Impressive aura, charisma. You look impressive, no matter what. Redundant. Dragon telepathy, magic, intelligence, willpower. You can hear dragons and their inner thoughts. Needs, a dragon, wild, summoned, bonded, or tamed. Underscore 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 underscore. I kept walking, even though the information I was reading was ridiculous. I can regrow my arm in a day without major healing magic? I asked myself. Flight? Telepathy? I shook my head. I'm glad they're suspended, considering the requirements. I made my way through the cavern system and easily killed the creatures that had come out of hiding because of the rumbling. I gained only a few experience from them, which was what I was worried about. My skills and abilities were so much higher than almost everything else now. At least, I assumed so. I also used up some of those free points I got from maxing strength and magic to level up the new skills, which left me 1208 points from 2000, since I maxed out 8 of the new skills, even the ones that were suspended. I wasn't going to cheap out, now that I had some free points to spend. I mean, who doesn't want a maxed out fire breath that can cover 300 feet normally and double that for triple the mana cost? I asked myself with a laugh and came to a stop at the stone-covered entrance. I didn't even think about it as I stored it and didn't feel any mental strain. I stepped out and put the stone back, then smiled and pushed on it a little. It sunk in almost a foot deeper and I nodded at the more secure closure. I looked at my map and cast search again. The whole mountain appeared on my map instead of the small area I was used to, which made me laugh. I could even see the small caravan on the other side of it. I jogged back over to the road that was a few thousand feet off to the side of where I wanted to go, then ran around the mountain, rather than trying to go over it. I slowed down as I came into sight of the caravan and 5 people stood up immediately. I slowed down to a walk and all 5 of them ran over to me, almost desperate. How long was I gone? It's been a day since you left. The Free Martin said, concern in her voice. I'm glad you lived. I chuckled and hugged each of the cat women in turn. I was unconscious at the bottom of an underground chasm for most of the day, so I'm glad that I woke up before the chasm collapsed under its own weight. I said. Otherwise, you would have been waiting here for a long time. No, we would have returned. One of the ram guards said. Your women might have died alone. Another one said. I looked at the ram I had head-butted the day before and he turned his head slightly away. We would have gone in search of you after another day. My favorite said as we walked back to the first cart of the caravan. If only to confirm your death. Then I'm glad you didn't have to sully your claws by digging through rubble to find my body. I said and looked at the miners. Where is the place you usually mine? It's over there. The closest miner said and pointed to the next mountain peak. Lots of iron ore there. Perhaps. I said and I helped the women into the first cart. That spot could be completely devoid of ore if the dragon had claimed it for its own, which would mean I already had it in my inventory. Everyone else climbed into their carts and the caravan drove on down the road I had just run up and took a turn part way to head over to the next mountain. It was a bit past the first one and the caravan came to a stop part way up a nice slope. We can't get more than one cart up there at a time. One of the miners said. There's no room to turn the cart around. Do you mind if I come along? I asked and hopped down. If you don't mind getting dirty. It won't stick to my armor. I said and looked up at the women in the cart. I'll only be a short while. I'm just going along to check on something. The cat women nodded and the free marten hopped down beside me. I didn't object or tell her to stay, so she fell into step beside me as I followed the miners and half of the guards. I cast search and the entire second mountain appeared on my map. A few dozen creatures popped up as red dots and I pointed them out to the guards, just for the heck of it, because I knew that they wouldn't go out to fight and kill whatever the creatures were. Either they can't be bothered or they were told not to. I thought as we approached a classic mine entrance. Maybe the tup doesn't want his guards becoming too strong? The miners quickly lit oil lamps and walked inside, almost without pause, and they followed a well-dug-out area. A few short tunnels led off to the sides and the lead miner said they were dead ends with no ore veins. It took nearly 10 minutes to get to the end of the tunnel and I used detect. I let out a sigh of relief as several iron ore deposits glowed just past the end of the tunnel. How long will this take? I asked. It depends on how much ore is there. One of the miners said. There's a huge deposit 3 feet in, then another off to the right 10 feet, and another 20 feet past that. I said and the miners turned to look at me. I used detect on the ore. How big are the deposits? The closest miner asked. You'll easily fill all 3 carts with just the first 2. You'll need 5 carts or so for the third one. How can you tell? He asked, surprised. I can see them. I said and traced out the shape of the first deposit with my finger on the wall. Have fun. I said and left them to it. The free marten came with me and when we were far enough away, she spoke. Why did you tell them the ore was there? Relief. I said and I was sure she was giving me a look of consternation. I was worried that there wouldn't be any ore at all. When I found it, why hide it? They will take their time now. The free marten said. Will they? I asked with a smile, even though she couldn't see it. If they know they are very close to ore that will fill the 3 carts and also think that there is another deposit behind it with almost twice that amount, what do you think they'll do? The free marten had to think about it for a minute. They will want to dig and check. Exactly. I said. They need to know if I was lying. Were you? The free marten asked. Not in what I told them. I said with a chuckle. She caught on right away. There's more, isn't there? I nodded. There's a giant deposit practically right under their feet. I mean whose? Why didn't you tell them? The free marten asked. Because it's funny. I said and she turned her head to look at me. They are going to spend hours and hours digging out the dirt to get at the ore in the walls, and all they needed to do was dig a few inches down at their feet. But, we are going to have to wait for them. It's not my fault that they aren't thinking in 3 dimensions, I said, and she jerked in her steps. I'm sorry. I guess that's not a word translatable into your language. It means that they aren't looking up and down and only front and back and side to side. The Free Martin was quiet all the way out of the mine and stayed that way when we went to the first cart. I completely forgot to buy bedding and things for us to sleep on. I said. I hope you're all okay with just cuddling in the cart for a while. The 4 cat women started purring, which I took for an affirmative yes. I climbed in and sat down at the front of it, then they piled in and held on to my arms and legs as if I was going to float away if they didn't. The Free Martin climbed in as well and sat down at the back of the cart. I couldn't see her expression and I suspected that it was full of conflict. I also pondered her motivations. Should she move in to add to the pile or keep her distance, because she was just livestock and the cat women were predators? We sat there and neither of us said anything, because if we spoke about it, we both knew that she would deny it. 044 Clearing things up. We had to vacate the first cart when they had enough ore ready to fill it. I put down a couple of the blankets I had used at the picnic next to the road, and I also took out some snacks for everyone. The cat people weren't fussy on potato chips, and to no one's surprise, the rams loved them. The badgers wouldn't accept anything and claimed they weren't hungry. I didn't know anything about their metabolism, so I had to take their word for it, even though it had been over a day since the last time they had eaten. Of course, that made me realize I hadn't eaten a meal since then, either. I quickly constructed a nice fire and took out one of the wrapped meat packages that could be easily cut up. I found some nice sticks and sharpened them with a dagger, then skewered the meat slivers and propped them over the fire. Of course, I couldn't let the rams go without, so I did my best to make a nice salad with nothing to cut things on, except my armor. Damn! I should have stored a table or even a nice kitchen island or butcher's block. I thought and used my thigh to cut up the vegetables into smaller chunks that could be easily chewed. I only had 1 bowl in my inventory and I filled it for the Free Martin and added salad dressing. She accepted it gratefully and I took out my only plate. I filled it as well and offered it to the closest ram guard. He turned around and pretty much shoved it all into his mouth before he handed the empty plate back. I chuckled and filled the plate again and gave it to the next guard, who did the same thing. As the guards and miners came out to fill the second cart with the help of the loaders, I fed them salad. When all the workers were fed, including the loaders, I fed the drivers of the carts. By this time, the meat skewers were done and I sat down with the cat women. They gathered around and left their hoods up as they turned away from the rams, then removed their fancy face coverings to eat. They purred as they tore into the meat and I lifted my helm up just enough to slip the meat into my mouth and chewed. It really did taste good and we finished off everything I had prepared. The miners filled the third cart and instead of having everyone load up the caravan and leave, they went back into the mine. I nodded at the Free Martin and she nodded back. The miners really were going to try and dig out the third large deposit I had mentioned and see for themselves if what I said was true. An hour later, only 3 miners and 1 of the guards came out. You're leaving them here to work? I said and they nodded. That part I hadn't expected. We all climbed onto the carts where we could. Once I covered the ore with several blankets, then the caravan turned around on the road and we drove back towards the settlement at half the speed. The horses couldn't go as fast as they had before because of the heavy loads. It took us twice as long to get back to the settlement and we didn't encounter any creatures. There were red dots occasionally when I cast search and none of them approached. They opened the large gate and moved the barricade out of the way as we entered and a ram guard told me and the head miner to go and see the tup. The Free Martin hopped down with me and the 3 of us went to the tup's residence. I see you were successful. The tup said and stood up. The miner bowed deeply. We brought 3 carts and there is 5 more carts worth being worked on and dug out now. 8 carts? The tup asked, quite shocked. He had been surprised that they had filled 3 carts with ore so quickly. How did you manage such a feat? The miner pointed to me. The metal man detected the ore and told us where to dig. The tub looked at me. I suppose you want another reward for that. I shook my head. I was only ensuring I delivered on my promise of ore, I said, and then chuckled. There's nothing else more valuable to me than the free martin, anyway. The free martin let out half of a bleat before she stopped herself. She didn't faint, either. The tub looked at her and back at me. You believe that you are telling the truth? I nodded. Once I heard her story, I had to have her, I said. Not necessarily in that context. Not yet. The tub, the free martin, and the miner turned to look at me. I won't say my reasons for that, though. I chuckled again. Aren't you going to ask me about the creature that had hidden in the depths of the mountain? It was really there? The tub asked. It wasn't just a rumor spread by the next village. It was quite real, and it's also dead, I said. The tub crossed his muscled arms. I suppose you buried the body? If that's your way of asking if I have evidence, I do, I said. I'm keeping it, though. The tub frowned. Are you going to show? I took the giant dragon's head out of inventory and placed it on the floor. All 3 of them froze at the sight, then the miner and the free martin fainted and fell to the floor with their legs and arms sticking straight out. Your son fainted, too, I said, and pointed to a spot behind the throne. The tub turned and looked, slightly disappointed, then he walked over to me. It really was a dragon, he said, and reached out to pet the snout. It was also an idiot, I said, and the tub gave me a disbelieving look. It was easily tricked and disposed of. The tub let out a snort and a huff. I knew I should have handled it myself. I shrugged. How many rams are waiting to challenge me for the free martin's mother? 8 so far, the tub said. They are waiting on the road outside her house. Do I have to fight them one-on-one, or can I just kill them all? The tub pat the dragon's snout and walked back over to his throne. One-on-one. If you make an example of the first, the others will retreat gracefully. I nodded, because that's what happened when I won against the guard. I waved at the free martin. How long do you think they'll be unconscious? The tub chuckled and picked up his son. Another few minutes, at least. It's not often we see something that can swallow us whole. I nodded and stored the dragon's head, and we waited for them to wake up. The free martin was the first to stir, and then she rolled over and hopped up to her feet to stare at the empty spot where the dragon's head used to be. Did you have a nice nap? I asked. The free martin let out a huff. I don't believe that you can keep scaring me like that, I chuckled. I wouldn't bet on that, I said, and held a hand out to her. Come on. I have to deal with some challengers to your mother's land claim. The free martin hesitated for a moment with her hand on the hilt of her sword, then she sighed and took my hand. Tub, I said, and gave him a slight bow of respect, as did the free martin. Then we left the throne room and the building. We walked over to the right street, and there were 8 large rams with various muscle sizes and heights. They kind of stood in a group and were glaring at each other and huffing occasionally. So many, the free martin whispered. Don't worry, I whispered back. Go get your mother. She's going to want to see this. The free martin let my hand go, and we walked to the house. She went inside, and I stood there as all 8 of the rams shifted their attention to me. The metal man, one of them said with a snarl. You're really back? The free martin's mother Gisela said. Are you really going to fight all of these challengers for me? I won't have to, I said. Which one of you came here first to bother this woman and made her worry needlessly? One of them stepped forward. This is prime land. She has no male in her house. I want it. She has me, I said. You are not a ram, the ram said. The tub said I can fight, as long as I don't use weapons. He told me this. The ram said. I will crush you and I will stomp you into the dirt with my hooves. I assume that's your pathetic attempt at issuing a challenge. I responded. The ram growled, as did the other rams. You insult me. Yes. I said and pointed at the road. We can fight right here whenever you're ready. I'm ready now. The ram said and pulled off his face covering as he lowered his head and charged. You are nothing to me. I said and activated the charisma/intimidation skill of the same name. The ram staggered as the feeling hit him, then I lunged at him and slammed my helm into his forehead. Splork! The ram's head exploded in a mass of blood and gore that splashed over me. His large horns dropped to the road, the only things to not hit my helm, and the headless body bounced off of me and fell backwards to the ground. I shook myself slightly and the blood and gore rolled off of my armor to leave it clean and shiny. Anyone else feel like challenging Gizla's claim to this land? I asked and stored the horns. The 7 remaining rams took a step back. Before any of you think you can challenge her after I leave, I want you to know that her daughter is mine and I will keep coming back to let her visit. I said and lifted my foot. Stomp it. I said, so they would know what I was doing, then activated my skill and brought my foot down. It was just for show, though. I could have done it silently and without moving, but they wouldn't associate it with me if I didn't show them that it was me doing it. The giant imprint of a dragon's foot stomped into the ground around me and completely crushed the headless body into paste. It pulverized all the bones and squished the muscles into nothing. It also left a 6-inch deep depression in the right shape. Do you understand? I asked and the 7 rams nodded. Did this ram have a family? Wife, lambs? Yes. Gizla said. They live near the wall on the other side of the settlement. I will make the same offer to her, unless she wants to take another mate. I said. I won't interfere with her life. I'll just protect her until she can adjust. You are a good ram. Gizla said and looked at the 7 rams. Go on. Go home. She waved her hands in a dismissive gesture. The rams walked away and ducked their heads in a nod to her as they did. I wasn't lying when I said we will be back to visit. I said to Gizla. Gizla waved the comment away. It doesn't matter. No one will challenge me if you are my defender. You weren't shocked by the display? I asked and motioned to the pancake that used to be a ram. My mate fought a lot for dominance. Gizla said. Not to earn it, to keep it. He was high up in the herd almost all the time, then. I said and she nodded. He was getting old, though. The last challenger wore him down and eventually defeated him. There's no shame in that. I said and she nodded. He lived a good life and had a good death. Gizla said and looked at her daughter. Have you taken her yet? Mother! The Free Martin exclaimed. You can't tell me that your loins aren't burning for him after seeing that. Gizla said and motioned to the ram pancake, 2. Are yours? I asked, teasingly. Gizla snorted. You know they are, metal man. My name is Damon. I said. Dayman. Gizla said. That is an odd name. I chuckled and didn't bother spelling it out for her. Should we bring the remains to his family? That would be fitting. Gizla said. I'll get a shovel and a bucket. There's no need for that. I said and stored it. You are definitely a great ram. Gizla said and we went across the settlement to the defeated ram's family. They only had a small lot and nearly an identical house. I let Gizla handle talking to the sheep woman and when she explained what had happened, the woman sighed. He was too ambitious. The sheep woman said. He was trying to fight beyond his capabilities. He's done this before. Gizla said and the woman nodded. Then at least he went against someone that wants to offer you protection. What? The woman looked from her to me. He doesn't want to disrupt your life more than it already is, so he is offering the same protection he offered me. He will defeat anyone that challenges your right to this house and the land it's on. You can raise your children on your own or you can find another mate. He will withdraw his protection if you choose a mate. Can I choose him? She asked, hopeful. Gisela snorted and huffed. I would have let him take me already if he was going to stay. Mother! The Free Martin exclaimed and Gisela laughed. The sheep woman looked at the three of us. I will need time to decide. That's fine. He already told the other ambitious rams that he was extending his protection to you, unless you choose a mate. Gisela said. Really? The woman asked and looked at me. I nodded. I also have your old mate's body. Thank you. She said. We will bury him and I put the squished body on the ground beside her front door. You won't have to dig down very far. Gisela joked. The sheep woman let out a bleat of laughter. I guess I don't have to rush with my decision, do I? Not at all. Gisela said and touched her arm. Why don't you bring your kids over to visit? Right now? She asked. The metal man needs to leave with my daughter and my son has already gone off with his own mate. Gisela said. I would like the company. The sheep woman turned and let out a snort and two short bleats. A tiny ram and an even tinier lamb came out of the house. Let's go for a walk. She said and went to pick them up. Allow me. Gisela said and picked up the lamb, then she turned to the Free Martin. Daughter, I will see you when you visit. The Free Martin nodded and Gisela looked at me. Protect my daughter and keep her safe. I nodded and the two women walked off with the two children in their arms. I took the Free Martin's hand and led her back over to the west side of the settlement and the Badgers and Cat women were there waiting for us. There was also a fast horse and a cart with bedrolls and dried supplies. The Tup sends his regards and thanks. The guard said. I return the thanks. I said and bowed my head slightly, then helped everyone up into the cart, except for the Free Martin. She was going to drive the cart and I sat up front with her. The gate opened for us and the cart drove out of the settlement and down the road. 045, the next village part 1. The Free Martin drove the cart around the dragon's previous mountain, the mountain the rams mined ore from, and the next one. The road had been a little crude, I assumed because it was difficult to build a road with the threat of a possible dragon around. The road greatly improved when we were past the mountains and the horse and cart increased in speed. It didn't take us long to approach the next village that the Free Martin informed me was filled with wolves. It had taken several hours of subtle probing and around the bush questions about their behaviors and culture for me to figure it out. Normally, I wouldn't be worried, except that I had a sheep and 12 badgers that could be considered prey by them. She told me not to worry about that and I asked her why. They are secular and are not sociable. The Free Martin said. They built their settlement on the road, then changed the road and diverted it around their lands. I assume you are going to take the longer route? I asked. Unless you want to go in there and kill them all. The Free Martin said. I went quiet and she turned her head to look at me. You're actually considering doing that? She asked, surprised. Are they bad? Do they hunt your people and steal them? I asked, trying to pretend that I needed some kind of justification. I actually wanted to test if my new skill Battle Crazy would work like I hoped it would. What would make you ask such a weird question? The Free Martin asked and looked back at the road. Steal my people? For what? Food. I thought. Slaves, maybe. She bleated a laugh. What is it like where you come from that you think that? I took a breath and let it out. I guess I'm a bit prejudiced. I just assumed wolves were bad. They hunt in packs where I'm from and raid farms for sheep and chickens. I said. Or is that foxes? Or both? I asked with a shrug. I can't remember. Your lands are a very strange place. The Free Martin said as the cart approached a fork in the road. That wasn't a surprise. What surprised me were the two 8-foot-tall wolves standing there in half-plate armor. They had large halberd swords on their backs and their faces were uncovered, breaking the land's taboo over showing faces. ________. Name, unpronounceable in common, it's just growls, howls, and yips. Species, Lupus humanus, wolves. Class, predator/hunter. Job, culling. ________. Pull over. I asked the free Martin and she stopped the cart at the side of the road just before the fork. I hopped down and walked over to the two obvious guards. Hi, there. I said, and the two of them bared their mouthfuls of teeth at me and let out low growls as their hackles raised. It's starting to get dark and I was wondering if you had a nice inn or something at your village. No one of them growled. Move along. You just lied. I said, and it growled louder at me. It's a skill I have, so don't try to deny it. We don't want your kind here. The other said, and I looked at him. That was almost a lie. I said, a little confused. My skill usually gave me a yes or no answer. Maybe you personally don't want me here and your pack leader does? Or something similar. The first guard reached for the hilt of his halberd, so I stored it and put the sword in my own hand. Looking for this? I asked and waved it at him. The two wolves froze for a second and then took a step back. Wait here. The second guard said and nodded to the first, turned around and ran a dozen feet away, then let out a howl and several yips and barks. Barely 5 seconds later, a large group of wolves ran towards us on all fours. They ranged in sizes and I could easily tell the males from the females. For some reason, the women had their faces almost like the cat women. It was mostly normal with fur on the sides of their faces, with thick eyebrows and hair mixed into the fur on their heads. They were just as armored as the male wolves and moved at the same speed. The approaching group of wolves slowed down their very fast run and pushed themselves up into standing positions. There were 8 of them, 6 males and 2 females. They slowed down more and came to a stop next to the second guard that had called them. They were heavily armored in key areas and had emblems on their shoulders with 4 claw marks. Report. The lead male wolf ordered. The second guard relayed everything and they all turned to look at me with the first guard's halberd in my hand. He dares to challenge, one of the females started to say, and the lead wolf put a large pawed hand on her shoulder. Calm your emotions. He merely stopped the guard from drawing his weapon. The lead wolf said. Exactly. I said and made it disappear and reappear in the guard's scabbard. I didn't want things to escalate further than they already had. He lied. The female said, her black fur bristling. I can smell it. Stranger. The lead wolf said. Explain. I took a breath and let it out. I actually wanted to fight all of you to test a new skill I have. That's also a lie. The female said. Wow, you can tell lies better than my skill can. I said, quite impressed, then remembered that I only had 45 points in the skill. Hold on, let me just. I dropped another 54 points into the skill and maxed it to 99. There we go. Did he just? One of the males started to say and clamped his muzzle shut. When I said all, I meant everyone in your village, not just you and your group. I clarified. Are you crazy? The other female asked. No one could take on a village full of colors. He killed the dragon. The free Martin said, and her words were met with growls and yips of surprise in response. I saw the severed head. It's true. Then we need to take you to the pack leader. The lead wolf said and looked at the cart. He took in a single sniff and wrinkled his snout. We can leave your cats and badgers at the inn. Under guard, of course. Of course. I said and nodded my head. Follow. He ordered and turned around. Hella, stay with them. Why me? The one who said I lied asked. He likes you. The lead wolf said, and the rest of the group took off running on foot, then dropped to all fours and sped away and out of sight as quickly as they had appeared. Okay, that was neat, I said. Mount your cart, armored man, Hela said. I will try to slow myself down to keep pace and guide you to town. I'd rather run, but I won't make my people worry, I said and went back to the cart and climbed on. The female wolf gave us a glare, then she started to trot. The free marten had the horse and cart follow her easily. She's intentionally going slow, the free marten said. I know, I said. Ask her to go faster. No, I said. Why? She's doing it to try and irritate us, I said with a smile, even though no one could see it. She doesn't realize that the exaggeratedly slow movements of her fake run is giving me a great view of her ass as she pumps her legs. The wolf woman's ears flicked down in clear irritation and she let out a low growl. Her movements eased down to be a lot smoother and she ran normally after that. I nodded at the free marten and she nodded back. We followed at a quicker pace and made it to the town 10 minutes later. It was nearly 3 times the size of any settlement I had seen so far. The quality was about the same, though. I guess there was only so much that they could do with stone and wood. Hela stopped at what actually looked like a large inn, which was odd for a species that wasn't sociable with other species. It wasn't until we went inside the large lobby that I saw several groups of different armored wolves with different emblems as they sat and ate food. One emblem had 4 punctures, one had 2 scratches across and 2 scratches down, almost like a cross, and the last had a clawed fist. It was the only one that had an actual picture carved and not something easily made by their claws. They all froze and stared at us as the female wolf took us to the counter and the male wolf that was there had his hackles up. 2 rooms. One for the females and one for the badgers. They are under the patrol leader's protection until further notice, Hela said with as stern of a voice as she could. The male wolf let out a grumble. Fine. Fine. I hope he actually pays this time and doesn't just. I took out a handful of local gold coins and put them on the counter. I want the biggest available rooms you have, beds for everyone, or at least proper bedding to get them comfortable, and baths prepared in the rooms. Everyone stared at the gold coins. Is that too much? I asked. Not at all, the male wolf said and scooped them up. I'll even provide meals tonight and in the morning. I nodded and looked at the cat women and the free marten. Make use of the bath. I'll be back later. Don't antagonize the pack leader, the free marten said. Even you might have trouble if everyone attacks you. I didn't know you cared, I said, and she let out a bleat of laughter. Half of the male wolves stood up immediately and half of those took a step forward. I didn't waste any time as I ran around in only a couple of seconds and lightly punched each and every one of them in the chest to take the wind out of them. I was back at the counter before anyone realized what I had done, except for the female wolf. She had seen me move and hadn't tried to stop me. Gentlemen, control yourselves, I said as they dropped to their knees to try and get their breath back. She is mine. If any harm comes to her, I will tear you limb from limb after I skin you alive. You dare harm one of my men? One of the male wolves that didn't react to the bleat said as he stood. You were strong enough to resist the brief temptation of prey, I said and nodded to him. Your friend was not. You still. Would you rather I killed him for not controlling himself? I asked and the wolf growled. He had the carved fist on his emblem. I only reminded him that he needs to be careful when in mixed company. They are under the patrol leader's protection, the female wolf named Hela reminded everyone. She had noted the ones that had reacted and would tell the patrol leader about them. They were at a higher risk of overreacting and he needed to know who to watch out for during the meeting. I stood there and waited for the cat women, the free marten, and the badgers to be led to their rooms before I turned to the female wolf. Lead on. She nodded and we left the inn with all eyes on our backs. 046, The Next Village Part 2. Walking around a town that no one covered their faces was both odd and welcoming. It was me that was getting odd looks from everyone, because I hadn't removed my helm. Can I ask you a question? I said to Hela, the black-furred wolf woman that was guiding me. No, I don't want to mate with you. Hela spat. I don't believe in moon sickness and you shouldn't either. Moon sickness? I asked, curious. You know. You meet a sexy wolf and you can't help but howl for them to take you. Hela said. I've seen one of my friends do that, even though she had known the wolf for years. Wow, really? I asked and she nodded. It was pathetic. Hela said. She just, after she rubbed her face all over him, she presented herself on all fours and he took her right there. She shook her head. We were in the middle of eating, for moon's sake. I thought about what that would have looked like. Then I thought about what that would have felt like. Don't you dare expect me to do that. Hela said and glared at me, as if she knew what I was thinking. You can't read minds, can you? I asked and did my best to ignore the erection I had. My promise to Diane hadn't lasted very long, because I already had sex once. That didn't bother me as much as feeling like I needed to keep having sex. A lot of sex. I had been fighting the underlying feeling for a while, especially back on Earth, and now it seemed like it was a lot stronger and I got an erection pretty much instantly whenever I thought about it. No, but you're a male. All you think about is mating. Hela said. That made me think about her experiences. You have to fight men off all the time, don't you? Yes. Hela spat. Stupid horny men that believe I'll want them, just because they're good fighters. What reason would they need to give for you to want them, then? I asked, genuinely curious, since the wolves were pretty much the main fighting force in these lands. I want them to love me for who I am and not for the womb they can fill when they feel like it. Hela said, then she let out a yip of surprise and pulled me to a stop by my arm. Don't you dare tell anyone I just told you that. I promise. I said and gave her a slight bow. Is this where we need to go? I asked to distract her. Yes. Hela said and knocked. The door opened and an 8-foot-tall wolf in a uniform answered. We're here to see the pack leader. The wolf nodded and stepped back to let us enter. Inside was a nice lobby with paintings on the walls, which was odd to see, because every other place I had been in had been pretty much shacks with minimal decorations inside. Hela led me over to a door and knocked. A muffled voice said to come in and she opened the door. We stepped into the office and there were 3 people inside. The patrol leader stood to the side of the large wooden desk and was leaning on it and whispering. A 9-foot-tall wolf stood next to the wall behind the chair and was clearly a guard. In the chair was the cutest silver and grey wolf woman I had ever seen. She was ridiculously short in comparison to the giant wolves around her, which meant she was just about my height. Her bright silver eyes were the same as a husky and when she turned her head to look at me, my heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. I quickly took off my helm and stored it so that she could see my eyes as well. She let out a startled yip at my completely human face, as did the other wolves, then I saw her shiver. She pushed the patrol leader out of the way as she stood and walked around the desk to me. Her large and fluffy tail was puffed out and she swayed her hips so much that I thought she was going to fall over. I reached out to catch her and realized that my armor was in the way of me touching her. I switched outfits to the set of commoner's clothes I had in inventory and put my arms around her. She let out a rumbling growl and I felt my own throat ache to return it. Her hands reached up and touched my face, then she reached back and gripped my hair tightly with both hands. She kissed my cheek and rubbed her face on it, then did the other cheek. I growled out and she shivered again. She looked deep into my eyes and I looked into hers, then she kissed me. It was hot and passionate and I wanted to touch her everywhere. Something in the back of my brain said to bite her tongue, so I did. She growled, almost like a purr, then I lost all reason and stored my clothes in hers. I let her tongue go and quickly turned her around. She bent over the desk and stood up on her toes as she flicked her tail up out of the way. The most delicious smell assaulted my nostrils and I dove down to taste it. I completely missed the barks of surprise around me as I feasted on her. She was completely soaked in only a minute, and when I stopped, she contracted and opened up, begging me to do more. I stood up and positioned myself at her opening, felt the blistering heat, then I shoved myself into her. She let out a howl and her tail stuck straight up as all of her muscles tensed up. Her pawed hands dug deep furrows into the desk and her clawed feet dug similar furrows into the wood floor. She howled and yipped and dug at the desk and the floor the entire time I had my way with her. "I'm going to," I started to say, then her tense muscles relaxed and she laid her head down on the desk. To my surprise, her vagina completely relaxed for a second and I kid you not, sucked my balls right in. She clamped down on me and squeezed me hard as she massaged my penis at the same time. "Ah!" I yelled as I came so hard that I thought it might have hurt her. By the look on her face, she trembled in pleasure and not pain. It took me a good 15 seconds before I stopped spasming inside of her. I've never had a full ball massage while having sex before and good lord, it felt absolutely wonderful. I wasn't sure what to do now, though. Did I just pull out or was I supposed to hold onto her and wait? "It's true?" Hella asked, completely shocked. "Moon sickness is real. Pack leader? Are you all right?" The patrol leader asked, his voice soft and full of concern. "I am fine," she said with a languid smile, because her entire body was relaxed, even her tongue. "Get off of her!" The patrol leader barked at me. "No," both I and the pack leader said at the same time, except hers was more drawn out. "I don't want to hurt her," I said and gently caressed her lower back. "I don't want to hurt him," she said and took a very long deep breath and let it out just as slowly. She took another deep breath and closed her eyes. "That was so good," she said and her breathing evened out. I was pretty sure she fell asleep and I didn't stop caressing her soft silver and grey fur. "What do we do now?" the patrol leader asked the guard. "We wait," the guard responded. "The meeting is in 3 hours," the patrol leader said and looked at the pack leader. "What am I going to tell the other packs and their patrol leaders?" "The truth," the guard said. "I cannot tell them that our pack leader suffers from moon sickness," the patrol leader said. "They will see and smell it when she appears later," the guard said, his expression grim. I wasn't sure why I could tell that, considering he had the face of a wolf. Is it because of me or because she did it at all? "Both," the patrol leader said. "She has fought off many suitors trying to take over this pack and now a stranger shows up and she gave us all to you." "Whoa, there," I said and held my hands up, even though I wanted to keep rubbing her back. "She didn't give me anything except some of the best sex I've ever had." The patrol leader sighed. "Regardless of your ignorance, pack law is pack law. She offered herself and everything she was, and you accepted." I looked down at her happy sleeping face and let out my own sigh. "Well, damn. We could keep this secret," Hella offered. "Tell everyone she's sick and take over the meeting yourself. When everyone leaves, we can deal with this mess." "That's not a bad plan," the patrol leader said and looked at the guard. "Do you think we can pull it off?" "It depends on how long she needs to recover," the guard said. "I can revive her right now, but we're still stuck like this," I said. "I have to assume that at some point, her wonderful body will let me go." The 3 wolves looked at each other and then at me. "It could be any howl now or up to 30 howls," the guard said. "The meeting will be over in 20 howls." I didn't want to ask how long a howl was, because apparently, it didn't translate properly, which meant it was a name for a unit of time that only they used. They wouldn't know the conversion to normal time to tell me, anyway. "How many howls left until the meeting starts?" I asked instead. 2. Hella said. Okay, so one has already passed and that was about 5 minutes. If a howl is 5 minutes, then I could be released at any minute or I could be here for 2.5 hours. I thought and my hands kept petting her fur. That's so soft. If you aren't released by then, I will have to take over the meeting. The patrol leader said and looked at the guard. Stay here and keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't leave. It could destroy our reputation if they find out. You make it sound really bad. I said. You are a stranger and they will see her as weak for submitting to you. They will think she is not deserving of such a large pack and will attack. The patrol leader said. Is that what you want? I had to think about that. Kind of. I said and the 3 wolves looked at me with surprise on their faces. I wanted to attack everyone here to test a new ability. Defending everyone from other attacks would serve the same purpose. You can't be serious. Hella said. No, you're right. Too many bystanders could get hurt in a conflict, unless we herded everyone together. I said. I suppose telling them that I can speak the language of the gods won't help, will it? You can what? Hella asked, shocked. I'm a pawn sent here by a goddess to save the world. I said and the 3 of them stared at me. Interdimensional quantum generators. The 3 of them let out yips of surprise, because they didn't have those words in their vocabulary, so they heard them in English. He's a godling. Hella whispered. A what? I asked. A godling. A chosen of the gods that have been granted powers beyond those of mere mortals. The patrol leader said and looked at the guard. Maybe. If he can be shown before the meeting ends, we can claim divine intervention. The guard said. Our pack leader couldn't be satisfied by a mortal and a godling was sent to her. You're reading a little too much into this. I said. I was just passing through to head to the western wall and it doesn't matter why you think you are here. Hella said and looked at the patrol leader. I'll go first and start spreading the word that our pack leader suffered moon sickness. I thought you wanted that hidden. I asked. Not if you're a godling. The patrol leader said. Everyone knowing that it took the gods sending someone down to claim her will only elevate our pack. That's not really, I started to say, then sighed. Even if I hadn't had the encounters I did, I still would have come through here, not knowing what was up. Yeah, okay. If I get released in time, I'll make a big show of it. Don't worry. Hella said. Once they hear about you, everyone's going to stay around to meet you. That's just great. I said sarcastically. The 3 of them nodded and then Hella left. After a few minutes, the patrol leader left, too. It was quiet in the pack leader's office and after my eyes roamed around her office, I looked at her guard. Can I ask you some questions? I asked. I mean, we're both kind of stuck here. You may ask. Can you tell me about her? I asked as my hands caressed her back. I just couldn't stop doing it. She is strong. Hard-working. She cares about her pack and her family. The guard said. Her family. The patrol leader is her brother. I am her uncle. Her mate, the old pack leader, died from battle wounds with a dragon. I was surprised about the uncle and brother parts, especially after what I just did to her in front of them, then the dragon part registered. I killed the dragon. That was what they were talking about when you came in. The guard said. She didn't believe it. I have the head. I said and the guard's eyes widened. Your cart only had bedrolls and dried food in it. The guard said. I'm carrying it. I said. You really are a godling. The guard said and I nodded. I will tell you all you need to know about the pack and its workings. I nodded and stood there, glad that I had a ton of stamina, and listened as the guard gave me the pack history lesson. 047 Pack Leader. It took an hour for the pack leader's body to finally relax and release me. It wasn't silent in the least, as the slurping sound of her trying to let me go and keep hold of me at the same time filled the office. She moaned and twitched her tail, then her eyes shot open. No! She exclaimed and stood up to turn and look at me. No, we didn't just. Her eyes latched onto mine and she growled. You are not a wolf. I couldn't. I wouldn't. I smiled and reached out to dig my fingers into the fur on the sides of her face. No, I'm a godling. Her growl dropped to almost a purr and her eyes closed as she reveled in being scratched like that. He was sent by a goddess for you. Her uncle the guard added. No, you. She opened her eyes and looked at me again. How? How can I have moon sickness for you? Apparently, no other mortal was good enough for you. I said, going along with the ruse. I didn't mate again, because I wanted to protect my pack. She said and closed her eyes. Why does this feel good? It's just some knowledge I picked up on another world. I said and stopped. No, keep. She stopped herself from begging me to keep going. I chuckled and gently stroked her breasts for a moment, then I dug my fingers into her belly fur and quickly scratched her. Her tail swished back and forth happily and her foot started tapping. She started laughing, despite wanting to keep her composure, so I slowed down and pet the spot. What was that? She asked, surprised. Her tail still wagged and she didn't try to stop it. An autonomic response to stimulation. I said and she let out a yip of surprise. Autonomic wasn't a word in their language. Here's your dress and underwear back. I took them out and handed her the underwear. Oh. She looked down at herself. Damn it, how did you undress me so quickly? I can store anything within 30 feet of me. She gave me a wide-eyed look for a moment, then she sat on the desk and spread her legs. I need to clean up before putting these back on. She said and bent over and started licking herself. I stood there, quite stunned that she could do that, then my erection sprung right up. She let out a growl at the sight, then she grabbed me by the shoulders and laid back on the desk. I was surprised that I slid right inside of her, as if it was molded to me, and she let out a howl of pleasure. We don't have time for this, pack leader. The guard said. I won't fall asleep this time. She spat at him and held onto me as her legs wrapped around me. I'll warn you when we might stick together. She said in a softer voice. I'm pretty sure when I tell you I'm going to finish, that's when it'll happen. I said and started to move. What of the meeting? The guard asked. How many howls? She said between panting and moaning. It's probably already over. I said. You've been asleep for 23 howls. She nodded and kissed me as I picked up speed. We had sex for the second time on her desk, with her uncle right there. She came several times before it was my turn and I warned her. She became passive again and relaxed. Pull out. She whispered. I pulled myself back enough to not get my ballsack sucked in. I put my hand in the way and pushed back in to make sure she wasn't going to grab on, then came inside of her again. Oh! She howled and there were several answering howls. When I was done, once again after nearly 15 seconds, I slid myself out of her. Thanks for not tearing me up with those claws. I said and she let me out of the embrace. That's why I hugged you so tightly. She said with a sexy voice, then she seemed to snap out of it. Damn it, now I have to clean myself again. I'll be facing this way for the next few minutes. I said as I turned away, because I didn't want to be aroused as she licked herself again. That was just a bit too much stimulation for my feeble mind to not react to. I took out a towel to wipe at the mess on my lower body. She definitely enjoyed it. I thought and wiped off my thighs to clean up her juices. I did my crotch next and then put on underwear and then equipped my full armor set, protective underlay included. I took off the helm and stored it. I'm dressed, godling. She said and I turned around to look at her. Her nipples poked out through her dress as if they were begging for attention. "Oh, Jesus!" I said as my erection came back. She took in a quick breath through her nose and growled. "Again?" I nodded. "You are very beautiful, and that was twice in a row that I've had great sex, really great sex." Her face flushed a little red and then it faded just as quickly. She has great control of her emotions, I thought. I've never heard of anyone, even the moonsick, needing to mate so many times. The guard said. Nor have I. The pack leader said. Maybe I can distract myself with protocol. I said and gave her a regal bow. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Damon and I am on a quest to find the source of the beast people's creation. Good luck. The guard said with a bark of laughter. It's been a long time since someone has quested for the impossible. The pack leader said. I greet you, Damon. You and yours are under the pack's protection as long as you are within our lands. Thank you, pack leader. I said and stood up straight. May I ask the exquisite beauty her name? I am Raksha Wolfric. She said, and even though she was barely 6 feet tall, she seemed larger than her guard. I ascended to power at the side of my mate, who tragically lost his life to the dragon that nests in the nearby mountains. Your uncle the guard has informed me of this. I said. I am both pleased and honored to have avenged his life for you. What did you say? Raksha asked. I have slain the dragon of the mountain. I said. We'll need to go outside for me to take it out and show you. You carry it? Raksha asked, surprised. It's much too big to do anything else with it. I said. It's a magnificent piece, so I don't want to cut it up or damage it. You, really? Yes, pack leader. I said and bowed again. No more of that. Raksha said. You claimed me and the pack is yours. I took a deep breath and let it out. Will it be in name only, or do I have to assume your duties? Raksha opened her mouth and felt a hand on her shoulder. I believe he has a point. The guard said. If you declare it is in name only, then you can remain pack leader while he goes on his quest. That is not, Raksha started to say, and I touched her shoulder. She looked at me and she caught her breath as we locked eyes. Something else is going on between us and I can't keep having sex with you continuously. I said. Well, that's not actually true. I can keep having sex with you, it's just that I don't have the time to. Raksha trembled, then the fur on her neck rippled and it flowed all the way down to her tail and it puffed out again. You tempt me so much. I chuckled. I was going to say the same thing. I said and looked at the guard. My search and map spells show me about 200 friendly and not so friendly people have gathered outside. How should we handle this? You are asking me? The guard asked, surprised. It's your job to keep Raksha safe, so I'll take your advice. I said as nearly half of the green dots flickered red every few seconds. I'm not stupid enough to go out there and make a fool of myself, and by extension, the pack. The two wolf people gave me disbelieving looks for a moment, then they talked in low whispers to each other and leaned in close. I could clearly hear them, so that meant it was a personal affectation and not necessarily practical. I waited until they made their decision and they turned to me. You need to change into something more appropriate. Raksha said and her eyes glowed for a second. Hela! Come here. About 10 seconds later, the office door opened. You summoned me, pack leader? Hela asked and gave her a slight bow. Go to my quarters and retrieve my mate's second battle harness. Raksha said and Hela's eyes grew wide. The sword, too. What does the sword look like? I asked and looked into my inventory where the dragon's possessions had been stored. Raksha described it and it took me a minute to find 3 similar large blades. I took them out and the 2 wolf women let out yips of surprise. You have it! Raksha exclaimed and picked up the center blade. I assumed it belonged to her mate. That one is his brother's. Hela pointed to the one on the right and then to the one on the left. That one belongs to his best friend. They all have dried dragon's blood on them. The guard said and smiled with a bit of a growl. He was apparently happy that they had hurt the beast before they died. May we borrow these for a short while? Raksha asked. You can have them, I said, and the three of them looked at me, surprise clear on their faces. I have tons of swords and things that I was going to sell, when I found an appropriate venue, because I won't be using them. Thank you, Dayman. Raksha said. I will prepare a proper treatment and burial for them after this. The guard said with a nod to me. Hela. Raksha said, and Hela ran from the office. She will be back in a few minutes. That's not nearly long enough for me to have you again, I said. She took in a breath through her nose. Still. I nodded. You, too, I said and motioned to her pronounced nipples. They haven't gone down at all since you put that dress on. Raksha took a deep breath and let it out. What are we going to do about this? It depends on the kind of impressive show you want to put on for the masses, I said with an evil smile. I don't know you, and I am sure that is a very bad smile, Raksha said. Maybe, I said and held my armored hand out to her. Do you trust me? We just met, Raksha said and took my hand without hesitation. I am yours, so yes. I chuckled and took her into a quick hug and rubbed my face on hers. Hela came in with the battle harness and a pair of leather pants. I have it, she said and held them out. I stored my armor and underlay to leave me in just my underwear, then they helped me dress up as the old pack leader. The pants were quite a bit larger than mine were, since he was 2 feet taller than me, so I rolled them up inside and Hela tacked them with pins. The battle harness was exactly like it sounds. It left most of the middle of the chest bare, protected the soft sides with thick leather, and had the large half-sheath on the back to hold the huge sword they carried on their backs. Raksha slipped her old mate's sword into it for me, and then she stared at me from head to foot. She started to drool a little and we all smelled her. Perfect, I said and took her hand. Hela, lead the way. She didn't even argue that I couldn't order her and went first as she led us out of the office and then out of the building. The guard was right behind us, and as we stepped outside, a ripple of surprise went through everyone. Not only that, every single male wolf had their noses in the air and let out low growls. It's true, a female voice said loudly. I can't believe. That smells so sweet, a male interjected. Now that I had my skills active, I didn't need my armor to boost my words as I spoke. Quiet, I yelled, and everyone fell silent. Hela led us to the middle of the street that was essentially a town square, and then several of the local pack wolves moved everyone back without having to be told to do so. The patrol leader stepped out of the crowd and knelt on one knee to us. Pack leader? Who is he talking to? Someone asked. It can't be, not the non-wolf, someone else exclaimed, and chatter picked up again. Is he really a godling? Someone else asked. I let the talking go on for a full minute, then I lifted my foot. I said, I activated Stomp It and directed it to just beside me as I brought my foot down. Quiet. The shock of having a giant dragon's foot slam into the ground made a lot of the people in the front stumble and fall as the ground shook. It left a perfect 6-inch depression in the road, and Raksha and Hela were shocked by it. I am a pawn of the gods, I said. I was sent here to save this world. No one said anything and stayed quiet. On my way here to this town, I encountered a dragon, I said, and let that sink in for a moment. I slayed that dragon. There were yips of surprise, growls of approval, and a lot of amorous eyes from the females. I just learned that the old pack leader lost his life to the dragon, so I offer 2 things to this pack. I paused for another moment. First, I offer my name to it. Dayman. Dayman! Raksha exclaimed. Everyone in her pack responded loudly. Dayman Wolfric. I also offer a look at the head of the beast and give some of its treasure. I exclaimed, and everyone let out yips of surprise. This pack has suffered enough from the dragon, so I offer these meager things as compensation in the hopes that from now on, it will prosper. I said, and moved our little group off to the side a little and then took the severed head out of inventory. Everyone freaked out. Males and females alike barked and howled and growled at the face of the beast. The very dead beast that had been a bane to their lives for so long. Grab on! I said as I turned and offered my back to Raksha. Raksha held on around my neck and kissed my cheek. I easily climbed up the side of the head and stopped on top of it. She let go and I took her into my arms and looked into her eyes. I didn't know that moon sickness existed until just before I met Raksha Wolfric, the pack leader. Now I know it's true. I said and gave her a kiss. Let me prove it. Why yes. Raksha said and got down onto all fours, even though she hadn't known I was going to ask. I opened my pants and all of the females let out low growls at my prominent erection. I yanked Raksha's tail up out of the way and tore off her underwear. Several yips and a lot of approving growls met my actions, then they were all drowned out as I entered Raksha from behind and her howls of pleasure filled the town square. If I had been an outside observer, I might have laughed at the scene of a man doing it doggy style with the wolf woman on top of a giant dragon's head with over 200 wolves as witnesses. As it was, my seriousness and my sole aim to make her feel as good as possible, had pretty much all of them along for the ride. All of the red flickering dots on my map turned green. 048 giving out riches. When I finally finished inside of Raksha, careful of her body's reaction to sucking me in and keeping hold of me, nearly all of the wolf women around let out a collective sigh. I pulled out, to their surprise, and stood before them with myself covered in her juices dripping off of me. I give my blessing to this pack and to the pack leader Raksha Wolfric, on behalf of the goddess Jasandaya. I said loudly, then felt something touch my mind. Please, wait until we are alone to talk, dear goddess. I thought and the feeling faded. Thank you. I picked up Raksha in my arms and jumped down from the dragon's head as I stored it. I left my erection out, mainly because it wasn't going away, and I walked back over to the pack leader's office. There were low growls from the females I walked past and I kept my gaze forward and went inside the building. Her guard, the patrol leader, and Hela came in right behind us. Dayman, you can put me down. Raksha said. I must clean myself. I put her down on the top of her desk and she leaned down to start licking herself, then I slid myself into her. Her tongue licked my penis at the same time and we both shivered at the sensation. I think there's something wrong with them. The guard said as I had sex with Raksha again. It's not natural. Hela said and did her best to not react. She had never seen anyone have sex in the middle of grooming themselves before. Of course, just like everyone else, she hadn't seen a pack leader having sex on top of a severed dragon's head, either. She is just, good lord, keep licking. I exclaimed when Raksha started to slow down. She licked more and I increased my speed and my accuracy. She started feeling good again and since she couldn't howl with her mouth occupied, she growled and licked faster. Oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, fuck. I yelled and blew another huge load inside of her. I honestly didn't know where I was getting it all from. Raksha's body didn't even have time to react, because she came as well and kept licking. I slowly pulled out and she licked me off as I did, then she kept licking herself. I want to keep going, I said to everyone's surprise. Her being able to bend practically in half to lick herself seemed to be a fetish of mine that I didn't know I had. Raksha stopped licking herself and sat up straight. I have, she licked her lips. Things I need to take care of. Me, too. I said and stepped back. My erection wasn't going away, though. I wiped it off with a towel and then pulled up my underwear and closed up the pants. Should I stay dressed like this as I deliver the ores I'm gifting you? Ores? The patrol leader asked. I'm going to give your pack a tenth of the ores I received as loot when the dragon died. I said, and the four of them stared at me. Please tell me you have blacksmiths and that my gift won't be a waste. We have blacksmiths. The guards said. They will be grateful for anything you offer. Stay dressed as a pack member, just so they all recognize you. Raksha said. I would guide you myself, but it seems that I must retrieve new underwear from my residence. I smiled and cupped the side of her face. I had to get everyone's attention. It definitely did that. Hela said with a huff. Half of the women in the crowd were dry humping the males they were with by the time you finished. Only dry humping? I asked with a grin. Though there would have been a few that would have tried to join in. Hela rolled her eyes. They didn't want to get stuck for the next hour or so. The patrol leader nodded. Hela will guide you to the blacksmiths. We have 2 of them, so divide your gifts of ores between them. Sounds good. I said and looked at Raksha. Where do you want the gold treasure? The treasure? Raksha asked. I'm giving you 10% of the treasure, too. I said. Do you want it here in your office? Are you serious? Hela asked. Are you really going to give us part of the riches you earned for slaying the dragon? I nodded. It's a lot, though. I looked around the office. Maybe I can't put it in here. It might not fit. They stared at me for a moment, then Raksha hopped off the desk. This way. Raksha said, and we all followed her. She took us to something that looked like a stone cellar. I will place a guard on this room to ensure that nothing gets stolen. I nodded and dropped approximately a tenth of the gold items and money that the dragon had hoarded. It half filled the cellar and all 3 wolves let out yips of surprise. By the light of the silvery moon. Raksha whispered as her sex smell filled the room. I hope this helps. I said and did my best to resist the wonderful odor. You have no idea what this will do for my pack. Raksha said in a low growl, and the smell increased. She walked forward and laid down on the pile, then hiked up her dress and started licking herself. Fugue. I whispered as my erection threatened to burst from my pants. You're doing that on purpose. Raksha smiled and very slowly licked herself from top to bottom. You're such a temptress. I said and opened up my pants to ease the pressure and walked over to her. She wrapped her arms around me and I did her again on top of a pile of gold. Asterisk. The blacksmith was working with the piece of iron he had and thought about their dry spell of not getting a lot of materials. With the dragon dead, both shops were preparing a huge expedition to head to the mountains to search for more ore. Their stock was running low, especially for repairs, and they would ask the pack leader for permission and for guards. He heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching and immediately heard the different one. Only one person he had seen so far had boots on, so he looked up from his play work to see Hela and the godling called Dayman. If you've come to buy some of my wares, I'm afraid that my selection has been picked over with the other pack representatives here. The blacksmith said. I hope to do something about that. Dayman said. Where do you usually store your ores? The ore room is back here. He said, and for some reason, led them over to show that it was nearly empty. We're preparing a caravan to go and get more. Don't go to the first or second mountains coming from the other direction. Dayman warned. The first is barren and a bit dangerous to dig in. The second, the top of the rams in the village on the other side of the mountains, has a claim on it. It's barren land that's unsuitable for farming. I don't think anyone owns it. Hela said. Dayman chuckled. I think the local creature hunting is going to pick up fairly quickly with the dragon gone. I bet it was eating a lot of them before the populations grew to any significant amount. Hela was quiet for a moment. I will inform the patrol leader and the hunters when we are done. Dayman nodded and looked at the blacksmith. Is there a separate area for different ores? No, we usually just pile different ones closer to the... Yep. He was quite startled when 30 tons of iron ore appeared in the ore room from nowhere, then a smaller pile of 10 tons of gold ore appeared at his feet. What in the? That's about half of what I've offered the pack. Dayman said. I'm dropping off the other half at the other blacksmith. The blacksmith could only nod and didn't say anything, because now their plans for a mining expedition could be put on hold for a while. A long while. He picked up the gold ore and he wasn't surprised to see that it barely had any extra rock or dirt in it. Ore from a godling was a much higher quality than any he had seen before. He smiled and walked over to his forge, tossed the iron he was using aside, then added the chunk of ore into the smelter. Asterisk. He seemed very happy. I said as Hella and I walked over to the second blacksmith that was several streets away. You just gave him, what? Several weeks' worth of ore mining for free? Hella asked with a shake of her head. I doubt they'll set off with the caravan for at least a month. I chuckled. No storage for more, hey. You filled what he had, so no. Hella said. Let's see if this blacksmith will be as happy. I said, and after a quick visit, it was almost the same interaction, with the surprised yip and everything. I kept my laugh contained until we left and the wolf was piling the practically pure iron ore into his smelter. I'd say he was even happier. Hella had to nod in agreement. You don't seem happy at all. I said, and she let out a sigh. I knew your exploit with the dragon would excite everyone, but I never thought you would give us so much besides that. I think I hear regret from you. I said, and she sighed again. I keep asking myself that if I hadn't rejected you just before going to see the pack leader, would you still have suffered being moonsick for her? I reached out and scratched the fur on the side of her chin. I think so, mainly because it really was like you said. I couldn't help wanting her and she seemed the same way. Hella growled softly at my touch and didn't push my hand away. She was just as surprised as I was. As was I. So was her brother. Oh, and her uncle. I said and laughed. I can honestly say that I've never had sex with witnesses before, let alone her immediate family. I didn't count. Hella asked. Are you related? No. Then you might have been a participant. I said, and she gave me a deadly glare. What did you just say? Hella asked and reached for the sword on her back. Whoa, there. Relax. I said and moved my hand from her face as I stored her sword. Sometimes, when people agree beforehand, it's possible to have more than one sex partner at a time. That's heresy. Hella exclaimed and her hand met empty air. Where's my sword? I stored it. I said. I'm not saying I would have done it with her and you at the same time. I was only trying to explain that having an unrelated woman there while I had sex was better than if you were related. Hella growled at me and lost the glare, so I put her sword back in the sheath on her back. I don't like that you can disarm me like that. I thought about not responding, then I reached out and scratched behind her ears. She closed one eye and tilted her head towards me. I only took your sword. You have both hands and feet that are close combat weapons. And Hella almost moaned as I gave her a good scratching. Not fair. I chuckled and stopped scratching her when we reached the inn. Thanks for escorting me to keep the other women from ripping my clothes off and bedding me. You're welcome. Hella said, albeit a little reluctantly. Get some sleep tonight. The pack leader will want to see you in the morning before you depart. I nodded and entered the inn. Every wolf inside stood and gave me a bow, even the females. There's no need of that. I said, and they all stood up straight. I walked over to the counter and the innkeeper gave me a big wolfish smile. Is the meal being served soon? In 12 howls. The innkeeper said. So, about an hour. I thought. Can you deliver the meals to the rooms? Of course. The innkeeper said. I'll have my best Omega sent up to serve you, Dayman Alpha. I widened my eyes at the title for a powerful member of a pack. I'll be in the room with the females. I said and gave him another gold coin. He scooped it up and I went up the stairs to the right room. I equipped a fancy face covering before I opened the door and then I saw all 4 cat women were naked on the bed and were licking each other's privates in a continuous circle. They've been like that ever since they saw you dominating the pack leader. The Free Martin whispered as I shut the door. They've been at it for that long? I asked in a hushed whisper. She nodded. I tried to stop them when they started and they hissed and spat at me. They said they wanted to flow with the energy you were giving off or some such nonsense. Not you? I asked, teasingly. She shook her head. I am not a slave to my baser instincts. What about my baser instincts? I asked as a certain feeling flowed over me and assaulted my nostrils. The Free Martin turned her head to look at me. Excuse me. May I see your face? I asked. The Free Martin took in a sharp breath and then stopped her bleat before it escaped. You can't want. I want you very much. I said and reached up to touch her face through the cloth. In fact, I think I'm even harder now that I can smell you. Me? The Free Martin asked. I stepped close and pushed the hood of her cloak down. I want to feel that cottony softness wrapped around me. I whispered and slowly pulled off her face covering. She didn't stop me or say no, then I caught my breath when I saw that her face was completely black and her fleece was pure white. It was such a contrast that I had to pet it. She closed her eyes as I gently caressed her face and her head all over. Without a word, she took off her uniform and revealed a set of 6 small breasts. They were bare of fur and just as white as the rest of her skin. Her nipples were dark and stood out with just as much contrast as her face did from the rest of her. Beautiful. I whispered. She let out a soft bleat of surprise and opened her eyes to look at me. No, you can't mean. I stored my clothes and she looked down at me. That's not going to fit. She whispered in protest. It will in a few minutes. I said and set out a blanket, laid her down on it, then went down on her. She let out a bleat of surprise, which didn't disturb the cat women at all, since they were too wrapped up in their own pleasure. She loosened up after she came and let out another bleat of surprise. What did you just do to me? I'll explain later. I said and eased my raging heart on into her. Good lord, it really is cottony soft. She bleated out her pleasure and shock, then to my surprise, she didn't freeze up or faint. She stared into my eyes instead and I had to smile. I kissed her passionately and started to move, then we both rolled around on the floor and enjoyed taking turns being on top. Oh boy, did we enjoy it. I wasn't sure what was wrong with me, because I shouldn't be able to have this much sex and not run dry or need rests in between. At the moment, I didn't care about it and pushed that worry aside. I had a beautiful 6-breasted sheep woman to make love to and that required all of my undivided attention. 049 Mixed blessings. After many bleats of pleasure and coming, a lot. The Free Martin fell asleep while on top of me. I was still rock hard and I had apparently worn her out. I was also still inside of her. Luckily, her biology didn't have the same quirk of sucking my balls in when I came, so I could pull out whenever I wanted. Funnily enough, I really didn't want to. All right, now I know there's something wrong with me. I thought and kissed the unconscious sheep woman. I closed my eyes and let myself accept the feeling of connection that the goddess had initiated earlier. Time seemed to slow to a stop and now with my much higher stats, I knew it was my own perception and not time stopping at all. The conversation just happens very quickly. Dear goddess, thank you for waiting until now to talk. I thought with appreciation. You gave my blessing to a whole pack of wolves. Goddess Jasandaya exclaimed. I hope that's okay. I thought. It's even better than taking another woman's maidenhood. Goddess Jasandaya said. Oh, damn. I forgot to pray to you for that when I slept with the Free Martin. The first time. Goddess Jasandaya chuckled. It's all right. Any maidenhood you claim will be in my name, thanks to your original agreement. Whew, that's a relief. I don't want to piss you off by making a mistake like that. You are one of my chosen heroes, so I will forgive a lot that you do. Goddess Jasandaya said. I just hope that can be reciprocated. She said in almost a whisper. What is it? I asked, concerned. It seems I may have miscalculated my beast strain cure. Goddess Jasandaya said. What? I yelled in my head, then I cast calmness and let it fill me. I haven't gotten sick, so I know that's not true. That's right. You haven't caught the disease, nor are you a carrier. You won't be stuck here on this world when you're done of your tasks. Goddess Jasandaya explained. The problem is that I didn't account for the, virility of the species you use your devour ability on. I don't understand. I thought in confusion. Absorbing things doesn't give me their diseases. Not in that sense. You are protected from catching normal diseases, thanks to your previous skills, and I protected you from the diseases of this world. Goddess Jasandaya said. You see, one of the main things the disease does is modify the sex drive of the host to ensure its propagation. It wants to spread as quickly as possible and to infect as many as possible. That made me frown. If that's true, then why aren't I trying to bed every woman I see? My protection wasn't perfect. You are protected from catching the disease from both normal and extra-normal means. What I didn't expect was you absorbing the modified essence of a legendary creature. I laid there and thought about it. So, what you're saying is, I didn't catch the disease. What I did get was all of the modifications from the dragon that updated my skills and stats. Yes, that's it exactly. When you took on everything that the dragon could do, well, I absorbed some of its libido. I thought. That still doesn't explain why I'm not bending every woman over and spreading my seed like crops in a field. You still have to be attracted to them for the hidden skill to activate. Goddess Jasandaya said. You're not a mindless sex machine like the dragon was. I took a deep breath and let it out. I'm going to be horny all the time now? Not really. Once you, plant your seed, the interest should wane. You did witness me and the pack leader going at it all day, didn't you? That is a bit of a worry. Goddess Jasandaya said with concern in her voice. Perhaps it's because she reacted to you and it set you off. I thought back to my interactions with Raksha and then to seeing the Free Martin. I think it was the smell of them getting wet for me that set me off. I thought. Maybe the ones I passed were just wet and horny from what they saw and not me specifically. I saw that as well. The female wolf named Hela was wet and didn't trigger you, either. How could you tell? I asked. Goddess Jasandaya laughed. All of the wolf women that saw what you did were wet. She said. That was quite the display you made. Hey, it got me out of taking over the pack. I thought with a smile. Not that any of them would have objected if I did. Raksha would. You saw the sadness on her face when she realized what you did together. I nodded. At least now no one will try to mate with her unless she chooses it. Do you always look at the bright side of things? Goddess Jasandaya asked. Well, I'm not going to lay here and mope over my ability to have sex as much as I want and come over and over. I thought. I do feel bad about my promise to Diane, though. You don't have to. Goddess Jasandaya said. Not only are you on another world, you're physically affected by the beast races. Technically, they aren't even human anymore. That's a lot of justification you've piled up there. I thought with a chuckle. I'm just trying to tell you that even when you took the cat princess, it was under my orders. Goddess Jasandaya said. You can justify a lot with all of the material you have at your disposal. All right, I get your point. I thought. I hope so, because the next village is full of cat people and they are not happy about having their people kidnapped. I didn't do that. In fact, I rescued her. Then you took her. Goddess Jasandaya said. They can argue that it doesn't matter that she has a cropped tail. What does that mean, anyway? I asked, curious. They were captured and lost their freedom. It's a sign of being less than a person in their eyes, because their main means of balance and strength was removed. Well, damn. All 4 of them are tailless. Yes, and you showed up just in time. None of them were bedded without their permission, like they all feared they would be. Oh, that reminds me. I thought and recalled them all dressed in their leather armor and how sexy they looked. I have overdue appointments with them. Goddess Gisandai laughed again. You're still inside the Free Martin. Were you along for some of that? I asked. That sure was something. And no, I was only watching. Goddess Gisandai lied badly. Of course you were. I thought with amusement. Thanks for letting me know about the sex thing. Goddess Gisandai let out a sigh. Go take a bath and have fun with your cat women. As you command, my goddess. I thought and mentally gave her a regal bow. I will do my best to make them meow in your name. Don't get cocky. Goddess Gisandai said, a bit sternly. It's much too late for that particular warning, Goddess Gisandai. I thought with a chuckle. The feeling of connection faded from my mind and my perception of time returned to normal. I eased myself out of the Free Martin, tucked her under another blanket and kissed her, then went to the bath. It was just a giant half-barrel and the water was cold, so I used fire to heat it instantly and water to clean the dirt in it. I climbed in and washed myself up, glad that such simple pleasures could be had, then dried off with a towel and went to the bed with the 4 cat women on it. I equipped the clean-nibbed condom and moved my favorite cat woman slightly away from the others, then teased her a little. She woke up and her eyes locked onto mine. It was dark and her irises widened to fill her eyes. Dayman! She whispered with a bit of a purr. I rolled her over to keep her dangerous claws away and slid into her. She purred very loudly and the vibrations went right through me and I made her feel great. She meowed and mewled and hissed as I worked her over. I was leveled out, so I had access to all of my abilities and I used the ones I could. She enjoyed it a lot. Give me your milk. She whispered and pushed her ass up higher to give me better access. I have to lose the barbs. I whispered back. I don't care. She whispered and her whole body shivered. I need you to fill me up like you did to the pack leader. You need me to? I asked. I want your kittens. She said and buried her face into the bed. I can't believe I said that to you. It might not work. I said and worked myself up to the brink. Please try. She said. I stored the condom and let it all out and spilled myself inside of her. She exclaimed and then purred loudly. It was then that I touched her severed tail and used major healing on her. No, don't touch my shame. She said and finished it like a question, then she wagged her tail. Her completely restored tail. She let out a startled shriek and rolled over to bend herself in half and looked at it. She had tears in her eyes as she slowly pet it. It's back. It's back. She whispered, over and over. I couldn't let you keep suffering without it. I whispered. She looked at me with joy on her face. You did this. I nodded. After I defeated the dragon, I became strong enough to cast my own magic. 3 other sets of hands reached for her tail and stroked it. It's real. One of the other cat women said. I want mine back, too. She said and rolled over and presented herself to me. I caught a whiff of her and grew hard again. She wanted me and not just what I could do. I paid to clean the condom in my inventory and equipped it again, then I took her, too. She was a lot more vocal than my favorite and she tore at the bedding as I made her feel good. She requested my milk as well, as if that was a requirement for healing, then she told me that she wanted my kittens, too. I obliged and stored the condom and unloaded myself into her, then used major healing on her severed tail. The 2 remaining cat women had watched and saw what I did, then presented themselves as well. I didn't want to leave one out while I worked on the other, so while I did the next one, I used my hand and fingers on the last one. I quickly approached my limit again and did the same to her. I filled her up and healed her, then switched to the last cat woman. Last but not least, I said to her and then had my way with her. She was as vocal as the others and when it was time, made the same request. I did so and healed her severed tail at the same time. When all 4 of them were sated and had their tails restored, I stood up to look at them. The 4 of them stroked and played with their tails for several minutes, then they played with each other's tails for a minute. They suddenly stopped and the 4 of them looked at me with bright eyes and happy faces. "Thank you," they said as one, then they tackled me to the bed and started licking me. With my strength and resilience so high, as well as my recovery, their barbed tongues didn't damage me at all. In fact, it felt amazing. After only a few minutes of having 4 women competing to lick and kiss my manhood, I warned them that I was going to finish. My favorite nodded to the others and took over. She opened her mouth and I pushed myself into it and let myself go. Her eyes widened as I quickly filled her mouth, then she rolled over to rest the back of her head on my thigh. To my surprise, she hadn't drunk it down and held it all in her mouth. She opened her mouth to show how much there was, then the other 3 cat women took turns lapping it up. Of course, it devolved into kissing and licking as the supply ran low, then they remembered the source was right there and started in on me again. We didn't get to sleep until almost an hour later and slept the rest of the night. It wasn't until the morning that I remembered we were supposed to get supper delivered and I went to the door and opened it. On the floor was a tray filled with dishes of food and a young woman with brown fur. She was curled up into a ball, her clothing disheveled, and both of her hands were soaked with her juices. She was also sound asleep. "Poor thing," I said and carried her inside while the cat women and the free martin brought the food inside. We exhausted her and we didn't have to do anything to her. The cat women let out quick barks of laughter. She was out in the hall all night. The free martin said. I nodded and touched the young woman's face to use the revive spell. She stirred and opened her eyes, then she let out a yip of surprise. "It's all right," I said. "Are you sore? You fell asleep on the floor outside." "I'm fine," she said and tried not to wince in pain from stiffness. I used minor healing on her and she took in a sharp breath. "What was that?" she asked, shocked. "Healing magic," I said. Her eyes went wide and then I smelled her as she became wet for me. "You can have my first," she said and lifted her skirt. She wasn't wearing any underwear and her soft mound glistened as it dripped. "I want you to heal my grandfather." "I really shouldn't accept," I whispered, despite my instant erection. "I'm of age," she said as she reached down and pulled herself apart to show me the tight little hole she had. It even winked at me. "Please. Is it worth?" I started to say. "Yes, dragon-slaying godling," she interrupted. "I am ready. Goddess Jasandaya, please accept this woman's maidenhood." I prayed and eased myself inside. She howled in pleasure and pain, so I used minor healing on her again. The howl changed to pure pleasure and I made sure that she had the time of her life. We sat down and ate breakfast, which was the supper we should have had the night before, and I had the young wolf woman join us. After we ate, we all dressed and she led us out of the inn. It didn't take her long to bring us to her family residence. "What is this so early in the morning?" an older wolf woman asked when she opened the door, then she saw me. "Alpha!" she yelled and bowed deeply. "That's not necessary," I said. This young woman made a plea for me to heal her grandfather. A very successful plea. The free martin said with a smile that was hidden behind her face covering. He couldn't resist such a tempting morsel. My favorite said and her tail swished behind her playfully. The other 3 cat women's tails did the same and they all had their faces covered. "Morsel?" the woman asked, surprised. "He was my first, Mama." the young woman said, happily. Oh, my heart! She said and braced herself against the door frame. By the silvery moon, she whispered. My daughter was bedded by the dragon slayer. I hope that brings your family status. I said. It will. The young woman said with a big grin. Even with all of the women here, only the pack leader and I have had you. I couldn't really come up with a good response to that, so I just nodded. My grandfather is in the back. She said. He's not well. Show me. I said and she led us through the modest home to the back room. I smelled the pus immediately as we entered. Half of his right leg was missing and the bandages were soaked with infection. How long has he been like this? About a week. The mother said from behind us. We've done all that we can for him. You don't have any healers? I asked and touched the old wolf's chest to check if his heart was still beating. They are recovering from healing the others that were injured in the same attack. If this was someone that they could leave, I can't imagine what the others look like. I said and used minor healing to cure the infection and as a general pick-me-up. I used major healing next and the wolf woke up and let out an ear-splitting howl of pain as his lower leg started to regrow. It only took a minute for his foot and toes to form and it was back. Grandpa! The young woman yelled and jumped on him. The dragon slayer healed you. The old wolf let out a bark and looked at me. Who are you? I'll let your family explain that. I said. Make sure you stay off that foot for a day and get used to having it back. My foot. He looked down and saw that his leg was back. What is that? It's your foot, Grandpa. The young woman said. No, the dragon ate it. He said as he started to disbelieve his own story. I turned and walked out of the room to give them some privacy. The cat women and the free marten followed me. 050 healing troubles. We went to the main building and I didn't have to knock because the guard was waiting for us. He opened the door and we went to the pack leader's office. Only the guard and Raksha were inside. Good morning, pack leader. I said and gave her a bow. Oh? Are we being all formal now, dragon slaying godling? Raksha asked with a smile. I'm trying very hard to keep my composure. I said and stood up straight. I'm also trying to not breathe in your scent. Have I lost your favor already? Raksha asked, her smile gone. Far from it. I said and took shallow breaths through my mouth. I have business to take care of before indulging in your succulent womanhood. Raksha raised her eyebrows at the description. Then why are you here? 2 reasons. 1. I came to ask where the other injured wolves are. 2. Hela said you wanted to see me before I departed. Why would you want to see they? She stopped talking when she saw the 4 cat women's tails swishing behind them. You can cast healing magic. Yes. I said. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Raksha asked angrily and shot to her feet. One of my wolves died from his wounds last night. I didn't know you had anyone injured until this morning, and that was only because the young woman serving our food asked me to heal her grandfather. I said. You and your people didn't mention it. Raksha took in a breath and let it out. Then we are both at fault. No, I bear no responsibility at all. I said and she let out a low continuous growl. I could have moved on and not mentioned I could do anything. When I learned there were more, I came right here instead. The guard put a pawed hand on her shoulder and she stopped growling. He's right. We have them hidden and didn't tell him that was some of the business you needed to take care of. Raksha's growl slowly disappeared and she stood up straight. I suppose I have to accept that explanation. While you are debating if you want to attack me for something I didn't know about, can we go visit the injured? They aren't getting any better while your healers rest and recover, are they? Raksha huffed and walked around the desk, her guard right behind her, and she left the office. I followed them while the free marten and the 4 cat woman followed me. She led us on a twisted path to get to a square building. There were no markings on it to indicate that it was a place of healing. She went in and two of the female wolves that were tending to the wounded came right over to her. "You were here last night for a morale and energy boost," one of them said. "I doubt they can take another, not without injuring themselves." "That's not why I am here," Raksha said. "The godling says he can cast healing magic." "Now who's getting all formal?" I asked and stepped forward. "Show me to the worst of the injured." "Are you sure you need to see her?" the female wolf asked. "If she's not just about to die, I should be able to help," I said, and they exchanged glances. "Jesus, just fucking point to her," I said, and the two of them let out yips of surprise at the English curse words. Raksha nodded and they led me behind one of the curtains. What I saw was a terrible sight. A half-charred mass of flesh was on the bed. I made out the stubs of her shoulder and thigh in the blackness. "How the hell did you keep her alive?" I asked and went to the side of the bed. 3 healers poured all of their mana into her. Raksha said. "When they recover, they will try to. She's much too damaged for normal healing," I said and knelt. Hey, there," I said to the female wolf. "Can you hear me?" She opened her eyes and looked at me with pain and sorrow in her eyes. "Who? What?" "Long story short, I'm a godling and I'm going to heal you," I said. Tears came to her eyes. "You can't," she said. Too much. "Not for me," I said and touched her head and cast calmness and clarity on her. "Oh. The pain. By the silvery moon, kill me. Please," she said in her normal voice. "Nonsense," I said and stood with my hand still on her head. "It's only an arm and a leg. My back, too," she said, and the tears didn't stop. "I can't relieve the pain until I cut off the dead parts of your limbs," I said. "I need to make sure you still have enough feeling to let the spells do their work. You can saw them off for all I care," she said and closed her eyes. "It's not like it can hurt anymore. Keep your eyes open, please," I said and used stillness on her. "Ah. I'm paralyzed. I can't move." "That was me," I said and took out my sword and activated the enchantments. Everyone let out a surprise yip, even the cats, then I did 2 quick slices in the blink of an eye. "Ah, hey, that didn't hurt," the injured female wolf said as the 2 stumps fell to the floor and blood started flowing out of the new wounds. "I'm sorry that it will," I said and cast minor healing on her and it did wonders. The blood flow increased and showed me the new wounds were healthy, so I cast major healing on her. I dropped 200 mana into her to start, which pretty much overloaded her regenerative system. That was why it hurt so much. I was forcing the missing parts to grow back and they weren't supposed to. "Ah!" She screamed for a full minute, taking rasping breaths, then she devolved into just yelps and whimpered as I kept funneling mana into her. It took nearly 10 minutes for her limbs to regrow and she didn't take her teary eyes off of me once. The burned skin that covered half of her body expanded slightly and then flaked right off to leave fresh new skin underneath. After another minute and another 100 mana, her fur grew back. "How do you feel?" I asked and moved my hand from her forehead and slowly pet her hair. "Like I've just been trampled," she said, her voice once again normal. She still had tears in her eyes, so I took out a towel and dabbed them for her. "It's going to take a day or 2 for that feeling to fade," I said. "I'm sorry it had to hurt so much. It's almost numb now, so thank you," she said and sighed. "I really miss my arm and leg. I don't know how I'm going to adjust to not having." She lifted her arm that had been missing 10 minutes ago and caught her breath. "No, that is that. Try wiggling your fingers," I said and she moved them a little. "Now do your toes." She let out a yip of surprise when both feet wiggled their toes. "I have both legs." "Shhh. It's okay. I said and pat her head. Rest for now and the healers will be by to check on you later. I cancelled both clarity and calmness, then her eyes fluttered closed and she fell right to sleep. I can't believe this. The two attendants said and lightly touched the reformed leg and arm. How much mana did this take? Raksha asked. About 650. I said and everyone fell completely silent. Who's next? The attendants didn't say anything and brought me over to the next curtained off area. I saw another charred mess with a missing arm, a male wolf this time, and he was unconscious. I didn't bother waking him, since the flames had burned off a lot of his face and I didn't want to see him try to talk. I used stillness on him and used the same procedure as the last time. There wasn't as much to heal, so after 8 minutes, he was whole again. How can you do this? One of the attendants asked. It took 2 healers and all of the mana they had to keep him alive. I gained a lot after defeating the dragon. I said and looked at my mana. Okay, I'm back to full. Next patient. No one talked much after that little revelation and I could see the shock on the faces of the wolves. I went to each of the surviving members of the patrol that had been attacked and healed them all. When I was done, Raksha waved for me to follow her. We did and she took us to another place that actually did look like a proper healing place. Not surprisingly, it was full of wolves with small injuries and the very tired healers were doing their best with almost no mana. All right, people. Listen up. I said loudly and got everyone's attention. My name is Dayman. Several of the kids yelled. I guess I don't need an introduction. I said and a few of the adults laughed, then groaned in pain. I can cast healing magic, so I'm going to visit each and every one of you to fix you right up. The healers looked relieved and came over to me as I started my rounds. There were lots of male and female pups, some with broken bones and tails, and a few with black eyes and bumps on the head. I started with the children first, because I had a soft spot for kids, thanks to Diane's daughter Crystal. I even did a couple of magic tricks for them to make them laugh. Some of the adults had deep cuts from weapons, both from attacks and from training, and their own broken limbs with minor cuts and abrasions mixed all around. The thing was, I couldn't spend my mana fast enough. I couldn't make it drop lower than my regeneration rate, which meant I went through every single patient in the building in about the same time that I had healed all of the patrol wounded. The healers just stared at me as I did it. As an afterthought, I used minor healing on the healers, too. It boosted their own mana regeneration for a short time and they thanked me, albeit a little reluctantly. I had just done the job they were struggling with, as if it was nothing. To me, it was. All it actually cost me was time. Raksha led us from there and back to her office. I hadn't noticed the 2 guards on the cellar the last time I had passed by. We went inside and she sat down behind her desk, which wasn't really a good sign. The ease at which you have healed the majority of my pack's injured has both pleased and angered me. Raksha said and she did her best to not glare at me. I cannot get over that you didn't tell me you could do that. I didn't tell you that I can have sex standing up or that I can run faster than a horse, either. I said as the cat women let out low hisses at her. Do you want to get angry about that, too? Raksha closed her eyes and took a deep breath. You are not helping me understand. We just met. I said and let my anger rise. Is that clear enough? When have we talked about anything except what to do about letting you keep the pack that you willingly gave to me? That's what's bothering me. Raksha said and stood up. It became your pack and you didn't do everything you could to help it. I stepped close to the desk. If you're going to use that stupid argument against me, then I'll use it right back. I spat at her. When I took over, it was your job to tell me everything the pack needed my help with. You should have said right away what needed to be done. Raksha took in a sharp breath and also took a step back. And no, I've always. Not yesterday you didn't. I said. All you said was that you had business to attend to. I gave her an angry glare for several moments, then I stepped back and let my face go calm. You didn't invite me to dinner or to meet the other pack leaders and their people. Raksha's eyes widened and her face flushed red from embarrassment. I was protecting. It doesn't matter. I said and equipped my full armor set and dropped the battle harness, leather pants, and the sword and sheath onto the desk. It's been fun and now I have to go. Wait. The guard said and leaned down to whisper. He asked her to reconsider her actions and to make up with me if she could. I'm not a wolf, but I can still clearly hear you. I said to them and they both jumped slightly. Do you whisper like that in front of other wolves? No? Then why do it to me? The guard sighed this time and stood up straight. My niece is strong, as I have told you before. Please don't hold it against her that she needed to keep pack business to herself. Yet, she expected me to know that business and is angry, still is angry, that I let one of her people die because I didn't heal them when I could have. I said. I didn't let anyone die, though. She just doesn't want to admit that her decision to keep it a secret led to a death that could have been prevented. I looked at her. I found someone that was hurt, pretty much by accident. Who else did the healers send home because they were concentrating on the more seriously injured? Raksha didn't say anything in response. That old wolf was dying of infection. Would you have held the healers responsible for his death if he had died? I asked and she didn't say anything, so I nodded. That's what I thought. You'll forgive them because they are your pack and they did what they could. The guard put a hand on her shoulder to show his support for her decisions. I request that you forgive her. He said and stepped forward to kneel. I submit myself to you for punishment. Do with me as you see fit. He bowed his head. Please, do not remove your blessing from the pack over this. I let him kneel there for a full minute before I spoke. I won't remove the blessing. Both he and Raksha let out sighs and relaxed. Take my sword, godling. Strike me down, flay me, or dismember me. The guard said. Who would guard the pack leader in your stead? I asked. He didn't respond and kept his head bowed. The pack can't be seen as weak, so I will leave you with your life. I said and the guard looked up at me. I order you to find someone worthy to follow in your footsteps. If anything happens to you, she will be left unguarded. Train them and teach them properly. Yes, Alpha. The guard said. He stood up and went back behind the desk and behind Raksha. She looked at me with both regret and longing in her eyes. Goodbye, pack leader. I said and turned to leave. Wait. Raksha said. I want to send some of my people with you. No, I said. You couldn't take one of your people dying without my involvement. I won't be responsible for people you want to send along to follow me. What if they insist on following you anyway? The guard asked. I will give them one warning to stay away, then I will kill them. I said and both wolves had their fur bristle. I am not joking. I do not need, nor do I require, spies from the pack following me. They aren't spies. Raksha said. They only want to go with you. Will they report back to you? I asked and she nodded. That's a spy. If anyone leaves the pack to follow me, they will die. Or so divine sight tells me. I will inform them that they are not to follow. The guard said, his expression grim. That's not necessary. I can do that right now. I said, then used both the amplify spell and my armor so that everyone in the town could hear me. I quickly explained that I was leaving and then no one was to follow, upon pain of death. I added in the qualifiers I told Raksha and then reminded them that only death would greet them if they tried to come along. I also had Raksha repeat the order, so it was coming from a pack leader, and everyone listened. I ended both effects and looked at Raksha. Goodbye. We left her office and exited the building, then went back to the inn to pick up the 12 badgers and the cart and horse. We loaded up and drove to the other end of the town, then quickly left it behind. I am very surprised that you didn't bed the pack leader again. The Free Martin said from beside me in the driver's seat. Neither of us were in the mood. I said. Are you really going to kill any wolf that follows us? One of the cat women asked. After the first warning, yes. I said. What if they are just running on the road in the same direction? The Free Martin asked. It still counts. I said, and I was sure she was making a curious face at me. It's all right. They won't follow now, not with the pack leader's order. What if they are already here? One of the cat women asked. Does that count? What do you mean? I asked and turned around to look. The dried supplies in the back of the cart had been moved aside by the badgers to reveal the 18-year-old brown-furred young wolf woman that I had sex with that morning. She sat there with a backpack, a short sword, and a huge grin. Hi! She said and waved at me. Mom said I was yours now. I didn't get a flash of divine sight, so it meant that she didn't count in the other vision where anyone that came after me would die. Godling? When can we have sex again? She asked and her faint odor reached my nostrils. I'm itchy down there and no matter how many times I lick it, it won't go away. I sighed as I gained an erection, then I whispered a curse as I turned back around to face front. When we stop to rest. When are we stopping? She asked, excitedly. I hope it's soon. Is it soon? I'm leaking a lot. She was quiet for a few seconds and then the smell suddenly increased and my heart-on became difficult to manage. I took a deep breath when I started to hear wet sloppy sounds. Slower blick lick. Why isn't it stopping? She asked, then the sounds got louder. Jesus Christ, stop the cart. I said when I couldn't take it anymore. The Free Martin pulled us over to the side of the road and stopped. I was up and over the side of the cart, had everything stored to leave me naked, and saw that the young wolf had her pants and underwear off as she licked herself. Let me help with that. I said. She moved her head aside a little and I slipped right inside of her, because she had worked herself up enough to make it very easy for me to enter her. The badgers were scandalized by the sight, the cat women were purring and drooling, and the Free Martin waited patiently for me to finish. It took me a while. The second time took even longer.